Harry Potter never anticipated the existence of another version of herself in this world. Upon traversing a parallel universe, she encounters a male counterpart of Harry Potter. The once indulgent Severus Snape, her godfather, regards her with a cold demeanor in this realm. How does her former adversary, Draco, express his admiration towards her? Furthermore, why do her childhood companions, Fred and George, treat her with such courtesy? How dare Zabini dare to flirt with her? Nevertheless, it matters not. She now has kin of the same bloodline. Witness how she regains the adoration of those around her and aids her counterpart in this world against the impending war with Voldemort. Chapter 1. Traversing a Parallel Universe. On a moonlit night, the streets of London are bustling with activity amidst a gentle breeze and light rain. Suddenly, a slender figure appears on the street, a girl with fiery red hair, who rubs her eyes in bewilderment, unable to comprehend how she has arrived here. Wasn't she supposed to be by the lake near her humble abode? She merely dozed off on a stone by the water's edge. Why is she now in the Muggle world? Could it be that she is still dreaming? Yet, soon enough, officials from the Ministry of Magic appear before her. Are you illegally using a wand outside of school? It should be curfew. How did you come to be here, young lady? Mr. Weasley, what a delight it is to encounter you. The girl's words plunge Arthur Weasley into a state of confusion. Although the girl rushing into his embrace looks exceedingly familiar, with her crimson hair, he cannot recall having met her before. Ahem. Receiving ambiguous glances from his colleagues, Arthur Weasley gently pushed the girl aside, yet upon seeing her emerald green eyes, he thought of another child. Do we know each other, child? It's me, Harry Potter. I was playing by the lake with Fred, George, and Ginny, but I grew a bit tired and fell asleep on a rock. When I awoke, I found myself here. What on earth has happened? The girl instinctively spoke with a hint of dependence, clearly placing her trust in Arthur Weasley. However, Weasley's colleagues had no time to ponder whether the girl might be his illegitimate daughter, for what had she just said? Did you say your surname is Potter? You are Harry Potter. Even the usually composed Mr. Weasley gasped in astonishment. How could there be another Harry Potter, a girl at that? Indeed. Have you forgotten me? I have grown up in the Dursleys and at Hogwarts. Where is my godfather? I must see him. At this moment, Harry's mind was in turmoil. She could sense that Mr. Weasley was not deceiving her, and it seemed he truly did not recognize her. That sense of dread and uncertainty immediately brought to her mind her most trusted individual, her godfather, Severus Snape. You claim to be Harry Potter? Mr. Weasley began to contemplate whether this girl might be part of a Death Eater's scheme. Consequently, he drew his wand, pointing it at the girl's forehead, saying, "Everyone knows Harry Potter. The boy who lived bears a scar left by the Dark Lord. If it were indeed a trap, it would be exceedingly contrived, as even the lightning-shaped scar was absent, and she disguised herself as a girl." Yet, Mr. Weasley did not let his guard down. "Survivor of great calamity, boy." Harry incredulously mulled over the words. "I'm not a boy, and that scar was removed by my godfather's magic when I was very young. Wasn't it? Unfortunately, your so-called godfather has been residing in Azkaban." Mr. Weasley had firmly concluded that the individual before him was indeed an impostor, and a rather inept one at that. What? Severus has been sent to Azkaban. Harry could hardly believe that his godfather could be apprehended after just one night. You claim your godfather is Severus Snape? Mr. Weasley was now utterly astonished. Regardless of the circumstances, they were compelled to escort this peculiar girl back to the Ministry of Magic for further investigation. "Mr. Weasley, aren't you going to take me back to Hogwarts? We must hurry, or my godfather will be upset." Despite her grievances, Harry chose to acquiesce to Mr. Weasley, who had watched her grow up. Fearing that this girl might be a Death Eater's trap, it was absolutely impossible for her to be taken to Hogwarts under the current circumstances, yet they could bring forth her mentioned acquaintances for identification. Consequently, Fred and George, who had just returned from their nocturnal escapades, along with a now-asleep Ron, and Harry, Hermione, and even her so-called godfather, were brought before the girl at different intervals. Chapter 2. Confrontation. Harry Potter could never have anticipated the day he would encounter another version of himself. Indeed, it was another self, albeit a girl. Yet, the moment she laid eyes on Harry, an unsettling shiver coursed down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. Gazing into her identical eyes, he felt as if he were staring into a mirror reflecting his own essence. The girl, Harry's counterpart, was equally taken aback, her mouth agape. With a swiftness that belied her initial shock, she brushed aside Harry Potter's fringe and, upon revealing the familiar lightning-shaped scar, was promptly restrained by Mr. Weasley. Meanwhile, the ever-amiable Professor Dumbledore, who had always radiated warmth akin to that of a grandfather, shielded Harry Potter, the male version of himself. "Let me go? Let her go?" Both Potters cried out simultaneously, a striking synchronicity that made it hard for onlookers to ignore the profound connection between them. "Professor Dumbledore, have you forgotten me as well?" Harry's voice trembled, her tone laced with the quivering fragility of a first-year girl. Despite being indulged by her godfather and engaging in daily mischief with the twins, she had lived a carefree childhood, growing into a girl unafraid of the world. Yet, at this moment, she felt an overwhelming fear. As if her previous existence had been but a mirage, her very being a fleeting illusion. "Where's my godfather? Where is he?" Harry Potter regarded the tearful girl with a complex expression, finding it difficult to articulate his thoughts. The godfather she referred to might be less benevolent than Mr. Weasley. As severe as Snape had never harbored fondness for him. If she truly was another version of himself, she was bound to face disappointment. Simultaneously, Harry felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. After all, Dumbledore had remarked that she bore a striking resemblance to his mother in her youth, her cascading red hair, her cherubic face, and those enchanting green eyes reminiscent of sparkling emeralds. If he had a sister, she would likely resemble this girl. Contemplating this resemblance, a smile broke forth on Harry's lips, wide and uncontrollable. "I believe in you. Please, don't cry." Harry bit her lip. Gazing at this disheveled reflection of herself, those unruly Potter curls that were impossible to tame, awakened abruptly from slumber, struggling to accept the reality of being a mere imitation. Noting the girl as heightened emotions, Harry was ushered away. Despite his reluctance to part from her, he felt an instinctual urge to protect the petite figure of Harry. He wanted to be her brother, to safeguard her. After Harry and Dumbledore departed, Professor McGonagall entered with Ron and Hermione. Sleepy-eyed Ron, upon first seeing Harry, dropped his jaw in astonishment. "Holy, Harry, how did you become a girl? Does my sister know about this?" Hermione swiftly elbowed Ron in the stomach. Although she too had been momentarily taken aback, her keen intellect quickly discerned that this girl was not Harry. She was far more exquisite, far more refined. Harry could never have such gracefully flowing hair. How had she achieved such beauty? Hermione, along with Ron and Professor McGonagall, were greeted by Harry's tentative call of their names. "You've forgotten me too, haven't you? What are you rambling about, Harry?" Ron, now fully awake thanks to Hermione's nudge, remained bewildered, struggling to grasp Harry's meaning. Eventually, with the elucidation from his father, Ron emitted a sharp exclamation. "What? Did you just say she is also Harry?" Initial assessments suggested she was another version of Harry Potter from an alternate reality. McGonagall gazed tenderly at Harry, finding it hard to believe this charming girl was not the daughter of Lily and James, for she bore an uncanny resemblance to Lily in her youth. The thought of Lily and James having a daughter brought tears to McGonagall's eyes, which she quickly wiped away. "Hello, Harry. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope in your world we are also good friends." Hermione readily accepted Harry, charmed by the innocent, puppy-like demeanor she exuded, which echoed Harry's own essence. "How do you know that?" Ron gazed at Hermione, bewildered by her insight, fearing the possibility that she could be an imposter. "Ron, don't make me reveal your little secret." Harry was privy to Ron's secrets, as her world-s Ron often shared them with her. As he put it, "Only you wouldn't mock me, Harry. You're talking nonsense." Ron faltered, his bravado waning. Not only due to the striking beauty of the girl before him, but also because he felt an unsettling familiarity in her presence. Ron and Hermione took turns asking Harry a few questions, all of which were obscure details known only to a select few, such as the true reason behind Ron's fear of spiders, Hermione's reading habits, and their mutual knowledge of the invisibility cloak. Ultimately, Ron's jaw dropped in shock. Merlin's pants. She really is Harry Potter. His dazed expression lifted Harry's spirits. Although this world had no record of her existence, it felt remarkably similar to her original one. Harry's radiant smile sent a flush to Ron's cheeks, not from embarrassment, but from the undeniable beauty of this Harry. So striking that he found it hard to meet her gaze, especially those familiar eyes. "All right, children, it seems the situation is becoming quite clear. She is indeed not lying. Harry, I believe you." Just as Harry prepared to embrace her old friends and Professor McGonagall warmly, the door was forcefully thrust open by a dark figure, sweeping in like a tempest of shadows, cloaked in a chilling and brooding aura. "I expect a reasonable explanation. I have just finished my rounds," Snape grumbled, his irritation palpable. The last thing he desired was to be roused from the rare slumber he had managed to achieve. Since Lily's passing, restful sleep had become a luxury. Haunted by the specter of her final moments, cradled in his arms, a heartbreaking tableau. The agony of never seeing her face again had transformed sleep into a torturous endeavor, often requiring the aid of potions to find respite. On this day, he had finally drifted into sleep, only to be violently awakened due to the incessant commotion surrounding that infernal savior. His ire reached its zenith as he entered the headmaster's office, not immediately spotting Harry, as McGonagall and Ron inadvertently obscured her from view. Her stature appeared to be slightly shorter than Harry's. It seems we have another iteration of Harry Potter from an alternate reality, and I believe you should be made aware of this, Severus. McGonagall instinctively shielded Harry, wishing to protect the girl from any unintentional harm that Snape's words might inflict. After all, she had mentioned that their bond in that universe was quite profound. Yet, those words reached Harry's ears with clarity. If that is the case, a vial of Veritaserum would likely serve me better. Perhaps even the use of legilimency. Snape's eyes narrowed as he tugged at his collar, his rage barely contained, while Ron and Hermione exchanged anxious glances, sensing the brewing storm. Snape's gaze fell upon the red-haired girl. Chapter 3, Godfather. The venomous tirade that had been poised on Snape's lips was abruptly swallowed as he beheld the girl in her entirety. What did he see? The red-haired girl who had haunted his dreams and thoughts countless times, her emerald eyes shimmering with innocence and longing, gazing at him with a mix of reproach and affection. Lily? No, that's not right. At her age, Lily still had baby fat in her face, lacking the refined features that she possesses. One could say she bears a resemblance to Lily in spirit and form, yet her beauty surpasses that of Lily. He once again found himself engulfed in memories of Lily, gazing upon the familiar visage of the girl before him. Her enchanting green eyes sparked an array of recollections, some joyful, some sorrowful, and others tinged with pain. Snape's astonishment morphed into skepticism within a heartbeat. However, as he hesitated to draw his wand, he found himself faltering in the face of someone so strikingly similar to Lily. Godfather. Harry could no longer contain his anxious emotions and threw himself into Snape's embrace. Godfather? Snape felt as though he were caught in an auditory illusion, the body he held responding vehemently, rigid and cold against his back. He had always resisted physical contact, let alone being so intimately close to a stranger. It's me, Harry. Harry Potter, your only goddaughter. Harry knew that her godfather could not bear to see her weep. In the past, a mere glimpse of her tears would have caused him to cease all his endeavors, no matter how irate he was. What is your surname? A ripple of emotion crossed Snape's typically placid face. Before Harry could elaborate, the ever-enthusiastic Hermione Granger jumped in eagerly to defend Harry. She is Harry. Harry is she. She might be from a parallel world. I have read about this concept in the Muggle world and never expected it to be true. She genuinely knows all of us and is even aware of Ron's hidden secrets. Hermione, like a rapid-fire machine gun, came to Harry's aid, earning a grateful smile from him. How wonderful. Hermione remains my dearest friend. However, Ron, feeling somewhat displeased, nudged Hermione. You don't need to speak so much. Yet, upon receiving Snape's terrifying glare, he obediently nodded in agreement. Upon hearing that this mysterious girl was Lily's daughter, he immediately swept aside her bangs to inspect the scar. He had heard whispers of parallel worlds, but had always considered them mere Muggle misconceptions regarding the magical realm. How could such a fantastical notion truly exist? Snape's icy hand rested on Harry's forehead, while she stood there dazed, allowing him to manipulate her. I'm not feverish, Godfather. She had no desire to consume the potions he meticulously brewed, which were undeniably difficult to swallow. Even if he had specially altered them to orange and blueberry flavors, she still disliked them. Even a 3-year-old knows what is on the head of the savior. You are too clumsy. Snape narrowed his eyes, attempting to discern any hint of guilt on the girl's face, but he was met with disappointment. You helped me get rid of it when I was very little, didn't you, Godfather? Harry felt tears welling up again. If even her godfather wouldn't protect her, she would be utterly alone in this world. Seeing the girl's sorrowful tears flow, Snape felt a sudden pang in his heart. What was happening to him? Why did her tears irritate him so, making him long for her to cease weeping? Why not just give her a truth serum? Ron scratched his head, yearning to return to sleep. Though this matter concerned his brother, he found himself in rare agreement with Snape's approach. However, it seemed that everyone else was opposed to the idea. What are you talking about? Hermione retorted, pushing back against the previous shove. No, I believe her. Harry was anxious for Harry, who had now come to regard her as the treasure left to him by his parents. Harry was convinced that what she said must be true. Otherwise, why would he feel such a profound sense of connection? Everyone was exceedingly worried that Professor Snape would indeed administer a truth serum to Harry, as he had always harbored disdain for Harry and would likely feel the same animosity toward her, especially since he had been the one to propose the idea of a truth serum. However, Snape's reaction completely overturned their expectations. He unexpectedly shifted the conversation and avoided the topic altogether. Now, I need to speak to her alone. You all may proceed as you wish. But, Harry Potter is very concerned for his sister. Indeed, Harry had come to regard Harry as his own sister, feeling great trepidation that his unfortunate sister might be mistreated by the old bat. Yet, he was restrained by Professor Dumbledore, who calmed him, assuring him that Professor Snape would never harm Harry, if indeed she was truly you from that world. Why? Harry's dog-like eyes shimmered with confusion. It's a secret, Dumbledore replied playfully, his eyes lighting up at Harry's appearance. If this were true, then the magical realm would have 2 indestructible children. This would undoubtedly provide an advantage in the impending war. Moreover, most importantly, Snape would undoubtedly align himself with their side, willing to protect Lily's child fervently. Harry Potter had immense trust in Dumbledore and thus ceased his objections, casting a reassuring glance toward Harry, though he longed to embrace her warmly. Come with me. Snape clenched his fist and led Harry through the door of the headmaster's office, just as he encountered the Weasley twins waiting at the entrance. "Oh, Merlin's pants!" they exclaimed in unison, performing a comically exaggerated gesture of placing their hands over their eyes, appearing exceedingly ludicrous. "Is this our female version of Harry? She is certainly adorable. Is it our turn now?" they chimed in unison, eager to converse with this legendary female Harry, curious to know if they were equally charming and suave in that world. "You are not needed right now." Snape had far too many questions for this girl, causing the Weasley twins to cover their mouths, making a gesture of self-preservation and encouragement. Harry pouted. In her original world, they did not treat her this way. In truth, she had practically been raised by the Weasley twins, having lived at Hogwarts with her godfather since she was 5. During Snape's classes, the eldest Weasley, Bill, had been her caretaker, and after Bill graduated, the Weasley twins became her closest allies. They were inseparable, with Harry always sandwiched between them, the 3 of them roaming Hogwarts like a trio. Chapter 4. The Twins and Harry. Harry still remembered the first time she met Fred and George in her world, which coincided with Mr. Weasley taking her to the burrow to see Ginny. It was a sweltering summer, and the Weasley brothers were frolicking in the pond before the burrow, with the 2 most bare-bottomed of them being the culprits of Mr. Weasley's reckless behavior, nearly leading him to starvation at the hands of Mrs. Weasley. However, from that day on, Harry officially became an honorary member of the Weasley family. Perhaps because Fred and George spent most of their time at Hogwarts, they ended up watching over Harry more than Ginny, as Mrs. Weasley tended to favor Ginny. At times, Ginny and Ron would even suspect that Harry was their true little sister. Moreover, from a very young age, Harry had accompanied Fred and George on nighttime escapades, pranks, and even business ventures. They were always by her side, taking her to class, searching the forbidden forest for materials to concoct magical tricks, and creating doll outfits for her in the room of requirement. Every moment felt vivid and clear in her mind, but now their eyes were filled only with curiosity, tinged with a sense of spectacle, as they scrutinized her and Snape, showing no concern for her whatsoever. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Harry bit her lip, struggling to suppress her sadness. "Let us go, Godfather. Godfather." She had the audacity to call him that. Something was amiss. The recollections of Fred and George regarding the monkey call stirred a profound sense of sorrow within Harry, akin to the heartache of a childhood sweetheart forgetting her companion. Yet, she restrained her emotions, continually reassuring herself. After all, they truly did not recognize her, and it was not a matter of great consequence. You are still Harry Potter, and perhaps in time, you may even be friends again. However, what Harry did not anticipate was that her godfather would take the initiative to assist her. Severus Snape, with an air of impatience, reprimanded the 2, deducting points from their house before dismissing them. Harry was taken aback, a flicker of relief washing over her. Indeed, a godfather is still a godfather. Even without knowledge of her existence, he would still extend a hand in her favor. As Fred and George waved goodbye, seemingly unfazed by the loss of points, confident in their ability to recover them, as Professor McGonagall had promised that as long as their deductions and additions balanced, she would not inform their parents. Harry trailed behind Snape towards his office in silence. Later, Snape, ever the skeptic, switched their positions as they walked, perhaps to test her knowledge of the office's location. To his surprise, Harry Potter indeed found his office, though this revelation proved inconclusive. Snape, pondering the future course of their interactions, recognized that employing Veritaserum or Legilimency would be optimal. Yet, gazing at the girl seated on the bench, so reminiscent of Lily, he found himself momentarily lost in reverie. In that shared gaze, time seemed to fold, and he was transported back to his youth. To the girl who once smiled under a tree, warmly greeting him with, "You finally came, Severus. Godfather." Harry noticed Snape falling into contemplation once more, knowing he was likely reminiscing about his deceased mother. She had once cautiously inquired if he had ever harbored feelings for her, only to be met with evasive responses or outright denials. Yet, Harry was convinced that a unique bond existed between her godfather and her mother, Are you well, godfather? Are you thinking of my mother again? Her words momentarily roused Snape from his thoughts, his brow furrowing into a tight knot, his expression darkening. Seemingly perturbed by her candidness or perhaps the vulnerability of his own concealed feelings. Until your identity is fully established, I advise you to tread carefully. The inmates of Azkaban are rather fond of young ones like you. Mastering the art of verbal deception, Snape quickly regretted his words as Harry pouted, appearing adorably defiant. So, you intend to send me to Azkaban? I want to find Grandpa Dumbledore. Harry sprang to her feet, heading for the door, causing Snape's heart to lurch unexpectedly. He had not anticipated her fragility. What had shaped her into such a delicate flower in this world? Upon reflection, if she truly was the sole daughter left by Lily, he might be reluctant to allow her to endure any hardship. Even now, despite her uncertain identity, he found it impossible to summon the resolve to use legilimency or veritaserum. He feared that this fragile little girl might burst into tears, and if that were to happen, his heart would never heal. However, the girl was remarkably agile. Having inherited her parents' athletic prowess, even within the cramped confines of his office, she evaded his attempts to obstruct her passage. Perhaps she was indeed correct in her assertion that she had grown up at Hogwarts, able to navigate its halls with her eyes closed. Thus, against his better judgment, Snape extended his wand and cast a sleeping charm upon her. Since she was still young, he decided to observe her for a while longer. In an unprecedented turn of events, Snape found himself carrying this girl he had just met to his bed, having neglected to inquire about her living situation in that other world. If he were in her position, he certainly would not permit her to stray from his sight. As events would later confirm, his instinct was wise. Presently, the old professor stood at the edge of his bed, gazing intently at Harry's sweet visage, his eyes fixed upon her throughout the night. Chapter 5. The Peculiar Adversary. In her dreams, Harry forgot that she had traversed into a parallel world, searching once more for her godfather's presence. Since her official enrollment at Hogwarts, she had been sleeping apart from him. Yet she often reminisced about the times she would sneak into his bed as a child. He would tease her for being too grown up for such antics. Yet he always patted her back gently, soothing her to sleep before returning her to her small bed. This time, however, she was too weary to fully awaken, rolling about in the large bed until she roused Snape, who had dozed off on the nearby sofa. Instinctively, he assumed she was unwell, and his sudden panic was genuine. A clear signal that he was already becoming concerned for her safety, even before fully acknowledging her as Lily's daughter. This was perilously dangerous. Biting his lower lip, he swept his robes aside and exited the dormitory. Perhaps he should not have allowed her to stay. Finding no sign of her godfather, Harry wept softly into her pillow, surrendering to dreams of her happy life in the past world. Surrounded by friends, Fred and George transformed into centaurs, with her as the head, riding on Fred's shoulders, while George represented the rear. They became the center of attention at a Halloween ball. Bill, in a fit of jealousy, plucked the centaur's head off, lifting Harry into his arms, inadvertently causing chaos as the centaurs scattered in fright, aware that if their godfather saw them, they would be left to scrub toilets. That year, Bill dressed as a Muggle cowboy, sporting a wide-brimmed hat that suited him remarkably. His hair was loosely tied to the side, his simple vest and shirt accentuating his tall frame, while a glittering earring dangled from one ear, and his dragon skin boots completed the ensemble. He had always been effortlessly cool. Harry missed Bill, her first caretaker, who had been her best playmate while Snape attended classes. As the Weasley twins entered school, Bill's time with her dwindled due to his academic commitments, yet Harry never felt estranged from him. Her sweet dreams abruptly ended as she embraced Bill, awakening to the sound of her godfather instructing her to be set down, along with the sensation of his kiss upon her cheek. Upon opening her eyes, Harry discovered she lay in her godfather's bed, momentarily believing she had returned to her original world. Elated, she sprang up, eager to share her encounter with her male counterpart, only to be met with disappointment as she realized she remained in this familiar yet alien parallel world. She perceived that this room lacked any trace of her presence. No dolls, no special little bed, no pink wardrobe. Everything bore a cold and muted tone, save for a neatly folded Hogwarts robe, freshly laundered, resting at the bedside. Instantly, her spirits plummeted. Yet, ever the optimist, she quickly readjusted her mindset. It was all right. She could seek out Harry Potter. He would undoubtedly stand by her side. For she was him, and he was her. They were, after all, the closest of companions in this world. Harry swiftly donned her clothing and darted outside, eager to find Harry. However, before she could venture too far, she collided with a boy around the corner, sending him sprawling to the ground. Merlin's beard. Have your eyes grown on your nose? Upon hearing that familiar tone and haughty demeanor, Harry instantly recognized her lifelong rival, Draco Malfoy. She could never forget their first encounter at Flourish and Blots, where she mistakenly believed he was a lovely little sister. with skin as pale as porcelain and golden hair cascading over his brow, resembling a cherubic angel. Yet, the moment he spoke, he could infuriate her. Red hair? I don't even need to ask. You must be one of the filthy Weasleys. He sneered, unable to recall which of the numerous siblings she belonged to. But not to worry, I can always have my father by you. Before Draco could finish his gleeful tirade, Harry had mounted the slender boy and delivered a couple of punches, sealing their fate as rivals from that day forth. Whether it was Draco sending her dung bombs, or her retaliating with howler letters, or challenging each other to duels where the loser had to call the winner dad, it was always Harry who emerged victorious. During their time away from school, Draco would incessantly seek her out, relishing in his future status as a school governor to trouble her. Once classes commenced, he would frequently challenge her to duels, although they never actually managed to fight. Harry was immensely grateful for Hermione and Ron, her steadfast friends, who provided her with support. Despite the protection of Fred and George, they were not in her year, yet. Draco Malfoy seemed to cross her path daily, and she felt as though he was eternally at odds with her. However, Bill was convinced that Draco harbored a secret affection for her, provoking her with his relentless taunts to capture her attention. Harry found that notion utterly implausible. A boy who could not refrain from ridiculing her for a single day could not possibly be smitten. When faced with the Draco of this world, Harry had no intention of granting him a pleasant reception, especially upon hearing his insolent remarks, confirming his unaltered nature. Shut up, Malfoy. Be careful, or I'll tell your father that you've stolen his perfume. How do you know that? The Draco of this world clutched his chest, his heart skipping a beat as he finally noticed the girl who had collided with him, a striking and enchanting young lady who not only knew his little secret, but also had him momentarily rendered speechless. It was the first time he had ever felt bashful in front of a girl. He realized it was not merely the exposure of his secret that flustered him, but rather a more melodramatic reason. He seemed to have fallen for her at first sight. Chapter 6. Chaos. For every child from a pureblood family, matters of romance are not foreign. In fact, they mature earlier than their peers from ordinary wizarding families. From a young age, they are taught to embody the qualities of a gentleman or lady, with their demeanor and actions befitting that of an heir. At the numerous balls they attend, any opposite sex present could potentially be their future partner. Even if not, they are likely to be relatives. Thus, Draco often looked down upon such notions, convinced that as the future esteemed head of the Malfoy family, his counterpart would undoubtedly be the most exceptional and beautiful. As for love, in Draco's recollections, love resembled his parents, always affectionate and inseparable, and if one wasn't careful, their lips would end up meeting in secret, a sight that made Draco feel nauseated. He had protested more than once, claiming it was too much to bear, but his mother would patiently advise him that one day he would understand when he encountered a girl who made his heart race. Someone he would yearn to gaze upon and be embraced by. I would never. How shallow, Draco would retort, believing that as a young man, his sole focus should be on enhancing his family's prosperity, not fixating on women. Yet, when he laid eyes on this girl, time seemed to stand still. All he could see was her flowing black hair resembling a cascade of seaweed, her large, expressive eyes flickering with a hint of panic, and her delicate lips parting slightly. The only sound that echoed in his ears was her calling his name. You know me? Draco began to feel anxious, his heart pounding. Would she think he was too harsh just now? Suddenly pushing away the supportive Goyle, he stood tall, unable to meet the gaze of the girl before him. Struggling to maintain his composure, he asked, "What is your name?" He felt a sense of familiarity. Had they met at one of the Malfoy family's gatherings? But the very next moment, her words left him in stunned silence. What wind is blowing today, Malfoy? I am your lifelong rival, Harry Potter. Harry questioned her own statement, wondering if this world's Draco Malfoy shared a surprisingly amicable relationship with Harry Potter. Potter? You said your surname is Potter. Draco finally dared to lift his gaze to meet that of the girl, but the strength of her stare made him quickly avert his eyes. Why did she keep looking at him? Did she think he was somewhat handsome? Draco had always known that throughout his life, many mistook him for a girl, praising his looks, so surely she felt the same way. However, upon hearing her surname, he was momentarily taken aback, realizing he had no idea that the annoying savior had such an adorable sister. Stay away from her, Malfoy. As Draco reached out, hoping to properly introduce himself, a spell struck his hand. Potter. Draco's previously awkward demeanor shifted into one of instinctive arrogance and disdain. But he quickly remembered that the girl before him also bore the Potter surname, causing his face to pale even further. He hastily turned to explain. I wasn't referring to you. You used to call me that too. Harry discerned Draco's unusual behavior. Why was this young master acting so strangely today? Devoid of his usual sarcasm and aggression? Are you ill? Huh. No. Draco was overjoyed. She is concerned about me, maintaining a facade of calm, yet unable to suppress the smile tugging at his lips. Goyle and Crabbe sensed his exhilaration, momentarily forgetting their disdain for the Potter standing right behind them, who was glaring daggers at them. "Come over here." Harry Potter, witnessing the detestable Malfoy bullying his sister, could no longer restrain himself. Despite Professor Dumbledore's continual admonitions to avoid provoking him, Harry felt a surge of joy upon seeing this world's version of herself, promptly bypassing Draco Malfoy to join Harry's side. Others could visibly see the simultaneous flames of Draco's fury and disappointment ignite. "Potter, you know her?" Draco restrained his anger for Harry's sake, but the downward curve of his lips betrayed his clenched jaw. Of course, Harry had never felt such a swell of pride, even surpassing the joy of becoming the youngest Seeker in Hogwarts history. Having a beautiful sister brought him unparalleled pride. He truly had family. And why should I tell you? After speaking, he instinctively took Harry's hand, his face flushed, pulling her toward the dining hall. "Why am I not the sister?" Harry murmured softly. But upon realizing how happy Harry appeared to be as an older brother, she accepted her role, feeling content with it. Draco observed their similar builds and heights, suddenly feeling as though they resembled twins. However, he had never heard of Harry Potter having a sister. Could it be that old Dumbledore had concealed her existence? Humph. Draco scoffed and resolved to ask his father. Surely he would know. He turned on his heel and returned to his dormitory to write a letter of complaint. Meanwhile, Harry strode hand in hand through the corridor, drawing considerable attention, even eliciting greetings and whispers from ghosts and portraits. Is that the savior? Already has a little girlfriend upon entering school? Quite an achievement compared to his father. Indeed, I watch him with a sense of admiration. His father had tirelessly pursued Lily Potter for so long. Truly, each generation surpasses the last. By the way, do you remember that beautiful young lady? Yes. Her name was Lily Evans. I am not referring to his mother, but to the one present. The current one is named Lily. It was evident that, due to Harry's resemblance, some portraits, having lost track of time, mistook Harry for Lily Evans. The portraits began to argue animatedly. Their fervor, gossip, even encouraged other passing students, who eagerly walked by, prompting the two to awkwardly release each other's hands and maintain a slight distance. At particularly awkward moments, Harry would shout, "She is my sister." Otherwise, some curious badgers had already walked past Harry 5 times, sporting inquisitive expressions. The two finally arrived at the Great Hall of Hogwarts, still the center of attention. Harry felt an inexplicable shyness and caution, retreating behind Harry and tugging at his sleeve. "Is our godfather here?" Chapter 7, Acquaintances. Harry yearned for the comfort of her godfather. Having been subjected to various scrutinizing gazes throughout her life, curiosity, pity, disdain, and adoration, but standing beside Severus Snape, her godfather, no one dared to openly stare at her. Her godfather was like a mountain, shielding her from all ill intentions, dangers, and anxieties. However, at this moment, her godfather seemed unwilling or unable to provide her protection. A pang of disappointment struck Harry, and she shook her head, deciding not to trouble him any further. "What about Bill? Do you know Bill?" Harry turned back in surprise. He had only heard Ron mention Bill occasionally, but it seemed Harry relied on him as well. "He works in Egypt as a curse breaker for Gringotts." "In Egypt?" Harry felt a wave of despondency wash over her, resembling a dejected little bear. Her adorably disheveled hair, inherited from the Potter family, made Harry unable to resist ruffling her fluffy head. Why was it that while both had inherited the Potter family's resilient curls, hers appeared tousled like a bird's nest, while Harry's was soft and adorable, akin to a little animal's fur? "Don't be sad. You can write to him." Harry earnestly attempted to console Harry. In their shared gaze, they felt an inexplicable connection, akin to an electric shock, and instinctively withdrew their eyes. It was a peculiar sensation, as if they were gazing at their own reflection. "Let us see. How many Harrys do we have here?" "One." And another. A pair of lively figures appeared behind them, Fred and George, each taking a seat beside a Harry, encircling them. Propping their chins in their hands, they scrutinized them, seemingly attempting to discern their differences and similarities. "They do look remarkably alike," exclaimed Fred. "Indeed, they truly do," echoed George. Harry felt their warmth and sincerity far exceeded that of the previous night, and a hint of joy blossomed within her, though sitting beside Fred felt slightly awkward. Despite being the most familiar of faces, it felt like they were meeting anew. "Don't frighten her," exclaimed the little queen, Hermione, who had accompanied Ron. She was also very curious about the parallel universe Harry had mentioned. If she could discover a way to traverse parallel universes, she would undoubtedly become the most exceptional witch of the century. Thus, attempting not to frighten Harry, Hermione couldn't help but barrage her with a series of questions she had meticulously refined throughout the night. "Sorry, Harry, but I truly want to know, am I in your world the daughter of a dentist? Am I the same height as that version of me? Oh right, my teeth weren't like this originally, they were larger. And that version of me also attended Hogwarts, correct? The torrent of questions left Harry slightly agape. Unsure of where to begin, her eyes reflecting clear bewilderment as she instinctively scanned her surroundings, seeking contemplation or assistance. Ron, meanwhile, stared at Hermione with a foolish expression, as if to say, "Isn't this what you meant by not frightening her?" He attempted several times to interject, but found himself unable to do so. To be honest, Ron was equally intrigued by the existence of his counterpart in that world, who among Gryffindors wouldn't be curious. However, seeing Harry's embarrassment and helplessness, he kindly refrained from putting her in a difficult position. For some reason, perhaps due to her connection to Harry, Ron rather liked her. Hermione was the girl he and Ron had encountered on the Hogwarts Express, enthusiastic and helpful, smoothing out the clothes that had been soiled by scabbers. That was quite impressive. Later, during a quarrel between herself and Ron in the girls' lavatory in the basement, she had saved both herself and Ron, solidifying their bond as true friends. As Harry recounted this story, the others became increasingly convinced of Harry's origins from a parallel universe. When Hermione heard Harry say, "You are my best friend," she was deeply moved and embraced Harry. It was a rather overwhelming gesture, nearly lifting Harry off her feet. Just as her feet left the ground, Fred gallantly provided her with support, causing Harry to startle, only to turn and find him winking at her coolly. Indeed, the familiar twins. Ron, unable to resist a quip, remarked, "It seems that no matter which world you're in, you love correcting others," only to be met with a playful punch from Hermione, which prompted laughter from everyone. Except for Ron, who looked somewhat pitifully towards Harry and Harry, only to find them laughing as if they were one person, shy yet mischievous. In a huff, he snatched the chicken leg from Harry's plate in compensation, but truth be told, Harry was considerably more attractive than Harry. Ron munched on the chicken leg, casting furtive glances at Harry, oblivious to the grease smudged around his mouth. Harry caught sight of his secretive indulgence, nearly unable to suppress her laughter. Yet remembering Ron's sensitivity to embarrassment, she held it back. In the past, Ron had always looked out for her, even though he often found himself sidelined. His dedication was unwavering, frequently repeating his mother's words that Harry must be their family's daughter-in-law, otherwise his fate would be dire. Therefore, Ron worked diligently, though occasionally too straightforward. Harry had to admit that Ron was indeed a remarkably reliable friend, and she cherished their friendship. Now, even though Ron sat across from her, Harry could still sense the goodwill emanating from him. Furthermore, by diverting Hermione's attention, Ron had helped her escape the awkward atmosphere, prompting her to genuinely smile at him. This left Ron momentarily speechless, his eyes wide, as the chicken leg fell from his hand onto the plate, muttering to himself, "Merlin's pants. Women are truly different. They are nothing like Harry." The freckles on his face became more pronounced, and his endearing demeanor caused Hermione to subtly shift away. Fred and George covered their foreheads in exasperation, wishing to maintain some distance from Ron, who appeared so oblivious. Yet, being their younger brother, they reluctantly joined the conversation. "So, does that mean we are acquainted in your world?" Fred seized a chicken leg from his plate to divert Harry's attention, while George, unwilling to be left out, leaned over Harry, their faces nearly touching, prompting Harry to retract his neck and grant him some space. "And you say that old Professor Snape is your godfather?" George pondered a more outrageous thought. It is widely known that Snape harbors biases and animosities towards Harry Potter, yet in another realm, he exhibits such care for the very same individual? "Indeed, Severus is my godfather, and he looks after me quite well," Harry replied, catching the concern reflected in the twins' eyes. Unable to resist, she embraced Fred, grateful that regardless of the world, they remained attentive to her needs. However, Fred, taken aback by the sudden embrace, felt a mix of surprise at Harry's closeness and reliance on him, and the realization that he was distinctly different from George. The boy in her arms stiffened slightly, marveling at how adorable this female version of Harry was. She was truly the sister of his dreams. While Ginny was also charming, she had grown up and became reluctant to share affectionate gestures, especially after her intense infatuation with Harry Potter began. Fred cautiously reciprocated Harry's embrace, wrapping his arms around her back and exchanging a knowing glance with George. It seemed she spoke the truth. In that other world, she shared a profound bond with them. Chapter 8. The Scheme. Fred and George exchanged glances, silently conveying their thoughts, then broke into wide smiles as they tested Harry to see if she truly distinguished between them. After all, even their mother struggled to tell them apart. Yet, she consistently identified them correctly, much to their delight. Thus, Fred and George took to swapping places, challenging Harry to guess who was who. Harry remained puzzled by their fervor, but the twins sparkled with an indelible excitement. It was a historic moment. Someone could differentiate between them. They resolved to recognize Harry as their little sister, eagerly proposing a blood pact that evening, preparing for a celebration that stirred excitement among all, save for Harry, who felt a twinge of opposition. After all, Harry was her brother. To her, the twins merely sought an excuse for a party. Hermione and Ron exchanged glances, astonished, as they had never witnessed the twins so animated before. However, if it were Harry's welcoming party, they would surely attend. As laughter filled the great hall, abruptly silenced by Professor McGonagall's reprimand, in Dumbledore's office, a hawk-nosed, dark-haired man furrowed his brow, glaring intensely at Dumbledore as if he had just heard something absurd. Dumbledore, calm as ever, wore an expression of gentle compassion, managing a smile. You heard correctly, Severus. The best course of action is to send that child to the Ministry of Magic. It would be beneficial for both her and Harry. You wish to send an 11-year-old child to such a place when she doesn't even know how to get there? Why not simply send her to Azkaban? Snape retorted, unable to comprehend Dumbledore's indifference towards Harry's counterpart, despite the headmaster's unwavering protection of Harry Potter. Dumbledore rose slowly, offering Snape a cup of tea. I certainly understand that such a place is unsuitable for a child, but at present, we lack any evidence to substantiate her existence. Snape did not accept the tea, prompting Dumbledore to set it down, cryptically adding, unless we have sufficient proof. The implication was unmistakable. Dumbledore was indirectly pressuring Snape to care for Harry Potter, suggesting that sending her to the ministry while employing legilimency to uncover her true identity was essential. Thus, Dumbledore not only expected Snape to feign care for the child, but also sought to ascertain her identity to provide everyone with reassurance. Snape finally relented, ending the discussion with evident impatience, unwilling to pursue the topic further. I understand. I will use legilimency on her, but she will not be sent anywhere. Nor will I provide any care. Of course, that is for the best. She will remain as Harry's sister, studying at school until she returns to her world. Dumbledore beamed, pleased that his plan had succeeded. With two saviors, the chances of victory would surely increase, wouldn't they? Moreover, Dumbledore harbored no concerns for Harry. He believed Snape would soon take on the responsibility of caring for her, especially upon discovering she was indeed Lily Potter's child. Yet, as Dumbledore easily acquiesced, Snape realized he had fallen into the old fox's trap, likely regarding matters related to Lily that had clouded his judgment. Now, with clarity, he despised the cunningness of it all, worrying that with two saviors, Dumbledore might not be as focused on protecting Harry Potter. Inwardly, he vowed, I shall not afford any attention to that Harry Potter. Little did he know that the repercussions would come swiftly. Not spotting Snape, Harry took it upon herself to follow Harry Potter and Hermione to flying lessons. Everyone was eager to see if Harry possessed the same talents as her counterpart. On the way to the Quidditch pitch, Harry found herself flanked by Fred and George, with Hermione slightly ahead and Ron trailing behind. Harry was so encircled that Harry could not squeeze into the tight formation, listening as Hermione bombarded Harry with questions. Were you the Seeker at Hogwarts in that world too? Did you catch Neville's Remembrall? Harry did too. Harry was taken aback, surprised at how much overlap there was in their lives, albeit with some differences. It wasn't because of Neville, it was a bet with Malfoy, and I won, just as Professor McGonagall noticed. As she spoke, Harry glanced back at Ron, who had stepped on her heels 5 times already. Was he even watching where he was going? At that moment, she caught a glimpse of Ron, fists clenched in indignation, ready to avenge her against that detestable Malfoy. Did that wretched Malfoy bully you too? I will definitely find a chance to knock him down. Hermione stared at Ron, astonished at his sudden bravery, her eyes widening as she realized he was actually glaring at the direction behind her. Malfoy, flanked by his sycophants, had appeared behind them. What do you intend to do about it? Draco said, arms crossed, startling Ron, whose bravado immediately deflated before the arrogant blonde boy. Yet, in front of Harry, Ron felt he could not lose face, suppressing his apprehension and turning back to repeat himself, his voice tinged with bravado. What is it to you, Malfoy? Harry, unable to overlook her former friend being bullied by Malfoy, stepped in front of the anxious Ron. In that moment, Ron breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as though Harry had saved him, casting a grateful look in her direction. I have something to discuss with you in private, Draco said, his tone softening imperceptibly upon meeting Harry's gaze, though he still maintained an air of arrogance. The haughty demeanor brought Harry back to the past, where the original Draco Malfoy would often tease her, be it to discuss something, coerce her into visiting his home on weekends, or flaunt his new toys, offering to let her play with them if she called him brother. Accustomed to Draco Malfoy's antics, Harry knew he likely had no good intentions, so she promptly declined. I'm off to flying lessons. If you have something to say, we can discuss it after class. Draco was momentarily taken aback, yet unable to pinpoint her mistake. Reluctant to voice harsh words, he could only vent his frustration upon the true instigator, Ron. He turned sharply to glare at Ron, questioning why he was smiling. Dirty Weasley. Pray that you won't soil yourself from fright. Carefully maneuvering around Harry, he forcefully shoved Ron aside and strode away with his entourage. eagerly anticipating the opportunity to trip Ron up during class. "Oh no, Malfoy is bound to make me look foolish," Ron lamented, clutching his head, his face reddening like a ripe tomato. "Perhaps I should take a leave of absence. Did something happen?" Harry couldn't recall any incidents. "It's a long story." Hermione seemed oblivious to Ron's distress as she quietly explained. Chapter 9, Senior Wood. It turned out that during the last flying lesson, Ron had accidentally pocketed a water balloon, which he forgot about. As they tussled in the air, chasing the golden snitch, the balloon burst, leaving Ron looking as though he had wet his pants. Although Harry promptly assisted him, it was still not swift enough to outpace Draco and his companions, who gleefully taunted. "Look, Ron Weasley has wet himself." Ha! Consequently, Ron bore this ludicrous nickname for quite some time, developing a certain aversion to flying lessons. Harry, however, found it trivial, offering consolation to Ron and sharing the forgetfulness charm with everyone. When asked why she was so familiar with the charm, she recounted instances when Snape had used it on her, whether it was when she inadvertently glimpsed a letter he was writing, or during an awkward encounter in the bathroom, or even when he had been sobbing while holding her. Harry was diligently studying new spells, feeling inspired by the realization that his counterpart in that world possessed such remarkable skill, and he, as Harry's brother, could not afford to lag behind. Just after he had promised Hermione to accompany her to the library to study and teach her spells, he felt Harry's fervent gaze fixed upon him, as if little stars were dancing in his eyes. Quite adorable, indeed. If only your hair were smoother. Lost in thought, Harry placed his hand atop Harry's head. "What's wrong, Harry?" The sensation was delightful. She patted her own head, her technique akin to petting a dog, yet Harry could sense that she must have some affection for him. To Harry's eyes, Harry appeared eager, stretching his neck in anticipation of her touch, resembling a small puppy, those green eyes, so reminiscent of her own, sparkling with liveliness. On the other side, Ron, too, was filled with anticipation, quietly leaning closer, holding his breath. Surely she wouldn't want to pet his head as well? It was akin to waiting for a share of snacks that had yet to reach him, while feigning indifference. Alas, Harry remained oblivious to Ron's subtle thoughts, her attention instead captured by Fred and George. The two were amusingly cosplaying as Harry and Harry. One feigned the role of a docile puppy while the other pretended to be the caring older sister, their voices pitched as they repeated her words. "Oh Harry, I'm your brother. How can you touch my head? My body is twisting like a noodle." "No, no, I'm the sister," George exclaimed, pressing down on Fred's shoulder, inadvertently voicing Harry's inner thoughts. Harry promptly turned to chase after the two rascals, yet they were adept escape artists, unless they chose to let her catch them. There was no way she would succeed. The others followed suit, heading toward the Quidditch practice field. However, today, instead of Madame Hooch, they encountered a tall, trim figure, with impeccably styled hair, standing among a cluster of younger students, exuding an impressive aura. Oliver Wood. Harry recognized a familiar face, but her reaction was to take a few steps back, hiding behind Fred, only to be pulled out by him, who whispered conspiratorially, "What's wrong? Are you afraid of him?" Fred's antics drew George's attention, who leaned in to listen, as did the others, all feigning a desire to hear without revealing their curiosity. With a wry smile, Harry contemplated revealing that when she was a child, her godfather had brought her to Hogwarts, initially presenting her as his son. Only a few, such as Bill and Charlie, knew her true gender, while the others assumed she was a boy. One day, while she was secretly playing with her toy broomstick near the Forbidden Forest, Snape had forbidden her from leaving the ground before attending school. But Bill had secretly crafted a mini broom for her. A clueless first year had rushed out, insisting she was a Quidditch prodigy and that they should practice together. He would lie in wait in various corners, determined to become the world's top Quidditch player. The problem was, he didn't even share her gender, dragging her to lift tree stumps for strength training, which left her with some psychological scars regarding Quidditch. Eventually, fueled by his passion for the sport, he became the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team and a prominent figure. Over the years, through their interactions, he had transformed into a charming and sunny young man. And Harry found it remarkable that such a popular individual had yet to have a girlfriend. When she entered first year, Professor McGonagall recognized her Quidditch talent. And despite her godfather's objections, she secured a place on the team. She would never forget the day she was brought to meet him by Professor McGonagall. The passion and exhilaration that ignited in Wood's eyes could obliterate any rejection as he lifted her into his arms and tossed her into the air, exclaiming, "I knew you could do it, Riri." Thus, her training intensified, though now Wood was aware of her femininity and treated her with more tenderness. Gone were the days of training in the Black Lake, running laps, or making 1,000 throws, thank Merlin. Nonetheless, even with the gentler training regimen, Harry found her legs weak at the sight of Wood, yearning to hide. In this world, Oliver would feign maturity as he stood there, broom in hand, immediately greeting Harry with, "Good morning, Harry. Have you been practicing?" Harry stammered slightly, having spent recent days with Hermione and Ron, delving into matters concerning Snape and the three-headed dog, and had indeed not been diligent. I suppose so. How about you? As Wood was on the verge of graduation, he was exceptionally busy, yet this year was his last opportunity to strive for the championship, making him particularly invested. I understand, Harry. I will guide you well. Wood raised an eyebrow coolly, unable to conceal his youthful charm, despite his attempts to seem intimidating, which only irritated some girls who squealed in delight. Why can't there be a quiet girl, one who causes less trouble, like a ghost ball? During their conversation, Wood noticed the Weasley twins whispering furtively with a girl. As a friend and team captain, he felt compelled to remind them, "You two should be heading to potions class, Fred, George." This left the twins, who had hoped to skip class to watch Harry ride her broomstick, no choice but to return under his watchful gaze. After all, Wood's authority was considerable, and at times he was perhaps overly righteous. Thus, the twins reluctantly waved farewell to Harry and the others, emphasizing, "Make sure to remember everything clearly, and come back to tell us all about it." Clearly, their curiosity regarding Harry's skills was genuine. This incident also exposed Harry, as Oliver would finally laid eyes upon her. Of course, had it not been for her extraordinary beauty, Wood would not have noticed her at all. Harry felt a flush of embarrassment as Wood mistook her for Harry Potter's girlfriend, unsure of how to chastise him appropriately. After all, she and Harry were as close as siblings, if not closer. It was perplexing that this blockhead, who couldn't even bother to find a partner for himself, had such poor eyesight. Surprisingly, both Harry and Harry vehemently denied the misconception, shaking their heads in perfect synchrony, resembling a pair of fraternal twins. This caused Wood to finally direct more attention toward Harry's face. Chapter 10, Flying Lessons. Oliver Wood, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent, bent down and propped his chin on his hand, scrutinizing Harry's features with great interest. To her astonishment, Harry felt her cheeks warm under his gaze. Yet the excitement in Wood's eyes became increasingly evident. "You are Harry's sister? Would you be interested in trying out for our Quidditch team?" In his eagerness, Wood suddenly realized he might have been too hasty and, scratching the back of his head, added, "Ahem, but I need to assess your skills first. You can fly a bit for me to observe, no pressure." No one was particularly surprised by Wood's reaction, especially Harry, who shook her head repeatedly. She had developed a psychological aversion to Wood's training methods. Her godfather had said that once he graduated next year, she could have a say in these matters, and she was barely tolerating her presence on the team. Truth be told, she did enjoy flying, but at this moment, she wished to evade Wood's scrutiny. Meanwhile, a conspicuously arrogant young master emerged from the crowd, Draco, who interrupted Wood with a hint of defiance. "Wood, isn't it time for class? Everyone is waiting." Noticing the close proximity between Wood and Harry, Draco felt a sudden urge to kick him, but alas, Oliver Wood was not like Goyle and his companions. "Yes, Wood. Harry hasn't officially enrolled yet. Let her have a moment to breathe." Harry, who had also endured Wood's training, empathized with Harry's reluctance. He understood the difficulties he faced as a boy, let alone what Harry, as a girl, must endure. Grateful, Harry cast a glance at her rescuer, Harry, which made Draco's expression darken instantly. After all, he was the one who had first intervened to assist her, yet she only expressed gratitude toward that foolish Potter. Frustrated, he ignored Pansy Parkinson, who had approached him, and returned to the group, questioning why he had bothered to engage in such an unrewarding act, which was so uncharacteristic of the Malfoy family. Consequently, Draco resolved to disregard her entirely. However, when he heard Wood mention grouping up, he couldn't help but perk up, deliberately calculating his position to land in Harry's group. Even though Harry had just switched places with Neville, Draco had no intention of letting this detail slip by and insisted on swapping places with Goyle, successfully teaming up with Harry. Initially, Harry had no desire to participate, but if she abstained, Hermione would have to join, as they needed one more person. After careful consideration, she chose to support Hermione, as she was one of her closest allies at Hogwarts. Thus, Harry looked regretfully at her friends, joining a group that included a cocky little boy who was already provoking her. "Oh, it's you. Don't drag me down later," he taunted. Draco struggled to conceal the pride in his eyes. He finally had an opportunity to showcase his skills before her, confident that she would see he was superior to Potter. After boasting, he tossed his hair back dramatically, reassuring her, "Of course, I'll look out for you." Harry felt increasingly exasperated, glaring at Draco's smooth head, wishing she could land a good punch on him. Amidst the chaos, Harry approached, asking if she wanted to switch places, but Draco blocked him, pushing him aside. "Go find your partner." This surprised Harry, as she had assumed Draco Malfoy would disdain her, yet he seemed reluctant to part ways. Perhaps it was merely because he loathed Harry even more? Regardless, Wood had no time for their negotiations and was anxious about Harry being in the same group as Harry, fearing that Harry would assist her and obscure her true abilities. Thus, he urged everyone to take off, standing at the starting line, where he had already arranged the flying markers. All students were to follow his instructions, flying in sequence through the markers around the castle, and soaring above the forbidden forest before returning. It was quite a lengthy distance, and the moment Harry mounted her broom, she wished it were all over. Memories of her past training flooded back. Undeterred, she asked Wood, "Is it acceptable to fly slowly to complete the task?" "Of course, the last 10 will receive a reward. And I look forward to your performance." Harry, Wood encouraged her with a gaze that conveyed both weighty expectation and pressure. "Be cautious of Malfoy," Harry warned. Harry was not worried about Harry lagging behind. His primary concern was that Malfoy would bully her, the worst-case scenario being that she could be knocked off her broom. His worry earned him a furious glare from Malfoy. "What's the matter, Savior? Are you the only good person here?" Malfoy fumed, wishing to be the first to knock him out of the air. Ron tugged at Harry's sleeve, whispering in his ear, "I think so too. Let's stick close to her." Harry exchanged a grateful glance with Ron, surprised by how quickly he had accepted Harry and wanted to protect her, which touched him deeply. Nodding affirmatively, he mounted his broom. "I'll keep you safe." His youthful face radiated determination, displaying a newfound sense of responsibility. Harry nodded, remaining vigilant to keep her distance from Malfoy. This only made Draco feel more aggrieved. Why was she distancing herself from him? Was she brainwashed by that Potter fool? It had been a while since Draco had felt such a tumultuous mix of emotions, akin to a knot lodged in his chest, refusing to rise or fall. The last time it had happened was due to Potter becoming Gryffindor Seeker. Unable to vent his frustration, Draco resolved to fly impressively in the competition. Determined to prove to that girl that he was equally strong, not inferior to Harry Potter in any way. Simultaneously, he planned to teach those insufferable individuals a lesson. Thus, Draco discreetly signaled to Goyle and the others, indicating that everything would proceed as planned. Lowering his body, he prepared to launch himself off the starting line to demonstrate his prowess. Just then, Wood reminded them, "Don't forget, this is a team competition. Rankings will be based on the average scores of both participants." Upon hearing this, most of the students groaned, and Draco momentarily froze, straightening up to glance at the disheartened girl before turning back with a haughty remark, "Stay close to me. I won't let you lose." With Wood's sharp whistle, they shot off from the starting point, heading straight toward the coveted markers. As each student flew by, they would receive a thin line on their wrist, the color matching the floating marker above. Before Harry had time to react, startled by Malfoy's words, the other students had already surged ahead, while Hermione shouted anxiously for her to wake up and hurry. Fortunately, her body moved faster than her mind, propelling her forward just in time to witness Draco Malfoy and Harry Potter collide, nearly spiraling out of control. Chapter 11, An Unexpected Turn. Harry instinctively believed that Draco Malfoy harbored ill intentions and would bully Harry, so he took the initiative to block Draco, ensuring that Harry had ample space to fly. Draco was equally unprepared for the Savior's uncharacteristically reckless behavior today. He called back to Harry to match his pace, only to collide head-on with Harry Potter himself. It seemed as though the two were locked in a competitive frenzy, momentarily casting aside the group competition as they jostled against each other, pushing and shoving. Both determined to surge to the forefront of the race. Their bodies pressed tightly together, they continued to collide, inadvertently displacing the innocent Neville Longbottom from his broom. "Sorry, Neville," Harry shouted in a hurried apology, yet his resolve to maintain the collision remained unwavering. "What's this? The great Savior is not uniting with his classmates," Draco mused, contemplating how he had intended to impress that woman, only to be thwarted by Harry Potter's ever-irritating presence. He felt compelled to best him, starting with words. "Neville is my friend, and I want to allow you to speak of him that way." Harry, predictably incensed, exerted even greater force toward Draco. Seizing the moment, Draco deftly dodged, causing Harry to narrowly miss crashing into the treetops of the Forbidden Forest. Seizing the opportunity, Draco tightened his grip on his broom and surged ahead to claim the first position. "Then you and your friend can take the last place." Harry steadied his broom, his competitive spirit overriding all else as he charged forward, intent on surpassing Malfoy and embarrassing him in front of Harry. Meanwhile, Harry had teamed up with Ron, who had taken the initiative to approach her, despite his usual prideful demeanor. "It's not for you. I just don't want to be bothered by Hermione," Ron said, lowering his voice in a mysterious manner as he guided Harry through the course. Contrary to expectations, the red-haired Ron proved to be quite reliable when it mattered most. "Thanks, Ron. You're incredibly dependable," Harry exclaimed, her voice barely audible amidst the wind, prompting Ron to respond in a timid whisper, perhaps indicating his shyness. Observing the flush creeping up his ears, Harry pondered why Ron blushed so easily. However, the sight of his freckled cheeks turning rosy was undeniably endearing, prompting her to express her gratitude once more. This startled Ron so much he nearly lost his grip on the branch. Clutching his broom with one hand and holding his chest with the other, he managed to avoid crashing into the tree branch. Ron felt a sense of elation. It had been ages since anyone had relied on him so much. At home, Bill and Charlie excelled. Percy was outstanding. The Weasley twins always entertained their mother, and Ginny, being the youngest and the only girl, had all of their mother's attention. And he often felt ordinary and easily overlooked. It seemed that, for Ron, such trust and expectation were rare. Thus, he felt particularly excited and joyful, vowing to help Harry secure a spot on the Quidditch team, after which he would mentor her diligently. Under Ron's guardianship, Harry swiftly ascended to the upper ranks. Could she advance further? Certainly. But she was reluctant to fulfill Oliver Wood's wishes, not wanting to endure any additional training. Just as Harry relaxed, thinking that merely not finishing last would suffice, she underestimated Harry and Draco's competitive fervor. As they approached the finish line nearly simultaneously, they exchanged defiant glares before instinctively turning to seek out their companions, who were huddled together. Thus, the two rivals plunged into Harry's embrace, setting off a chain reaction that resulted in Harry, along with Ron and the two boys, tumbling downward. Amidst their chaotic descent, Harry noted their unusual actions. Surprisingly, Draco reached out to catch her as they fell, simultaneously kicking Ron aside, who instinctively grabbed Draco's leg in a futile attempt to pull him away. Harry Potter, from behind, wrapped his arms around her, sandwiching her between himself and Draco like a filling in a sandwich. Harry quickly drew her wand, casting a levitation charm. But due to the sheer number of bodies and their varied positions, the four of them awkwardly descended into the forbidden forest. Draco, however, was not inclined to sacrifice himself for the others, intentionally placing Harry and Ron beneath him as he shielded her, albeit sustaining a scratch from a branch in the process. Unfortunately, Harry was less fortunate. As they fell, his palm was pierced by an unknown plant, and Ron suffered a severe injury as well. Clutching his bloodied arm while nearly landing on Draco's chest, Ron felt as if he might perish in this endeavor, while Harry in the midst of their chaotic landing. Only Harry remained unscathed, cradled in Draco's protective embrace, untouched by harm. Aside from a few scratches from the branches overhead, she felt no impact from the fall. She could only hear the muffled sounds emanating from Draco's chest, and his urgent reminder to remain silent to avoid biting her tongue. Coupled with his disdain for Harry and Ron, whom he deemed quite bothersome. Harry had been sheltered in Draco's arms before. He had often protected her, despite being the architect of their calamities, be it luring her into duels in the Forbidden Forest against centaurs, or competing in Quidditch against trolls, or being trapped in the Malfoy family's private library. Now, in Draco's embrace, she surprisingly felt a semblance of security from him, a most astonishing sensation. She lifted her gaze to admire the boy's sharp jawline, only to find his fleeting concern replaced by a flicker of annoyance. "You're so heavy," he muttered. Just as Harry was about to question Draco's mercurial temperament, she heard a pained groan from beneath them. "My Merlin, my arm is going to break. Mum, I'm going to be disabled. I'm bleeding so much," Ron exclaimed, emerging from beneath them, clutching his injured arm. "Ugh, this is, Harry echoed. Her expression contorted in pain as she grasped her wrist, staring at her perforated palm in bewilderment. Harry cried out as she scrambled out from Draco's protective hold, her heart racing upon seeing Harry's injury, as though it were her own. She stomped her foot in frustration, forcing herself to calm down, and immediately produced her handkerchief to tend to Harry's wound. "Don't worry, I often treat Fred and George's injuries," she reassured Harry, swiftly searching the vicinity for herbs to staunch the bleeding. This was thanks to the Weasley twins' frequent mishaps. They often sought her assistance to treat their wounds, hoping to conceal their nighttime escapades. Over time, she became somewhat of an herbalism expert, even mastering Madame Pomfrey's renowned techniques before she realized it. "You're far too fragile. Oh, great savior. And you, be quiet. You're making a fuss like a woman," Draco scoffed, feeling somewhat disgruntled that despite having protected her, Harry seemed more concerned with the infuriating Potter. "Is it just because he is your brother?" Draco grumbled, concealing the disappointment that stemmed from protecting Harry while sustaining his own injuries. "You could have been at the bottom." Ron, incensed by Draco's provocations, seemed to regain his composure in an instant, as if the pain had vanished. He scrambled to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at Draco Malfoy, eager to challenge him to a duel. However, mindful of his earlier injury, he could only extend his pinky towards Malfoy, which significantly diminished his bravado. Draco, of course, had no intention of engaging with such a fool. He leaned against a nearby tree, arms crossed, observing them with a cold, detached gaze, simmering silently with irritation. Ron, clumsily flexing his arms, noticed that the blood was not his own and turned, only to be startled by Harry's ghastly condition, exclaiming, "Holy S. Harry, you have a hole in your hand." Under Harry's care, he even found the humor to jest with Ron, remarking, "Well, Now I have a perfect hiding spot for the golden snitch. Yet, his unwavering gaze on Harry's silhouette filled him with warmth. Having a family felt wonderful. And Harry was so caring towards him. Happiness triumphed over pain, drawing a spontaneous smile from Harry. Have you lost your mind? You look almost relieved. Ron, witnessing Harry's wound being expertly treated, finally felt a sense of reassurance and approached, cradling his own injured arm. He too yearned for Harry's concern, but was overtaken by anxiety. His throat dry and body tense, stammering, my arm. It got hurt while saving you," casting furtive glances at Harry before reassuring himself that it wasn't too obvious. He received a derisive snort from Draco, who deemed him a coward. Suppressing his bitterness, Harry chewed on the hemostatic herbs until their juices were released, applying them around the wound and rewrapping it with a clean handkerchief, effectively tending to Harry's injury. He received heartfelt gratitude from Harry before turning his attention to Ron. "What's wrong, Ron? Come here, let me take a look," he said in a tone as casual as calling for a pet. Ron's eyes sparkled with eagerness as he quickly extended his hand towards Harry, contemplating whether to feign fragility. However, Harry suddenly felt faint, clutching his forehead as darkness enveloped him. Harry, too, experienced discomfort, but the numbing effect of the herbs on his wound spared him the agony that Harry endured. Harry, in an instant, the three boys rushed towards him in a flurry, attempting to support him, but their lack of coordination resulted in a chaotic tangle, inadvertently shielding Harry beneath them. At that moment, Severus Snape, who had been searching for Harry, arrived on the scene, having witnessed their fall from the window of Hogwarts. In that instant, he instinctively tightened his belt, the familiar pang of grief from Lily's departure resurfacing in his heart. The next moment, he leapt from the window, desperate to ascertain her safety. No, he should have been worried about Harry Potter, Lily's only son. Yet, a voice within him insisted that it was the girl who stirred his deepest emotions. Thus, as the three boys endeavored to avoid crushing Harry while simultaneously contending with one another, Snape arrived, casting a spell that sent them flying 2 meters away. As if in a game of exploding cards. "Get back," Snape commanded with a furrowed brow, swiftly enveloping Harry within his protective embrace. Glancing around to confirm the boys were unharmed, he promptly whisked Harry away to the infirmary, leaving behind a terse command for them to follow. The trio was left bewildered, pondering when Professor Snape, the old bat, had ever shown such concern for Harry. Chapter 13. Teasing. Although Snape had long since devised methods to erase the scar on Harry's forehead, she still occasionally suffered from throbbing headaches, the reason for which remained elusive. Perhaps inquiring Harry might yield some revelations, particularly regarding whether he too dreamt of a shadowy figure with black hair and a serpent. However, now, plagued by an excruciating headache, she fainted for the first time, slipping into those strange dreams she so despised. Each encounter with him left her breathless and filled with an inexplicable dread, leading her to classify these experiences as nightmares, waking in terror, and this time was no exception. Yet, upon awakening, she found herself in Snape's quarters, nestled in his bed. Realizing where she was, she slowly reclined back, savoring the comforting scent of potions that enveloped her. It was a faint, sweet aroma of licorice, invigorating yet captivating, reminiscent of her childhood. Those nights had been spent cradled in Snape's arms. Her godfather had indeed not neglected her. Harry felt a surge of happiness at Snape's decision to bring her back to his dormitory, interpreting it as his desire to shield her from disturbance. But then, her thoughts turned to her injured friends, and after stretching a bit to ensure she was unharmed, she resolved to check on them, particularly Harry and Ron. As for Malfoy, the Malfoy family had no shortage of healers. Harry still harbored past prejudices against Draco, applying them to the present, for sometimes, one's greatest enemy knows one best. Harry understood all too well how adept he was at masking his true intentions to achieve his aims. As she traversed the lengthy corridor, it was still class time, resulting in fewer souls wandering through. However, the ghosts seemed unusually animated, as if something extraordinary had entered the forbidden forest, causing even the portraits to join in the revelry. Some screaming in terror while others placed bets, whispering excitedly. Harry stood before a large portrait, attempting to grasp the situation, instinctively believing it related to her fainting spell. Perhaps even to her arrival in this world. Yet the cacophony hindered her from deciphering their hushed conversations, particularly with Peeves causing mischief nearby. "You shouldn't be here. Back to your classroom." Harry encountered Filch, who evidently did not recognize her. However, Mrs. Norris had always favored her, and this world was no exception. Thus, he said little, reminiscent of how Filch had often sneaked her small trinkets in the past, whether magical baubles, little illustrated books, or freshly picked berries. Harry bore no animosity towards Filch. In her memory, he was akin to a kindly grandfather. Harry hurried towards the potions classroom, eager to inform her godfather that she had once again experienced those peculiar dreams. Previously, he had insisted she relay all her dreams to him, deeming them significant, though he had never explained why. Just as she approached the potions classroom, she collided with a boy, his tall, sturdy back sending her stumbling. Regaining her balance, she recognized him as Blaise Zabini. The boy before her was tall and robust, exuding a maturity beyond his years. His honey-hued skin radiated health, and his sharp brows framed a face often adorned with an enigmatic smile. His dark eyes deep as a forest prince. Alas, Harry and he remained adversaries. She recalled their first encounter at the Malfoy family banquet, where she had inadvertently bumped into the youthful Zabini while evading Draco's advances. He had been far more endearing then, despite his equally foul temper. Even as a child, he possessed his mother-esque grace, exuding an aura of confidence, though his first words had been, "Hey, what's your name? You possess a certain allure that aligns with my aesthetic, so I grant you permission to be my friend, but do refrain from engaging in such childish antics," Zabini declared, as he seized the teddy bear that Bill had lovingly stitched for Harry, hoisting it triumphantly above his head while casting a mischievous glance down at Harry, who was desperately clambering at his chest in an earnest attempt to retrieve his beloved toy. Zabini's face radiated a genuine and beaming smile. Perhaps in that moment, he fancied himself a little potato. Fortunately, at that juncture, Not made a timely entrance. Not appeared as if descended from the heavens, standing behind Zabini. And despite being half a head shorter, his commanding presence matched that of his companion, exuding an innate aristocracy and authority. "Return it to her." Thus commenced a spirited dispute between the two, and Harry gradually became accustomed to their dynamic. In the days that followed, Zabini made it a habit to provoke her from within Draco's circle, while she formed a close friendship with Nott. Although he often remained an unseen ally, perhaps lurking in the shadows, he would invariably step forth in her moments of need or surprise her with small gifts, causing her to occasionally forget the existence of such a friend. Eventually, she inquired of Nott why he extended his assistance to her, to which he pondered for a moment, gazing intently at her before uttering a rather perplexing explanation. "You bear a striking resemblance to Moni." Initially, Harry assumed Moni to be a family member or friend of his, only to later discover it was a monkey he had once cared for, long since departed. While she found this utterly bewildering, she couldn't deny Nott's kindness toward her. Logically, apart from Ron and the others, Draco had bullied anyone who approached him, yet he refrained from targeting Nott, for despite the dwindling size of Nott's family, they belonged to one of the most ancient and noble pureblood families, and Draco dared not provoke him. However, encountering Blaise Zabini once again in this world proved far less fortuitous. Well, where did this little rat come from? Zabini's imposing figure completely enveloped Harry, an overwhelming sense of pressure descending upon her, prompting Harry to lament her own diminutive stature in contrast to Zabini's robust physique. Of course, his intellect was equally formidable. For instance, Harry sought to slip past him beneath his outstretched arm, only to be intercepted by his keen perception. Swiftly pivoting, she attempted to evade him once more, but he anticipated her every move, ensnaring her within his embrace. "Indeed, you are a little rat," Zabini mused, stroking his smooth chin as he scrutinized her face, finding her genuinely adorable, though he noted a familiar quality about her visage. However, he was certain he had never encountered her among the first-year students, and her presence sparked a glimmer of amusement in his otherwise monotonous academic life. "You are not a student here. How did you manage to infiltrate?" Although his tone was jovial, Harry sensed the tension and wariness lurking beneath his muscular exterior. "That is none of your concern," Harry retorted, shoving aside his hand that had been patting her head, raising her knee to unleash the secret technique Bill had taught her. Caught off guard, Zabini painfully relinquished his hold on her, collapsing to the ground and exclaiming, "You little brat." Chapter 14, Potions Class. As Zabini's curses echoed in her ears, Harry dashed away without a backward glance, refusing to grant him the opportunity for revenge. She was eager to reunite with her friends. Left behind, Zabini rolled over, his resolve to uncover her identity only solidifying, deeming her a cunning little creature. At last, while traversing the courtyard, Harry encountered a familiar face, Hagrid. If there were anyone at Hogwarts who indulged her, it was undoubtedly Hagrid. Throughout her life, Hagrid had always managed to procure whatever she desired. Whether it be peculiar Bertie Bott's every flavor beans that her godfather forbade her from consuming, Muggle potato chips, the Muggle dress she longed for, or even the little rabbit her godfather strictly prohibited her from keeping, he would often hoist her upon his shoulders, serving as her mode of transportation. Thus, upon seeing Hagrid again, Harry felt confident in winning his affection. "Hello, Hagrid. It's been ages. Have you seen Harry and Ron?" However, her words seemed to startle Hagrid. He jumped, letting out a surprised yelp as he frantically patted his chest, casting a guilty glance around until he spotted Harry and breathed a sigh of relief. "Wait, no, that isn't Harry." Hagrid stiffly turned around, realizing the person before him was not Harry, but a girl bearing a striking resemblance to him. A girl? Hagrid stammered. Is that you, Harry? What spell have you fallen under? His chest was swollen, marred with singed marks, and a small creature squirmed within, which Harry suspected was Norbert, the dragon Hagrid had raised. I am Harry Potter, she introduced herself. Ah, Harry's sister. It's a pleasure to meet you. Perhaps you should hasten to remove Norbert from here. Harry hesitated, wondering if Hagrid might question her identity, as Zabini had. But Hagrid seemed more focused on the dragon in his arms, oblivious to the girl's surname. Oh, right. I'll leave at once. By the time Hagrid comprehended the situation, Harry had already departed. How did you know about Norbert? Hagrid, belatedly grasping the implications, broke into a cold sweat, fearing he had exposed himself. And with a resolute determination, he sought out Dumbledore to confess. Harry was soon caught by Professor Snape, and the instant their eyes met, she instinctively sensed his fury as he approached her, his robes billowing ominously. Harry thought of fleeing. Her godfather was undoubtedly furious. Yet, she underestimated the depth of Snape's wrath. Barely a few steps away, Snape seized her by the collar, lifting her as one might a chick, and carried her to an empty classroom, scolding her as he had done when she had erred in the past. Who permitted you to leave the ground? Have I not instructed you to keep your distance from Malfoy, and to refrain from causing trouble? Harry nestled in the corner, obediently listening, employing her usual tactic of widening her eyes in faux innocence as she gazed up at her godfather, which often elicited feelings of guilt within him. No matter the gravity of the trouble, he would ultimately relent, cooking her fried chicken wings and regaling her with bedtime stories. As anticipated, Snape vented his frustration at her disorganization and reckless behavior, yet upon seeing the girl's pitiable and delicate form, he found himself unable to bear it. Why was she so adorably forlorn? Why had he been so harsh with Lily's daughter? Indeed, at that moment, Snape had fully accepted Harry's identity. He could conjure no other rationale to refute the voice within him. She could not possibly belong to anyone else. Thus, unable to endure the sight of that face, so reminiscent of Lily's, in such a pitiable state, he turned away to suppress his unnameable ire, releasing a silent sigh as he composed himself. There will not be a next time. You will attend school alongside that Potter, but your identity must remain concealed. You are merely a distant relative, understood? As Snape turned back, his tone had softened from its earlier harshness, yet he had not anticipated the warm embrace from the girl, which left him momentarily paralyzed. Regretting his previous decision. Thank you, Professor. Do not call me Professor. Very well, Severus, Harry replied, noticing she had not been pushed away. Elated, she continued to nuzzle against Snape's chest, causing his hair to stand on end as he croaked. Call me Professor, gently pushing Harry away, though this time with considerably more tenderness than before. Class is commencing. Snape, in a manner both stiff yet uncertain, escorted Harry to the potions classroom. Harry, having dried her tears, followed closely behind, only to realize that Professor Snape had paused his teaching to seek her out, further solidifying her confidence that she would soon regain her godfather's affection. The godfather, Professor Snape, elicited a shift in Harry's address with a mere sidelong glance, a habit she found difficult to amend. What about Harry and Ron? They're not in any danger, are they? Snape's ominous remark that they would not perish brought Harry reassurance. She would soon reunite with them. Indeed, upon entering the potions classroom, she spotted Harry and Ron, who were pretending to be diligently studying. Harry, you're back, they exclaimed, momentarily forgetting the dark presence of the brooding bat beside her. Just as Harry smiled and prepared to take a seat next to Harry, Snape intervened, firmly grasping her collar and commanding, "You, sit there." With a pointed chin, he directed her to his seat, leading Hermione, who wore a look of indignation, to take her place beside Harry, relinquishing the front row. Harry, feeling awkward, sat down, continually gesturing apologies behind Snape's back. Hermione offered a look of understanding. She had always been at odds with him. Yet, Snape's peculiar attentiveness towards Harry was quite baffling. Chapter 15, Motivation. This potions class proved to be quite a trial for Harry, but she persevered, and, after answering all of Snape's questions, he could no longer contain his pride and remarked, some individuals could learn a thing or two, before summoning Harry after class to add an extra private lesson to her evenings. Overwhelmed with emotion, Harry felt tears welling up. How had her familiar life returned so swiftly? In her previous years, she had been compelled to audit Snape's first-year potions class, and even with her eyes closed, she could answer effortlessly. However, in Snape's eyes, Harry was a prodigy destined to inherit his legacy, and he was determined to nurture her talents. Alas, Harry found herself burdened with daily supplementary lessons. Yet she could distinctly sense the gradual shift in Snape's demeanor towards her. He even encouraged her to assist in fetching supplies and frequently awarded points to her house, subtly urging others to learn from her. Thus, Harry felt a renewed belief in her godfather's love, convinced that he would be her steadfast refuge in this world. Furthermore, During her second potions class, Harry had the wisdom to sit beside Hermione, ensuring that Snape would not deduct points from Gryffindor. In Hermione's eyes, partnering with Harry would enhance her own skills. After collaborating on potion making, Hermione witnessed firsthand that they could earn points for Gryffindor under Snape's watchful gaze, instilling in her a glimmer of hope. Perhaps she was not yet exceptional, but with effort, she could certainly earn Professor Snape's recognition. Consequently, while Harry diligently practiced under Snape's tutelage in the evenings, Hermione rallied Harry and Ron to study earnestly in the library. Harry has become so proficient while continuing her post-class sessions with Professor Snape. As her friends, we cannot allow her to lag behind, especially you, Harry. Hermione's hopeful gaze stirred something within Harry, who felt compelled to strive harder as Harry's older brother. He immersed himself in the potions textbooks he had previously shunned, determined not to disappoint Harry. Their dedication even moved Professor McGonagall, who praised them in her classes and awarded points to Gryffindor. However, due to their reckless flying in class, they were compelled to undertake community service, which involved Harry, Ron, Draco, and Harry. Snape, showing leniency towards her as a victim, absolved her of punishment. Yet she could not allow them to act without oversight, especially fearing that Draco might plot against Harry. Thus, she resorted to a bit of charm, urging Snape to include her, which he found difficult to refuse given her pleading eyes. On a particularly dark and stormy night, Harry unusually opted out of post-class tutoring, instead trailing behind an eager Harry and Ron as they followed Filch into the Forbidden Forest. Only Hermione, somewhat exasperated, kept reminding them that they were there for community service, not a jaunt through an amusement park. Yet, it was clear that Harry and Ron paid her little heed, dragging Harry along with them, reminiscent of how Mrs. Weasley might nag, prompting Hermione to deliver a sharp reprimand. Draco, arms crossed and exuding an air of superiority, walked beside Filch, secretly intimidated by the dark forest, yet unwilling to reveal his fear as he noticed Harry appeared unfazed. Annoyed, he wondered why she wouldn't stand beside him, as the others seemed on the verge of panic. Clearing his throat to draw her attention, he boasted, "I know this place well. My father brought me here often when I was 5. He conveniently omitted the part where he had followed and gotten lost, nearly becoming a troll's meal. Listen to him brag, Ron whispered to Harry, but Draco caught the remark. No one cares for your opinion, filthy Weasley. He snapped, his disdain palpable. Just as it seemed the two would clash, Harry dashed between them, intervening. If you keep arguing, you'll be assigned to the same group. Their mutual agreement to silence brought some peace. Filch led them to Hagrid, who greeted each of them with warmth, enveloping everyone in hugs except Draco. Hagrid embraced Harry particularly tightly, leaving her somewhat breathless. Look at you, little Harry. You've grown so much, just like Fong. Hagrid lifted her high above his head, and, having been informed by Dumbledore, he recognized Harry as one of Lily and James' children, pledging to protect her unconditionally, just as he would Harry. However, his method of praise made it hard for Harry to smile, while Ron laughed loudly, nearly losing his breath, until Harry covered his mouth. Careful, she might get mad, he warned, fully aware of the consequences of angering a girl. Draco, unimpressed, stood at Hagrid's feet, kicking his shins impatiently. Put her down, you stupid giant, he insisted, only to be met with Hagrid's solid muscle, which knocked the wind out of him. Hagrid, accustomed to the Malfoy family's antics, chose to ignore Draco entirely, treating him as if he were invisible. Harry managed an awkward smile, eager to shift the topic. So, Hagrid, what is our task for today? Chapter 16, The Forbidden Forest Adventure. Harry's question successfully diverted Hagrid's attention. He set her down, mimicking their previous encounters where Hagrid would let her ride on his shoulders while patrolling the forest's edge, offering her a sense of security as he encouraged her to grasp his hair. Meanwhile, Fred and George would offer their shoulders as a throne, allowing her to sit between them, holding onto their little tufts of hair for support, making her feel quite safe. How did her thoughts wander back to them? In the days gone by, Harry had become excessively reliant on them, as they had been her constant companions for the majority of the time. Even during some classes, they would secretly come to eavesdrop, primarily to keep her company. Now, she needed to summon her strength and swiftly adapt to the days devoid of their presence. Gazing into the distant, shadowy depths of the Forbidden Forest, Harry fell into contemplation, disregarding Hagrid's words that went in one ear and out the other, failing to penetrate her mind. Draco observed her despondent demeanor, and the sight of the fragile, sensitive girl stirred a sense of compassion within him. He slowed his pace, wishing to approach her and whisper that she should follow him to see the unicorns. However, flanking Harry on either side were Hermione and Harry Potter, who encircled her like two sentinels. Even Ron Weasley, in his usual ineptitude, trailed behind, peering cautiously at their surroundings, rendering it impossible for Draco to draw near. With a fierce glare directed at them, Draco begrudgingly resumed his pursuit of Hagrid, seeking a way to engage him. seemingly nonchalantly. He inquired whether he would be fair in grouping participants, suggesting he could take a girl, but hastily adding, but not that bookworm. The implication was unmistakable, and everyone quickly grasped Draco's intentions. He desired to be in the same group as Harry. Hagrid, inadvertently revealing his thoughts, declared that Harry would, of course, be in his group, as he had promised Professor Dumbledore to look after the daughter of James and Lily. Oh no, you didn't hear that. Hagrid clamped a hand over his mouth and hurried into the shadows. The look of horror on Hagrid's face caused Draco to frown. He was certain he had heard mention of James and Lily's daughter. Yet, the world knew that the illustrious couple had but one son, Harry Potter. Turning to look at Harry, he found her expression devoid of panic, merely casting him a sharp glance. What did that mean? He did not wish to be in her group. He merely feared she might end up sobbing in fright at the sight of a troll. However, it might serve her well to witness just how courageous her saintly brother truly was. Contemplating the various perils that might arise, Draco once again voiced his discontent with Dumbledore for permitting first years to undertake such labor in the Forbidden Forest. He would be sure to inform his father. Do not worry, Harry. I shall not leave you alone with Malfoy. We all understand he harbors ill intentions. Hermione, likely incensed, vowed never to let Draco Malfoy have the upper hand and insisted on being in the same group as him to mock his cowardice, having witnessed his timorous nature firsthand. So do I, Harry added, a hint of dismay clinging to his words, though he was resolute in his ability to protect Harry. What about me? Ron trembled, hugging himself tightly. Would they really have to be grouped with Draco Malfoy? We're still good friends, right, Harry, Hermione? His worried expression once again elicited a laugh from Harry. I'll be fine, even if I'm in a group with Malfoy. He may be insufferable, but he wouldn't dare bully me. Otherwise, my godfather would make him regret it. Harry recalled the last time Draco had lured her into the Forbidden Forest under the cover of night, only for them to be caught by centaurs. He had sweet-talked her into not informing Professor Snape, even offering her a baby peacock from his family's latest brood. Yet her godfather would never allow her to keep such a creature, so she had settled for something else. However, Harry soon realized that this was not the same Draco Malfoy, nor the same godfather, and everything remained uncertain. Still, she mustered the courage to persuade Hagrid to group Ron, Hermione, and Harry together. Upon hearing Harry's reluctance to be in his group, Hagrid displayed a wounded expression, as though abandoned, while he groomed his beard. Harry explained at length that she did not wish to disrupt their trio or allow Draco to plot against Hermione. Thus, she had to face the situation herself. Comforted by the notion that this iteration of Malfoy seemed somewhat more agreeable, at least more so than the Draco of her previous experiences. Consequently, they were divided into 3 groups, Harry with Ron, Hermione accompanying Hagrid, while Harry voluntarily offered to leave Yaya with her and even desired to return the light to Harry, causing Ron to look bewildered. What about us? Do we not need it? Harry understood Yaya's temperament and thus handed her over, returning the light to Harry and drawing her wand, which glittered with luminescence, once again illuminating Ron's eyes. One could not deny the skill imparted by the Weasley twins. She had been a seasoned knight adventurer since their first year, effortlessly casting spells. Even at a young age, she would wield the ancient wand, passed down through generations of the Weasley family. Her godfather turned a blind eye to the source of her wand. Although her unstable magical abilities resulted in failures 7 out of 10 attempts, her frequent practice compensated for that. If Fred and George were present, they would likely boastfully ruffle her hair, exclaiming in unison that she was indeed one of their own. Meanwhile, Draco, having been selected, maintained an unusual calmness. Yet the rhythm of his steps betrayed his elation. He effortlessly bypassed the small insects he would have previously crushed underfoot. Having cast aside his earlier desire to witness Harry's tears, he lifted the somewhat heavy oil lamp, reminiscing about how his father would behave when hosting guests. Feigning composure as he instructed, "Stay close. I cannot wait for you if you get lost." However, turning back, he noticed she was bidding farewell to Potter and the Weasleys, implying that he lacked the courage to intimidate her. She had evidently not regarded him as a threat at all. Draco suddenly felt as though his good intentions were being misconstrued. He merely wished to protect her, not bully her. Frustrated by the misunderstanding, Draco turned sharply, tempted to throw the lamp and storm off, but Harry called out to him, compelling his legs to slow their pace. "Wait for me, Malfoy." Draco remained silent, but walked at a more measured pace. "I know what you mean. It's fine. If I get lost, you don't need to wait for me. I can find my way out," she assured him, having navigated the Forbidden Forest with Bill, Fred, and George on numerous occasions. Had it not been for Draco's insistence on confronting the centaurs, insisting, "Do you know who I am? I'll have my father deal with you," they would have escaped long ago. This time, she would be cautious. Should they encounter centaurs, she would be sure to seal Draco's lips first. Chapter 17. The Mysterious Dark-Haired Boy. "I know what you mean. It's fine. If I get lost, you don't need to wait for me. I can find my way out. Now you can go. Draco Malfoy quickened his pace once more, realizing he should not have worried about that carefree individual. Bottling up his irritation, the eerie depths of the Forbidden Forest seemed to fall outside his realm of fear. He simply focused on moving forward. At first, Harry called after him, but soon she could no longer keep up, and the more she shouted, the faster he seemed to walk. She recalled that this area was the territory of a giant spider, a particularly terrifying creature she always circumvented. If Fred and George encountered it, they would unleash a few fireworks to frighten it away, and in the chaos, they would snatch some spider silk to take back to scare Ron. Harry was genuinely concerned that Draco might become ensnared by that massive spider. That would be a matter far beyond Lucius's intervention. In the depths of the Forbidden Forest, Harry found herself momentarily disoriented, struggling to recall the purpose of her excursion that night. Most distressingly, she could not remember how Hagrid had instructed her to regroup in case of danger. Had he given her a flare? Unbeknownst to her, a sinister black smoke was gradually enveloping the forest's canopy, the very shadow that rendered her unconscious and haunted her dreams. Alas, that familiar, unsettling sensation returned. Harry pressed her palm against her forehead as she trudged onward, unaware of the increasing frequency of her headaches since her arrival in this world. In her recent dreams, she often glimpsed a dark figure lurking in the woods, perpetually shifting, sometimes by the lake, at other times in the mountain crevices, more often than not stalking some unfortunate creatures. Such dreams were oppressive, jolting her awake in terror. Now, in a state of confusion, she traversed the eerie fog, calling out Draco Malfoy's name, entirely ignorant of the ordeal that awaited her. This was not her first encounter with fog in the Forbidden Forest. She gripped her wand tightly, casting Lumos. Yet, this sudden mist felt distinctly unnatural, and cold sweat trickled down her back as panic began to rise within her. Just as she contemplated climbing a tree for a better vantage point, she caught sight of a flickering light. Could it be Malfoy, or perhaps Hagrid come to her aid? Harry dashed toward it, only to collide with a figure, tripping over her own feet, and they both tumbled to the ground. After a blinding flash of light, she found herself pinned beneath the stranger, a wand pressed against her throat. Without hesitation, Harry retaliated, her hands gripping the boy's neck. "Who are you?" she demanded. Startled by the unfamiliar voice that emerged, raspy yet tinged with youthful arrogance. "Let go of me." As Harry adjusted to the sudden brightness, she beheld one of the most strikingly handsome boys she had ever seen. Certainly, Bill and Fred Weasley were universally admired for their looks. But this boy possessed an innate nobility and captivating eyes that took her breath away. He gazed at her with an intensity that felt predatory, his dark eyes seemingly devoid of light, locking onto Harry's with an unnerving focus that left her momentarily speechless. Coupled with the throbbing pain in her forehead, she reluctantly withdrew her hands. "Are you human or a vampire?" Harry remarked, noting the boy's pallor which appeared almost translucent under the glow of her wand. She could hardly fathom how a human could look like this. The boy extricated himself from her, seemingly dismissing her as a threat, brushing the dust off his robes before turning to leave, presenting Harry with a perfect view of his retreating silhouette. Harry was not about to let him depart so easily. Encountering someone in the Forbidden Forest was a rare opportunity, and he appeared to be a lower-year Slytherin. She rose to her feet, oblivious to the fact that his uniform was far more antiquated than hers. "Wait, can you take me to Professor Dumbledore? I need help," she implored, grasping the hem of the boy's robes, only to have him seamlessly evade her grasp. "You mean Professor Dumbledore?" At last, he acknowledged her, albeit with a hint of aloofness that made her uncomfortable. Had she inadvertently offended him? Was it her mention of him possibly being a vampire? "My apologies. But you are a student at Hogwarts, correct? You mentioned Professor Dumbledore?" The boy pressed his lips together, scrutinizing Harry's appearance anew. She did not resemble any of the children he had been advised to befriend, and he had never noticed a redhead like her among the younger years. Such foolishness, he thought, disdainfully dismissing her. "It's evident." He turned briskly to depart, as if conversing with her for even an extra moment was a waste of time. Today, he had to procure a unicorn's hair to gain favor with Professor Horn, while maintaining his own carefully cultivated image as a scion of a hidden pureblood lineage. Understanding that he had no interest in engaging with her, Harry decided to follow him, certain that he would lead her back to safety. To the boy's surprise, he found it challenging to shake off the seemingly delicate girl trailing behind him, despite his deliberate acceleration and choice of muddy paths. Her stamina rivaled that of a troll. She showed no signs of fatigue, causing him to regard her with newfound respect. Harry, too, was puzzled by his purpose in the Forbidden Forest. He did not appear to be in a hurry to leave. Just as she hesitated to inquire if he needed assistance, a familiar hissing sound reached her ears. "Tom wants me to deal with this bothersome girl. All it takes is a bite." In her peripheral vision, Harry glimpsed a slender serpent coiled around the boy's shoulder. "Not now, Nagini," he thought, devising a plan to exploit her for the unicorn's hair. Don't bite me. I haven't provoked you, Harry blurted out in Parseltongue. Her words causing the boy to halt abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief, suppressed excitement bubbling to the surface, eliciting an odd hissing sound of surprise. Realization dawned on Harry as she stepped before him, her demeanor surprisingly familiar. You can speak to snakes too? That's wonderful. I always thought I was the only one. Perhaps we share some common lineage? What is your name? Riddle finally expressed interest in the girl before him, his curiosity piqued. The mysteries surrounding his own origins seemed to inch closer to resolution, even if the bearer of this revelation was an enigmatic girl. He believed he possessed sufficient patience and capability to uncover the truth, but first, he needed to earn her complete trust. Harry and you? She replied, her guard lowering significantly upon discovering they shared a unique connection through their ability to converse with snakes. Pleased to meet you, Harry. Riddle repeated her name, savoring its sound, eager to analyze any connection between their names. What is your surname? What's your surname? Potter. Harry almost revealed her true surname, but quickly reconsidered. The boy before her was not part of her memories, it seemed, from both worlds. Thus, for caution's sake, she fabricated a small lie. Riddle noticed the slight hesitation in her gaze, yet her red hair triggered a memory of the Weasley family's distinctive traits. However, this only served to clarify his resolve. I don't recall there being a Weasley girl in the first year this year. I transferred here recently. Harry remained oblivious to the fact that she was no longer in her own time period. I see. Riddle understood that the girl's presence was undoubtedly peculiar. Yet he could not immediately deliver her to Professor Dumbledore. He had his own inquiries to resolve first. Thus, he continued deeper into the Forbidden Forest with Harry in tow. However, his impatience surged as he limited their conversation to Parseltongue. Since when can you speak Parseltongue? Riddle's tone softened considerably, resembling that of a caring older brother. Had Harry not witnessed his earlier ferocity, she might have been utterly charmed by his facade, for his appearance and pretense were exceedingly beguiling. However, now that she is aware that the person opposite her is an extraordinary young wizard, she certainly cannot afford to be complacent. And you, Tom? Withdrawing to advance. The boy named Tom Riddle could not help but furrow his brow slightly. He was unaccustomed to being addressed so intimately, even by that fellow Dumbledore. Yet, he quickly relaxed his brow, revealing a natural smile, for her fluent Parseltongue was as standard as he had imagined. Perhaps she truly bore some connection to his own lineage. Nagini, greet Harry, Riddle teased, showcasing a slender serpent as thick as a finger. How do you know? Harry swiftly connected the dots. Pressing her hand against the embroidered name tag nestled in her pocket, crafted by Mrs. Weasley in an adorably whimsical font. His perceptiveness was indeed remarkable. Such tiny letters were hardly discernible even in daylight. Witnessing Harry's moment of embarrassment, Riddle's spirits lifted significantly. It seemed he had gained the upper hand. What exactly are you looking for, Tom? Harry, no longer concealing her thoughts, deliberately emphasized the name of the dark-haired boy. Entirely unaware that he was destined to become her lifelong adversary, the very harbinger of her parents' demise. As a child, she had been kept in the dark about the circumstances of her parents' death. Everyone had deliberately concealed the truth from her, hoping she would not grow up consumed by vengeful hatred. All she knew was that she had vanquished Voldemort, a Dark Lord, and naturally had no inkling of Voldemort's true identity as Tom Riddle. Each time she attempted to broach the subject of her parents with her godfather, he would react with an overwhelming mix of anger, pain, and helplessness. I have told you countless times, we do not discuss this matter. He would refuse any of her pleas for affection and swiftly distance himself from her, even during her birthday celebrations. Yet, he would invariably regret his cold demeanor and reprimands, either consenting to let her stay at the shabby abode for a few days before retrieving her or sending her some treats he usually restricted. Thus, Harry only knew that she had encountered a first-year Slytherin named Tom Riddle, a fellow Parselmouth seeking the mane of a unicorn. I bet you won't be able to obtain its mane. After a prolonged search, Riddle finally spotted the unicorn and cunningly concealed himself in the shadows, hoping to coax Harry into assisting him in his endeavor. At least that was how Harry interpreted his intentions. She certainly would not be so easily duped. I know that unicorns only allow girls to approach, but I am not foolish enough to be used by you. If you wish to retrieve it, do so on your own. You're right, very clever, madam, Riddle smirked, leaving Harry utterly perplexed. However, in the next moment, she realized her oversight. He had no intention of allowing her to approach the unicorn. Instead, he was deliberately enticing her to attract the unicorn's attention with a loud call. As she gasped in surprise, she saw the unicorn charging directly toward her. She quickly scrambled up a nearby tree. Meanwhile, Riddle, unbeknownst to her, had cast a spell that conjured thorny vines in the unicorn's path. This not only granted Harry a moment to escape, but also snagged the unicorn's fallen mane on those very vines. Harry could not help but admire the boy's cunning. Once the unicorn vanished into the depths of the forbidden forest, she slid down the tree trunk and saw her palm marred with bloodstains. While he leisurely collected the unicorn's mane, Riddle had achieved his goal, his mood considerably lifted. This night was proving to be delightful. He had never experienced such ease before. Having encountered a kindred spirit who could assist him in his endeavors, he felt quite satisfied. You deliberately set me up. You are despicable. Harry finally grasped the true nature of Slytherin's character. In comparison, Draco and Zabini's antics seemed trivial. They had never genuinely endangered her life, often looking out for her welfare. Riddle, however, paid no heed to the girl's disparagement. Instead, he paused his task and fixed his intense gaze upon her, his captivating eyes unwavering, suddenly exuding a certain allure. He feigned being deeply enchanted by her, his crimson lips causing Harry to swallow hard. Your charms will not work on me. Yet, in reality, his hand reached out to gently arrange her hair, plucking a red feather from above her head. This is Fox's. It is nearby, he said softly, treating it as one would a beloved. This was a tactic he had learned from his senior, Malfoy, to gain a woman's trust swiftly, especially a pureblood Slytherin girl who regarded him with hostility. However, he had evidently hit a snag this time. Harry observed him conjuring a length of rope, deftly threading Fox's feather into a necklace, intending to place it around her neck. With a swift motion, she severed the necklace with her hand. You should leave quickly. Headmaster Dumbledore will discover this soon. Harry instinctively distanced herself from Riddle, missing the fleeting glint of malice and resentment in his eyes. Nevertheless, he ultimately guided her out of the forbidden forest. At this point, Harry remained oblivious to Riddle's true identity, viewing him merely as a seemingly profound innocent and a duplicitous student. Chapter 19. The Identity of the Transfer Student. Harry finally emerged from the forbidden forest, following Tom Riddle. Relieved that he had at last tempered his pace, evidently waiting for her since she had sustained minor injuries from the unicorn's charge. At his original speed, she could hardly have kept up unless she had a broomstick. However, standing in a place she should have recognized, she felt an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity. This Hogwarts was not as she remembered. Where's the Whomping Willow? Harry was certain that the route she had taken should have provided a view of it. As a child, she had ventured there with Fred and George, searching for a hidden passage, and later trained with wood to avoid its strikes. She was intimately familiar with it, and could not possibly misremember its location. Listening to her barrage of questions, Riddle began to regret picking up such a loquacious companion. She had questioned him incessantly about everything from half-blood giants to a dog named Fong, to red-haired Weasley relatives, none of which he had encountered. Why did Merlin bestow upon me such a companion? Yet, in order to maintain his facade, he continued to respond to her, even though he longed to silence her. At that moment, Riddle did not realize that he possessed an unusual patience for Harry, far exceeding what he would extend to anyone else. Had it been anyone else, he likely would have abandoned them long ago. Perhaps she was special, just like him, which inspired a modicum of tolerance. What is that? Riddle had never heard of such a thing but appeared intrigued, wondering if it could actively attack wizards or cast spells. His earnest demeanor left Harry astonished. He genuinely did not know. So, which era had she landed in? Wait a moment. Considering that he had so confidently referred to Dumbledore as Professor Dumbledore, did that mean she had traveled to the past? When Dumbledore was not yet headmaster, and before the Whomping Willow existed, Harry felt darkness envelop her vision, her mind blanking out. In a moment of distraction, she accidentally stepped on Riddle's heel, finally prompting him to react and shove her away. Stay away from me. He despised being too close to others, unaware that in certain moments of the future, he would yearn to be by her side. You were the one asking me questions. Harry swore that the individual standing before her was the most difficult and unpredictable person she had ever encountered. While many had claimed that her godfather possessed such a temperament, she regarded him as merely a paper tiger, easily appeased with a touch of charm, regardless of the world they inhabited. However, the man before her was a different story. When in good spirits, he resembled a prince from the Muggle realm, yet at his worst, he embodied the archetypal villain from a storybook. Harry's plaintive inquiries managed to temper Riddle's demeanor, as he recognized his need for her and understood that he could not afford to antagonize her just yet. Thus, Riddle awkwardly shifted the topic of conversation. Professor Dumbledore should be asleep. You can seek him out tomorrow. For now, I shall escort you back to your dormitory. Riddle was acutely aware that she would not be allowed entry into Gryffindor's common room, compelling her to seek his assistance. Yet, he miscalculated her response. No, thank you. I can manage on my own, she jested, acutely aware that she had no dormitory to return to. Thankfully, her intimate knowledge of every secret passage in Hogwarts, courtesy of Fred and George's Marauder's map, allowed her to seek refuge wherever she desired or find an unused dormitory through the hidden pathways. However, this was information that must remain concealed from the young man before her. Once again, Riddle experienced the uncomfortable sensation of being outmaneuvered by this woman. However, he was not one to easily change his mind. Thus, he dispatched Nagini to accompany her. Harry found herself forced to engage in conversation with a serpent for part of the journey, ultimately seizing an opportunity to escape when Nagini was momentarily distracted. Naturally, she made a beeline for the library, as she needed to ascertain the time. To her dismay, the parchment revealed clearly inscribed letters that were decades older than her own birth, even preceding the existence of her parents. This realization left Harry momentarily panicked until she was found by Dumbledore. "Perhaps I can be of assistance to you," he offered, clad in a deep crimson silk robe and wearing an extraordinarily whimsical nightcap. It was the first time Harry had encountered such a youthful version of Dumbledore. However, even without prior acquaintance, she felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity wash over her as she threw herself into his embrace, tears welling in her eyes. "Oh, it seems we share a close bond. You are safe now, my child," Dumbledore said, gently resting his hand on her shoulder. Having surmised that this girl was not of his time, as the Hogwarts uniform he remembered had never featured such a design, Dumbledore felt a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that he would continue to be a figure worthy of his students' trust in the future, filling him with hope. Harry recounted her experiences to Dumbledore, albeit with omissions regarding her encounters with Riddle, as she suspected he would not appreciate her being a whistleblower. To avoid complications, she merely mentioned her peculiar journey through the Forbidden Forest's mysterious black mist. Dumbledore remained as unflappable as ever, gently tending to her wounds and assuring her that he would find a way to help her return, instilling in Harry a profound sense of calm. Thus, from that day forward, Riddle gained a new schoolmate, Harry Weasley. Dumbledore commended Harry's decision to adopt a pseudonym and secured approval from the headmaster for her transfer. When Riddle observed the woman he had encountered the previous night alongside Professor Dumbledore in the Great Hall, his gaze sharpened once more. Realizing that she indeed possessed some influence to warrant Dumbledore's personal escort, a fact that compelled him to adopt a more amicable demeanor towards her in their interactions. "Harry Weasley, is it? I shall cultivate a good rapport with her," Riddle pondered darkly. Despite having traveled back in time, Harry was sorted into Gryffindor without question, an undeniable legacy akin to her forebears. Yet, the pressing concern remained. How would she navigate her relationship with the exuberant true Weasley standing before her? "Harry, my sister, why didn't Mom and Dad warn me you were coming? I would have been there to greet you," exclaimed the second-year Lacey Weasley, a tall, lanky boy brimming with vitality. His inherited red hair complemented by a sun-kissed complexion and freckles that seemed to stand out even more due to his excitement. He seemed unfazed by the sudden appearance of a long-lost relative. Rather, he was eager to share the news of his newfound sister with all of Hogwarts. The Weasley family was indeed large. At times, they even forgot how many children they had, let alone distant relatives. Dumbledore's assertions regarding his arranged relatives were met with unwavering belief, and Lacey, mustering his courage, sought to engage Harry in conversation. Chapter 20, The Competition. Riddle, who had been silently observing Harry from a corner table in Slytherin, felt his grip tighten around his cutlery upon witnessing Lacey Weasley approach her. It was a familiar sensation, akin to discovering something interesting only to have it scrutinized by others, an experience Riddle often encountered, though typically concerning objects he deemed beneath him rather than people. As Lacey Weasley animatedly conversed with Harry, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his ankle, glancing down to discover a bite mark from an unidentified creature. "I'm fine. I'm fine. It was probably just because I didn't clean up after brewing wine yesterday, and some little critter got a hold of me." Lacey shrugged off the incident. But Harry observed the clear impression of snake fangs on his skin. Most likely, it was Nagini. But why would Riddle send Nagini to bite Lacey Weasley? As Harry pondered this, Lacey was suddenly tackled by a friend, who quipped, "Are you saying the wine you brewed was made with your feet? Isn't that how it's done?" Lacey, both aggrieved and candid, elaborated on the fermentation process, leading to a tangle with a senior named Longbottom. Harry concluded that regardless of the era, the Weasley bloodline retained an air of rebellion. After their meal, Lacey Weasley kindly escorted her to the Quidditch training grounds, the future site of their flying lessons, repeatedly warning her to keep her distance from the cunning Slytherins before reluctantly departing. Harry exchanged a glance with the Slytherin in question, only to notice that he appeared to be angry with himself, entirely oblivious to her presence. Had it anything to do with her having lost Nagini the previous night? Harry scoffed. She had yet to settle accounts with him. She approached a broomstick, mounted it, and took to the air, earning a chorus of admiration and applause, as well as glances of intrigue or envy from Slytherin. Harry was well accustomed to such attention and paid it no mind. However, she suddenly noticed that while everyone else had taken to the skies, the boy remained hidden in the shadows, never having touched a broomstick. A thought of Hermione crossed her mind. Could he, like Hermione, be utterly inept at flying? Harry speculated that perhaps his aversion to flying lessons stemmed from a fear of heights, which explained his despondent demeanor. Being a kind-hearted girl, she felt compelled to offer him a few words of encouragement. You will find your rhythm in flying. My friend Hermione was initially resistant as well, but with practice, she excelled in all her subjects. Harry was unsure why she felt the need to share such trivialities, perhaps because he was the most familiar face in this strange world. Despite his notoriously difficult nature, shall we compete? He proposed with a playful grin. Riddle looked amusingly at the little girl before him, attempting to console herself. He found it utterly ridiculous, yet he couldn't help but tease her, much like one might playfully engage with a beloved pet. What? Harry, witnessing his arrogant demeanor, regretted her meddling, but encountering such an attitude from him made her unable to resist wanting to deflate his pride. She was not to be trifled with. Very well. If you lose, you'll have to heed my words. Finally, Riddle relinquished the shaded area and stepped into the sunlight, where he shone even more brilliantly, radiating an undeniable charisma. And what if you lose? Harry squinted, adjusting to the brightness, her mouth seemingly clenching Riddle's metaphorical bone. You lose, and you must obey me. Deal. Riddle laughed again. A sincere laughter that ignited Harry's determination to win the contest and demand that he change his surname to hers, or rather, to Weasley. Harry mounted her broom, pointing to the distant owl tower atop the castle. Whoever retrieves an owl from there first shall be declared the victor. You mean, as long as I bring an owl back here, I win, correct? Riddle mockingly hopped onto the broom lying on the ground, the very same one Harry had just ridden, leaving her to find another broom for herself and rush off. With a burst of determination, Harry sped towards the owl tower, not forgetting to glance back at Riddle's progress. Fortunately, he was still a good 10 meters behind her, allowing her to focus on her goal, until she successfully captured an owl and darted back without a moment's pause. It was then she realized that Riddle had swooped down from the sky, effectively abducting an owl, and was already returning to the finish line before her. Harry felt a pang of being toyed with and immediately rushed to confront him. That's cheating. It doesn't count. You never reached the owl tower. Anger welled up in her, her eyes reddening, especially after hearing Riddle's retort. I asked you, and you said that as long as I brought the owl back to the starting point, it counts as a win. Harry recognized he had exploited a loophole in her words. Although she was furious, he had a remarkable ability to articulate the absurd in a convincingly persuasive manner, which made her want to laugh in frustration. He had indeed won. It seems I have triumphed. Riddle's Quidditch skills were commendable, even extraordinary, yet he despised relying on external assistance for flight. He preferred to soar on his own merit rather than on a mere stick. Thus, apart from practicing under the professor's watchful eyes, he was not particularly enthusiastic about Quidditch, partly because it was a team sport, and he was accustomed to solitude, having no need for friends. However, when that girl aimed to provoke him, he naturally seized the opportunity. After enduring a full day of first-year classes, Harry found himself once again dragged to the library by Riddle. Indeed, after years of attending, or rather auditing, first-year courses, Harry had developed a certain aversion to them. Riddle, gripping Harry's collar like a carefree backpack, exuded a surprising strength. Harry couldn't fathom how deeply he cherished learning, even skipping dinner to rush to the library. The only other person she knew who was so devoted to their studies was Hermione. Yet, under her coaxing, he had changed considerably, at least managing to finish dinner before heading to the library instead of settling for a packed sandwich. Hey, I can walk by myself. Harry understood he was averse to her calling his name, so she avoided mentioning Tom's name except when she was angry. How delightful, Miss Weasley. Harry was taken aback by Riddle's unexpected jest, though his sardonic tone bore a resemblance to her godfather's style, making her prefer this over a facade of insincere warmth. What do you want me to do in the library? There's no homework tonight. Perhaps you could uncover more secrets about Parseltongue. Riddle cleaned his hands, inadvertently brushing against the smooth skin of the girl's neck, which made him feel both discomfort and intrigued. That delicate and slender neck made him wonder how it would feel to grasp it. Riddle's dangerous gaze fixated on Harry's fair neck, causing her to instinctively retract her chin. Why did it suddenly grow cold? Chapter 21, Another Malfoy. Indeed, it seemed that apart from you, only Professor Dumbledore possessed a smattering of knowledge regarding Parseltongue. Harry was genuinely intrigued by Riddle's proposal. Why were they the only two? He is different. Riddle murmured to himself, thinking of Dumbledore. They were unlike him. Only you and I share this bond. We are the outcasts. The more he spoke, the more fervently his gaze burned into Harry. While searching for books on the shelf, Harry remained oblivious to the fluctuations in Riddle's emotions. At that moment, he regarded her as a kindred spirit. Harry flipped through a hefty tome alongside Riddle, momentarily basking in a serene sense of time, standing still. Although Harry longed to tell him that researching the history of the Weasley family would yield no information about Parseltongue, Riddle proactively presented his theory. Parseltongue is likely inherited through bloodlines, so perhaps we are related. Huh, how could that be? I don't even have red hair. It is also quite possible that you did not inherit the trait of black hair, but that does not signify you are not of the same lineage as me. Harry felt a chill run down her spine due to Riddle's keen intuition. Was it not true? If she were a boy, she would indeed have black hair. A thought suddenly flickered through Harry's mind. If the gift of parcel tongue is indeed a hereditary trait, could he possibly be one of her ancestors? She was well aware of the Potter family's genealogy, although she knew her mother's side belonged to a Muggle family. She was uncertain if there were any wizards among her mother's relatives, perhaps a great-uncle? Harry's gaze softened as she looked at Riddle. If he truly were her ancestor, she should treat him with more kindness. Riddle, caught off guard by the girl's affectionate gaze, felt an unusual discomfort, akin to ants crawling up his leg. Do not look at me like that. It was not the common pity, longing, provocation, or disdain he was used to. It was a gaze he had never experienced before. Though he was unaccustomed to it, he found he did not dislike it. He thought perhaps she was beginning to be swayed by him, and he might lower his demands. After all, she was merely a simple-minded girl. In a group, one clever person was more than sufficient. Unbeknownst to Harry, Riddle had unconsciously categorized her as one of his own, as she continued to peruse the books in search of a way back. At that moment, a golden head appeared from behind the bookshelf. A familiar hair color, neat yet soft golden locks, a handsome boy whose features bore a striking resemblance to Draco, yet exuded much more charm, embodying the youthful beauty of ancient Greece. Malfoy, Sr. Show how rare. Abraxas Malfoy whistled, swaggering out from behind the shelves with a teasing glint in his eyes. I never imagined Tom would also fall under the spell. Riddle's usually composed demeanor cracked slightly. His perfect expression faltered as he struggled to explain, "It's not what you think, Senior Malfoy. Professor Dumbledore asked me to look after her." Abraxas ensnared Riddle's neck, playfully tugging at his collar and twisting his head to the side, deliberately lowering his voice. "I still don't quite grasp your essence, my boy. You must possess some remarkable qualities. By the way, your taste is commendable." Abraxas let out a whistle, casting an appreciative gaze over Harry from head to toe, finally lingering on her face with genuine admiration. This lad is quite fortunate, indeed. Though he has only just entered Hogwarts, he has already captivated numerous little admirers. Of course, the reasons that allow the future head of the Malfoy family to regard him with such favor extend beyond mere looks and charm. It is also his abilities and the traits that make Abraxas Malfoy perceive him as kindred. He firmly believes that Riddle is a worthy investment, destined for great achievements, making him a valuable ally during his humble beginnings. This sentiment aligned perfectly with Riddle's own philosophy. He needed to connect with prestigious families to establish his own reputation in the magical realm, ensuring he would never return to the Muggle world. Thus, he continually endeavored to align himself with Abraxas Malfoy. Their dynamic was one of equals, devoid of any trace of sycophancy, which only elevated Abraxas's opinion of him further. To Abraxas, they were already friends. As for Riddle, he found Abraxas to be a figure of interest. However, witnessing Abraxas's scrutiny of Harry agitated Riddle, prompting him to pull Harry behind him. "Is there something you need?" he inquired, his brows slightly furrowed. "TSK, and yet you claim she isn't your little girlfriend?" Abraxas Malfoy chuckled, seeing through the pretense, his curiosity about Harry intensifying. Understanding that Riddle's character needed gentle coaxing, he refrained from further teasing. "Professor Horn asked me to remind you about the ball the day after tomorrow." His fox-like eyes sparkled with mischief, contemplating how to amuse himself further with that little mouse in Riddle's absence. "Understood. Thank you," Riddle replied, returning to his customary humility, yet refusing to step aside. His gaze fixed on the golden figure departing. Harry was bewildered. She had never anticipated that Draco's grandfather had once been such a character. In her mind, Abraxas Malfoy was reputed to be the last of the Malfoys, presumably more cunning and ruthless than Lucius Malfoy. Yet, his demeanor now resembled that of an amiable upperclassman. Perhaps he was intentionally presenting himself in this manner, scheming something ulterior. Harry felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny of the flamboyant peacock that was her Malfoy ancestor, deciding it prudent to keep her distance in order to avoid being sold out while counting her own money. Moreover, she was surprised to discover that this suspected relative seemed to have a good rapport with the Malfoys. While Riddle remained as insincere as ever, he was undeniably more genuine with her than with others. "Enough," Riddle interjected, dissatisfied with her lingering gaze on Malfoy's retreating figure. He did not wish for his kind to be as superficial as other women, merely enamored by Malfoy's visage. He pressed a hand on Harry's shoulder, guiding her back to the table. Riddle's sudden outburst irritated Harry, prompting her to tune out, her stomach audibly protesting. "I'm hungry. I'm off to eat. You can manage on your own." She left Riddle, still seething with frustration. Riddle assumed she intended to chase after Malfoy, and seized her collar, admonishing, "Don't you dare develop a liking for his face." Harry was utterly perplexed. Chapter 22, The Slug Club. That evening, although Riddle did not compel her to continue studying Parseltongue, he followed her to the kitchen. Upon entering, Riddle appeared far more composed than she had been during her initial visit. She recalled the first time she had stepped into the small kitchen, accompanied by Bill. Witnessing a swarm of house elves rushing towards her, weeping and yearning to kiss her tiny feet, with others bringing forth a roast that dwarfed her. Thankfully, Bill had managed the chaos, placing her atop a high counter and personally preparing a delicious plate of pasta for her, a memory she cherished dearly. The thought of Bill made her long for his presence. If only he were here, she wouldn't need to study Parseltongue, as he could surely provide the answers she sought. As for Riddle, upon encountering the house elves, he merely widened his eyes momentarily before returning to normalcy. He finally understood why food consistently materialized on the dining table. Fascinating. He was intrigued by these house elves. If he could utilize them, it might significantly enhance efficiency in many matters. Even in their first encounter, Riddle's instinct was already to consider how to enslave them. Harry borrowed the stove from the eager house elves and requested they prepare some ingredients for the pasta Bill had taught her to make. Meanwhile, she noticed the house elves seemed somewhat fearful of Riddle. She naively assumed it was due to the dark aura he exuded, or perhaps the scent of Nagini that unsettled them. Upon reflection, it might have been that they were aware of some of Riddle's hidden secrets. Now, considering Riddle's potential familial connection, Harry prepared a plate for him as well. When she presented the dish to Riddle, he was silently observing the elf's magic, taken aback by her gesture of goodwill. His instinctive reaction was to scoff. But remembering his desire to demonstrate acceptance of his kin, he furrowed his brow and picked up the fork, which he did not set down again. It seemed to be the most delectable meal he had ever tasted. Despite his experiences of hunger in the orphanage, he had always adhered to decorum, savoring every bite. Even in the abundance of Hogwarts fare, Harry could discern his slight urgency. A thin sheen of sweat formed on Riddle's forehead as he finally managed to restrain himself, leaving some noodles behind as he set down his fork. "It's all right. There's plenty more," Harry remarked, puzzled by his restraint. He appeared to genuinely enjoy the food, yet maintained an air of formality, wiping his mouth with a napkin before quietly departing. This was quite favorable for her. She would no longer be under his watchful gaze. However, from that day forth, Harry distinctly sensed that Riddle had instinctively begun to regard her as one of his kind. In class, he would naturally sit beside her, forming a partnership. Harry welcomed this development, for it was simple. Riddle was indeed exceptional, and with him as a partner, she could effortlessly secure excellent grades. Riddle seemed unbothered by basking in her success, seamlessly completing their assignments together. Yet, his invitation for her to attend Professor Horn's Slug Club ball took her completely by surprise. "What is the Slug Club?" Harry queried. Having never heard of such a club before, it sounded even more absurd than the fan club Fred and George had concocted for her. "Professor Horn hosts it for outstanding students. If you believe you don't meet the criteria, you need not attend," Riddle explained. He himself was unsure why he insisted on Harry's participation. Perhaps it was his first opportunity to have a dance partner accompany him. If he could lead the dance, it might garner him more attention, sparing him from the embarrassment of being paraded before influential figures by Professor Horn. He yearned to forge connections with them. Yet he despised being treated as a mere trophy, an emblem of someone else's glory. "You will attend," Riddle stated with unwavering certainty. Harry attempted to decline. "I can't. I don't know how to dance, and I don't have a gown." Harry felt her reasons were exceedingly valid. Rather than spending time attending an incomprehensible ball, she preferred to unwind after school and seek her way home. Riddle, unable to voice that he also lacked formal attire, had always attended such events in his school uniform. Though no one would scrutinize him for this, as it was quite normal for students to don their robes, it did not mean he was entirely indifferent to the matter. Now that Harry had pointed it out, he immediately promised her that she would possess ample determination. What? Harry thought Riddle was jesting, but on the day of the ball, she indeed received a formal gown from him. The dress was elegantly simplistic yet exuded an air of sophistication, and she was uncertain where Riddle had procured it. The most astonishing aspect for Harry was that the dress fit her impeccably. How could he have known? Was that insufferable snake, Nagini, spying on her during her baths? Meanwhile, Riddle donned a brand new suit, crafted from exquisite materials, designed with the same understated elegance as Harry's gown, but in a much more subdued color. He wore it with a maturity beyond his years, his striking face complemented by a tie that matched Harry's dress, his hair meticulously styled, reminiscent of Draco. Unlike Draco, who always plastered his hair to his scalp with gel, Riddle's hair was notably more voluminous, with a hint of flair in his bangs, enhancing his radiant appearance. There was no time to waste. Riddle did not afford her the opportunity to decline. His demeanor suggested that whether she changed into the dress or not, she would accompany him. Seeing him potentially alone, like a solitary figure in a crowd, Harry could not bear the thought and hurriedly changed into the gown. After all, who would want to witness him without a partner? Later, When he was absent from news, she worried about his fate in that great battle, wondering if he had perished without leaving any descendants. Such unfounded speculations only deepened her sympathy for Riddle, and she resolved to be there for the future solitary elder. At least during his student years, he should have the companionship of a good friend, rather than facing such loneliness. With this thought, Harry followed Riddle to the Snail Club's ball. She still felt somewhat out of place in the role of a partner. But upon seeing couples nearby with ladies linking arms with gentlemen, she boldly stepped through his embrace, only to receive a sharp glare from him. Nevertheless, Riddle did not refuse her. Chapter 23, Dancing with the Serpent. As Harry linked arms with Riddle, he distinctly felt the rapid pounding of his heart, a sensation he despised. Yet he noticed others experience similar feelings. He ought to masquerade as a normal person. Thus, Riddle straightened his posture to quell his agitation and tightened his hold on Harry's arm. If she chose to provoke him, he would not concede defeat. Harry felt as though her arm was caught in a vice, mistakenly believing Riddle to be nervous under the gaze of the crowd. She gently patted his back, whispering encouragement for him to relax, insisting that life did not have such an audience. This only earned her a fierce glare from Riddle. She truly had a knack for exacerbating his unease. Riddle found it challenging to articulate his discomfort, merely radiating an aura of dissatisfaction. He regretted bringing her along. Observers noted the pair of golden youths at the ball, marveling at the beauty of youth and inquiring about their backgrounds, speculating whether they hailed from pure-blood families. Upon learning their names, they expressed regret. One lacked a significant lineage, while the other was a traitor from the Weasley family. Of course, a few held differing opinions. For instance, Orion Black was taken with Harry's presence, formulating a bold idea. The Black family was dwindling, while the Weasley family was renowned for their prolificacy. Perhaps this Weasley could aid in revitalizing the Black lineage. Consequently, he made a concerted effort to convey amicable signals toward Harry. Simultaneously, Abraxas Malfoy, in jovial conversation with members of the Ministry of Magic's honorary club, noticed their arrival, feeling a pang of envy. "Isn't that his little girlfriend?" he mused, confident in his perceptiveness, raising a glass of wine. Typically, a third-year student would not be permitted to drink, even low-alcohol fruit wine. But who among them would dare question the future head of the Malfoy family? As long as he remained silent, no one would know what was in his cup. Now, having imbibed a bit, Abraxas found himself more curious about the girl. He was astonished Riddle had brought her to the ball. Did he intend to declare his claim over her? This was truly unlike him. He had assumed Riddle would take at least a decade to develop an interest. Yet here they were, much sooner than anticipated, for Riddle was a fellow who cared little beyond academics and pleasing professors. Abraxas was more inclined to tease his junior. Riddle led Harry to greet Professor Horn first. The professor had always favored attractive, well-bred, capable students. Upon seeing Harry and Riddle together, making him look good, he beamed with delight, eagerly introducing them to his esteemed students. He excitedly proposed they lead the dance, granting his approval. Such a handsome pair was indeed a feast for the eyes. Harry hesitated, for her skills in social dancing were lacking. She often stepped on toes, whether dancing with Bill or Fred and George, who had always guided her through. In front of so many, leading the dance could be quite embarrassing for her. Although Riddle had never danced socially, he had observed countless times in private and mentally rehearsed extensively. Thus, in theory, he could dance. He just lacked practical experience. Therefore, he did not decline but graciously expressed his gratitude. Just then, Abraxas Malfoy approached, striding in with the grace of a flamboyant peacock and the imposing presence of a powerful cheetah. "It's a pleasure to see you again, Miss Weasley," he exclaimed, bypassing Riddle entirely to grasp Harry's hand and perform a courteous bow. Harry, taken aback by the kiss bestowed by Malfoy, felt her eyes widen in shock. She wanted nothing more than to sanitize her hand immediately. However, she could not afford to disrespect the future head of the Malfoy family at that moment. So she forced a smile that was more painful than a frown, replying, "Hello, Senior." Riddle promptly produced his handkerchief, vigorously wiping Harry's hand. His gaze fixed on the back of her hand with fervent intensity. Harry felt as though the skin on her hand might be scrubbed off. "Don't do that, Tom. You know I brush my teeth daily," she protested. Abraxas wished to continue his jest, but upon witnessing Riddle's icy demeanor, he withdrew his playful smile. It seemed he was genuinely upset. Satisfied, Abraxas intensified his pursuit, asking, "May I have the honor of dancing with you, my dear?" He extended a long, elegant hand, performing a gesture only pure-blood families would comprehend. Riddle turned to shield Harry from Abraxas' sight, attempting to lead her away, but Abraxas was undeterred and maneuvered around him. "I don't recall you ever dancing in front of others, Tom," he insinuated, doubting Riddle's willingness to dance publicly, suggesting he might not even do so privately. Abraxas exuded confidence. "Then please guide me, Senior Malfoy," Riddle replied, sidling closer to Harry, his eyes flashing a warning that seemed to say, "Don't embarrass me." Harry was almost thrust into the center of the dance floor by Riddle, as if he were a reluctant participant in a grand spectacle. His posture was strikingly perfect. Or perhaps it was merely a conditioned reflex honed through training, as he instinctively placed one hand on Riddle's shoulder while intertwining his fingers with the other, forming a quintessential ballroom dance position. "Do you truly know how to dance?" Harry questioned, a hint of skepticism in his voice, instantly drawing the attention of the onlookers. Riddle's musicality was impeccable. Each step he took seamlessly synchronized with the rhythm, moving with an elegance reminiscent of a figurine in a music box. Harry struggled to keep pace, inadvertently stepping on Riddle's feet several times. Yet Riddle remained unfazed, maintaining his composure like a wooden automaton, showing no inclination to pause. Resigned, Harry decided to embrace the moment, hoping others would overlook her missteps. Unfortunately, from the very moment they stepped onto the dance floor, the curiosity surrounding Professor Horn's new protégé was palpable, with spectators halting to observe their performance, thus amplifying Harry's discomfort. She felt as if the weight of scrutiny was pressing down upon her, wishing she could find a crevice to hide within, fearing that this charming figure might devour her whole. However, whether it was the awakening of her own awareness or Riddle's exceptional skill, Harry gradually discerned the rhythm in the latter half of the dance, beginning to move with newfound confidence. She thought to herself, with her lineage, it was impossible for her to be inept. Just look at how astute her ancestors were. Finally able to raise her gaze, she immersed herself in the serious yet graceful visage of the handsome youth, who might benefit from this encounter in the future. Yet, Harry stumbled upon an intriguing realization. She had always believed her ancestor to be impervious to nerves, but a closer inspection of his countenance revealed a sheen of perspiration and damp palms. It seemed that Riddle had finally shed his vampiric demeanor, appearing more human than ever. Chapter 24. The Rescue of a Fair Lady. Of course, Riddle felt no anxiety, but the intensity of that gaze upon him stirred an uncomfortable sensation within, compelling him to suppress the urge to cast her aside with a sardonic remark. This restraint was arduous, forcing him to focus on the tousled crown of her hair. She kept stepping on his new shoes, reminded him of that impudent child from before, the one whose retaliation had left him limping. How could he retaliate against this oblivious and foolish individual? He could not fathom a suitable response. If he were to break her delicate legs, she would undoubtedly cry, further vexing him. He resolved to let her return to the library after the dance, this time to research the Riddle family. He could already envision the pained expression on her exquisite face, which brought him a peculiar sense of delight. He trembled with anticipation, unconsciously tightening his grip on Harry's fingers, drawing her closer as he whispered his intentions in her ear, eager to see her again in the library. Why can't I believe I'm attending this abstract ball with him, sacrificing my leisure time only for him to send me to the library for research? Harry thought. Incredulous, Riddle remained silent, yet he achieved the desired effect, concluding the dance with an elegant flourish. "Excuse me, I must visit the restroom," Harry declared, determined to escape, only to find a bracelet had mysteriously appeared on her wrist. "Go ahead, Nagini will guide you," Riddle replied, raising a glass of pumpkin juice in a graceful salute. A faint smile gracing his lips as he watched her depart. Harry felt a shiver run down her spine. Was she under special protection from her ancestor? Was he genuinely concerned she might lose her way? Nonetheless, she had no desire to linger. "Could you please release my wrist?" Harry murmured to the serpentine creature, disliking its slippery, cold touch. "I am Tom's friend, not your lady," Nagini retorted, harboring a disdain for Harry, convinced she was a hindrance to her master's affections. "But you'll frighten others," Harry protested, focused on conversing with Nagini, oblivious to the fact that she collided with a solid chest. The unfortunate gentleman, now splattered with pumpkin juice, exclaimed, "Watch it, lady." Startled, Harry looked up to find yet another handsome dark-haired youth before her, his eyes sharp as a hawk's, his striking features reminiscent of a certain elder she knew. Who could this raven-haired individual be? "My apologies, I didn't mean to," Harry stammered, expertly using her wand to clean the boy's seemingly expensive attire, which revealed him to be yet another scion of a pure-blood family, albeit one with a more approachable demeanor. While Riddle could be difficult, he was adept at masquerading. Abercrombie Malfoy, however, was an enigma without the need for disguise. Exuding a directness that made Harry feel as though she were being appraised like a mere commodity, his gaze laden with ulterior motives. "Everything all right?" Harry inquired, genuinely wishing to avoid further interaction, but he seized her wrist, his handsome face marred by an unsettling intensity that made her recoil. "What a unique bracelet," he remarked. But before he could fully exert his charm, Nagini struck, leaving him cursing vehemently. He privately concluded that she must have instigated the snake's attack. And as a future head of the Black family, he had never endured such indignities. He was accustomed to being revered. That is hardly gentlemanly, Black. Where has your decorum gone? Harry thought she had stepped into a precarious situation when Abracax Malfoy's relaxed voice rang out from behind them. Though his tone was light, it commanded respect, causing the dark-haired young man to immediately temper his attitude. Malfoy Sr., good evening, he greeted with a newfound deference. You misheard. I was merely jesting with her. Pray tell, what was the jest? I could use a laugh, Malfoy replied. Impeccably dressed in a pristine white suit that only he could wear with such brilliance. Clean yet not monotonous, his ensemble exuded a flamboyant charm, causing Harry to blush upon closer inspection. How had Draco inherited none of his grandfather's allure? He was just a foolish child. Abracax, of a similar age, appeared to be a seasoned flirt, whereas Draco still seemed to be the bumbling fool chasing after her. She often found herself irritated by him, sometimes even to the point of tears. Perhaps girls matured emotionally faster than boys. She regarded him as a rather ineffectual younger brother. Now, naturally, Abracax draped an arm around Harry's shoulders, invoking a feeling of being rescued by a hero, her heart inexplicably racing. The dark-haired young man, unaware of the shifting dynamics, grew increasingly curious about this Weasley girl. However, it was neither the time nor place for a confrontation with Malfoy, so he feigned injury and made a hasty exit. Abracax, eager to tease Riddle's little girlfriend, was bitten by Nagini, who seemed to treat him equally. Ouch! I saved you, miss, Abracax exclaimed, grasping the snake's head, locking eyes with her in disbelief. You better tell me she's harmless, or else, Malfoy declared, finally revealing his true colors, casting a shrewd glance that sent shivers down Harry's spine. Had she truly offended Malfoy? What a stroke of bad luck. Perhaps you could inquire of Riddle regarding Harry's contemplation of whether to seek refuge in the Forbidden Forest or to dwell in the Muggle world when Riddle made his appearance. Immortal. Chapter 25, Understanding. Immortal. Harry had never perceived Riddle as so imposing before. Witnessing his ethereal emergence felt akin to spotting a steadfast protector. The last time she experienced such a sensation was when she had been bullied, and her godfather had come to her aid. Was it roughly 5 years ago? Instinctively, Harry hid behind Riddle, increasingly convinced that he was akin to a guardian figure. After all, why else would he show such concern for her? He certainly did not appear to be a paragon of virtue. Nonetheless, it mattered not, as long as he was aligned with her. She believed she could guide him towards redemption. Riddle tossed a vial of potion to Abraxas, sufficient for a night, and without further explanation, led Harry away. Abraxas was content, believing he was witnessing the true Riddle, which made the revelation all the more intriguing. He had not been as indifferent towards the girl as he claimed. Abraxas was curious to see Riddle's reaction should Black also take an interest in her, and he eagerly anticipated that moment. Ultimately, Harry did not venture to the library for research. Instead, she was taken to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Given Riddle's earlier defense of her, she instinctively produced Mrs. Weasley's signature dish, accompanied by an apple pie. Riddle gazed at the glistening, sweet pie, hesitating to lift his fork. He had never been fond of sweets. Although the steak he had just consumed was undoubtedly the most tender he had ever tasted, he foolishly inquired about the reason behind it, a question he would soon regret. It was because of the power of love, a sentiment Harry recalled Mrs. Weasley expressing, along with a scandalous kiss from Mr. Weasley. She could not forget. This answer caused Riddle to abandon his fork, wishing he could return to the moment before he had posed the question. Seeing him so still, Harry mistakenly thought he was averse to sharing a plate of apple pie with her, so she took a knife, divided it in two, and offered a piece to his mouth for him to taste. Harry vowed that her gesture was as sincere as when she had fed Dumbledore a small cake. An act of reverence from a younger individual to an elder. However, to Riddle, it appeared as if she was attempting to seduce him like those alluring women. Thus, he snatched the fork from her hand and thrust it into his mouth, admonishing her not to imitate such base tactics, for they were unbefitting of her. This was utterly nonsensical, prompting Harry to wish to upend his plate. Enraged, Harry retreated to her dormitory with her dessert, oblivious to the fact that someone had devoured all the food she herself disliked. In the kitchen, the house elves were asleep, leaving only one person and a snake. Tom, don't you detest sweets? Not particularly sweet, Riddle deflected, elegantly wiping his mouth after he had bitten into Malfoy's meal. Apologies, master. Nagini nuzzled against Riddle's hand in a bid for affection. Well done, Riddle praised as he patted Nagini's head. He was unsure why he was so protective of that girl. He could only hope she would not betray him and become a source of disappointment. Harry and Riddle engaged in a unilateral Cold War, despite her desire to ignore him. She found herself unable to locate another companion during class. It was entirely Riddle's fault for being so well-liked, always working alone in a group. And as she had just transferred, she was seated at his table. She had no reason to sit alone. The professors would invariably pair them together. However, even though Harry's displeasure was nearly written on her forehead, Riddle remained blissfully oblivious, continuing to instruct her to fetch potion ingredients, clean tables, and tend to cauldrons. Later, Harry discovered that Tom Riddle seemed to possess a remarkably poor sense of perception, particularly regarding emotions such as tension, pity, sympathy, and anxiety, to which he reacted with indifference. For instance, during one meal, Lacey Weasley recounted a story from the Daily Prophet about a mother who, in a snowstorm, safeguarded a rare herb to save her terminally ill son, only to perish in the process. Harry was moved to tears, while Riddle, frowning, quietly incinerated the newspaper, nearly singeing Lacey Weasley's hair in the process. She was aware it was his doing, as he had been watching her intently and had swiftly whisked her away, informing her that it was all a fabrication. He wanted her to believe that his aversion to maternal love stemmed from his abandonment by his mother, but she later realized he was inherently incapable of empathy. On another occasion, a friend of Longbottom's captured a small wild rabbit, particularly adorable with its fluffy, round tail. Harry remarked on how delightful the little tail felt, suggesting it could be fashioned into a brush. Shortly thereafter, she discovered a bloodied rabbit's tail on her vanity. Horrified, Harry immediately sought him out for confrontation. At that moment, she found him in the kitchen, meticulously rotating iron tongs by the oven, the air filled with a tantalizing aroma. He seemed to know she had not returned, perfectly timed. Harry quickly understood his intent. He had roasted the poor rabbit. How utterly cruel. She challenged him. How could you be so heartless? This is someone else's pet, their companion. She averted her gaze, swallowing hard, noting how deliciously it appeared, cursing the thought. If someone roasted your Nagini, would you be pleased? Riddle rose slowly, displeased with her tone. He could not comprehend why he had gifted her the rabbit's tail and offered her the roasted rabbit, of which Nagini could only partake in a meager portion, only to be chastised by her for the sake of an outsider. Did his rabbit have the capacity to speak? Riddle firmly believed those creatures were not comparable to Nagini and felt he had committed no wrongdoing. He turned away, fury igniting his eyes like the flames of the oven. Harry faltered at his rhetorical question, hesitating. But that is someone else's treasure. They would be heartbroken. Riddle now resembled a vampire, instilling fear in her, prompting her to flee. Riddle, too, lost his appetite for roasted rabbit, watching the carcass in the oven until, with a loud bang, it exploded into fragments. This incident remained unspoken between them. Yet Harry refrained from mentioning her preferences in his presence, fearing that another might suffer the consequences. She increasingly perceived Riddle as having some abnormality in his character. But as he was possibly her elder, she could not instruct him and could only hope for Dumbledore's intervention. Chapter 26. Invitation. Ever since Harry sensed Riddle's peculiarities, she had maintained an ever-widening distance from him. Regardless of his threats or temptations, Harry refused to accompany him to the library for research. This feeling of being out of control intensified Riddle's agitation. He believed they should be united, yet she was not collaborating with him to investigate their lineage, instead choosing to associate with that filthy Weasley. Were it not for the daily assurance that she attended class with him, Riddle would not have hesitated to make Weasley disappear from Hogwarts for a time. It must be said that during class, Harry and Riddle's collaboration became increasingly harmonious. He managed the operations while she tidied the battlefield. During flying lessons, he would even pass the ball to her rather than hiding in the corner. This eventually led to Riddle being approached by the Quidditch team, who deemed him a promising candidate. Riddle should have declined, as he had no interest in the sport, and the training would consume much of his personal time. However, he inexplicably inquired of Harry beside him, "What do you think?" Harry, of course, hoped he would be as busy as possible, preferably taking on the role of head boy right away, so she wouldn't have to deal with him after class. Therefore, with rare kindness, she encouraged him to join. It was an honor too precious to pass up, as no one in their first year ever made the school team, except for her and Harry. Thus, Riddle was won over by her evident delight and accepted the invitation to be the Quidditch captain, but insisted that Harry must join as well. However, she was a Gryffindor. She wasn't even on the school team. Ultimately, Riddle still did not make it onto the Quidditch team, and Harry was quite disappointed. Yet, Riddle soon changed his mind, as Lacey Weasley was indeed a member of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Moreover, Harry seemed to exhibit a rather obsessive admiration for him, which irritated Riddle, prompting him to want to dampen Harry's enthusiasm. Lacey Weasley had indeed been striving to be a good brother to Harry, considering that despite the Weasley family's abundance of boys, girls were quite rare, and having a sister was something he had always longed for. Yet he was surrounded by countless brothers. With Harry's presence, he particularly wanted to make a good impression, but most of the time, Harry was seen with that Slytherin boy, who acted more like a brother than he did. While Harry verbally expressed disdain for Riddle, Lacey could still perceive that she relied on Riddle quite a bit, as he was 2 years her senior. Lacey could only find brief moments to play with Harry during class breaks. At those times, she was either leaving Riddle's side or doing her homework within his line of sight. With Halloween break approaching, he wanted to invite her over to his house. His brothers did not believe him when he spoke of meeting a lovely sister. They thought he was merely bragging. Just then, Harry tucked away the ring Riddle had conjured during Transfiguration class, which was rather attractive, and since it was a lady's ring, he had no use for it. He then noticed a familiar redhead at the doorway. Lacey, Harry exclaimed with delight, genuinely fond of Lacey Weasley. Although she could be quite scatterbrained at times, she was truly entertaining. Last time, she had gifted him a set of wizard chess made from hard biscuits, some of which he had nibbled on. Yet the craftsmanship was commendable. The pieces emitted a delightful aroma of biscuits when under attack. Harry enjoyed it immensely and loved playing with Lacey, reminiscent of times spent with Fred, George, and Ron. However, Riddle's countenance darkened the moment Lacey Weasley appeared, his intense gaze fixed on her. His thoughts a mystery to all. Fortunately, Lacey Weasley was not easily intimidated. She swiftly took Harry's hand and pulled him out of the classroom. Come on, Harry. My brother has something to say to you. Lacey felt a chill under Riddle's stare and quietly tugged on Harry's wrist. When are you going to skip a year? Didn't you say you understood all this material? Harry chuckled awkwardly, rubbing her nose. No rush. She indeed had thoughts of completely escaping Riddle to skip the second year, but the notion of him accompanying her rendered it unnecessary and would make her studies even tougher. Perhaps it was best to leave it be. By the way, what did you want to talk to me about? With the break coming up, do you want to visit my house? My brothers are eager to meet you. Lacey Weasley became increasingly excited, nearly standing on the staircase railing to protest their mockery. It turned out that there were 5 brothers in their family, the eldest already married, others working, one studying at Ilvermorny on a scholarship, and another who had dropped out to start a business. Lacey Weasley was the youngest among them. However, Harry felt a twinge of hesitation, concerned that if she went, Riddle might follow and set the Weasley home ablaze. Thus, she thought it prudent to give him a heads up. She informed Lacey that she needed to consult her guardian before confirming, and turned to seek out Riddle. To her surprise, she found Riddle had not left and had been eavesdropping on their conversation. She barely took a few steps before colliding into Riddle's solid chest. What are you doing here? Harry exclaimed, suddenly at a loss for words, while Riddle appeared pleased that she had sought him out. Yet, the thought of returning to the orphanage ignited his resentment, which in turn affected Harry. Are you going? The question, once voiced, transformed into a statement laced with skepticism in Riddle's tone. Had this person not been Riddle, Harry might have interpreted his reaction as hurt at the thought of parting, but since it was Riddle, she could only associate it with his intent to harm the entire Weasley family, for everyone else was blissful, and he could not bear to see her happy with others. You don't want me to go? Harry directly probed, unearthing Riddle's unspoken thoughts, recognizing that he had overheard everything and was no longer concealing his feelings. Riddle would certainly not articulate his thoughts so plainly. His eyes merely flickered. Staying at Hogwarts is quite nice. He hoped she felt the same. Is that permissible? Harry questioned uncertainly, for without her guardian's consent, she could not remain at Hogwarts. Presently, she had no guardian, only Dumbledore willing to assist her. Yet even he could not represent Hogwarts, at least not at this moment. Riddle was uncertain as well, but he could approach Professor Dumbledore now. With determination, Riddle turned and made his way to his office, leaving a bewildered Harry in his wake. Harry was unsure which of his nerves she had struck, but she had informed him, so she would be heading to the Weasley home for the holidays. Chapter 27. Silent Intimidation. Harry temporarily set aside the dangers posed by Riddle, believing she was merely being overly cautious. After all, no matter how formidable Riddle was, he was merely a first-year student who could not use his wand outside of school, unless he wished to be expelled. So why should she worry so much? Consequently, she applied to Dumbledore and successfully boarded the familiar yet strange Hogwarts Express alongside Lacey Weasley. To her astonishment, the train had not changed at all over the years. Lacey Weasley excitedly recounted amusing anecdotes from their brothers' childhoods, which Harry listened to with rapt attention, prompting her to reminisce about her own childhood tales. For instance, when she lived in the Dursleys, she and Fred and George had assisted Mrs. Weasley in driving away gnomes, only to find themselves directing the gnomes into chaotic brawls or crafting a little cart for them to pull, or even dressing them up to frighten Ron. Harry also recalled fishing with them by the pond next to the Dursleys, traveling far to sell their catch at a nearby Muggle fair, ultimately trading it for a few ice cream treats to tease Ron upon their return. They had built tree houses and swings under the guidance of Bill and Charlie, which later became her and Ginny's secret hideout, while Fred, George, and Ron dug out gnome holes to create a boys' fortress, only to have it confiscated by Mrs. Weasley. These vibrant stories felt as if they had transpired only yesterday. Sitting on the Hogwarts Express, Harry found herself surrounded by Lacey Weasley's friends, almost becoming their little sister. As they continually offered her snacks, Harry did not pause for a moment, feeling as though she had returned to her previous life at the Dursleys. Meanwhile, Riddle, deliberately hiding to avoid being sent back to the orphanage, missed the train and was personally escorted back by Dumbledore. harboring deep resentment as his mind swirled with thoughts on how to punish Harry for leaving without a word. If Harry were to seek him out, he believed he possessed the ability to persuade her to accompany him to her home for a visit, still doubtful of her claim to be a Weasley. Little did he know that Harry, too, was a pitiable soul without a home. I deeply regret to inform you that your guardianship remains with the orphanage. Perhaps things will improve once you reach the age of 16, Dumbledore consoled Riddle, feeling a pang of guilt, as he often found himself bound by certain regulations. I understand, Professor, Riddle replied, feigning acceptance while internally cursing 1,000 times. Reluctantly, he followed Dumbledore into the fireplace, returning to the orphanage. Meanwhile, Harry, under the protection of Lacey Weasley, squeezed through the crowd towards a family of red-haired individuals. Witnessing the cacophony of surprise and excitement from the sea of red hair, Harry felt as though he had returned to a familiar chaos. No way, there's actually a sister. I've won. Huh, your pocket money is now mine. The Weasley brothers exhibited mixed emotions, yet they warmly accepted Harry's luggage and led her to their home nestled in a valley. Just as Harry was preparing to embrace her holiday, she received a letter from an owl. Her heart raced. Instinctively, she knew who had sent it, yet she felt a twinge of fear at the prospect of opening it. Surely, Riddle wouldn't he send her Nagini enclosed within, would he? But if that were the case, wouldn't he Nagini suffocate? Contemplating deeply, Harry ultimately retreated to the restroom to open the letter, only to find that the paper, which should have been filled with grievances and sarcasm, was entirely blank. Had he made a mistake? Or did it require a special liquid to reveal the words? Harry flipped the paper repeatedly, even soaking it in water. In her distress, Harry sought the assistance of Lacey Weasley. Observing her frantic demeanor, Lacey assumed it was an important letter from her parents and earnestly enlisted the help of her brothers. However, their efforts yielded little result until her eldest brother suggested, if that is the case, why not write another letter to inquire? Enlightened by this notion, Harry pondered what would placate that fellow's emotions. If she wrote to him about her well-being and inquired about his, he would likely be displeased. Perhaps she could recount some woeful experiences? For instance, how the Weasley family constantly insisted on feeding her, causing her to gain 2 pounds. Or the rumor that she could converse with snakes, prompting them to take her to the Muggle Zoo for a performance? Or perhaps how, being surrounded by boys, she was treated like a little baby? After much deliberation, Harry decided that expressing concern for him might be the safest approach. Consequently, she dispatched the letter before dinner, and that night, as she slept soundly, a reply arrived. Groggily, Harry climbed out of bed to find an exhausted owl, which appeared to have endured some form of intimidation, desperately burrowing into her embrace. Hastily, she provided it with some food. Eager to unveil the contents of the letter, she discovered a colossal no, scrawled in what seemed to be the blood of some creature, reeking of iron, conveying his displeasure. Without hesitation, Harry incinerated the letter in the fireplace and rushed to wash her hands 5 times. Riddle seemed to be faring poorly, and she decided to return to slumber, resolving to write back in the morning to spare the owl from exhaustion. To her surprise, the following morning, Harry received yet another letter demanding her presence. Turning around, she saw the very owl that should have been resting, inexplicably compelled by Riddle to fly once more. The poor creature seemed on the brink of collapse, prompting Harry to allow it a moment of respite. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a nearly illegible address at the bottom of the letter, along with a timestamp. Realizing how desperate he was, she thought, what if she had missed it? Wouldn't he be furious once school resumed? After much contemplation, Harry ultimately resolved to meet him. Chapter 28. The Picnic. In this unfamiliar era, Harry was filled with curiosity about everything around her. The streets and clothing shops she had only seen on Muggle television captivated her, reminding her of the times she had enjoyed watching TV with Dudley before the age of 5, despite Aunt Petunia's sternness, who nonetheless allowed them ample screen time. Sitting on the park bench as Riddle had instructed, Harry anxiously fiddled with her small basket, which contained the picnic items prepared by Mrs. Weasley. She had told a small fib about meeting a friend for a picnic, having rejected Lacey's persistent invitations, feeling guilty about it. She had no idea if Riddle would consume her, and here she was, bringing along this ticking time bomb. Lost in thought, she spotted Riddle again. His face marred with bruises, standing in the shade with an aura of darkness that matched her previous impressions, his piercing gaze fixed on her. Are you injured? In an instant, Harry forgot her previous anger towards Riddle. Perhaps she was never one to hold grudges. All she could think of was how she might heal him. Regretting that she hadn't brought her anonymous wand. In a quickened pace, Harry approached the shade, instinctively reaching out to touch the boy's face. Recognizing that familiar countenance capable of dominating the entire wizarding world, he glared defiantly at her, yet this time didn't he evade her touch, only flinching slightly when she inadvertently caused him discomfort. Harry's hand was suddenly grasped tightly by him, conveying his fury. But what had she done to deserve this? Had she inadvertently hurt him? Resolutely, Harry decided to attempt wandless magic. Simple healing spells were second nature to her, having been called upon by Bill and his mischievous friends in their nocturnal escapades to mend their wounds. Thus, her healing abilities were commendable. But wandless magic indeed required substantial magical energy and concentration. As she noticed the bruise at Riddle's mouth beginning to fade, she felt her own head spin, nearly losing her balance until Riddle steadied her. "What is wrong with you?" Riddle almost let slip a concerned remark, which felt utterly absurd. He shouldn't have cared for her at all. Yet, he still drew her closer, guiding her to a nearby bench. Strangely, upon seeing Harry approach him, the resentment he harbored for her departure diminished significantly. Even her touch did not elicit the usual resistance. Riddle found himself perplexed by this shift in his feelings. His racing heart indicated he didn't seem to mind it at all. "What's this?" Upon noticing the picnic basket on the bench, Riddle abruptly changed the subject. No longer questioning her abrupt departure, Harry felt much more at ease. The dizziness paled in comparison to the discomfort caused by her scar. Interestingly, aside from the pain she experienced the night she traversed into this era, she hadn't felt any recurrence of that pain since. In fact, she hadn't dreamt of that ominous shadow again. Now instead, her dreams were filled with scenes of attending classes alongside Riddle, so vivid that Harry felt as though she was deprived of rest at night, compelled to study, research, and even delve into restricted sections of the library. Seeing Riddle appear to be suffering in his own home stirred a sense of compassion within her, reminding her of her godfather's painful childhood, often berated by his alcoholic father. Consequently, she began to sympathize with Riddle, considering he might have endured similar domestic abuse. "This is a picnic lunch prepared by Mrs. Weasley. We can enjoy it here." What a close call. I nearly exposed my blissful existence once more. It is indeed prudent to maintain a low profile. I sincerely hope she refrains from mentioning the happiness of the Weasley family, as it might inadvertently wound the unfortunate Riddle. A picnic? Riddle had never encountered such a concept. Certainly, the orphanage would not have organized any, nor would anyone at Hogwarts have invited him to partake in one. Seeing his lack of opposition, Harry took it as consent and promptly proceeded to lay out the blanket on the grass. Riddle stood there in the shadows, dazed, prompting Harry to voice her frustrations. "Can't you lend a hand? You're even less perceptive than Ron. At this rate, you'll never find a girlfriend." Harry, having completed her task, was seething with annoyance. If she were with Bill, Fred, or George, she wouldn't have had to lift a finger. Even Ron had been trained by Mrs. Weasley's firm hand to help set up. Yet here stood Riddle, like a lord, merely gazing at her without offering assistance. Finally, he sat down, shoes still on, with a stiff expression, as if she had abducted him. Little did she know, Riddle genuinely did not know how to sit on the ground and dine. He had secretly learned the highest standards of dining etiquette, but had never experienced such a relaxed meal. Harry, not wishing to put him in an uncomfortable position, considered that perhaps he had never been part of such a warm familial picnic. Looking at him now in his faded muggle suit, it seemed his home circumstances were not favorable. "All right, let us eat," she said, handing him a sandwich made by Mrs. Weasley. At last, Riddle stirred, his expression shifting as his deep gaze fixated on Harry. "Who is Ron?" Oh dear, judging by Riddle's expression, Harry felt as though she had inadvertently raised a formidable rival. Why was he inquiring about Ron? "A former classmate of mine. Would you like some ketchup?" Harry swiftly changed the subject, but Riddle seemed to struggle, holding back something he wished to say. Ultimately, at the picnic's conclusion, after considerable contemplation, he declared, "I do not require a girlfriend. I have Nagini and you." Huh. Harry was taken aback, nearly dropping her fork. At that moment, Riddle did not grasp that Harry's mention of a girlfriend implied a romantic partner. He simply understood that he did not need more friends. In that instant, he acknowledged Harry's status as a friend, and to him, having both Nagini and Harry sufficed. However, to Harry, this revelation struck like a thunderclap. Though she could comprehend that Riddle might not have intended it that way, becoming his friend did not seem advantageous, considering his possessiveness. It likely meant she would never have other friends, and those she did have could be perilous. Chapter 29, Back to School. Thus, it appeared Riddle had fully embraced Harry as a friend, and she had managed to soothe him. That picnic became one of the few cherished memories of dining outdoors for Riddle. After their meal, he watched her return home while he, too, went back to the orphanage. Awaiting the commencement of the school year, Harry no longer received letters stained with Riddle's blood, yet the frequency of his correspondence remained as high as ever. Occasionally accompanied by peculiar little trinkets, such as pages from a burned comic book, well-used dolls, and a yo-yo bearing someone else's name. Although it was evident these items were of dubious origin, Riddle considered them treasures he believed Harry might appreciate. Harry struggled to understand, often assuming he had bullied other children into acquiring these items, which she discarded, already burdened with guilt, and unwilling to torment herself further. Occasionally, when she failed to dispose of them in time, they would be discovered by Lacey Weasley, who would then receive them as gifts, unwittingly leading to future calamities. On the Hogwarts Express back, Harry secluded herself in the restroom, aware that Riddle was undoubtedly searching for her. Yet she was uncertain how to confront the perilous nature of their friendship. Little did she know, he had devised a plan, methodically placing Nagini in each restroom stall, causing the screams of escapee girls to reverberate, while she remained quiet or engaged in hushed whispers. Riddle then knocked on the restroom door, declaring, "I will count to 3, 2. Gripping the snake, Harry swiftly opened the door, surprised to find that Riddle was entirely unperturbed, despite the restroom stalls lacking gender distinctions. "Long time no see," Harry, Riddle said, stepping aside. Yes. Harry couldn't help but internally grumble, although it had indeed been a while. His daily letters made her feel as though they coexisted in the same space. That morning he had caught a rabbit, and by afternoon, she had received a roasted rabbit leg. Or on an evening when she mentioned losing a bracelet, he would present her with a delicate plastic gem bracelet the following morning. Though inexpensive, it was charming. Harry felt a twinge of gratitude, and for Lacey Weasley's safety, she willingly joined Riddle in his compartment, only to discover Malfoy was present, draped over a beautiful brunette. As the compartment door swung open, Abraxas Malfoy was engaged in a passionate kiss with the beauty, enveloped in an atmosphere thick with intimacy and desire. The door's opening did nothing to halt their fervor. Harry's eyes widened. She had seldom witnessed such a scene, having only seen Mr. and Mrs. Weasley share a kiss, which would promptly be obscured by Fred, George, or Bill. Her godfather had been fiercely protective of her exposure to such matters, deeming the tales of werewolves, vampires, and trolls too frightening, believing Muggle fairy tales were far more suitable. Yet, these tales had been stripped of romance, leading her to hear stories of Snow White, who was poisoned by an evil prince and awakened by her godfather's embrace, of the mermaid who turned to foam for love and was restored by her godfather, of Cinderella, who was mistreated by her stepmother and sisters, only to be whisked away by her godfather to a life devoid of chores, culminating in a blissful existence with him. Now, witnessing this scene left her mind in disarray. Was kissing truly so sticky? However, she could not gaze for long, as the door slammed shut with a resounding bang, causing a tremor in her hands, and Riddle promptly yanked her away. Observing this, Abraxas halted, wistfully stroking his smooth chin, lamenting that he had not seen their reactions and pondering just how far the two charming youngsters had gone. He would not mind offering her some advice. Riddle had already contemplated how to reciprocate Abraxas's earlier surprise, wishing to erase the nauseating scene from his memory, yet it only seemed to etch itself deeper. Why would you bite her? Huh, that wasn't a bite. Harry was at a loss on how to explain this to someone emotionally oblivious. She herself was no expert. So they shifted to other topics, both minds swirling with unspoken curiosities, patiently awaiting the protagonist's return. Yet this time, it was solely Abraxas Malfoy who entered, a telltale mark of strawberry on his neck, hastily concealed by his collar. As he settled down, Abraxas felt as if he had been bitten by a snake. Leaping up once more, "Tom Riddle, control your snake." "I have no idea what you were talking about, Malfoy." Riddle, too, was perplexed, having completely forgotten that he should not offend this individual, or perhaps his subconscious had already accepted him as a friend. "Never mind, I need to speak with you privately." Abraxas suddenly recalled his purpose, casting a glance at Riddle that suggested Harry should step outside, but Riddle firmly placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, preventing her from leaving. "Speak. There are no outsiders here." "All right, how very manly." Abraxas sarcastically applauded before returning to his seat, surprised that this lad genuinely cared for the little Weasley girl, even willing to share a secret. Harry was on the verge of tears, feeling as though she was about to uncover some monumental secret. She desperately wanted to escape. What did Riddle intend to accomplish? Regardless, Harry continued to cover her ears, signaling to Malfoy that she had not been eavesdropping. Abraxas paid little mind to her antics. For the matter at hand was merely persuading Riddle. Someone had caused Abraxas some discomfort, but due to family ties and pride, he could not act directly, thus enlisting Riddle's assistance. Of course, Abraxas did not articulate it so plainly, believing everyone to be intelligent enough to grasp the essence. Riddle would understand and willingly become his instrument, as this was not the first instance. "You are aware that Lestrange has been rather audacious of late, showing little regard for the headmaster. Don't you think so, Tom?" With a few words, he subtly conveyed his desires to Riddle, firmly believing that Riddle would assist him and execute the task with unparalleled perfection, leaving no room for error. Although Harry covered her ears, she heard everything she ought not to, and she gazed at Riddle in astonishment. Was he truly so willing to be exploited? To her surprise, Riddle merely turned his head and acknowledged that it was indeed somewhat bothersome, tacitly agreeing to Abraxas Malfoy's request. Before long, Harry heard that a student had fallen from the moving staircase during a midnight escapade, breaking his leg, and that boy happened to be a Lestrange. Harry knew Riddle was behind it, yet she remained oblivious to how he had accomplished it. For that very night, he had been aiding her in transcribing spells. What chilled her to the bone was that Riddle had even brought flowers to console the boy. It was said that Lestrange was deeply touched and gifted him a large bag of chocolate. Truly, a man with an unnaturally strong psychological constitution. As Harry munched on the chocolate, she reflected on how she must not offend Riddle. Chapter 30. The Goal Returns. During this period, Harry had grown quite accustomed to attending classes with Riddle, even finding the courage to intervene when she witnessed him engaging in self-serving deeds. Though Riddle was perplexed, he did not confront Harry, perhaps out of indifference to placate her, as she tended to chatter incessantly. This advice on placating women had been imparted to him by Abraxas Malfoy. Why the long face and the jealousy? Do you not understand? Women are to be coddled. Observing Abraxas's apparent understanding of women, Riddle made a mental note. Although Riddle's actions appeared far from soothing to outsiders, for someone like him, devoid of perception, it sufficed. For instance, when he was engaged in a particular task and Harry vanished from his sight, it indicated her desire not to be observed, prompting him to reconsider whether to proceed. If she emerged to halt him, he better cease immediately. Otherwise, she might launch into an hour-long discourse about the prisoner of Azkaban. As time passed, an unspoken rapport developed between Riddle and Harry, instilling in her a sense of urgency, for the more she adapted to life here, the more she feared she would be unable to return to her future, becoming wholly under Riddle's dominion. Yet, if she remained in this world, what would become of her future self? Would her parents still bring her into existence? If she were not born, would her current self cease to exist? Harry began to panic. She needed to swiftly find a way back. Thus, she began to immerse herself in the library, her sudden diligence unsettling Riddle, particularly since he no longer wished to confine himself to the library with her. Following their picnic, he discovered that engaging in collective activities with friends outside the library was equally rewarding, and his restless heart felt a newfound calm. Consequently, he would take Harry to study by the Black Lake, to forage for herbs in the Forbidden Forest, and to read in the Ravenclaw common room, among other places. Harry sensed that Riddle was gradually improving, which made her feel increasingly secure about departing from this time frame. She also had an epiphany. She had arrived here through the peculiar black mist of the Forbidden Forest. Perhaps she could exploit that to return. Thus, Harry developed a fondness for dashing into the Forbidden Forest, dragging Riddle along after class, though Riddle seemed to possess an inkling and consistently refused her requests. What lay within that captivated her so? Riddle was eager to uncover what thoughts occupied her mind, even as he had failed to discover the secret of Parseltongue after countless attempts. Instead, Riddle suspected that Harry was concealing something from him. This sense of distrust was intolerable for him. In his frantic pursuit to master the Cruciatus Curse, Riddle believed that once he controlled the spell, he would unearth the woman's innermost thoughts. Unlike Harry, who enlisted Lacey Weasley as her companion on these ventures, Riddle soon turned his attention to Lacey, particularly upon noticing the bracelet adorning his wrist. Riddle even neglected to mask his true nature, seizing Lacey Weasley's throat in plain sight, demanding, "How did this end up with you?" It was only when the murmurs of the onlookers arose that Riddle released his grip and melted into the crowd. Yet the rift had been forged. The next time Harry invited Lacey Weasley to the Forbidden Forest, he mysteriously vanished, prompting Dumbledore to lock down the school in search of him. Harry immediately suspected Riddle, so when everyone was summoned to the Great Hall, she frantically sought Riddle's presence, ultimately finding him staring vacantly at a mirror in an abandoned girls' lavatory. His silhouette appeared desolate, emanating a danger that Harry dared not confront. Yet for the sake of her friend, she approached and tugged at his sleeve. "You did this, didn't you, Tom? You better hand him over quickly." Finally, Riddle moved, yanking his sleeve back and meeting Harry's gaze through the mirror. "I don't know what you're talking about, Harry." "Then let us hurry to find Professor Dumbledore. Everyone is waiting." Harry, growing increasingly frustrated, exerted all her strength to pull him, only to be shoved to the ground. As she fell into the puddled floor, both were momentarily stunned. Riddle had merely intended to shake her off, feeling angered that she would threaten him over an outsider. He had not meant to topple her. Thus, he hastily grabbed Harry by her collar, attempting to lift her. However, this time, it was Harry who evaded him, frightened by Riddle's earlier glare. She recalled Lestrange's broken leg and recoiled, scrambling away in a panic. "Don't touch me," she shouted, masking her fear with fury as she fled toward the Forbidden Forest. She longed to return home, feeling that Riddle was beginning to tire of her presence, misunderstanding, and remaining would only make her his target. She did not wish to be tormented by him. She needed to go back. Godfather, Fred, George, Ron, Hermione, Bill. Determined to return to her world, Harry plunged into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, running tirelessly through the pain, ignoring the numerous branches that scratched her hands, arms, and shins. Finally, she sensed the familiar mist enveloping the forbidden forest, a darkness that provided her with a semblance of safety. She dashed into it, oblivious to Riddle, who had pursued her shortly after, calling her name and urging her to return. Her forehead began to exhibit the peculiar affliction again, as her head throbbed painfully. The world around her grew hazy. Was she truly on the verge of returning? Harry murmured a prayer, fervently wishing to be transported back to the past. Once more, she succumbed to unconsciousness, collapsing onto the damp, thick moss of the forbidden forest. Perhaps she had indeed returned. In her slumber, Harry dreamt of a dark entity. But this time it bore the faint semblance of human features. What could this be? Startled, Harry awoke with a jolt. Chapter 31. The First Kiss? Hey, wake up quickly. Do you hear me? Don't you dare slip away. Amidst her haze, familiar yet raucous voices reached Harry's ears. She longed to tell Draco to be quiet, that she was very much alive, yet her lips felt sealed, as if her consciousness and body had not fully synchronized. Most importantly, given Draco's proclivity for melodrama, Harry feared his tears and snot might end up on her. Thus, she urgently opened her eyes, only to hear Draco resolutely declare, "It has to be done." In a daze, Harry caught sight of a pale mouth approaching her. Was Draco attempting to administer mouth-to-mouth resuscitation? No. Harry's protests were silenced as Draco's lips met hers, his mind blank. This was his first kiss in the truest sense, unlike the ones with his mother, which hardly counted. Draco cradled Harry's delicate face, cautiously brushing his lips against hers. The sensation sent shivers down his spine, inciting an instinctive desire to deepen the contact. Fortunately, his willpower reminded him to mechanically blow air into her mouth. Yet, it felt as though his mind and body were no longer his own. Visions of their wedding flashed before him. Wait, wedding? Draco stood up abruptly, covering his lips as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. How could he entertain such thoughts? Meanwhile, Harry's face flushed crimson as she feigned ignorance of what had transpired. Her thoughts were a whirlwind. Did Draco truly know how to save her? She was torn between concern that he might continue and the fear of revealing herself. Luckily, a distant beam of light pierced through, and both felt relieved. Hagrid, accompanied by Hermione and Harry, Ron, had arrived. Upon seeing Harry sprawled on the ground, Hagrid's first instinct was to assume Draco had harmed her. He charged over, angrily confronting the slender Draco. "What have you done to her? You despicable Malfoy." "She's just a girl." Hagrid swiftly lifted Harry into his arms, tears welling in his eyes. "It's my fault for not taking better care of you, Harry." Following closely behind, the trio quickly surrounded Harry, exclaiming, "We must get her to the hospital wing." Hagrid, as if awakening from a dream, exclaimed, "Right. Let us go, Harry. Hang in there." He hurried towards Hogwarts Castle, cradling Harry tightly. Draco, misjudged and expected to be furious at being accused by a filthy half-giant, felt a pang of guilt instead. Indeed, he had done something to Harry, and the thought of their first kiss made him uneasy. However, his concern for Harry momentarily eclipsed his own discomfort, and he clumsily got to his feet, exclaiming, "You're holding her too tightly, you fool. She'll be hurt." He followed closely, arriving at the hospital wing just as Madame Pomfrey intercepted them, along with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. "What happened to her?" Hagrid demanded. "I want to know what you did to Harry." Harry, witnessing Draco's attempt to enter the infirmary, joined Ron in blocking his path, forcefully pushing him against the wall. "I didn't harm her. We got separated, and when I found her, she was already unconscious. I tried to save her," Draco insisted, having distinctly heard Harry's labored breathing when Hagrid found her. She should have been stirring back to consciousness. Draco was convinced of his actions to rescue Harry. Yet, Harry's friends remained skeptical of Draco's benevolence and his motives towards her. "Why should I believe you? You despicable wretch." Harry recalled the moment he found Harry lying limply on the ground, briefly experiencing a sensation as if it were he who lay there, his limbs icy and believing he was caught in a dream. He could hardly fathom the thought of losing Harry, whom he had only recently found. Despite their brief time together, he felt an inexplicable connection, as if they were kindred spirits. Even now, as she lay in the hospital bed, he sensed her anxiety. Wait. Anxiety. Had Harry awakened? Just as the trio faced off against Draco, Professors Dumbledore and McGonagall arrived, swiftly calming the escalating tensions. Seeing Dumbledore felt like a lifeline to Harry, who hurriedly recounted the entire ordeal. However, Dumbledore appeared to have foreseen the events, soothing Harry and his friends. "I understand. Do not worry. Harry is well. She merely requires some rest, a good sleep." His gaze drifted into the distance. The cyclical nature of time was truly wondrous. As if the dark-haired boy who endlessly questioned Harry's whereabouts stood before him. In those years, the mischief he undertook in search of Harry remained vividly alive. Alas, he had ultimately missed her. Perhaps when they next met, they would be the most formidable of adversaries. Dumbledore withdrew his gaze, instructing the children to return and rest, assuring them that Harry would be up and about come morning. Reluctantly, Harry and her friends departed, placing their trust in Dumbledore. Draco lingered behind, persistently questioning Dumbledore before finally retreating. Inside the hospital wing, Harry soon awakened, thanks to Madame Pomfrey's spells that revived her spirit, leaving her no choice but to abandon her pretense of sleep. Startled as if emerging from a dream, Harry bolted upright, her eyes meeting Dumbledore's kind expression as he offered her a steaming cup of hot chocolate. His welcoming gesture was unmistakable, implying he was aware of her escapade. Harry accepted the warm drink, tacitly agreeing not to delve into her time travel experience, as she herself could not comprehend how it had occurred. Most importantly, Professor Snape had also arrived. She wished to keep him uninvolved in this matter, not wanting him to worry about her. Professor Snape, Harry nearly faltered in her address, aware that he would surely be displeased. Yet, the current situation saw Snape angrily gesturing. Is this the collective activity you insisted on attending? Splendid. If Miss Potter wishes to meet Merlin sooner, she may simply come to me. In his anger, he reached as if to grasp her collar. But Harry's pleading gaze softened Snape's steely demeanor, causing his fingers to falter and drop to his sides. I could help you die more easily, he retorted sharply before turning to concoct a potion suitable for Harry's current condition. Regardless of the world, he remained a sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted figure. Harry felt a wave of despondency wash over her, but Dumbledore reassured her, do not be disheartened. Severus genuinely cares for you. He has always been this way. Do not take it to heart. I understand, Harry thought. How could she not? She had indeed been the one to seek this adventure, thus provoking her godfather's ire. It was only natural for him to worry about her. Suddenly, a thought struck Harry. Oh yes, Professor Dumbledore, Draco did not harm me. In fact, he helped me. Harry found himself reminiscing about that ambiguous and innocent kiss, suddenly feeling as though Draco in this world seemed somewhat different. I understood that Dumbledore had revealed a significant smile, provoking an inexplicable sensation within Harry, which he could only dismiss, burying his head beneath the covers. Chapter 32, A Visit. Upon returning to Harry's time, that evening, Snape firmly held Harry's head and forcefully administered several vials of steaming, freshly brewed potions. Harry was nearly transported back to the days of his childhood, when he was relentlessly fed potions to bolster his health. His godfather had desired for her to grow into an invulnerable young lady, and for a considerable time, Harry felt as though he exuded a faint herbal fragrance, reminiscent of his godfather. However, due to the memories of his childhood, Harry now consumed 5 vials of potions without batting an eyelid, leaving Harry and Ron utterly astonished. By Merlin's pants, you are truly a Gryffindor warrior, Ron exclaimed, holding a box of treats sent by Mrs. Weasley, intending to offer them to Harry, only to realize she likely had no appetite for such delicacies now. Quick, have a piece of candy, Harry. Hermione pulled out her own sweets from her pocket, meant to stave off her own hunger during intense study sessions, perfectly alleviating Harry's immediate need, albeit under the stern gaze of Professor Snape. She can't eat that. It will compromise the potion's efficacy. Snape had barely uttered the warning before Harry had already swallowed it, shifting the glare back to her, while Snape, in exasperation, acknowledged the shortcomings of his teaching in that world, lamenting that his own student could not grasp such a simple concept. With a flurry of words, he turned to leave, intending to brew the potion anew to ensure its effectiveness. Harry managed a smile that was more akin to a grimace, thanking Hermione, and perhaps she could discreetly provide him with some next time. These children were far too earnest. She ought to learn a thing or two from Fred and George. Why was she thinking of them again? Harry shook her head, forcing herself to forget the past with them. She needed to adapt to this world and find a way back. Thank you all for visiting me. Oh, is this for me? Thank you, Ron. Harry exclaimed upon spotting the familiar treats in Ron's arms, evoking fond memories of Mrs. Weasley's frequent gifts. Ron, suddenly the center of attention, found himself flustered. He hadn't anticipated her speaking to him first. He had expected to wait until Harry exchanged greetings before he could engage with Hermione. After all, he had always been somewhat overshadowed, both at home and at school. In his family, there were the remarkable Bill and Percy, the charming Fred and George, and the most cherished sister, often leaving him overlooked by his mother. In school, there were the heroic brothers and the academically gifted Hermione, making him feel unremarkable. Merely a Weasley, just Fred and George's younger brother, perpetually ignored. Thus, when Harry called his name, Ron was so excited he could hardly find his voice. Having abandoned the thought of taking the treats back, hastily pushing them into Harry's arms. Here, take them. Hurry, eat. Ron stammered, his cheeks flushing, standing awkwardly at the forefront. Thank you. Harry recognized Ron's bashfulness. He had always been shy in the past, yet when it came to assisting her, he was remarkably proactive. Whether it was saving her a seat, retrieving her book from Draco Malfoy, or informing Wood that she wouldn't be attending practice. He tackled these seemingly simple tasks with considerable effort. Every time he complained, "Why is it always me?" he performed admirably. He was a friend Harry deeply trusted. In this world, Harry sensed that Ron seemed even more insecure than the one she knew, often avoiding eye contact. His lack of confidence prompting her to want to help him. Now, she took the initiative to foster a good relationship with this world's Ron. The effect was immediate. Ron was already preparing to write to his mother, offering to send more treats, and had begun to engage her in conversation. "Did your mother also make these treats?" "Yes. But sometimes only Ginny and I receive them," Harry refrained from mentioning. Harry had been standing by the bed, looking quite uncomfortable, unsure how to broach the subject without triggering any unpleasant memories for her. Hermione, however, straightforwardly brought it up, prompting a grateful glance from Harry. "By the way, Harry, what did you encounter in the Forbidden Forest? Did you run into any monsters? And Malfoy didn't bully you, did he?" Hermione posed the collective queries, and Harry quickly followed suit. "Indeed, if Malfoy threatened you, do not fear. I shall inform Professor Dumbledore." Harry's anxiety was palpable, his glasses askew. "He didn't bully me. In fact, he saved me." Harry knew her assertion would not be believed, but she had no reason to falsely accuse Draco of mistreatment. "Malfoy saved you? He wouldn't even consider leaving you behind." Hermione's impression of Draco was exceedingly poor, to the extent that she wished to avoid him altogether. "Well, that must be disappointing for you, Ms. Know-it-all." Just as Hermione uttered those words, Draco, accompanied by his entourage, made a grand entrance at the door, holding a meticulously arranged bouquet of flowers. "What's wrong? Can't your dictionary conjure up any words for helpful?" Behind him, Crabbe and Goyle carried an array of confectionery gifts, adorned with ostentatious ribbons, tempting enough to make anyone salivate, including themselves. "Unfortunately, your thick-headedness fails to comprehend this." Hermione was infuriated by Draco's mockery, ready to confront him, but Harry restrained her. "Calm down, Hermione. We'll be thrown out by Madame Pomfrey." Although Harry met Draco with a cold glare, he felt a tinge of embarrassment for having spoken ill of him, especially since Draco had overheard. "Good to know. Now, take your pitiful gifts and leave," Draco sneered, casting a disdainful glance at the shabby basket, retrieving a lavish gold box from Goyle's arms. "You'll give yourself an upset stomach. Try my mother's cookies." While Harry appreciated Draco's assistance, she could not accept his disparagement of her friends and family. "I love Mrs. Weasley's homemade treats. Take back your words, Malfoy, or leave with your things." Harry's retort left Draco feeling wronged and flustered, pointing at her, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Have you forgotten who saved you? Ungrateful wretch." Upon hearing him mention saving her, Harry could not help but recall that awkward kiss. And similarly, Draco found himself in an uncomfortable silence, both avoiding eye contact while studying the calendar and the view outside. Chapter 33, Concern. The awkwardness between them quickly permeated the entire infirmary. Even the usually oblivious Goyle noticed, waddling over to Draco's side and inquiring, "Boss, are we still giving her the gifts? Why aren't you speaking?" Draco, attempting to maintain an air of seriousness, felt his composure falter, his handsome features contorted in irritation. "Shut up, we're leaving." With a commanding wave, Draco intended to exit with his underlings, but once he had not gone far, he regretted his decision. Kicking Goyle's backside and instructing them to return the items, planning to come back at a less crowded moment. As soon as Draco departed, Hagrid appeared, cradling a pot of flowers, his face dampened with tears as he dabbed at it with a handkerchief resembling a rag. The flowers, ominously reminiscent of a man-eating plant, caused the others to gather protectively around Harry, apprehensive that the flora might take a bite out of him. "Oh, Harry, I'm so sorry. I also owe an apology to Professor Dumbledore, and to James and Lily. I feel utterly useless." Hagrid wailed, his sobs echoing like those of a child, soft and fluffy. "Please, don't cry, Hagrid. I bear you no ill will. I merely stumbled by accident. There's no danger. I can attend class now. My godfather, Professor Snape, has completely healed me." Harry gazed in astonishment as the carnivorous plant in Hagrid's arms opened its jaws and clamped down on the top of Hagrid's head. Blood trickled down Hagrid's forehead, yet he appeared unfazed, a rather shocking sight. "Perhaps you should tend to that wound?" Harry suggested. "You're so kind, Harry. But I'm a terrible person." Hagrid's lamentations grew more pitiful, leading Harry to resign himself to waiting until Hagrid had wept enough to converse. Eventually, when Professor Snape returned with a fresh batch of potions, his mere presence effectively silenced Hagrid's tears. "She's not dead yet. Conserve your energy," he stated, a single phrase causing Hagrid to stifle a sob, nearly choking. It was evident that Hagrid held a certain fear of Snape. Snape continued, "Now she needs her rest," effortlessly dismissing everyone else from the room, leaving only Harry and Hagrid to exchange glances for a considerable time. I've already taken it. If it weren't for that damned suite. Yes, Snape did not allow Harry the luxury of further evasion. With a spell, he immobilized her, ensuring she consumed another round of potions. Deliberately ignoring Harry's pleading gaze, he contemplated saying, "This is for your own good," but ultimately refrained, recognizing she would never comprehend. No matter how much he explained, it would only breed resentment. Thus, he preferred to maintain his peace and avoid unnecessary chatter. However, Harry, obedient as a doll, prompted Snape's hands to soften unintentionally. He nearly forgot his reputation as the bat of the dungeons, and in that moment, he began to understand why, in another world, he would risk Harry being captured by Death Eaters just to keep her close. She was indeed deserving of affection and care, at least in that moment. He felt a pang of sorrow at the thought of releasing Hagrid's little companions, wishing to allow Harry to truly feel his pain. The final dose of potion sent Harry into a deep slumber, undisturbed, unaware of how long Snape lingered by her bedside, observing her serene visage, her features reminiscent of Lily's, yet distinctly different. As he contemplated her likely appearance as a child, Snape felt a peculiar illness take hold of him. He found himself irrationally envious of his counterpart in another world, pondering why it was not he who encountered Harry. If it had been him, perhaps he would not have spent these days in such turmoil, but rather would have devoted himself wholeheartedly to caring for Harry, the last remaining bloodline of Lily. Oh no. Now the second to last. Some dark thoughts swirled in Snape's mind before he forcibly discarded them, ultimately departing when Madame Pomfrey called for him. Yet the stream of visitors for Harry was far from over. Suddenly, two identical figures emerged from beneath Harry's bed. "Fred, George, what did you see?" "Indeed. It's the old bat. He actually came to check on Harry." The twins had been in the room for quite some time, having traversed the secret passageway. Knowing Madame Pomfrey could be quite formidable, thus, they chose to wait until the coast was clear. Upon observing on the Marauder's map that Snape had sent Hagrid away and was alone with Harry, they found it hard to fathom why the old bat would seek Harry out. Wasn't he supposed to despise her? Yet now, he acted as if she were his own daughter, a most peculiar change indeed. They hurried through the passageway and only emerged once Snape had departed. At that moment, the twins, having squeezed through the narrow tunnel, appeared quite disheveled, their perspiration making them resemble individuals who had just emerged from a bath. Harry, immobilized, could only see Fred and George flanking her, entirely unaware that they had brought a deer to see her. It seemed they had secretly raised the creature, and now they intended to sacrifice it for her recovery? Harry could not accept that. It was their beloved pet, after all. Chapter 34, Professor Quirrell. Nevertheless, Harry felt a sense of comfort at their arrival. They genuinely cared for her, after all. No matter the world, this remained true. Yet what surprised Harry was that the insufferable Blaise Zabini had also come to visit. He arrived with a bouquet, though it appeared somewhat casual compared to Draco's, more like something plucked haphazardly from a flower bed, still adorned with dew. However, it was quite fragrant, and Harry found herself preferring its freshness over Draco's robust rose scent. Yet, the person delivering the flowers did little to uplift her spirits. Compared to Harry's disheveled appearance, which left her no time to freshen up, Zabini was impeccably groomed, every strand of hair seemingly styled to perfection, making it hard for her to find him likable, though his presence felt like a refreshing tropical breeze, laden with fruity aromas. Harry couldn't help but want to punch his charmingly handsome face. He was undeniably a dreamboat, yet he always exuded a wild and flamboyant aura, particularly when his fox-like eyes gazed at her with that upward twitch at the corner of his mouth. "I heard you saved a unicorn last night." Zabini reclined against Harry's bedside, crossing his long legs, causing the mattress to dip under his weight. "But you fell unconscious? How did that little git Draco manage that?" His tone was teasing, eliciting a roll of Harry's eyes as she kicked at him. "None of your business. If you're just here to gawk, you should leave." Yet, he agilely seized her leg. "I isn't this concerned for you." While speaking, he gently rolled down her pant leg and tucked it back under the covers. "No need to thank me," he declared, leaving as if he were her gallant savior, just before Harry hurled her pillow at his retreating figure. Harry was perplexed by his visit. She didn't feel particularly close to him, nor did she believe he had come out of genuine concern. Perhaps he merely sought to observe the spectacle, or perhaps he regarded her as a target of his affections. Either way, she found him insufferable. A perpetual tease of young ladies. Aside from them, others sent tokens of sympathy, including a set of notes, pinned in an elegant hand, covering the lessons Harry had missed while in the hospital wing, though it bore no signature. Harry racked her brain, but could not discern the author, concluding it must be a kind-hearted boy, for the handwriting exuded strength. Under the dual care of Madame Pomfrey and Snape, Harry returned to class by the afternoon, joining Harry, Ron, and Hermione. However, the subject was one she loathed above all: defense against the dark arts, not due to poor performance, but because her godfather applied for the position every year yet was consistently denied. She empathized with the disdain for the course. Moreover, her professor reeked of garlic. And as her sense of smell was particularly acute, each class with Professor Quirrell necessitated a shower and a change of clothes afterward, lest she feel as though she were in India. Moreover, Professor Quirrell harbored an extraordinary fondness for himself, often lingering after each class to engage her in conversation. He possessed an eccentric penchant for acquiring an assortment of hats, eagerly soliciting her opinions on them, which was quite peculiar indeed. He seemed to exhaust every conceivable compliment in his repertoire. Harry had assumed that in this world, she would remain beneath Professor Quirrell's radar, but alas, she had miscalculated. The moment she stepped into the classroom, she was met with a myriad of scrutinizing gazes, some taunting, others sympathetic, and yet others merely curious onlookers. Perhaps word had spread about Harry Potter fainting in the Forbidden Forest while performing her duties, leading many to perceive her as timid. Yet, one particular gaze, imbued with an inexplicable concern, fell heavily upon her, transforming into a peculiar scrutiny that Harry found difficult to evade. Who could it be? Harry scanned the classroom, observing Draco's haughty nostrils, Pansy's disdainful eye rolls, and the gleeful expressions of Harry and his friends, but nothing else captured her attention. Professor Quirrell, visibly agitated, trembled with excitement or perhaps fear, stutteringly beckoning her to the front row. At that moment, Harry could not fathom why, after her polite refusal, he immediately turned to converse with her. "I'm sorry, Professor, but I prefer to sit with my friends." "Oh yes, yes, of course," he exclaimed, not even turning around, startling everyone. However, his eccentric demeanor elicited no further reaction from the students beyond a flurry of whispers. Harry pinched her nose, lamenting the absence of Fred and George, who would have concocted a spell to alleviate her discomfort. "Is Professor Quirrell this manly in your world too?" Harry muttered to Harry beside her. Before she could respond, a piece of chalk whizzed past her like a bullet, striking Harry. "No whispering," Quirrell barked. "Ouch!" Harry clutched his ear in disbelief, astonished that Quirrell had gotten angry. He stared at the professor, muttering an apology. This was their first encounter with Quirrell's ire, and as the entire class focused on him, eager to see how he would react to Harry, he deflated like a punctured balloon, his demeanor softening. The anxious professor fiddled with his fingers and tugged at his clothing, expressing sincere apologies. "I'm so sorry. I slipped. I'll be more careful next time, Harry." Quirrell resumed his previous self, acting as if nothing had transpired, continuing the lesson. "Oh, all right," Harry said, bewildered, returning to her seat. The others were equally perplexed, but Harry dared not speak to her again. She exchanged a knowing glance with Ron, Hermione, and Harry, a silent agreement that they would soon convene for a discussion. Despite their meticulous planning, Quirrell halted her again at the end of class. Chapter 35, Fright. Throughout the lesson, Harry felt as though she were under the scrutiny of an enigmatic gaze. Yet she could not discern its source. Coupled with Professor Quirrell's erratic emotions, she suppressed an urge to discuss her sensations with her trio of friends, pondering whether it was merely her imagination. However, once more, Quirrell intercepted her, claiming he had something of great importance to discuss. Harry attempted to concoct an excuse to leave. Yet her efforts were thwarted, leaving her with no choice but to remain, gesturing for Harry and the others not to wait for her. True to form, he would not allow her to depart easily. "Follow me," he instructed, and once they were alone, his tone grew resolute, shedding the earlier uncertainty. Even his posture straightened, losing its previous stoop. "All right, Professor," Harry replied cautiously, trailing behind him into his office. Once inside and out of his sight, she pinched her nose tightly and took a deep breath, bracing herself to enter his domain. This office was familiar from her original world, yet the decor was markedly different. The previous clutter of maps and paintings had been replaced by an array of tomes from various corners of the globe. The sight of these books conjured memories of Tom Riddle, who would choose to buy a book to enrich himself even if he possessed only a single galleon. At times, Harry mused that Tom's insatiable thirst for knowledge might have warranted him a place in Ravenclaw. "Excellent books, Professor. Have you read them all?" Harry inquired, intrigued by the differences between this world and her own. "What?" Quirrell, lost in thought, seemed startled by her question. Fidgeting with the sparse items on his desk, comprising only a quill set and a lamp, there was little to manipulate. "Repeat that, Harry, I didn't catch it." His face was etched with anxiety and dread, as though he believed missing a word was a grievous offense. Harry repeated her question, but Quirrell appeared to be lost in a reverie, his gaze wandering until he suddenly sprang to attention, kneeling before her with an urgent fervor. "You know you have a very important friend, don't you? You remember, right?" Quirrell's expression was one of frantic urgency as he shook her shoulders, his eyes wide with an almost desperate need for affirmation. "What are you talking about?" Harry was bewildered by his frenzied behavior, struggling to free herself from his grasp. His grip felt like a vice. "Professor, you're hurting me." The moment she uttered those words, Quirrell's hand contorted awkwardly, and he emitted a pained groan. "Oh, I'm sorry. It's my fault. Forgive me." Quirrell wailed, clutching his chest and wrist in agony, appearing as though he were confessing to an unseen entity. The good news was that Harry's breathing returned to normal, liberated from Quirrell's oppressive presence. "What's wrong, Professor? If there's nothing more, I'll be leaving," Harry stated firmly, not affording him the chance to respond. As she made her way to the door, she stepped outside and encountered a familiar face, Wood, carrying a broomstick. His eyes lit up upon seeing her, and he seized her arm. "Perfect timing. We need a substitute. Will you help us, Harry?" Wood had remembered her impressive performance and was eager to recruit her into their ranks. "Huh, aren't you going to find Harry?" "Precisely. The issue is that I can't find the little rascal anywhere," Wood replied, frowning as if a thought had struck him. He tugged at Harry's sleeve, leading her toward the Quidditch pitch. "Come on, I believe in you." Harry, speechless, could only comply, realizing she had forgotten that Harry had been absent from training lately, and the match was fast approaching. Wood, in his final year, was determined to seize the House Cup, and he would not easily relent. A pang of regret washed over Harry. Had she not shown up, Wood might have managed to catch Harry for practice. Observing the back of Wood's dedicated head, she recalled his relentless efforts, realizing he had never regarded her as anything but a fellow teammate. Sometimes, in the heat of training, he would casually lift his shirt, exposing his abs, allowing Harry to relish the sight. Or, during her stellar performances, he would sweep her off her feet, hoisting her above his head, always leaving her with the impression that she was just one of the boys. During those training days, Oliver would fully exemplify the virtue of leading by example, garnering Harry's profound admiration for his earnest dedication to Quidditch. Their camaraderie was akin to that of close friends. Thus Harry paid little heed to the fact that he had taken her hand, deciding instead to lend him a helping hand. Oliver, however, was blissfully unaware of the implications of holding a girl's hand. To him, Harry seemed almost childlike. Yet, upon arriving at the Quidditch pitch, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The team soared through the air on their brooms, and from a distance, it appeared as though their captain was astonishingly guiding a girl with remarkable tenderness, causing their gait to take on an odd quality. Breaking news. Our captain has finally found love. Extra, extra. Fred and George, like the most gossipy monkeys on a branch, exchanged jests about Wood's situation midair. Silence. Come down and apologize. Oliver would suddenly realize the inappropriateness of his actions. After all, Harry was indeed a girl, a lovely girl at that, and he should have been more considerate. Consequently, he abruptly released her hand and turned around, only to collide with Harry, who was gazing upwards. "Look, they're embracing. Ha ha, what swift progress, Captain." However, when Fred and George leaned in to discern the identity of the girl on the ground, they were met with Harry's flushed face, prompting them to change their expressions drastically and nearly collide with each other in shock. "Captain, this may not be acceptable." Fred and George's mood plummeted to an absurd low. To them, it was akin to Ginny being besieged by a pig. Of course, Wood was genuinely a kind-hearted fellow, a good pig, if you will, but logically, they could not accept this. Surely, the age difference was too significant. "Indeed, you are incompatible," Fred and George chorused, lifting Harry from Wood's embrace and setting her down as if to assess her for injuries. After passing a hand inspection, Fred rubbed Harry's hand against his chest, as if to erase any trace of Wood's touch, under the pretense of disinfecting her. George, not to be outdone, examined Harry's other arm, lifting her sleeve as if she had been subjected to some form of inhumane treatment. "I'm fine," Harry exclaimed, feeling as though her scalp might be lifted from their incessant probing. Yet, this meticulousness was something she had grown accustomed to from their usual behavior. Wood, who had been unceremoniously knocked to the ground by George, scrambled up, fervently explaining with a furrowed brow, "I did not bully her. I've said I don't have a girlfriend, and Harry is not my girlfriend." Wood attempted to draw Harry closer to his side, sensing that Fred and George's behavior was excessively peculiar, making Harry uncomfortable. It was merely an innocent incident, and now, with their interference, she was reluctant to join their training. "You wish." Fred and George were baffled. The sight of their delightful little Harry alongside Wood filled them with an inexplicable irritation. Their usual absence from Ginny's side now projected onto Harry, igniting their concern for her well-being. They enveloped Harry in a tight embrace, leaving no room for Wood to intervene. Though the familiarity of this embrace was comforting, it rendered her breathless. "That would call me for help, not in the way you're imagining." Harry chuckled at the sight of Fred and George, protective as ever, nearly bringing the reticent Wood to tears. She felt an urge to laugh, but the memory of his rigorous training, which felt more like torment, held her back as he deliberately slowed his speech at inappropriate moments. Seeing Wood's eyes filled with hope and urgency was quite amusing. Fortunately, Fred and George eventually believed Wood's innocence. promptly apologizing while offering to introduce him to potential romantic interests. Stop. I've already forgiven you. Why are you repaying kindness with malice? Wood, exasperated, nearly brandished his broom in frustration. Everyone felt the challenges of enlightening Captain Wood were indeed formidable. Eventually, Fred and George relented, turning their attention back to Harry. She watched as they approached her once more, prompting her to retreat. I'm fine, truly. Yet, she could not resist the concerned brothers who proceeded to demonstrate how she should react in the event of an encounter with a dubious stranger. Their exaggerated kicking motion was so vivid that it caused Wood to swallow hard. Harry, I'm not. I understand. Harry's face flushed. They had taught her this move when she was 7, and she had perfected it over time, even testing it on Draco numerous times. Though her success rate had dwindled after the first few attempts, it still posed a considerable threat, as Draco often turned crimson, shouting that she would regret it. Harry could not fathom what she had to regret. She was unafraid of this tactic and often scoffed at it. However, under the watchful gaze of others, Fred and George's demonstration felt rather embarrassing, and they insisted on verifying her proficiency. Harry could only nod, covering her face. Fred, still unconvinced, suggested, "Why not practice on Malfoy?" Malfoy? What on earth was he doing here? She immediately lowered her hands to follow Fred's gaze, only to find Draco lurking in a shadowy corner, his displeasure unmistakable. His expression bore a look of incredulity, as if he had been wronged. Harry sighed. Considering he had treated her well in this world, perhaps she could refrain from employing that tactic against him for now. No need. Aren't we supposed to train? Let us go. Which position should I take? At long last, Wood welcomed Harry's approach with immense gratitude, relieved to see she was not upset. As his emotions swung like a pendulum, Wood regained his former enthusiasm, yet under the watchful eyes of the Weasley twins, he hesitated to place a hand atop Harry's head, instead resting it gently on her shoulder. But after barely 2 seconds, he withdrew it again. What was with Fred and George's aggressive demeanor today? Of course, it's Harry's position. I believe in you. Let us try the formation, and remember to call him for class later. Wood specifically handed Harry a newer broom. Fred swiftly interjected, accepting it for her. Thanks, Captain. Don't worry, Harry. George and I will ensure every ball is sent flying. George flexed his muscles, eliciting smiles from the others. Yet only Harry recognized the truth in their words, although Fred and George appeared slim. Their muscles had developed beyond what was typical for their age under Wood's stringent training regimen. Instinctively, Harry reached out to touch them, giving a squeeze. Indeed, they felt just like those from her previous world. Yet her unconscious action rendered George somewhat bashful. While he was accustomed to eliciting laughter, being genuinely appreciated caught him off guard. Most of the time, people viewed them through the lens of humor, but this pure admiration and fascination was entirely new to him. George awkwardly retracted his muscles, and, in a voice only he and Harry could hear, murmured a soft thanks. It was only then that Harry realized he had momentarily drifted off, his cheeks flushing as he accepted the broom and soared into the sky, narrowly avoiding a collision with a senior nearby. Draco, observing from below, should have made his exit immediately. After all, what business was it of his if someone was taking advantage of his situation? Yet, the thought of her body facing danger kept Draco rooted in place, as if his feet were firmly planted, infuriated by her recklessness. Chapter 37, The Room of Requirement. Harry, being intimately familiar with his surroundings, displayed an astonishing synergy in the Quidditch practice. He was well acquainted with the habits and abilities of each team member, and as a result, his performance astounded everyone. If one were to observe closely, they might be misled into believing that Harry was the one training. Yet she seemed to possess a greater agility and strength than him. Some even resorted to using binoculars to capture her movements. In truth, Harry had only studied Quidditch under Oliver Wood for half a semester, whereas Harry had been scouted by Wood and trained from a young age. Under Wood's rigorous tutelage, Harry's Quidditch skills had naturally surpassed Harry's. Furthermore, Harry found it challenging to conceal her true prowess on the field, as the blood of her forebears coursed through her veins, invigorating her the moment she mounted her broom. Although she disliked being pushed to train, once on the broom, she felt as free as a fish in water. At this moment, Oliver Wood's excitement was beyond measure. He could almost envision the house cup beckoning to him. Harry was exceptionally talented, even stronger than he had anticipated, surpassing everyone on the team. Particularly, her innate ability to maneuver around bludgers and her effortless pursuit of the golden snitch was remarkable. Wood contemplated passing the captaincy to Harry immediately, but he refrained, knowing that with both Harry and Harry on the team, victory was assured. Wood's gaze towards Harry was filled with hope and yearning. It was difficult for him to divert his attention from her, as every move she made seemed to satisfy him, though he knew he could not replicate it. Harry, you are truly formidable. Wood earnestly approached Harry as she landed to rest, wishing to invite her to join the Gryffindor team. Fred and George quickly surrounded her, exclaiming, Well done, Harry. Our little sister truly shines. They playfully bantered about her impressive performance, primarily because Malfoy had been casting a sinister glance in her direction, as if seeking to cause her trouble. In truth, Draco had been vigilantly monitoring Harry's safety, fearing she might suddenly faint and fall from her broom. He gripped his wand tightly, striving to lock his gaze on her figure, hoping to use the levitation charm to assist her should she fall. While others admired Harry's speed, Draco was consumed by anxiety and resentment. Why fly so fast? His eyes, strained from long periods of not daring to blink, were filled with tears. Unbeknownst to them, Harry remained oblivious to Draco's concerns, and Fred and George misinterpreted his expression. They were genuinely worried that Malfoy might cause trouble for Harry. Although she claimed he had never bothered her, they suspected it was merely a temporary reprieve. After practice, Fred and George whisked Harry away towards Hogwarts Castle without granting Wood a moment to speak further about the benefits of joining the team. Dinner is ready. See you tomorrow. Wood wanted to explain more about the advantages of being on the team, but Fred and George had already taken her away. Harry once again experienced the sensation of being sandwiched between the twin Weasleys, who were enthusiastically discussing the practice recap. Their chatter soon lulled Harry into a state of fatigue, and she yawned while assuring them that she would never let Draco bully her. If he dared to confront her, she would certainly use the tactics they had taught her. They felt relieved as they entrusted her to Harry and his friends. Finally, Harry could join Harry and the others. To be safe, she led them to the room of requirement, pacing before the wall and wishing for a secure secret base. Just like in the other world, a door materialized out of thin air. Harry, Hermione, and Ron exchanged astonished glances. It was utterly incredible. How many secrets do you have that we don't know about? Now, they all regarded Harry as the true savior. Even Harry himself thought so. Compared to Harry, she was exceptionally gifted, as if chosen by a higher power. He felt as though he had been thrust into this role against his will, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet, on second thought, he felt fortunate to have gained a sister. Being infuriated also had its merits. He had never harbored jealousy towards Harry's excellence. If she was the savior, he would willingly do everything in his power to support her. Now, the four of them were captivated by the appearance of the mysterious room. It perfectly met Harry's desires, featuring a grand round table surrounded by high-backed leather chairs. Nearby, there was a circle of sofas with a tea table, all encircled by bookshelves. In front of the fireplace lay a carpeted area adorned with cushions, creating a cozy space for comfortable gatherings. Harry adored this secret hideout. Ron had already sprawled out on the sofa, exclaiming, "This place is so cool. Can I stay here tonight?" That would be against school rules. Hermione, clutching a hefty tome, reminded Ron, ever vigilant about preserving Gryffindor's standing. "If you don't say anything, no one will know." Ron made a face. "Right, Harry, you'll accompany me, won't you?" Harry stood by the fireplace, studying a painting on the wall. "Don't you all think this painting looks familiar?" It bears a resemblance to Harry. At that moment, Harry noticed an ancient portrait hanging on the wall, perhaps decades old. It depicted a young girl in a school uniform, with red hair and emerald green eyes. Her hair styled in two braids, standing authoritatively against the wind, a rather imposing sight. Harry suddenly sprang to her feet, as if struck by a heavy blow. Could this be a painting by Tom? He could paint, and the likeness was quite striking, though many strokes appeared juvenile. It was evident the artist had poured their heart into it. What mindset could he have had while creating and preserving this piece? She felt an inexplicable distance between them, as if she were merely a passerby in Tom's life. Why was he so fixated? Since returning, Harry had deliberately ignored thoughts of Tom, partly out of anger for his actions towards her, and partly to avoid the sorrow of knowing he might have passed long ago. She preferred to pretend she knew nothing and refrained from inquiring whether Tom had become a remarkable wizard. Yet now, she found herself ensnared by Tom's influence once more. Did he know she would come here? Chapter 38, The Confidential Discussion. Harry's thoughts swirled as she recalled moments in class with Tom, their time in the library, and the fierce way he had pushed her away in the end. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. She hardly knew him from so long ago. Harry resolved to bury those memories deep within her heart, allowing Tom to exist only in her recollections. After all, they were not particularly close. How could I ever compare to Harry's grace? Ron nearly blurted out that Harry was beautiful, a statement that could easily be misconstrued. Ron awkwardly touched his nose, attempting to shift the topic. "All right, let us not dwell on that. Let us get started." He was right. They had finally gathered together. Harry began to inquire about Professor Quirrell one by one. "He always gave me an odd feeling." They recalled Harry's hesitation when he thought back to the night Professor Snape confronted Professor Quirrell. They all believed Snape was the villain, but he was Harry's godfather. Even now, they couldn't fathom why Snape would take on such a role. In Hermione's eyes, Snape was a man filled with affection, whose tenderness and care seemed terrifying to them. Yet, he did not wish to harm Harry, leading Harry to helplessly gaze at Ron and Hermione, pondering how to convey this to her. Hermione, unable to tolerate Harry's indecisiveness any longer, shot him a glare and interjected. All right, we need to speak up. Harry, please don't be upset. One night, we saw Professor Snape confronting Professor Quirrell, and he was injured in the process. Thus, we have our suspicions. That wasn't something a godfather would do. I know about that incident. He was merely following Headmaster Dumbledore's orders, which led to his injury. I even helped him with his wounds. His confrontation with Quirrell stemmed from some odd remarks Quirrell made. Harry recalled how his godfather had explained it that night. Their discussion fell into a stalemate. It seemed the trio struggled to believe Snape could be so innocent amidst so many coincidences. Perhaps the two worlds differ significantly, Hermione suggested, skillfully diffusing the silence. Yes, that could very well be the case. Harry finally brightened up again. He truly did not want the atmosphere between them and Harry to become heavy, hoping for warmth instead. Well, Harry continued, explaining why she had fainted. The scar on her forehead, which had now vanished, had caused her pain and dizziness, resonating with Harry. Everyone accepted this and expressed understanding. Ultimately, Harry refrained from mentioning anything about Riddle, realizing that this world Snape had no admirable reputation in their minds. She had felt it while attending classes behind them. On the same exam, if Harry answered incorrectly, Snape would mock him, implying that the aura of the chosen one was insufficient to tackle such simple questions. Yet, if she accidentally erred, Snape would chide. That question wasn't covered in our last lesson. It's beyond the syllabus. And then turned to boast, did you see? A transfer student can score the highest. I must have been too lenient with you lot, while also awarding Harry a penalty of 5 points. In the following time, he would specifically dedicate moments to highlight Harry's mistakes and admonish him to pay attention. This left Harry feeling both frustrated and disheartened, questioning whether he had been born in the wrong gender. Perhaps if he were a girl, Snape would not target him so. This was the first time Harry had gained such a profound understanding of Snape's favoritism. In her original world, her godfather would frequently award her points. She was his only goddaughter and relative, so his bias was understandable. However, he never deducted points from Gryffindor indiscriminately. In this world, with Harry's presence as a comparison, it seemed everything he did was wrong. Snape would penalize him for even breathing and then scold him. Why did Professor Snape favor her so much while harboring such disdain for Harry? Harry, what have you done to offend me, the godfather or Professor Snape? Harry was perplexed, feeling immense sympathy for Harry's plight, struggling to envision how he would navigate his academic life under such circumstances. I don't disbelieve you, asked Ron and Hermione. From the very first moment we met, he looked at me with disdain, Harry exclaimed, angrily punching a nearby cushion, feeling both frustrated and despondent. It was exceedingly unfair to him. Hermione patted Harry's shoulder, attempting to clarify, that's right. During our first potions class, he deliberately questioned Harry about topics he hadn't yet learned, mocking him. Hermione's growing agitation was evident as her dissatisfaction with Snape surfaced. Surprisingly, Ron was the first to notice the change in Harry's expression. He quickly nudged Hermione with his elbow. Cough, cough. It's that world's old, bat, Snape. Perhaps in Harry's world, he's a benevolent figure. Although Ron struggled to voice such an insincere statement, it was enough to prompt Hermione to nod in agreement. Harry felt compelled to speak with her godfather, questioning why he treated Harry so harshly. Wasn't he merely a male version of herself? If he could treat her kindly, why was he so stringent with Harry? There must be a secret behind it. They needed to uncover this mystery, but who could extract words from Snape? Perhaps only Dumbledore could. The group fell into contemplation once more. Wait, I've thought of a plan, Hermione exclaimed, her mind racing with an idea that, while risky, could prove effective, albeit potentially violating school rules and leading to expulsion if caught. Hermione hesitated momentarily. It's all right. If anything goes wrong, just pin it on me. I'm not from this world. Getting expelled wouldn't matter to me, Harry declared boldly, thumping her chest, always the one to stand up for her friends. Harry and Ron looked at her, feeling a swell of emotion. Was this what it felt like to have a deep bond? The warmth of being cared for was delightful. We could secretly use a truth serum on Professor Snape. I know the recipe, and if we fail, I'm aware that Snape's private store should have some. Or we could procure it from outside. Fred and George must have connections. This was indeed a splendid idea. The 4 young Gryffindors felt a rush of excitement at Hermione's words. She was right. Even a little truth serum could compel an elephant to reveal its innermost thoughts. Let alone Snape. Then we'll split into 2 teams. Harry and I will work on brewing it, and Harry, you can investigate Snape's private store since you can get closest to him. We might be dismissed before we even approach, while Ron, you can consult Fred and George about this. Hermione proposed the best and most sensible plan at once, garnering unanimous agreement. However, Ron looked pained. He wished to switch places with Harry, suspecting he might end up being the one to pay for their mischief with countless galleons. No, they wouldn't do that to Harry. Ron reassured himself, though Hermione remained inexplicably confident, perhaps due to the way they treated Harry. It was an indescribable feeling. A sense that they wouldn't take Harry's money and would indeed accomplish this task. Chapter 39, Apprehension. Although Harry had accepted this task, and Snape's demeanor towards her had notably softened of late, the idea of sneaking into his private stores to pilfer his truth serum was undeniably daunting. In her original world, she would have felt no trepidation, but now she was anxious. In her previous life, her godfather would merely penalize her with a few essays, yet here, her godfather was a stranger, and everything was uncertain. Even if this world as Snape was unfamiliar, she did not wish to disappoint him. How would he perceive a student who stole from him? As she walked, her stomach churned with anxiety, yet she found herself indifferent to it. She wished she had switched places with Ron. Although she possessed an invisibility cloak, the pressure of Snape made her feel utterly drained as she approached his private stores. Just then, she encountered a conspicuous figure, Draco Malfoy, who appeared to be hiding there, clutching a book under his arm. Though she yearned to attract attention, the brilliance of her hair rendered her a beacon in even the slightest light. "Come here. I have something for you." Harry feigned ignorance of the boy's presence, attempting to walk past him, yet he called out to her. Indeed, she was a thorn in Malfoy's side, and how could he let her slip away? Malfoy reached out to intercept Harry, pulling her aside into a corner, and arrogantly tossed a book into her arms. "Here, study this." "What?" Harry instinctively caught the book, which was titled A Required Guide for Women of Pureblood Families. What nonsense was this? She felt an overwhelming urge to hurl it back at him, aiming for the back of his head. However, Draco appeared to be entirely serious, not mocking her for her lack of refinement, but earnestly presenting the book. "You absolutely need this." His sincere demeanor prevented her from retaliating. Did he genuinely hope she would become a refined lady of a pureblood family? Amused by Draco's naivete, Harry returned the book to him. "I don't need these." Indeed, her godfather had taught her self-preservation. Bill had imparted the values of sincerity and freedom, and Fred and George had shown her how to maintain an optimistic outlook. She felt she had grown splendidly, not inferior to those raised in pureblood families. Draco, observing Harry's nonchalant attitude, felt an overwhelming frustration. He longed to open the book himself, pointing to the page he had marked for her. "See, a lady should not hug or embrace men outside of her husband or family. It's utterly inappropriate." Yet he refrained from doing so, fearing he would appear overly controlling, especially since they were merely friends. He couldn't bear to watch Harry indulge in recklessness. As a friend, he felt compelled to assist her. Harry's indifference was driving Draco to distraction, the pent-up frustration surging within him, clenching and unclenching his fists, torn between the urge to storm off and the discomfort of restraint. "Just take a look." Irritated by Draco's relentless pursuit, Harry reluctantly accepted the book, realizing that otherwise, she might not reach her destination that evening. Yet, thanks to Draco Malfoy, she felt a surprising calm wash over her, though her annoyance had reached a peak. "All right, I'll take it. Can you leave now?" How long would he follow her? She struggled to suppress her anger, but Draco seemed unfazed. "You should read it now. Why should I listen to you?" Under Draco's insistence, Harry couldn't help but unleash the technique Fred and George had taught her, swiftly and accurately knocking a shocked Draco to the ground. "Oh, you dare?" Draco could hardly believe she would actually use that move against him, curling up in pain and breathlessly exclaiming, "You will regret this." Harry had heard that threat so often that it barely fazed her. "Fine, I'll wait for you to make me regret it." She anticipated Draco's retort, but he remained silent, his exposed skin flushed like a boiled shrimp. After a long pause, he finally muttered, "It's still too early. Wait a few years." Unfortunately, Harry didn't afford him any time, slipping away in her invisibility cloak. Perhaps fueled by her pent-up energy, Harry rushed into Snape's private storeroom. Familiar with the password from her previous visits, she was taken aback to find her godfather already inside. "Who?" Snape, engaged in organizing materials, heard the door open, though he distinctly remembered closing it. Instinctively, he grasped his wand, assuming a defensive posture. Startled, Harry retreated, causing her mission to fail. She placed the blame for this failure squarely on Draco. Now she would have to wait another week for another opportunity to sneak out, as she had evening tutoring sessions under the watchful eyes of Professor Snape or McGonagall. Meanwhile, Fred and George had indeed not charged Harry for their services, knowing how to procure the truth serum, but only required her assistance with a small favor. Harry happily agreed, relieved not to disappoint her godfather. Hermione, also pleased, had been losing hair over her recent studies on the truth serum, and with Harry being pulled into training, she was left to manage alone. However, that small favor entailed acting as substitute players to help Gryffindor secure the House Cup, and, incidentally, allow them to profit significantly from the betting. Harry believed that the latter reason was paramount. Thus, most of her time was spent training alongside Fred, George, and Harry Wood. Fred and George had indeed managed to acquire the truth serum, but its origins were rather dramatic, stemming from Professor Snape's private storeroom. So, at the conclusion of one dinner, Snape furiously questioned everyone from the staff table. "A little rat has infiltrated my private storeroom and stolen my belongings. I expect that person to step forward before I send you all off from this school." Chapter 40. Unexpected Developments. Once Snape finished his outburst and stormed off, Fred and George, who had been flanking Harry, quietly stood up, ready to make their exit. Harry, grasping their sleeves in desperation, felt the collapse of her earlier expectations. She should have foreseen how effortlessly they had obtained the truth serum. How naive had she been to entertain other notions? "Fred, George, what is going on? Did you steal it?" Had she known, she wouldn't have asked for their help. Fred and George sat back down, scratching their heads awkwardly while sharing an embarrassed chuckle. No, we borrowed it. We wrote an IOU. What? Harry covered her face in disbelief, realizing they seemed somewhat proud. Isn't that essentially providing a clue to my godfather? No wonder he seemed to be holding a piece of paper in his fist earlier. Turns out they had drafted an IOU. Fred and George, sensing Harry's concern for them, tenderly cupped her face and planted a kiss on her forehead, declaring, "Don't worry. We didn't leave any identifying marks. The Weasley twins are masters of mischief." Fred chimed in, and the two exchanged knowing fist bumps, performing their classic gesture. Finally, Harry let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had always been clever enough to craft their IOU from cut-out letters from newspapers, ensuring no handwriting was present. This was also the reason for Snape's fury, yet he firmly believed he would soon find a trace of the culprit. "You two are incredibly bold," Hermione couldn't help but remark, realizing she should have made a better effort. Now, she turned to Harry, speculating whether Harry would admit her fault. "You're not going to turn yourself in, are you, Harry?" Hermione immediately positioned herself in front of her. "Perhaps Professor Snape won't find anyone?" There wasn't any evidence pointing to Fred and George. Seeking traces now would only ensnare them. Hermione believed it best to remain cautious. However, Harry was acutely aware of her godfather's investigative prowess. She had never committed a misdeed without being discovered. Once he took action, he would undoubtedly uncover Fred and George's involvement. Though they appeared gleeful now, if expelled, they would have no choice but to seek their fortunes on the streets of Knockturn Alley. That was absolutely something she wished to avoid, yet Harry resolved to privately confess. Her mind was a tumultuous whirl as she discreetly returned the potion before the godfather grew angrier. After all, only a few drops were needed, and she could dilute it with water. Although the probability of being discovered was quite high, he could easily detect the difference with a mere whiff. She could only claim it was an accident. However, he would undoubtedly suspect she had used the truth serum. Thus Harry decided to employ a dual strategy, to administer the potion to the godfather before returning the incriminating evidence. Yet, the unfolding of events was even more extraordinary than Harry had envisioned in her dreams. As she nervously entered Snape's office, she noticed several vials displayed upon his desk. Before she could utter a word, Snape impatiently tossed one of the vials towards her, undoubtedly identical to the one she had carefully concealed in her possession. "Are you here to return the truth serum as well?" Snape furrowed his brow, incredulous. How many had come today? More than one individual had sent him truth serums, both standard and premium versions, and even that cowardly Quirrell had delivered a vial, nervously advising him not to waste time apprehending students, clearly shielding the thief. Infuriated, he shot Quirrell a disdainful glance, bemused that they had all procured the truth serum circulating in the market. Each vial bore his signature. Had he not just checked, he might have believed his private stash had been pilfered again. "Apologies, Professor Snape." Harry mechanically glanced at the truth serums on the desk, realizing that the godfather had laid out his entire stock for inspection. To her astonishment, the dozen vials before her had been sent from 4 different sources. Finally, Snape turned to face Harry, his presence imposing, and he found it impossible to confront Harry Potter directly. The moment he beheld her, even Snape's most hardened heart softened, reminiscent of seawater mingling with the remnants of his past tears. Lily. Could Snape truly remain angry at a charming girl who bore such a striking resemblance to Lily? He could not, nor did he wish to, so he tempered his demeanor, sweeping his robes to collect the remnants of potion from before Harry, and pulled out a chair to sit. "Speak, what is the matter?" The exasperation in his tone was evident only to Snape himself, yet the gentleness infused within his voice went unnoticed by him. Observing Snape's softened attitude, Harry couldn't help but call out, timidly meeting his gaze, which momentarily flustered Snape. He averted his eyes, suppressing a smile at her calling him godfather. It dawned on Harry how it felt to refer to him in that manner. Snape did not challenge her, emboldening her resolve as she approached his desk in search of his cup. Thankfully, the cups in this world remained unchanged. It resembled a gift her mother had given him during her school days. As Harry beheld the well-worn yet meticulously preserved cup, a spark ignited within her. "Let me fetch you some water." Snape gazed at Harry's retreating figure, lost in thought, and he was suddenly transported back to a time when he had fallen ill. Lily had similarly inquired with tender concern if he desired water, pouring it for him. At that moment, they had not yet grown distant. She would affectionately call him Severus. Seizing the opportunity, Harry discreetly dripped a few drops of truth serum into the cup. She was drenched in sweat, desperately trying to recall the sensations of being with the godfather, attempting to quell her anxiety. Yet, her hand trembled slightly as she held the cup. Fortunately, Snape, immersed in his memories, did not notice her unease, instead captivated by her face. It was only when Snape accepted the cup that the truth was revealed, so it was she. Snape had honed his sensitivity to potion scents through countless trials. Even the minutest drop could be discerned beneath the veil of steam, let alone his own concoctions. Regaining his composure, he exhaled deeply. Her curiosity was understandable, and he had no intention of exposing her. Since she wished to know, he was willing to play along. Observing Harry's damp bangs and doe-like eyes, clearly, her world had shielded her well. Her intentions were as transparent as ink on parchment. And how could she ever grow this way? Yet, Snape could hardly blame her, for they were alike, had he been in her position. He too would not wish for Lily's only daughter to traverse the shadows of the dark world. Even now, she had pilfered his belongings. Yet he felt an inexplicable compassion for her circumstances, reluctant to puncture her fragile pretense. "Thank you." Snape steadied himself, accepting the cup and unwittingly aiding her scheme. Taking a hearty sip despite the warmth, allowing her to relax as he indeed consumed the truth serum. "Godfather?" Harry could hardly believe how smoothly everything was progressing. She had just been contemplating how to persuade him to drink her juice if he refused. Yet, it seemed she had triumphed. Chapter 41, Truth and Deceit. At that moment, Snape appeared lost in thought, the cup naturally resting in his hand. Harry waved her hand before his eyes, but Snape made no response, not even raising his eyelids. His gaze fixed ahead, which made Harry breathe a sigh of relief. Harry plopped down on the floor, feeling as though she had exhausted all her strength. Unable to believe her eyes, she had succeeded just like that. First, she wiped the potion vial she had hidden away with her clothing before returning it to the pile of potions. Then, she swiftly retrieved her quill and notebook, preparing to jot down all the clues the godfather had mentioned. Snape's brow twitched at the sight. She was fully prepared. Now, Snape was left pondering why Professor Quirrell favored Harry and what motivated these individuals to assist her. The thought of them being akin to pigs eyeing a cabbage made Snape clench his fists. She was his goddaughter, and no one should dare take her from him. Snape was now wholly ensnared in the sentiments of a protective father. Harry, undeterred, rolled up her sleeves and boldly asked the ultimate question, "Are you my biological father?" This had been a lingering concern for Harry, as since her arrival at Hogwarts, rumors had circulated that she was Snape's illegitimate child. And to evade the remaining Death Eaters, she had disguised herself as a boy. No one believed Snape would devote such effort to a child with no blood ties, especially given his demeanor, which had left many astonished. Even Harry found herself questioning whether the godfather was indeed her father, considering she had not inherited any traits from the Potter lineage. This very question nearly caused Snape to falter in his pretense. He abruptly looked up. What? Yet, in the next moment, he swiftly contemplated how to remedy the situation, resuming his previous demeanor. "I cannot hear your question." "Oh, I was asking, are you my father?" Harry remained oblivious to the subtle shift in Snape's demeanor and repeated her inquiry. Perhaps only Merlin knew how much Snape yearned to respond in the affirmative. Yet he had neither the grounds nor rationale to deceive her. She would eventually uncover the truth. Thus, he coldly replied, "No." Seeing Harry's evident disappointment linger for a few seconds, Snape's lips parted as if he wished to offer her comfort. However, reason prevailed, and he lowered his gaze, clenching his jaw in anticipation of the next shock, needing to concentrate fully to devise the best response. "Then why are you so good to me? If she were not the godfather's child, why would he protect her so fiercely?" "Because you are the only daughter of my dear friend, and you bear a striking resemblance to her," Snape replied with remarkable composure, a truth utterly undeniable, though the concealed reality was his deep affection for that friend. "But why do you treat Harry Potter so harshly?" Upon hearing this question, Snape nearly scoffed, his disdain reminiscent of his father. In that moment, Harry realized that he resembled his mother, while Harry looked like his father. Curiously, Harry had never laid eyes on any photographs of his parents, for Snape had severed all ties with their memories, wishing to spare her the sorrow of longing for them. "Then why do you target Professor Quirrell? Is it because you've noticed something amiss with him?" Just as Harry posed his question, the door to Snape's office burst open, and a figure stumbled in, causing Harry to nearly lose his footing in panic. "Professor Snape, it's bad. Dumbledore is looking for you." Professor Quirrell almost toppled over, thanks to him clutching the nearby table for support. His arrival cleared the fog from Snape's eyes, He surmised that Quirrell had barged in to extricate Harry from trouble, mistakenly believing he would punish her. But how did he know Harry was there? Furthermore, why did he harbor such inexplicable attention and favoritism towards Harry? Was it merely due to his obsession with the tale of the Chosen One? Snape was not one to allow Quirrell the opportunity to harm Harry. Perhaps he ought to administer some Veritaserum to that fellow. You? What are you doing in my office? This is none of your concern. Snape disregarded Quirrell and, awakening from his stupor, focused intently on Harry, using his imposing presence to drive Quirrell away before finally confronting him. What is the matter? Quirrell found himself seized by the collar, with Snape commanding him to follow Harry Potter, yet Snape's mutt once again obstructed his path. Quirrell could no longer contain the fury in his eyes, violently breaking free from Snape's grip. I can walk by myself. He nearly exposed his true self, but the sudden heat at the back of his head restored him to his previous demeanor, though he refrained from meeting Snape's gaze and continued to shuffle submissively ahead of him. Yet, the face at the back of his head remained fixated on Snape. Seizing the opportunity, Harry slipped away, feeling both fortunate and regretful, wishing she had seized the moment to ask a few more questions. Why had she asked those questions? Fortunately, she had discreetly placed the potion borrowed from the twins among the heap of bottles on the table. She had now completed her task, hoping Snape would abandon any pursuit of the offender upon encountering so much Veritaserum. Regrettably, the pivotal question she had intended to ask went unvoiced. If only she had been a minute later, she might have uncovered the truth. Who was there? Now well past curfew, Harry, in her frantic state, stumbled into an abandoned classroom, where a peculiar mirror stood, adorned with intricate patterns and carvings, ancient and mysterious. At that moment, she was not the first to arrive. Harry? What are you and Ron doing here so late? In front of the mirror stood two figures, perched on small stools, gazing dreamily into its depths, occasionally breaking into smiles, and at times bursting into laughter, as if entranced. Harry? You succeeded? Harry? How did you get here? Harry appeared somewhat flustered, abruptly rising to obstruct Harry's view, while Ron tumbled to the floor, the stool tilting under Harry's sudden movement. The primary reason was that although they were aware that the images in the mirror of Erased varied for each viewer, and only they could see their own reflections, they instinctively felt vulnerable concerning their innermost desires. In Harry's eyes, the mirror reflected his father and mother, alongside Harry, who was pleading for a hug. Then, his parents stood behind them, creating a scene of familial bliss. The image shifted, and he became the captain of the Quidditch team, triumphantly holding the house cup. With Harry by his side to share in the glory, they both raised the trophy aloft, Harry's admiration causing Harry to smile. Meanwhile, Ron was blushing furiously at the sight of his future self, clad in a lavish suit that had only been seen on Malfoy, standing in the Great Hall of Hogwarts, holding a bouquet of roses, surrounded by friends and family, while at the end of the red carpet stood a girl in a flowing white gown. Her radiant face and gem-like eyes were captivating as she gazed at Ron, her vibrant red hair calling out his name, husband. This scene ignited a fervor within Ron, causing a warmth to rise in his nostrils. Covering his nose, Ron bit his tongue. Don't look, Harry. In a flurry, Ron and Harry collided, attempting to shield Harry's sight. Why can't I look into that mirror? Harry insisted, pulling them by the neck, tightly binding them to her side, as she finally caught a glimpse of their reflection. In a past life, she had witnessed it, a vision of her imagined parents, though her father's likeness mirrored that of her godfather, while her mother's appearance resembled her own grown-up self. She could hardly conceive of what her father looked like, but upon seeing Harry, the image within the mirror transformed, no longer depicting a happy family of three, but rather an adult version of herself, the mother, and an adult Harry, the father, alongside her godfather. With their younger selves standing together, a family of five. Dumbledore, McGonagall, Hagrid, and others stood nearby, applauding their reunion. The Weasley family gathered on the opposite side, cheering for them, even Tom Riddle, a friend she had long wished to forget, holding Nagini in hand, capturing the moment with a photograph. If Harry had once believed this to be a glimpse into the future, witnessing the scene now brought her clarity, for she could never see Riddle again, nor reunite with her parents, nor revert to childhood to grow up alongside Harry. Harry forced herself to divert her attention from the mirror, only to find Harry entrapped once more, while Ron was absent-mindedly bleeding from his nose, gazing dreamily at his wife. What? Ron, what happened? Your nose is bleeding. Harry failed to hear Ron's murmurs, her focus solely on his nose, and finally, Ron snapped back to reality, realizing blood was dripping onto Harry's collar. Like a startled cat, he leaped up, clutching his nose. I didn't say anything. Your nose is bleeding, Ron, Harry exclaimed. Harry, equally concerned for Ron's well-being, hastily produced his sock, offering it to him to temporarily stanch the flow. Ron, with a hint of disdain, noticed Harry showed no intention of offering her handkerchief, so he extracted the one missus. Weasley had prepared for him. No need, Harry, I have one. Harry chuckled awkwardly, retracting his sock as he assisted Ron towards the hospital wing. After they departed, Quirrell, who should have been escorting Snape to Dumbledore's office, slowly appeared. Let me see. A hoarse, unpleasant voice emanated from Quirrell's nape. Quirrell, bowing and scraping, urged him to rest. Master, you are too weak right now. Hurry up and do it. Despite his feeble breath, his tone was menacing, instilling fear in Quirrell, who hastily unwrapped the cloth from his head, revealing a handsome, yet tormented face. Come closer, Voldemort enjoys visiting here these days. The mirror revealed a youthful, dashing version of him in the Hogwarts library, seated beside a lovely red-haired girl. Due to overwhelming fatigue and an aversion to being discovered, she found her head nodding dangerously close to slumber. Yet, just as she seemed about to succumb, she would awaken, coughing lightly at her reflection in the mirror. Instantly, her eyes would snap open, and she would seize the upside-down book, reading a few lines with fervor. This was the era Riddle longed for. Gazing at their youthful selves in the mirror alongside her, he could offer solace to the tortured Voldemort, even momentarily forgetting pain and hatred. At long last, the girl he sought had appeared, justifying his relentless pursuit of the secrets to immortality. Upon his rebirth, he envisioned continuing lessons at Hogwarts with her, but this time, he would assume the role of her professor. The mere thought filled him with invigorating anticipation. They were each other's anchors, for they were distinct from the impostors surrounding them. Throughout the past, Riddle had never ceased his search for Harry, mistakenly believing Lily Evans to be Harry upon their encounter. However, after discovering her inability to speak Parseltongue, he felt a sense of mockery and resentment towards this woman who bore a striking resemblance to Harry, ultimately leading to a desire for revenge that became a form of self-punishment. Yet now, all of this remained known only to Dumbledore. Riddle was unaware that when he had slain the impostor, the person he truly sought was cradled in her arms. Moreover, Riddle's fury was ignited by the fact that the daughter of the impostor, Lily, had appropriated Harry's name. Once again, Voldemort found himself entranced before the mirror of Ariste until a small snake appeared in the portrait on the wall, hissing to inform Riddle that Dumbledore was approaching. It was then that Voldemort restored his original guise and departed the empty chamber. Aware now, he continued to fixate on Snape. It turned out that Riddle had been utilizing the snake in the portrait as his informant. He learned of Harry being punished by Snape through this means, as these serpents could only comprehend Voldemort's words, making them eager to serve him. Chapter 43, Slacking Off. After a series of exhausting endeavors, Harry and the others had gleaned little useful information. Nonetheless, Harry had grown increasingly certain of the discord between his godfather and Professor Quirrell, despite Quirrell's inexplicable favoritism towards her, who, apart from herself and Professor Quirrell, would willingly shield her. However, Harry soon identified one individual, Draco. Given his character, he could hardly resist boasting about his assistance. Thus, the following day, after Professor Snape refrained from mentioning the theft, Draco eagerly sought her out. At that moment, Harry and Harry were preparing to practice at the Quidditch pitch. Despite some complications, they had to fulfill their promise to Fred and George. Harry drew upon the training methods previously taught by Wood, initiating sessions with Harry. The spectacle attracted Fred and George, and even caught Wood's attention. Upon witnessing Harry's training regimen, which encompassed every imaginable detail, Wood was thoroughly impressed. He waved his hand, summoning all team members to participate. Consequently, the Gryffindor Quidditch team found themselves utterly exhausted each day, while Harry felt her patience fraying, as Wood had doubled the workload she had designed. Thus, when Draco called out to her, Harry, unusually amiable, inquired, "What do you need?" "All right, no problem," before turning to Harry and requesting, "Could you inform Wood that Malfoy needs to speak with me?" With that, she swiftly whisked Draco away, delighted to escape training for once. Slow down, Draco. He had pondered a plethora of words before arriving, worried that Harry might not acknowledge him, suspecting him of deceit. He even brought a letter to his father. Little did he know, she effortlessly followed him, even taking hold of his sleeve, or so he thought. This sent Draco's heart racing, as he glanced between their intertwined hands, the beaming Harry, and the surrounding area, ensuring no one noticed his unease. What a flurry of activity. Eventually, Harry led him to the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a place Wood would never venture, releasing his hand. Harry comfortably settled by the Black Lake, reclining with her arms behind her head, exuding an aura of utter relaxation. Seeing her so at ease in his presence made Draco wonder if she considered him a friend. However, he had yet to master sitting on the ground, and sought to engage Harry in conversation. "You haven't read the book I gave you, have you? Otherwise, why would you be lying here?" Although the grass appeared lush and inviting for a picnic, Harry's good mood was momentarily interrupted by Draco's remark. Rolling her eyes, she replied, "If you have nothing better to do, you can leave. I didn't invite you." With that, she lifted a leg, deliberately crossing it. Is this how you treat your benefactor? Without me, you'd have been expelled by Professor Snape long ago, Draco retorted, backing away as Harry kicked her leg, feeling sheepish. What are you talking about? I don't know. Harry had begun to suspect that Draco was alluding to the polyjuice potion incident, realizing he was willing to take a risk to protect her. Surprised by his willingness, she propped herself up, asking, "How did you know it was mine?" Harry's curiosity piqued. She couldn't help but glance at Draco, only to find him sweating profusely. Avoiding her gaze, as if caught in a compromising situation, Draco finally relinquished his usual reserve, sitting beside Harry in his custom-made, exquisite school uniform, surprisingly comfortable. A breeze swept by, and Draco caught a whiff of her fragrance, more delicate and fresh than any perfume he had encountered. "What are you wearing?" "What?" Harry replied, somewhat disdainful that he was sniffing her scent. While the sight of the blonde boy was pleasing, his actions were hardly gentlemanly. "The fragrance is delightful," Draco, now intoxicated by happiness, had forgotten how embarrassing his behavior was. If his mother saw, he would be forced to rewrite the Malfoy family rules. Seeing that Draco had indeed aided her, Harry decided to answer his question. "It's Professor Snape's potion, used for my skin." In truth, her scent was a result of spending so much time with her godfather. It was hard not to absorb his essence. "Oh, and what about the polyjuice potion?" Draco blurted out, having finally found a way to broach the subject, albeit awkwardly. "I didn't," Harry protested, disliking being accused. Yet, she found it hard to deflect. So she redirected, "What do you want from me?" "Just checking to see if you're all right. Professor Snape hasn't summoned you alone, has he?" "I had my father send several bottles over. You wouldn't be foolish enough to admit it, would you?" Draco's urgency was palpable as he grasped Harry's shoulders. "Indeed. It was you." Harry, provoked by Draco's words, also sat up, facing him. "It wasn't me. Whatever happened is in the past. Let's not dwell on it." The thought of how many were entangled in the matter gave her a headache. Draco raised an eyebrow. "So, I saved you, and you can't even muster a thank you?" He turned away, sulking, leaving only an irritable back. Huh. Harry wanted to laugh. She hadn't begged him to save her, and in the end, he nearly derailed her plans. She had no idea how to explain to Malfoy. "So what do you want?" "Just be my..." Draco hesitated at this critical juncture, especially as Harry firmly grasped his shoulder, compelling their gazes to meet. He wanted to seize the moment to propose being his girlfriend, but he faltered. "Be my dance partner." "What dance partner?" Upon hearing the invitation to dance, Harry felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, conjuring memories of the dread instilled by Riddle. Why was he thinking of him again? Nevertheless, Harry acquiesced, forcing himself to dismiss thoughts of Riddle, and demanded, "Tell me the time and place, but only one dance is permitted." One dance was all Harry could endure. Anything beyond that would drive him to madness. Draco was taken aback by Harry's genuine acceptance, casting aside all his shyness. Could this signify his success? A glimmer of excitement sparked in Draco's eyes, prompting Harry to steal a few more glances at that infuriatingly charming face. Chapter 44, Rehearsal. Harry, ensnared by Draco's persistence, found herself agreeing to his so-called invitation to dance. Now, in addition to their usual training, she faced the prospect of dance practice. "I've told you countless times that I can dance. There's no need for practice." Yet, Draco persistently produced a music box, pointing to the elegantly moving figurine inside. "Can you dance like that? Your expectations are exceedingly high. I'm no Russian ballet dancer, and besides, can ballet even compare to ballroom dancing? You must not slacken, for you are to dance with the future head of the Malfoy family at the ball. Come now, I shall supervise you." With a feigned air of composure, Draco attempted to take Harry's hand. Ultimately, overwhelmed by shyness, he grasped her sleeve, his fingers brushing against her hand, biding his time to hold her hand properly. Draco believed his plan was flawless. "Where shall we practice?" Harry pondered, weighing the idea of crawling on the ground to evade detection versus standing to dance. Ultimately opting for the latter, she regrettably concluded that she would have to apologize to Harry and the others. "In my dormitory." In that moment, Draco longed to invite Harry to practice at his home, only to remember that his father forbade him from sneaking away. Thus, he chose his own dormitory, ensuring they would not be interrupted, particularly by that insufferable trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Harry felt a twinge of concern about potential ambushes, though Draco seemed decidedly more normal in this world. However, that did not mean he was entirely unlike his former self. "Would you prefer that everyone witness us dancing together?" Draco mimicked Lucius's demeanor, deliberately lowering his voice, his affected tone nearly eliciting laughter from Harry. It was the first time she had heard such a mature timbre from him. "What happened to your voice, Malfoy?" Draco admired Harry's knack for shattering the mood, yet he was reluctant to release her hand, tightening his grip instead as he reverted to his youthful tone. "You decide. Where shall we practice?" He wagered that Harry would avoid a public setting, and he lost that bet. "Why not the Forbidden Forest? I know a secluded spot." Harry preferred not to be discovered and was disinclined to visit his dormitory to uncover his secrets. Taking the initiative, Harry grasped Draco's hand, causing him to forget all his schemes, and he nodded absent-mindedly, following her into the Forbidden Forest. Harry had frequented the Forbidden Forest, knowing of a flat area suitable for dancing. On weekends, she and Fred and George would camp there, only to be collected by their godfather for sleeping in. Now, she chose this site for their ballroom dance training, confident that no one would intrude, least of all Professor Snape, allowing her to dance with Malfoy without any psychological burdens. Though Draco trailed behind her, growing increasingly anxious, he had no intention of halting. Even if Harry intended to sell him to the Centaur tribe, he found himself unable to break free from her grasp. Thankfully, Lucius Malfoy was absent. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly whisk away his love-struck son. The Malfoys could not afford such a scandal. At last, they arrived at the grassy clearing enveloped by the Forbidden Forest. Harry excitedly released Draco's hand, only to have it seized again. "You aren't planning to lie down again, are you?" Draco had developed a fear from their last encounter lying on the grass, where he had twisted his waist. He regretted not rising sooner, having returned to his dormitory with a sore back, only to be ridiculed by Zabini. "Not at all. I merely wish to remove my jacket." Harry awkwardly glanced at her attire, now crumpled in Draco's hands. Was he concerned she might flee? Or was she capable of climbing trees? "Very well, let us begin." To avoid prolonging matters, Draco hastily removed his jacket, revealing the elegant little outfit he had prepared, complete with a bow tie. No wonder he insisted on practicing in his dormitory. He was well prepared. Harry was tempted to tease him about being a dandy, but chose to ignore his deliberately poised posture, opting for expediency instead, not receiving the desired reaction. Draco soon flung his bow tie aside in frustration and commenced their practice. It must be said that Draco Malfoy's dancing was exceptionally refined, suitable even for demonstration purposes. He maintained an air of elegance, even when Harry inadvertently trod on his feet repeatedly. Still wearing a calm expression, Harry felt a twinge of admiration. "I'm so sorry. I keep stepping on you," she confessed, a pang of guilt washing over her. Unbeknownst to Harry, Draco was reveling in the joy of dancing with the girl he cherished. Feeling as though the entire world had narrowed down to just the two of them, he gazed deeply into Harry's eyes, finally grasping the meaning behind his parents' words. He would understand once he encountered it himself. Harry began to regret her earlier impatience. Why was Draco so exuberant, as if wound up like a toy, with no signs of stopping? Don't you need a break?" Her legs felt as if they might give way. "Huh. Oh, all right, let us take 5 minutes." Reluctantly, Draco released Harry's hand and laid his jacket on a tree stump to sit upon. "Such a gentleman." Fine, I won't say a word." Harry found Draco's changing expressions amusing. He seemed to grow flustered at her praise. What a proud fellow, Harry mused, settling onto his uniform. Draco shifted uncomfortably, then sat beside her, only to be met with a curious glare from Harry. "What? Can I sit?" "Suit yourself," she replied, turning her attention back to the ants bustling about. How strange, she thought. It seemed as though she had felt Draco lean closer to her face just now. Surely, it must have been a figment of her imagination. The truth was that Draco, captivated by Harry's long eyelashes, had leaned in to compare them, only to inadvertently bump noses with her. Fortunately, Harry remained oblivious to his near misstep, and he stood abruptly. "It's too warm. I'm going to fetch some water." Warm? He was dressed in a full suit, complete with long sleeves and buttons fastened almost to his chin. How could he possibly feel warm? Harry shook her head in exasperation. When he didn't return, she began to worry. Had he truly gotten lost? Or worse, had he been captured by a rogue werewolf? As the last person to have interacted with him, she couldn't allow him to vanish without a trace. If he were to disappear, she would never clear her name. So she ventured deep into the Forbidden Forest, searching for Malfoy. "You had better come out quickly, or you shall have no dance partner," she thought, imagining the Malfoys sending her to Azkaban for losing their son. Chapter 45, Enshrouded in Mystery. Malfoy. Harry's throat was parched, and after their earlier practice, she regretted venturing into the Forbidden Forest. She would have been better off practicing in his dormitory, where the young master would certainly not have gone missing. Alternatively, she could have practiced Quidditch instead. The rain had recently fallen, and she trudged through the muddy terrain of the Forbidden Forest, casting cleaning spells on herself as she walked. Her initial irritation morphed into a growing sense of panic. Surely, Malfoy had not truly been taken. Harry's anxiety intensified, transitioning from a leisurely walk to an anxious jog. "Draco Malfoy, come out quickly." As dusk approached, she found herself succumbing to the primal human instinct of evening panic. A vestige from ancient times when returning to the tribe by sunset was paramount for survival. Alone in the encroaching twilight, she felt an inexplicable surge of fear. Would she encounter another temporal displacement? Would she find herself face to face with Tom again? Despite her desire to forget Riddle, The thought of reuniting with an old acquaintance quickened her pace. Suddenly, she collided with a figure in the mist. The tall and striking silhouette reminiscent of a familiar scene from the past. Overcome with excitement, she instinctively wrapped her arms around the person's waist. Tom, is that you? Tom, are you aware that you've moved on to Malfoy? A teasing, inquisitive voice broke through, revealing a set of bright white teeth amidst the fog. Blaise Zabini, what are you doing here? Harry sprang back, releasing her hold as if the individual were contagious. Yet, Blaise remained composed, playfully tugging at Harry's braid. Hold on. I believe it's prudent for us to stick together. This fog is suspicious. It was a rare sight to see Zabini so serious. He typically embodied a carefree, charming playboy persona. However, today, he seemed remarkably calm in the face of adversity. What do you see in me? He quipped, gesturing flamboyantly, exuding a certain roguish charm that was oddly endearing. Don't worry, I won't. Harry dismissed the notion, brushing her hands together as if to rid herself of any lingering unease. Blaise's light-hearted banter alleviated her anxiety. After all, with him by her side, she felt shielded. He appeared far more villainous than she. I can only imagine Malfoy's expression right now, Blaise mused, draping an arm over Harry's shoulder and stroking his chin. If he were to see his crush nestled in another's embrace, it would surely be a sight to behold. Harry, irritated by his playful manipulation of her braid, retaliated by pinching his side, though his lean physique proved resilient against her efforts. Together, they navigated through the dense fog, eventually emerging at the edge of the forbidden forest, where the faint glow of Hogwarts Castle shimmered in the distance. We made it out so quickly? How peculiar. I remember taking 8 hours to enter, Blaise remarked. What were you doing in the forbidden forest? That's against school rules. And you? They exchanged defiant glances, yet Harry ultimately surrendered under the weight of his charming gaze. Well, Draco helped me with something, even though I didn't ask him to. I promised to be his dance partner, so I was practicing there. She resigned herself to the truth, realizing it was best to align their stories before confronting Professor Dumbledore. Then it's settled. If Malfoy can, so can I, Blaise replied, a knowing smirk gracing his lips, causing Harry's heart to skip. Indeed, just as you envision. You also delivered a vial of Veritaserum? Harry's realization dawned on her. He was aware of her predicament, but why would he offer it? How did he know, and why defend her? Observing the myriad questions flickering in her eyes, Blaise laughed heartily. He relished the opportunity to provoke Draco Malfoy, who was perpetually insufferable, yet teasing Harry seemed equally amusing. So you haven't seen Draco then? How do you plan to repay me? Their conversation drifted into a realm of playful banter, but Blaise was resolute, unwilling to concede until he received his due. Slytherins never engage in unprofitable ventures. What did you say? I can't hear you, Harry called back, covering her ears as she hurried towards Dumbledore's office at Hogwarts. I know you heard me, Blaise called after her, amused by her spirited determination, momentarily forgetting about Malfoy as he envisioned a restful night. Upon entering the castle, however, Blaise sensed something was amiss. Why did Hogwarts appear so desolate? Even the portraits on the walls seemed rearranged, while the suits of armor in the corner appeared newly polished. Hey, do you feel like Hogwarts looks strange? He quickened his pace to stand in front of Harry, igniting her impatience. Without a word, she dashed upstairs, leaving Blaise bewildered in her wake. What's wrong? What did you discover? Realizing they had entered another era, Harry concluded that reaching the headmaster's office was the quickest way to ascertain the truth. Professor Dumbledore or the headmaster would surely have the answers. Before she could knock on the closed door, a furious voice erupted from within, sounding remarkably like Professor Snape. Peering through the crack, Harry glimpsed 3 shadowy figures, perhaps 4, as one seemed to blend into the background. Potter, how many times have you been caught on a nighttime escapade? The professor's voice was tinged with exasperation. Upon hearing her name, Harry instinctively shivered, supported by Blaise behind her. What's wrong, Harry? What's inside? In a panic, Harry leaped, covering Blaise's mouth with her hand. Merlin's pants. Could you not be so fidgety, Zabini? Chapter 46. James Potter Harry Potter. What's the matter, Harry? What's inside? Blaise inquired, but Harry's shorter stature allowed her to spring into action, effectively silencing him at a crucial moment. Clinging to him like a koala, her legs wrapped around his waist, she was grateful for his strong physique, which steadied her and shielded her head from the door. Shoo, she urged, straining to listen for any further sounds from within. Yet, they were soon discovered. The duo's unusual pose was laid bare before the assembled figures. Dumbledore immediately recognized Harry's face, a flicker of alarm crossing his features as he hurriedly shielded the other students from view. Upon a closer examination, however, he realized the individual embracing Harry was not the Tom he had imagined, and his tension eased. The child was unfamiliar, yet not Tom. He could not possibly be of that age. Ah, yes, he should now refer to Tom as Voldemort. Harry, it's been a while. Are you here to see me? Dumbledore regained his composure, ushering Harry and Blaise into the office. The voice they had just heard belonged to a professor Harry had never encountered, while the four figures lined against the wall appeared oddly familiar. Particularly striking was one with tattered glasses and a mass of unruly black curls, who appeared to be rather impatiently scratching his head. His demeanor and posture were eerily reminiscent of Harry Potter. Beside him stood a man with raven curls and a remarkably exquisite nose, his long, curled eyelashes resembling those of a fair maiden. Yet, the sharp angles of his jaw and the prominent Adam's apple unmistakably signified that he was, without a doubt, a strikingly handsome young man. Another individual exuded a simple yet endearing charm, appearing as the most bashful among them. Whenever the dark-haired youth cast furtive glances at her, he dared not lift his gaze even for a second, embodying the quintessential image of a diligent student. How could he possibly err? The boy at the rear, in comparison to the others, possessed an appearance that could be deemed rather ordinary, even forgettable. The trials of adolescence etched upon his face gave him a somewhat disheveled look, and he seemed the most timid of the group, trembling incessantly. Yet, Harry perceived the keen glint in his shifting eyes, suggesting he was likely a shrewd individual, perhaps feigning vulnerability. It was indeed remarkable that these four were friends. The two at the forefront appeared to be the leaders. What transgressions had they committed? Suddenly, Harry recalled that she seemed to have forgotten something. What was it? Wait, what had that professor just called them? Harry's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape in astonishment. Had she truly traversed back to the era of her parents? Were these four, in fact, her father and his dear companions from his youth? The surreal nature of this world overwhelmed her. She had not only encountered another version of herself from a different reality, but also witnessed her father's younger days. Tears threatened to spill as she faced James Potter, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Harry himself. James felt the weight of pressure. This was the third time this month they had been caught sneaking out at night, and it simply could not continue like this. They needed to devise an ingenious way to evade the watchful eyes of the school's enforcers. Momentarily lost in thought, he spotted a girl strikingly reminiscent of Lily Evans. At first glance, he mistook her for her. However, upon closer inspection, he realized she was not Lily, yet she evoked a profound sense of familiarity that stirred within him. Despite never having met her before, James exchanged a cautious glance with Sirius, who mirrored his confusion. Perhaps she was a relative of Lily's, but what was this inexplicable familiarity? Did Sirius feel it too? The professor, momentarily distracted by the unexpected presence of two unfamiliar students, lost some of his earlier ire. While Dumbledore was eager to have a private conversation with Harry regarding her true identity and her disappearance. Most importantly, someone was still searching for her. Let's conclude for today. Everyone is fatigued. We shall discuss further matters tomorrow. Harry, come with me, Dumbledore beckoned, leaving James in a state of anxiety, eager to inquire about Harry's circumstances. What am I to do? Zabini, instinctively feeling the need to stay close to her, feared for what might happen should she traverse back to her original time. Or should he return without her? Harry found the events of the night to be utterly surreal. She had indeed arrived in her parents' school days. It seemed they were merely in their second year, and her parents had yet to form a romantic bond. Moreover, she recalled a significant detail. Despite her godfather's attempts to conceal the truth of the past, she had gleaned from various records, newspapers, and books that her father's close friend, Sirius Black, had betrayed them and caused the death of another friend, Peter Pettigrew. Harry's mind wandered back to the handsome boy she had seen earlier, no matter how she pondered. She could not reconcile the image of a murderer with that of the charming youth. Would a timely warning to her father have altered the course of the future? Welcome back, my child. Although you may not wish to return, remember this. Do not divulge any details about your world, for it could lead to monumental changes and might even affect your very existence. Dumbledore's ambiguous words conveyed profound wisdom, making Harry aware that he knew everything. He understood she was not of this world, and that she hailed from the future. What an astute elder he was. Her trust in him was unwavering. Thank you for all you have done for me, Harry expressed, stepping forward to embrace him tightly. Thank you, Headmaster Dumbledore, I shall remember. Additionally, I may need to conceal your presence from your little friend, the one you know of, he added. Tom, I understand we should not meet again. Given our significant age difference, Harry contemplated the potential disruption of the timeline, but could not suppress her curiosity. Is he well now? Dumbledore paused, taken aback by her inquiry. Of course, he is thriving, immensely renowned. No one has achieved greater success than he has, at least for the time being. Though he harbored concerns about the implications of this truth, it remained an undeniable fact. Chapter 47. The dispute as James, Sirius, and their companions exited the headmaster's office. They quickly huddled together, showing no signs of departure. Did you see that? Were we seeing ghosts or perhaps a relative of Lily's? James candidly voiced his thoughts. It cannot be. Did you not notice that Dumbledore recognized her? Besides, Lily has only one muggle sister, and that girl appeared younger than her, Sirius teased, wrapping his arm around James's shoulders with a mischievous grin. You're not falling for her, are you? What about Lily? At the implication that his sincerity towards Lily Evans was in question, James promptly shrugged off Sirius's arm and delivered a playful punch to his chest. What are you talking about? I merely found her presence peculiar, as if I had known her for ages, and inexplicably felt a sense of affection towards her. Such a bizarre and unsettling notion left him bewildered. How could he find her endearing? All right, we know your feelings for Lily Evans are genuine. What do we do now? Sirius ceased his jesting, surprisingly acknowledging that the girl was indeed special, possessing a stubborn essence akin to James, despite sharing Lily's features. However, while Lily Evans, as James would describe, was pure as a white lily, that young girl had the cunning charm of a little fox, disguising herself as a simple bear. Perhaps it's merely a coincidence, Remus interjected, attempting to ease the tension, though he longed to return to sleep. He was concerned about the foolish antics James and Sirius might engage in. Peter found no opportunity to speak, his mind still captivated by the memory of Harry's stunning appearance. After a thorough discussion, they resolved to sneak back into Dumbledore's office to interrogate the boy who had appeared alongside the red-haired girl. Upon their return, they were taken aback to find the unfamiliar boy audaciously seated in Dumbledore's chair, toying with his crystal ball. Seeing them return, he displayed no sign of guilt, instead raising an eyebrow with an air of nonchalance. I believe you should return to your dormitory before Dumbledore sends you home. Get down. That is Headmaster Dumbledore's seat. James Potter, a staunch supporter of Dumbledore, brandished his wand and aimed it at the boy. In the ensuing chaos, Zabini accidentally shattered the crystal ball, causing everyone to gasp in shock. That was your fault, Zabini exclaimed, tossing the map of the crystal ball aside as he prepared to leave the scene of the incident. And that was because of you. James pointed accusingly at Zabini's nose, intent on hurling insults, only to be taken aback by the latter's towering stature, robust as a small mountain, which only fueled his fervor further. I challenge you to a duel. James, today is not the day, Sirius interjected rationally, aware that their house had already incurred enough penalties from Gryffindor. Provoking further might result in their expulsion from the academy by the morrow. You'd better wait for me tomorrow. James seethed in frustration. After Remus had repaired the crystal ball with a restorative charm, he turned to offer James some consolation. Indeed, James. We should first ascertain the identity of that girl, right? What is your relationship with her, and what is her name? James finally recalled his purpose for returning. Oh, why should I divulge that to you? Zabini retorted, adopting the haughty demeanor typical of purebloods, gazing down at them from his elevated position, igniting James's ire to the point of wanting to engage in a brawl. You dare? Don't stop me. I will make you regret it. Just as they were on the brink of confrontation, Dumbledore returned with Harry, causing both parties to instantly behave themselves. Dumbledore, Headmaster. Zabini's facade was impeccable. Though his mother was a master manipulator, and he had merely grasped the surface of her skills, yet it sufficed in this setting. Dumbledore called Zabini aside, assigning a house elf to escort Harry to the dormitory for rest, which presented an opportunity for James and Sirius. However, Harry felt none of the earlier enthusiasm. Dumbledore was right. She could not freely converse with James. Any misstep could lead to her vanishing from this world. If she were to disappear, it would be one thing. But if Harry Potter were to vanish, how could she ever face him? Consequently, Harry's spirits dampened, but she still wished to glimpse her father, casting several disdainful glances at the traitorous Sirius. This peculiar demeanor left the quartet somewhat bewildered. Rather than being angered, James found her behavior quite endearing, distinctive, and indicative of a commendable self-protective instinct. He trailed behind, introducing himself and promoting his friends. Sirius was somewhat taken aback. It was the first time he encountered a girl who seemed to dislike him. Aside from his sisters and mother, other females generally favored his looks, which he usually found contemptible, yet this instance struck him as odd. Had he unwittingly offended that little one? Unfazed, Sirius followed closely behind Harry. Remus assumed his friends had frightened the girl and trailed them, explaining they meant no harm and merely wished to befriend her, urging Harry to give them a chance, fearing they had frightened her. Meanwhile, Peter, who typically would have remained indifferent, felt a surge of excitement. Having clearly witnessed that the girl named Harry had bestowed upon him a warm, friendly glance, she did not harbor disdain for him. She even overlooked the illustrious James and Sirius and focused on him. Peter was thrilled. It was the first time he had been treated so uniquely. With the group following her, Harry realized remaining silent was futile, so she took off running, directing the house elf to lead the way. Why are you running? Hurry up and catch her. James could hardly fathom that the petite girl could run so swiftly, darting away like a little mouse. The four larger boys, future Quidditch team prospects, faced utter failure. It's all your fault, Peter. You scared her away. James cast blame upon Peter, who was notorious for making girls cry. This time, he believed, would be no different. No, perhaps it's my fault, Sirius admitted, feeling a tinge of disappointment as he truly did not understand why the girl harbored animosity towards him. We'll continue this tomorrow, James declared, resolutely deciding to confront Harry again in the morning. The following day, Harry was oblivious to the conversation between Dumbledore and Zabini. When she next encountered him, he no longer called her by her true name, but affectionately referred to her as sister. Indeed, her surname had transformed, and she became Harry Zabini. Harry was perplexed as to why she had to be a Zabini. She hardly resembled one. There's no need for self-deprecation. You resemble me. Zabini casually tossed peanuts into his mouth, while occasionally helping Harry by shelling a few to drop into her small bowl. What are you doing? Harry shielded her bowl, suspicious of his attempts to play the benevolent gentleman. She was not one of his conquests. One must be thorough in their performance, sister. Zabini even requested a Gryffindor uniform from Dumbledore, solely to remain close to Harry. As he spoke, he leaned in closer, whispering conspiratorially, and noticed the plush roundness of Harry's cheeks and the soft tufts of hair at her temples, mischievously blowing at them. Startled, Harry retaliated with a punch, only to find her fist painfully bouncing off his muscular arm, forcing her to stifle her cries. Zabini found the situation both amusing and pitiable, enfolding her tiny, her fist in his large hand and giving it a gentle massage. You need to practice more, sister. Let her go, you creep. As James and his friends entered the great hall, they spotted the ostentatious Zabini teasing the girl. His bear-like frame was audaciously bullying her, and she appeared as vulnerable as a little rabbit before him. James, consumed by a mixture of old grievances and fresh anger, lunged forward, shoving Zabini aside and engaging him in a scuffle. Ah, what? Harry was taken aback at the sight of her father fighting, her heart racing. Although Zabini was slightly shorter, he was still significantly taller than James, and his fists were not something James could easily withstand. Zabini, stop it. Brother. Harry should have been aiding Zabini, but he was her father, and what if he got hurt? She desperately rushed forward to intervene. Stay back, you'll get hurt. Sirius kindly shielded Harry from potential injury. Yet she swiftly retaliated with a well-aimed strike at his most vulnerable spot, executing the infamous Fred and George's leg-locking curse. Mind your own business. Harry shot him a fierce glare, leaving Sirius speechless. Just how much animosity did this girl hold against him? Are you all right? Peter was the first to rush to Sirius's side, providing support as Harry maneuvered to clear a path, benefiting from her advance to the forefront. Keep her in check. Sirius remained concerned that Harry might sustain injuries, which would escalate the confrontation. Remus, quick. At this moment, James and Zabini had become so embroiled in their brawl that they had forgotten they were wizards and should be utilizing their wands. They inadvertently struck Harry in the process of their tussle. Lily. A sharp cry erupted as a boy with greasy hair rushed in, casting a spell to separate the two fighters. Frantically gripping Harry's shoulders, he turned her to assess her injuries. Lily? You aren't Lily? Severus was momentarily taken aback. As the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to Lily, from behind, he could hardly distinguish between them. Even upon closer inspection, they appeared remarkably alike. It was astonishing to encounter such likeness in two individuals. Godfather? Harry was surprised to find her future godfather so youthful, had he not sported his signature greasy hair, prominent nose, and the brooding aura of a Gothic figure. She might not have recognized this fair-skinned boy as the imposing figure of her future godfather. Ahem, who are you? Harry's awkward pretense of not recognizing him was pierced by the unmistakable reliance in his gaze, prompting Snape to release his grip and apologize, as if burned. The fact that Snape would voluntarily apologize was nothing short of a monumental revelation. The two separated individuals scrambled to their feet, and Harry was yanked back by Zabini, who demanded, "What do you intend to do with my sister?" Zabini stood like a formidable wall, shielding Harry completely, while the others were left in stunned silence. Sister? James wore an expression of incredulity, alternating his gaze between him and the shadow behind. She is your sister? Zabini seemed to regain control, casually wiping the blood from his face with an air of authority. What of it? She's my sister. Do I need your approval? It was merely a misunderstanding, a complete misapprehension, as Lupin stepped forward to mediate the rising tensions. Snape turned to leave, only to be intercepted by Zabini, who exclaimed, "Hey, you bullied my sister, and you're just going to walk away?" In truth, Zabini was curious about the connection between this fellow and Professor Snape. Why did they resemble each other so closely? As Zabini yanked him, his slight frame stumbled. Yet he stood his ground and met Snape's gaze unflinchingly. "I have apologized," he asserted, undaunted by Zabini's imposing presence. Upon hearing that Zabini intended to confront her godfather, Harry interjected, pushing against Zabini's back. "Don't bully him. He is my friend." Harry nearly shouted godfather in his fervor. Zabini chose not to pursue the matter further. Recognizing that Snape might indeed be a relative, and given Snape's notoriously vengeful nature, he needed to tread carefully. Fine, but you. Zabini pivoted, pointing an accusatory finger at James. We are far from finished. That too is unacceptable. Harry, in a flurry of urgency, kicked at Zabini's slender leg. Zabini, feeling aggrieved, pondered why he was protecting her when she persistently opposed him. Furrowing his brow, he turned back to find Harry on the verge of tears, her nose reddening like a little rabbit, and his heart softened. Understanding dawned as he raked his fingers through his tousled hair, retracting his earlier hostility, though the sharpness in his demeanor lingered. Meanwhile, James and his friends had shifted their perception of Zabini, not solely due to his relation to the girl, but because they shared a common adversary. If he was opposed to Snape, then he was, by extension, their ally. James Potter. James boldly extended his hand, dismissing past grievances as if they were mere trifles. You're quite formidable. Zabini raised an eyebrow, his expression unyielding. It was evident that Gryffindor's mentality was rather peculiar. One moment they desired to throttle him, the next they sought camaraderie. Regulus Zabini, he stated, refraining from shaking James Potter's hand. Believing it was his duty to protect Harry, he would handle the negotiations. Avoiding unnecessary enemies was a principle instilled in him by his mother. Thus, he revealed his family name. Harry? A splendid name, indeed. James repeated the name, relishing its melodious quality. Had he lost his mind? Sirius found himself perplexed by his best friend's behavior, venting his confusion to Lupin while his gaze remained fixed on Harry. Why was she glaring at him again? Chapter 49. A family of three? James Potter waved dismissively at Sirius. You wouldn't understand. This is a strategy. He firmly believed that since Zabini was an adversary of Snape, they were allies, and by extension, friends to Harry. Sirius and the others, witnessing the scene, introduced themselves to Harry, who found it impossible to share a quiet word with Zabini. Yet, he was indeed her biological father. Harry smiled warmly at James, who momentarily lost his train of thought, nearly spilling his pumpkin juice. Hello, Harry. Hello, Dad, Harry whispered to herself, her eyes moistening once more as she beheld her father. He appeared so vibrant and youthful, and she couldn't help but embrace James Potter tightly. A clatter echoed as someone dropped a spoon, another fell from their seat, and a pair of glasses hit the floor. What are you doing? James, though baffled and flustered, felt no repulsion at the girl's affection. Rather, he found it reassuring. He gently patted Harry's shoulder. Are you crying? Confronted with the girl's vulnerability, James Potter experienced an unprecedented sense of panic, recalling the last time he saw Lily Evans in a dress, animatedly directing them to fetch handkerchiefs. Harry, are you homesick? Zabini, genuinely concerned for Harry, was surprised that she chose to cry on someone else's shoulder instead of his. A pang of disappointment struck him. Was he not enough to provide her with comfort? Nevertheless, he resolved that when the moment arose, he would have to set her straight, believing his role as an older brother was of utmost importance. What are you doing? As everyone clamored to comfort Harry, a girl emerged from the crowd, commanding the attention of all as they parted to create a path. Lily Evans had heard of James and his friend's exploits that morning, her displeasure palpable at the diminishing points for Gryffindor. Arriving in the hall, she was taken aback to find James Potter embracing someone. Instinctively, she assumed he had employed some sordid trick to transform others into his likeness, akin to a polyjuice potion, and she marched toward him, increasingly convinced this was some impostor. Grabbing her book, she swung it at the back of his head. Shameless. What, Lily? James stammered, his blood pressure soaring as he faced Lily Evans. It's not what you think. She's like my sister. It's not like that. He feared Lily was jealous, suspecting he had developed feelings for someone else. Lily Evans? Mother? Harry looked up from James's embrace, her eyes wide as she beheld a face strikingly similar to her own, crying even louder now. Her parents were before her, yet they could not acknowledge one another. Was there any sorrow greater than this? Indeed, there was. Snape hurried to join the fray, witnessing the girl who bore a resemblance to Lily weeping profusely. Though unaware of the circumstances, her presence rendered Lily's complexion pale, as if she had encountered something deeply unsettling. What have you done to Lily? Snape instinctively assumed that Harry had bullied Lily Evans, knowing that the foolish James Potter could never harm her. His followers would not either, leading to only one conclusion. Harry had cried herself into silence, feeling rejected by her godfather, who questioned her. She sobbed, nearly fainting, wondering if passing out would wake her from this nightmare. Zabini, unable to bear it any longer, felt his heart shatter at the sight of Harry's distress. Please, don't cry, he said softly, lifting her onto his shoulder to comfort her, admitting to himself that he had little experience in soothing girls. Is it truly honorable to bully a first-year girl? He scoffed, preparing to leave with Harry when he was halted by the pale-faced Lily Evans. Who are you? Why do you look so much like me? Lily was genuinely startled. She had not anticipated encountering someone so astonishingly similar to herself in this world. Harry remained ensnared in her sorrow, unable to extricate herself from the depths of despair. I'm sorry, I did not intend to blame you. I apologize on behalf of my friend. Lily Evans was bewildered as she found herself wanting to cry upon hearing the girl weep. An overwhelming urge to embrace her and offer solace. Watching the girl in distress, Lily felt as though her own heart was shattering. A deep compassion swelling within her for the poor child. Unfortunately, Zabini did not grant her that opportunity, shaking off her hand and departing instead. Severus Snape contemplated pursuing her to seek justice on her behalf, but Lily waved him off, realizing it was her misunderstanding. The girl must also be a timid and lovely young lady. Lily, do you comprehend? James remained fixated on the fact that Lily was not angry with him. Yet his attention occasionally drifted towards Harry. No, I don't understand. Lily muttered emphatically, taking a seat at a table far from James, engaging in hushed conversation with Snape. Though her heart remained tumultuous and unsettled. Severus, why do you think that girl cried upon seeing me? Perhaps she was frightened? Snape, not one for articulate expressions, found it difficult to describe the situation, yet he sensed an uncanny resemblance between the girl and Lily, an eerie quality that made it uncomfortable to speak ill of her, especially given their likeness. He could only offer Lily the comfort of his presence. I miss home. Chapter 50, New Friends. Blaise Zabini carried Harry away to a secluded corner. Feeling a twinge of anxiety, was it his lack of trust that frightened her? Don't cry. I promise I will protect you. Unaccustomed to comforting young girls, Zabini felt awkward, unsure where to place his hands, patting her shoulder and ruffling her hair. Who could tell him how to stop Harry's tears? He had only known how to make young girls smile, never how to prevent their tears. Thus, he attempted to use the words he often told his mother. Don't cry, or your skin will suffer. This was certainly not what Harry wanted to hear, as she clutched his shirt and wiped her tears. What would make you stop crying? Zabini felt compelled to do something for her. Yet, Harry remained engulfed in sorrow over her inability to recognize her parents and the harshness of her godfather. Harry finally beheld her mother, as beautiful as she had always imagined. Just as the ghosts and portraits of Hogwarts had told her long ago, she bore an uncanny resemblance to Lily, having perfectly inherited the best traits from both her parents. They were both renowned figures at school, and Harry could vividly recall the fervent courtship her father had pursued with her mother, a tale etched in the memories of many students. Now Harry truly understood, especially upon witnessing her godfather's gaze directed at her mother. How could she not decipher its meaning? It was nothing less than the gaze of a lover. And thus she discovered the reason for her godfather's unconditional kindness towards her. He had fallen in love with her mother, and she bore a striking resemblance to her. This realization struck Harry as both achingly real and cruel. No wonder her godfather had treated Harry Potter so harshly in that world. He bore an uncanny likeness to his father, rendering them rivals. Although it was undignified, Harry felt a flicker of relief in having taken after her mother. Otherwise, she too would have been subject to her godfather's disdain. Confronted with this truth, Harry felt herself on the brink of collapse. At that moment, she realized that Zabini was more reliable than she had anticipated. He cradled her in his lap, offering comfort as she nestled her head against his sturdy chest, sobbing quietly. He rhythmically patted her back, but unfortunately, the words he spoke fell on deaf ears. Cry as much as you need. I will take you home. Trust me. Zabini felt an inexplicable surge of responsibility wash over him, which rendered him serious, a demeanor Harry found unfamiliar. Gradually, Harry began to calm down in his embrace, once composed. A wave of embarrassment washed over her as she swiftly climbed off his lap. I'm sorry for staining your clothes, she said, her tears having dampened his shirt. Yet, as Zabini watched Harry's flustered figure, he couldn't help but remark with a hint of jealousy, don't worry about it. Your little boyfriend won't find out. The unspoken bitterness lingered, even unbeknownst to him. Little boyfriend? Harry thought she must have misheard, her mind involuntarily conjuring images of certain individuals. Could he possibly be referring to Wood? No, that rumor was known only to the Quidditch team. Could it be Fred and George? They hardly counted as boyfriends. Was it Draco Malfoy? Indeed, it was Malfoy. Zabini noticed the incredulous expression on Harry's face and felt his spirits lift slightly. He is not my boyfriend. He is my rival. Harry's declaration banished Zabini's earlier frustrations, and he tugged her collar as they began to walk back, nonchalantly waving his hand. I got it. I got it. Yet he couldn't suppress the smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Harry hurriedly took 2 steps to keep pace with Zabini. Perplexed by his sudden change in demeanor, relieved that he did not press her for answers. Now, let us go eat and forget those unpleasant memories. Zabini seemed to have struck upon some insight. However, just as Zabini prepared to accompany her to class, Harry halted, a troubled expression crossing her face. What's wrong? Need to use the restroom? Zabini, being considerate, pointed her in the right direction and assured her he would wait. No, it's just Harry faltered, having told a small fib about her year due to her extensive experience in first-year classes. I'm actually in second year. What? Zabini felt as though he had been stabbed in the back, having gone out of his way to accommodate her. Even forsaking his own house to claim her as a Gryffindor, only to discover she had skipped a year without informing him? Very well, he thought. Feeling a darkness envelop him, gritting his teeth as he glared at Harry. Well, I am too. His declaration was meant to expedite their return rather than a concession to her safety, and he reassured himself. He tightened his grip on Harry's hand, his frustration mounting. This scene happened to be witnessed by Lily Evans, who had been searching for Harry with Snape, feeling guilty for their earlier misunderstanding. Upon seeing the rough treatment Harry was receiving from her brother, Lily could no longer contain her indignation. Curiously, she found herself quite fond of the girl who resembled her. Was it true that people were drawn to those who resembled them? You're hurting her. Let go of her. Lily Evans dashed forward, rescuing Harry from Zabini's grasp. Harry's eyes brimmed with tears once more, but this time she held back, greeting Lily in her heart. Hello, I'm Harry. Hello, Mom. Hello, Harry. I'm Lily Evans. It's a pleasure to meet you. Lily warmly embraced Harry, her voice filled with sincerity. I'm truly sorry for what happened earlier. It was my fault. I misunderstood you. Can we be friends? Of course, I would love that. Harry was eager to learn everything about her mother. And now her dream was about to come true. Zabini wasn't he bullying me. He's actually very nice. Harry recalled the earlier misunderstanding. And her explanation helped to ease Zabini's defenses, prompting him to nod in acknowledgement towards Lily. Zabini seemed to sense something, and his demeanor towards Lily Evans softened considerably. Feeling a newfound respect for her, as if Harry might indeed be her relative. He even greeted Snape, an unusual display of warmth. Both Snape and Lily found it curious that a Gryffindor would initiate a greeting with him. Had they forgotten their long-standing enmity? Chapter 51, Herbology Class. As Lily and her companions were also in their second year, it was only natural that Harry and Zabini followed her to the classroom. Today, they were to attend herbology, a subject Harry particularly enjoyed. To his surprise, he discovered that despite the passage of time, the curriculum remained unchanged, with second-year students still studying mandrakes. Harry's least favorite plant was, indeed, the mandrake. Upon entering the classroom, each student was assigned a pair of earmuffs. Zabini cast a disdainful glance at the old earmuffs and, with a flick of his wand, cleaned them thoroughly. He intended to assist Harry as well. After all, he had promised to take good care of her during their return. Unfortunately, he was too late. Lily Evans had already enthusiastically taken care of that for Harry, even changing the color of the earmuffs. Amidst an array of black and gray earmuffs, Harry stood out in a delightful shade of pink. Harry was puzzled by her mother's particular attention, while Lily blushed, wondering why she couldn't restrain herself. I'm sorry, I just think this color suits you perfectly. You'll look adorable, right, Severus? In a moment of distraction, Harry found that the space beside him had been claimed by Lily Evans and Snape. Snape, who had previously shown no interest in Harry's earmuffs or what Lily was discussing, was now compelled to observe Harry closely, ensuring Lily Evans' safety. Upon closer inspection, he noted that, while they bore a striking resemblance, Harry was distinctly different from Lily. How could he mistake her for Lily? To spare Lily any embarrassment, Snape reluctantly complimented, "Yes, quite cute." The words felt foreign on his tongue. Eliciting a discomfort, he wished to bite back. Harry recognized that her godfather was merely being dismissive. However, it mattered little to her. He would always be her best godfather and closest ally, regardless of his ulterior motives. Thus, Harry beamed a sincere and radiant smile at Snape, saying, "Thank you, Severus." Her genuine smile left Snape questioning her sanity. Was she truly oblivious to his obvious insincerity? Could it be that she was simply a Gryffindor at heart? Yet, unease crept into his mind, and he dared not meet her gaze, instead donning his earmuffs while pretending he hadn't heard. Zabini whistled, teasing Harry. "You're far too old for him." He nudged her side, leaving her exasperated at his incessant focus on romance. "What's with you and your love-struck brain?" "What?" Zabini had never encountered such a term and instinctively deemed it unflattering. He extended a long finger to poke her forehead, pushing Harry's small head back. "What are you doing?" Lily Evans sprang up to shove Zabini's hand away, protectively shielding Harry. "She's much younger than you. Why do you always bully her?" Lily Evans resembled a mother hen, sheltering Harry in her embrace, which only reinforced Zabini's belief in their familial resemblance. The two delicate faces so close together made it hard to argue against a connection. Unbeknownst to Lily, the sight of Harry being bullied ignited an uncontrollable surge of protectiveness within her. All right, it's my fault," Zabini conceded, spreading his hands in surrender and relinquishing his spot entirely to Snape, moving to a seat across from them, his gaze fixed on Harry. He couldn't fathom why his visage might appear so intimidating that Harry would cling to him so tenaciously. "I must not have shaved today," he mused, stroking his chin. Harry's heart felt warm. Even though her mother did not recognize her, she was still protecting her, prompting Harry to smile even sweeter as she nestled closely against Lily. Snape suddenly felt a pang of discomfort, as if he had perceived a glimmer of maternal warmth on Lily's face. Could it be that they truly resembled one another? Lily Evans suddenly realized that her closeness to Harry might be excessive, yet she couldn't help but feel that Harry was like a little sister to her, drawing her in with an irresistible urge to be near. "Make sure not to take off your earmuffs," she reminded Harry several times, carefully adjusting them for her. Harry's obedient demeanor filled Lily with a sense of accomplishment. If only she had such a delightful and compliant sister. Of course, Petunia was wonderful too, but regrettably, she was not a witch, making it impossible to share many experiences with her. Their tender moment was abruptly interrupted by the entrance of a quartet, bustling into the greenhouse as the class bell rang. Lily and Harry, James Potter and Sirius, along with their group, rushed over, disregarding Snape and pushing a fellow Gryffindor away to crowd around Harry. "You're already friends? Splendid. This means you two can be partners. Lily, you won't have to work with that snotty brat." Although Lily genuinely wished to continue caring for Harry, James's remark ignited her ire. "You will not insult my friend. Indeed, Professor Snape is an exceptionally capable individual. Stop bullying him." Harry found herself caught between her father and her godfather, acknowledging that her dad had indeed acted somewhat inappropriately. "Huh, Harry, you've been brainwashed by him too? Have you forgotten how he just bullied you?" James shook Harry's shoulders in disbelief. Harry cast a nervous glance at Lily Evans and then at her scowling godfather, who was retreating to a corner. It's all a misunderstanding. I'll partner with him instead. Let him take care of me, to make up for it." In an instant, Harry left Lily and James to form a group, turning to stand beside Snape. Snape had no choice but to accept this unusual partnership, as the professor had entered and instructed them to form groups based on their seating arrangements. Standing at the edge, Snape had no further options and begrudgingly accepted this unconventional pairing. Meanwhile, Zabini, who had intended to rush to Harry's aid, was too late and was compelled to partner with another Gryffindor. Lily Evans naturally teamed up with Potter, while Lupin and Sirius paired off, leaving the unfortunate Peter alone in his group. Harry cast an apologetic glance at him, feeling guilty for causing his isolation. And then her gaze fell upon Sirius. How infuriating that he was paired with Lupin. He was the one who should be destined for a solitary life. That traitor. Chapter 52, A Heroic Rescue. Today's herbology lesson involved repotting young mandrakes, but due to the current conditions, 2 students were required per pot. Harry felt relieved, thinking this meant she would not have to confront the terrifying mandrake directly. Instinctively, she believed her godfather would assist her, as he was a very dependable person. However, it appeared Snape had no intention of helping her. Snape, engrossed in his own task, yanked the mandrake from its pot and placed it in the new one, gesturing with his eyes for Harry to begin adding soil. He then retreated to Lily Evans's side, intently focused on her. Harry, clutching a small trowel, found herself frozen in place. His positioning was so far off that it implied she would need to lift it again. She felt exasperated, fearful that her touch would awaken the dangerously potent mandrake. Why had the mandrake been so obediently asleep in the professor's hands? It seemed on the verge of awakening as soon as she lifted her trowel, but if she set it down, it wouldn't settle immediately. Could it be that her godfather possessed a soothing magic over plants? Harry was utterly bewildered, wishing that Snape could at least help her straighten the young mandrake. Yet, all she could do was gaze at him, concerned as he remained focused on Lily, leaving her to fend for herself. However, it was James who seemed to be particularly concerned about Harry's situation, craning his neck and glancing around, signaling with facial expressions what she should do, even gesturing animatedly with his hands. Yet, the object he clutched in his grip was already causing a cacophony of distress. It appeared that James was oblivious to this fact, while Lily reached her limit with him, urging, "You need to bury it in the ground, quickly." At last, James regained his focus and realized his hands were becoming quite noisy. Let him go back. Shouldn't you be assisting her? When James noticed Snape attempting to extend his hand toward their group, he preferred not to complete the task rather than allow him to stand alongside. Snape seemed to have only just remembered that Harry was struggling alone, glancing back at her as she flailed about, provoking laughter from some. Lily found Harry's plight rather pitiful. "Severus, go help Harry. I can manage here." She covered her ears while pushing Snape along. "Hurry up. Are you not a man?" Had it not been for his partnership with Lily, James would have rushed to assist. Initially, Snape intended to lend a hand, but upon hearing James's remark, he hesitated. Though his attention remained fixated on Harry, his gaze somewhat unfocused, betraying a sense of unease. The sight of that girl in distress was truly heart-wrenching. Ultimately, it was Zabini who could no longer stand idly by. He dashed forward, snatching the small spade from Harry's grasp and vigorously packing soil into the pot, clutching her mandrake with one hand. "Let me take over, you fool." Zabini worked swiftly, even though the young mandrake emitted an ear-piercing scream. His quick actions allowed him to endure the cacophony, shoveling dirt with determination. Harry felt dizzy and on the verge of fainting. Yet the figure of Zabini loomed large before her. "Zabini, you must call me brother." Despite his ears flushing, Zabini's chest swelled with pride at the unexpected admiration from his sister, filling him with an indescribable sense of accomplishment. However, as the cries of the mandrake began to subside, he turned to seek praise from Harry, only to find that she had vanished. Harry had collapsed, unconscious on the ground. Concerned voices called out, and Sirius, who was closest, caught her just in time. It seems someone didn't heed the professor's advice. Sirius teased as he cradled Harry, an unusual moment for him to not shy away from physical contact with a girl. Holding Harry stirred a mix of excitement and trepidation within him. She was indeed fragrant and soft, reminiscent of a kitten he once cared for, though that cat had never allowed him such closeness. For a brief moment, Sirius found himself momentarily dazed until he was struck by a right hook, unable to dodge due to holding Harry. "Are you insane?" Yet, his grip on Harry remained steadfast. Zabini, witnessing Harry in another embrace, felt a surge of anger flood through him, his mind reeling. "That's mine. My sister." The fury coalesced into his clenched fist, and he swung it out. How could he allow his sister to be held by such a scoundrel, a traitor? Zabini was well versed in the sordid tales of Sirius's betrayal of his family and the murder of his brother, ultimately leading to his imprisonment in Azkaban. "You deserve to be locked away," he seethed, glaring menacingly at Sirius. Sirius, covering his face, should have retaliated immediately, but he was preoccupied with the concern for Harry and Zabini's arms, fearing he might inadvertently harm her, thus delaying his response. "You're the madman here." James and Remus quickly rushed to support their brother, encircling Zabini, who showed no intention of backing down. Sirius, ever the good-hearted one, interjected, "You're being utterly unreasonable." Although James was equally worried for Harry, he could not swallow the insult to his brother. He protected Sirius while simultaneously keeping an eye on Harry. Lily, however, was far less interested in their quarrel. Her sole concern was Harry's well-being. She moved closer to Zabini, with Snape following closely, wary of Zabini's temperament. "Harry, are you all right?" Seeing this, Zabini entrusted Harry to Lily, a fellow girl, while he continued to stand guard before the group, escalating the tension. Since Harry was quite light, Lily effortlessly supported her and led her out of the greenhouse. "What do you want?" Sirius finally became serious, now unimpeded by Harry's presence. James, however, was not inclined to engage Zabini in a fight just yet. He wished to check on Harry first, postponing other matters. "Lily, I'll assist you." He intended to follow Lily, but Snape, seeing this, made it impossible for him to pursue, trailing behind instead. Just as Sirius and Zabini were poised to clash, they were all caught red-handed by the returning professor, including Harry, who was to face community service as a consequence. Harry, blissfully resting in her mother's embrace, felt her father fanning her and her godfather brewing potions for her, unaware that she was about to face community service. Chapter 53, Community Service. Lily held Harry as if she were her cherished doll, marveling once more at how beautiful and adorable Harry was. Although Severus claimed they bore some resemblance to Lily, aside from their hair and eye colors, Harry embodied some of that infuriating Potter charm, with an air of confidence and simplicity. This time, however, Lily found herself reassessing James. She hadn't anticipated he would exhibit such thoughtfulness, helping Harry with her robes and fanning her, not rushing into the fray of excitement or showing favoritism toward his brother. In contrast to James's earlier antics to capture Lily's attention, desperately performing and showing off, his earnest care for Harry now resonated with sincerity in Lily's eyes. Snape swiftly retreated to his secret lair, concocting a potion to soothe and calm the girl, even depleting his potion stockpile, driven by the unspoken request from Lily. Yet, when he delivered it, witnessing Lily's delighted expression alongside James Potter's disdainful face, he realized this was merely his own projection. Had he subconsciously chosen to assist that young girl? Was he still the selfish individual he once was? When had he become so selfless? James, noticing Lily's shift in attitude toward him, felt as elated as an owl, bouncing about, relishing his newfound luck. Lily Evans was smiling at him. Soon, however, they were all apprehended by the arriving professor, along with Sirius and Zabini, and sent to the headmaster's office. While Harry lay in unconsciousness, she dreamt once more of Riddle, who bound her to a pillar and imprisoned her in an enormous cage, repeatedly questioning, "Why did you abandon me?" With each repetition, a chill crept down her spine, ultimately jolting her awake, only to find herself staring into her own reflection. No, it was a mirror. "Harry, you finally awakened. How wonderful." Lily Evans exclaimed with joy upon seeing Harry come to, her exuberance infectious, bringing a smile to Harry's lips as she realized it was her mother. "How many is this?" Zabini rushed over second, extending his hand toward Harry, shaking it playfully, treating her as a little sister. Zabini. Harry's mind momentarily faltered. Wasn't she in a lively dream with her parents? Why was that jungle prince here? What should you call me? Zabini raised an eyebrow, clearly unable to forget so quickly that he had rescued her. Harry was momentarily bewildered. She recalled being in the greenhouse classroom. Oh, those ugly mandrake seedlings. Harry hoped never to encounter them again. Just as she let out a sigh of relief, she spotted Snape, arms crossed and exuding a cold sarcasm. Indeed. We must all engage in obligatory labor to save you. How very grateful we are. Severus, however, was immediately halted by Lily's intervention. You need not participate, Severus. You're making things difficult for a child again. Zabini, with a cheeky jab, pierced Snape's heart. He despised being criticized. Consequently, Zabini found himself on Snape's bad side. And Harry admired Zabini's audacity. After all, this was her future headmaster and potions professor. Did he truly wish to jeopardize his grades? Zabini apologized. Quickly, Harry sprang from her bed, fueled by a surge of indignation, which left Snape wide-eyed in disbelief. She was actually defending herself again? Harry certainly did not wish for anyone to defame her beloved godfather. And considering Zabini had been decent to her, she decided to intervene, hoping to avoid incurring her godfather's wrath. Thus, she clung to Zabini like an octopus, using all four limbs to restrain him at the edge of the bed. Zabini, once again, was miraculously silenced, supporting Harry's waist to prevent her from falling. All right. I apologize. Just stop crying, he said, turning stiffly to Snape to utter a curt apology. Consider it as if I said nothing. Snape's dry lips parted slightly, as if he still wished to deliver another cutting remark, but upon seeing the tears lingering on Harry's face and recognizing her as Severus's sister, he chose not to pursue the matter further, considering he owed the girl a favor. If he remained by her side, she would undoubtedly avoid harm. Rather than endure obligatory labor alongside those he loathed, he would prefer to toil alone and finish the tasks, thereby avoiding complications. Harry, I'm relieved you're all right. But we're both sentenced to obligatory labor tonight. Stay close to me, and do not wander off. Lily expressed her concern for Harry's well-being. Wait, what did you say? Obligatory labor? Harry felt as if struck by lightning. How was it that upon her return, she could not escape the clutches of punishment? Indeed, just as you imagined. Snape remarked darkly, as Harry felt tears welling up. Would they be forced to work together again, potentially leading to conflict? Where should she position herself? When they gathered that evening, Harry naively fantasized about being able to work separately, hoping her father, godfather, and Zabini would not cross paths. Yet, as fate would have it, they were all assigned to the pumpkin patch at Hogwarts. It is well known that the pumpkins at Hogwarts thrive remarkably well, resulting in particularly large pests, especially those enchanted caterpillars, which could grow to the size of a forearm. Armed with a spiked iron hook, Harry partnered with Zabini, who carried a bamboo basket, while others opted for backpacks. However, Zabini deemed such an approach too mundane, thus forming their duo. Snape and Lily were also paired together, but Snape appeared unfazed by the giant caterpillars. On the contrary, he seemed somewhat eager. In his godfather's eyes, they were likely viewed as research subjects or rare materials. James and Sirius teamed up, each wielding 2 iron hooks and carrying a bamboo basket on their backs. They moved like ninjas, expertly wielding their long hooks, and before Hagrid could utter a word, they had already coordinated to pierce a giant caterpillar. Did you see that, Lily? Just like Harry did earlier, James proclaimed, holding aloft his long hook adorned with a wriggling caterpillar, resembling a banner, as the green liquid dripped down. Harry felt nauseous at the sight. In such circumstances, James Potter could not help but radiate his charm to attract Lily Evans, also hoping to establish a heroic older brother image in Harry's eyes. He began his performance with exuberance, occasionally brandishing his iron fork to poke at caterpillars, complete with sound effects and what he deemed cool moves. Look, Lily and Harry, we shall call this the Tower of Green Worms, he proclaimed, adopting a serious pose, or perhaps the Grave of Bugs would be more fitting. Lily Evans showed no inclination to engage with him, while Harry wore an expression of twisted discomfort, unsure how to react. Though he was her father at that moment, James resembled a clueless youth, utterly unaware of how to appropriately garner a girl's attention. Not long after, James, Sirius, and Remus began a new contest to see who could catch the largest caterpillar. Each time James caught one, he would exclaim loudly in an exaggerated tone, ensuring everyone was aware of his achievement. Sirius, wearing a smile, enthusiastically cheered, "Well done, James." He would occasionally glance in Harry's direction, but the moment their eyes met, he would quickly divert his gaze. He did not wish to see her irritated expression. While it was amusing, it also signified her disdain for him, a feeling he found unpleasant. Meanwhile, Harry stood quietly, observing the dynamic between her parents. It felt so familiar. Wasn't this precisely the sort of behavior Draco Malfoy often exhibited? Each time, it would infuriate her, and Draco's antics surpassed James's current display. Harry recalled a night when she and Fred and George had been out after hours and were punished by their godfather, who assigned them to assist with potion materials. Coincidentally, Draco Malfoy had also been punished for sneaking out, and they had found themselves faced with several barrels of bogey worms. Harry, nearly nauseated at the sight of the slimy creatures, watched as Draco, already retching, still attempted to maintain an air of bravado, gritting his teeth as he pulled a worm from the barrel. "What's there to be afraid of, coward?" he had said, trying to appear strong. Even as Harry could see him trembling, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Call me sister, and I'll help you, coward." Suddenly, Harry realized that Draco's antics were not merely attempts to outshine her, but rather akin to her father's efforts to capture her mother's attention, or rather, her own attention. The more she pondered, the more she found the past's details eerily similar. Draco behaved in the same way, deliberately provoking her and performing absurd stunts to draw her gaze. What did this imply about Draco Malfoy? Just as Harry was grappling with this revelation, a gigantic caterpillar appeared at her feet, prompting a scream that was abruptly silenced by a burst of flames. Zabini coolly speared the charred creature with his iron fork and placed it in his basket. "No need to thank me, sister," he said. Had Draco been present, he would undoubtedly have erupted in anger, berating Zabini for acting like an older brother. However, alas, Draco was nowhere to be found. Harry was truly astounded by Zabini's remarkable approach. Indeed, she could wield magic without resorting to such gruesome methods. Consequently, upon spotting a caterpillar, she conjured a fierce flame and instructed Zabini to collect it in a bamboo basket using a fork. However, this fiery display led to an even more bizarre turn of events. James and Sirius soon detected the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air, igniting a bonfire and enthusiastically roasting the caterpillars. Remarkably, the taste was rather delightful. To their astonishment, they began consuming the insects. Harry had heard tales of wizards in China utilizing insects for potion making and medicinal cuisine, but this was her first encounter with the direct roasting of insects. Disgusting as it was, her mouth watered at the enticing scent. It was truly barbaric. Zabini covered her mouth and nose, filled with disdain for James and Sirius, and hastily pulled Harry away. Yet James was determined to share this newfound delicacy, urging Harry to try it while it was hot, claiming it tasted just like chicken. "No, no," Harry exclaimed, bolting away as Zabini stood in front of her, snatching the roasted caterpillar from James's hand and tossing it to the ground. "Who would want to eat your disgusting insects?" James couldn't help but find Harry's brotherly figure increasingly irksome. What kind of decent brother would behave so indecently in front of his sister, with his collar unbuttoned down to his chest? How could Harry possibly thrive in such an environment? It was perplexing that James harbored a natural animosity towards any boy who approached Harry. Was it perhaps because she resembled Lily so closely? Was he unable to accept that? Lily pursued them, seeking to comfort Harry, as she had been unable to locate Snape. Upon entering the pumpkin patch, Snape had become engrossed, meticulously dissecting and collecting the bodily fluids of the caterpillars while chaos ensued around him. He had believed Lily was following closely behind. Gradually, Snape began to sense something was amiss. Normally, caterpillars could not grow to such an enormous size. Even in the magical realm, even after consuming fertilizer, they would only reach the size of a palm, yet some now exceeded the length of a forearm. Sensing something suspicious, he swiftly sought out Lily to discuss the matter with Professor Dumbledore. At that moment, he heard Lily's startled cry. When he found her and Harry, they stood before a cavernous opening. How peculiar, when had such a large hole appeared? James and Zabini, alerted by the girl's exclamation, rushed over. It seemed that this had been the case for some time. Sirius knelt to examine the dried earth, noting that this was clearly not a recent excavation. As he spoke, he cast a glance toward Harry, relieved to see her safe alongside Lily. "Perhaps Hagrid might know," suggested Remus, having discerned the excitement in James and Sirius's eyes. "Yes, Remus has a point. We could ask Peter," he added, though Peter's reluctance held little weight among the group. "Hagrid might not even be nearby. Should we not investigate? Don't you want to know what lies within?" As James's wand began to glow, he declared, "I want to." Unexpectedly, it was only Zabini and Harry who responded, with Harry expressing her curiosity. Chapter 55, Heart's Desire. Despite her protests, Zabini covered Harry's face and mouth, insisting, "No, you don't want to," and attempted to pull Harry away, dismissing the hole as mere folly. If the cave were to collapse, they would surely regret it. Feeling awkward under the collective gaze, Harry realized she had inadvertently voiced her true feelings, revealing herself as a Gryffindor and, more importantly, James Potter's daughter. She was indeed intrigued, answering affirmatively without a second thought. Yet, she was the only one to do so. Upon receiving Harry's response, James beamed with pride, nearly wearing a look of brotherly affection on his face. However, Zabini poked at her cheek, prompting James to grow increasingly agitated. She wants to join us on this adventure. Don't touch her, he retorted, to everyone's surprise. Sirius was the first to firmly grasp Zabini's hand. She is my sister. I have an obligation to ensure her safety. And who are you? Zabini withdrew her hand, narrowing her eyes in mockery of Sirius's sentimental declarations. Sirius, momentarily taken aback, stammered, I'm her friend. I am not your friend. Harry was naturally inclined to side with Zabini, steadfastly opposing the traitor. The outcome was that Zabini's lips curled into a smirk, reveling in her triumph as she affectionately ruffled Harry's hair, pleased that her care for her had not been in vain. I told you not to touch her. James was nearly ready to leap from his position, infuriated by this insufferable foe. Let us go, Lily interjected, attempting to distance herself from the fray. Having recognized Lily's eagerness to join, before she could align herself with the Potters, Snape intended to whisk her away. Wait, Severus. I want to see Harry, Lily insisted, wishing to accompany her should she choose to enter the cave. Zabini again clashed with James and Sirius, defending Harry. What are you doing here? The task is complete. You can return to sleep. At that moment, a colossal figure appeared behind them. Harry turned to see Hagrid. Her eyes sparkled. Hagrid, in his youth, already bore the rugged, bearded visage of a man, albeit without the bulging belly, still possessing a robust giantess physique. She leaped in anticipation of a hug. But the younger Hagrid seemed far more bashful than his future self. Are you new? You're simply adorable, just like my little one. Hagrid, dressed in coarse fabric, seemed to reminisce fondly, his face softening with affection before he quickly snapped back to reality, shaking his head. No, you must leave this place quickly. It's somewhat dangerous here. What danger? James, having always enjoyed a close relationship with Hagrid, trusted his words implicitly, which only fueled his excitement further. He shook his arms enthusiastically, exclaiming, This is the adventure we've been seeking. Hagrid covered his mouth, clearly struggling to maintain composure. He feared he might inadvertently disclose too much. However, Snape's keen insight pierced through the tension, casually remarking, These caterpillars appear quite abnormal, as if they have been deliberately cultivated. His light-hearted comment sent a tremor of fear through the threefold larger Hagrid, who gasped, How do you know? The ground seemed to shudder at the sound of his voice. Hagrid, what do you mean? Lily finally confronted Snape's earlier statement, realizing that Hagrid was indeed concealing something. Thus, they all turned to Hagrid, who, unable to hold back, teared up and revealed the truth. He had confused the potion for eliminating caterpillars with a growth enhancer for pumpkins. As a result, the caterpillars had grown uncontrollably. There's a particularly adorable little one. I should have sent my little darling away sooner, but it was too frail. Needing its mother, Hagrid's emotions intensified as he spoke, even beginning to sob. Meanwhile, a commotion erupted from the cave behind Hagrid, sending shivers of fear through the group. As a colossal creature emerged, drawn towards them by Hagrid's weeping. What is that? Hagrid, what do you call that creature? They exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief at the sight before them. A mutated caterpillar, exceeding 3 meters in length, frantically revealed its head. Ah, run! At James's furious shout, everyone scattered in a panic, and in the chaos, he managed to grab hold of Harry. Meanwhile, Hagrid desperately waved his arms, attempting to calm the creature, insisting that they were all friends and that it should quiet down and not be afraid, for it would not harm them. However, the colossal caterpillar appeared to have succumbed to madness, crashing through Hagrid's form and pursuing them into the Forbidden Forest. As they fled, Harry fortuitously found himself running alongside Sirius. Though she had initially followed Zabini, when Zabini attempted to grasp her hand, James also reached out, resulting in a frantic scuffle between them. In the midst of the turmoil, Harry and Sirius ended up together. She had no intention of following a traitor, yet he seemed to be looking out for her, staying right behind her, steadying her when she nearly stumbled, or calling out to distract the monster when it drew near. Despite his efforts, Harry remained ungrateful, retaliating by lashing out at the creature while running, nearly striking Sirius in the process. Hey, watch it, Sirius exclaimed, feeling as though he was the one being unjustly punished. Chapter 56, Rescued. Harry never imagined she would be pursued by a caterpillar, especially in the familiar confines of the Forbidden Forest. Though her agility was renowned, she could not withstand the creature's relentless assault, which shattered branches and bent trunks, ultimately ensnaring her tightly. To her astonishment, it was that very traitor who came to her rescue. The caterpillar moved with alarming speed, and as the wind rushed past, Harry felt as if she could hear everyone calling her name, urging her to run faster. She smiled. Of course, she wanted to flee quickly. But why was this insect always following her? Just moments ago, Sirius had attempted to draw the monster's attention away, successfully distracting it for several seconds with his loud calls. Yet soon after, His figure vanished from her sight. Had he been devoured? Hey, Black. Harry received no response and dared not look back. She could only rely on her memory, desperately running towards where she hoped the Centaur tribe might be, silently wishing she could return to the safety of her own time, vowing never again to harm insects or disdain the appearance of mandrakes. But now, her strength was waning, and she could no longer hear Zabini or James calling for her. The entire forbidden forest seemed to consist solely of herself and the small creatures scurrying about. Meanwhile, James and Zabini's quarrel had devolved into a competition to see who could inflict more damage on the caterpillar, thus shifting their focus to attacking. In their fervor, they lost track of Harry and decided to temporarily abandon their dispute, joining forces to chase after the caterpillar in a bid to assist her. Upon spotting Harry being chased by the monster, they wished fervently for the ability to transform their legs into broomsticks to fly to her aid. Despite their desperate shouts, they could not divert the caterpillar's attention. James and Zabini hurled their most malevolent spells at the creature, but alas, to the monster, it felt like merely a tickle, eliciting no reaction. Their hearts twisted with regret for not having followed Harry sooner. Those two little legs of hers. Elsewhere, Snape was escorting Lily, employing an S-shaped running pattern to evade the monster's line of pursuit. He firmly opposed her suggestion to help Harry. Harry is in danger. I must save her. Lily felt an inexplicable anxiety, as if she would faint at the mere thought of Harry being unharmed. She has her brother and those gallant protectors. Snape analyzed the situation coolly. According to his calculations, Dumbledore would arrive shortly. There was no need for them to pursue and meet their doom. Besides, even if she were to be eaten, it would be her fate. Though he appeared indifferent, Snape felt a tremor of unfamiliar emotions stirring within him, which he chose to ignore. She is my friend. She is waiting for me to save her. Potter and the others are utterly unreliable. Lily was on the verge of tears, her vivid imagination conjuring images of Harry weeping beneath the caterpillar. Seeing that Lily had no intention of leaving, Snape hesitated for 3 seconds before decisively rendering her unconscious and slowly making his way back toward Hogwarts. Each step he took felt more torturous than he had anticipated. Meanwhile, Remus and Peter were doing everything in their power to contact Dumbledore or any available professors. As Snape had surmised, Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall were en route, and they encountered Snape and Lily along the way. Professor McGonagall, please take her to the hospital wing. I know where she is, Snape implored. Dumbledore regarded the boy, who seemed solely focused on Lily, with some surprise. Severus was exceptional yet isolated. Aside from potions and Lily Evans, nothing else or no one else could breach his defenses. But now, it seemed something had shifted. Dumbledore felt a sense of satisfaction as he patted Snape on the shoulder. I am pleased to see you have made a new friend, thanks to Snape's keen instincts and the creature's bodily fluids. He expertly led Professor Dumbledore to the depths of the Forbidden Forest, where they found Harry and Sirius. At this point, Harry was nearing her limit. Deeply grateful for the grueling training would have put her through, without it, she would have likely been consumed by now. She was at her breaking point. Her mind flooded with visions of her parents, her godfather, Fred and George, Harry, Ron, and even Zabini and Malfoy. Finally, she spotted a pair of crimson eyes, Tom Riddle. Get down. Just as Harry was about to collapse, a clear, youthful voice echoed above her. She slid into the bushes, making one last desperate attempt to escape. Panting as she lay on the ground, her breaths tinged with blood, through the gaps in the foliage. She saw a dark figure leap down from the treetops or the empty sky, armed with a sharp object fashioned from a dagger or stone. Look here, you monster. Sirius Black soared above the caterpillar like a deity from ancient Greece, plunging his weapon deep into the creature's head. At that moment, it seemed a beam of light illuminated Sirius's form, and Harry thought she must be experiencing a near-death hallucination. Was that an angel she saw? One resembling that traitor? How sinful. Yet the creature's shriek and Hagrid's cries rang distinctly in Harry's mind, dispelling any notion that this might be a dream. Harry. Both Zabini and James discovered her amidst the underbrush, but Zabini was the first to scoop her up. Harry's mind was flooded with bizarre thoughts. Could angels really have such skin tones? At that moment, Zabini and the others were disheveled, their clothes torn by branches. But the fierce gaze on his blood-streaked cheeks only heightened his primal intensity. Your brother is here. Don't be afraid. James felt a pang of discontent. He found it rather unsavory for a grown man to so roughly hoist Harry onto his shoulder, yet rationality compelled him to assist Sirius, for without intervention, Hagrid might extend his hand to aid the monster. Hagrid wept, his face awash with tears and snot. For this was his beloved little creature he had nurtured with great care. He sobbed repeatedly in a heart-wrenching manner. Zabini, however, paid him no mind, instead hoisting Harry onto his shoulders and sprinting towards safety. Despite being at the brink of exhaustion, he pressed on with unwavering determination, having promised her that he would take good care of her. At that moment, Snape and Professor Dumbledore finally made their appearance. As Snape drew closer to the scene of the incident, an unsettling anxiety gripped him from within. Upon witnessing the moment when the caterpillar was toppled to the ground by Black, his pupils dilated with alarm. He failed to notice the peculiar girl. The girl who stirred emotions within him, a girl reminiscent of Lily, yet distinctly different. Panic began to set in as he scanned the area for Harry. Recalling the last time he felt such dread was when Lily was injured. Fortunately, he spotted Harry being carried by Zabini through the bushes. She was still alive. Snape's heart settled momentarily, only to be seized again at the sight of her pale visage and labored breaths. Why did Harry's frailty evoke memories of Lily's own weakness? Yet, Snape did not approach. Instead, he quietly watched as Harry was taken down from Zabini's shoulders by arriving paramedics, who fashioned a makeshift stretcher to carry her away. Observing their retreating figures, Snape was enveloped in darkness. His task complete, he needed to see Lily. Meanwhile, Dumbledore had fully grasped the situation. He first offered comfort to Hagrid while cautioning him, then utilized an incantation they had never heard before to resolve the struggling caterpillar on the ground. I am truly sorry, Hagrid, but your friend may have to bid you farewell. It is simply unfit for Hogwarts. Hagrid sobbed. I understand, Professor Dumbledore, but please, let me say goodbye to her. As he wiped his tears with a rag resembling a foul sock. Others had no time to discern precisely how Dumbledore acted. That enormous creature vanished before their eyes, perhaps leaving behind the lingering scent of roasted meat as a clue. Zabini glanced back, reflecting on Dumbledore's efficacy, wishing he would provide an explanation for the precarious situation the students found themselves in, hoping he would not shield the half-giant from accountability. Lying on the stretcher, Harry felt as if she had come back to life, struggling to see the conclusion of the chaos, only to be promptly pushed back down by James, who insisted. This is not your concern. Rest well. Their steps were steady, almost as if they were in a silent competition to see who could maintain their composure longer. Until they reached Hogwarts. Upon seeing Harry being taken over by Madame Pomfrey, they finally relaxed, collapsing at the entrance of the infirmary. Zabini retrieved a piece of licorice from his pocket, breaking it in half and extending it. Want some? James, without a second thought, reached for it, only to be thwarted by Zabini's trick, grasping at thin air. Just kidding, Zabini chuckled, popping the remaining half into his mouth, and, with exaggerated bravado, declared, this isn't yours. He leaned against the doorframe, standing tall, and made a flamboyant exit, leaving James in a huff, who, irked, hurled his muddy shoe at Zabini's back, exclaiming, this isn't yours, you freak. Zabini slammed the door shut, nearly catching James's fingers in the process. Fortunately, at that moment, Remus Lupin and Peter Pettigrew arrived, escorting James away. Let me go? I want to see Harry. James protested, but lacking strength, he was easily led away by Lupin and Peter. Lily Evans is no longer here. She's fine and has returned to the dormitory. Are you sure you don't want to see her? Lupin suggested, sensing the dubious nature of Harry's identity, trying to keep James and Harry at a distance, though it proved challenging. Lupin was puzzled by James's inclination to play the older brother, and he surmised that only Lily could revive his spirits. As expected, the mention of Lily's whereabouts reinvigorated James, who clamored to see her. Lupin and Peter continued to escort James, as they needed to reunite with Sirius. Dumbledore must have already resolved the caterpillar incident, allowing them to breathe a sigh of relief. Harry lay on the infirmary bed. Aside from exhaustion and depleted magical energy, she was otherwise unharmed. After consuming a freshly brewed potion, she felt significantly better. Her constitution was resilient, a testament to the potions her godfather had administered since her childhood. The potion's taste, albeit slightly bitter, could not mask its familiar flavor. This was the concoction her godfather had secretly prepared for her, even if it had yet to undergo refinement. She could still recall its essence. It seemed her godfather was still concerned for her well-being. With a cheerful heart, Harry wrapped herself in the blanket, rolling about in bed, reminiscing about the moments spent with her godfather, blissfully recalling carefree days. However, in her exuberance, she inadvertently tugged at the curtain beside her, exposing a face she wished to avoid. Sirius Black lay beside her in agony on the adjacent bed. Sirius had indeed succumbed to the caterpillar's poison, while not gravely serious. It rendered his skin fragile and engorged, oozing a repugnant fluid. Hey, are you all right? Harry inquired, having altered her perception of him due to his earlier rescue. Perhaps if she intervened just a bit, Sirius wouldn't betray her parents and become the object of everyone's disdain. As Harry grappled with her conflicting emotions, she acknowledged that her relatively minor injuries were thanks to Sirius's assistance, especially that wooden stick that had pierced through. Thus, she generously offered him the potion Snape had prepared, not out of distaste, but as a gesture of goodwill. She called out Sirius's name several times, even shaking his shoulder, but it seemed futile, leading her to believe he had been cursed. In a rush, she hurried to summon Madame Pomfrey. Just then, Sirius abruptly sat up in bed, his features more defined, rendered fearsome against the backdrop of blood. Harry was taken aback, fearing he had returned from the dead. Are you all right? Maybe you should drink the potion first? Harry suggested, seeing Sirius regain some energy as she lifted the potion Snape had personally brewed. There's no time. Oh no, it's too late. Sirius, battered and bruised, struggled to get off the bed, shoes forgotten, eager to rush outside. What is happening? What do you mean it's too late? Are you mad? Harry exclaimed, finally springing into action, trailing behind him, only to be abruptly intercepted by Snape, who pulled her into the shadows. You cannot go any further. Chapter 58, The Truth. Confused, Harry questioned Snape's presence there. What are you doing here? In the darkness, Snape scoffed, equally perplexed as to why he was present. Freshly gathered potion ingredients awaited him, and after preparing a stamina-boosting potion for Lily, he had even brought her a vial, although it was at Lily's request. His secret visit to observe the potion's efficacy was purely his own curiosity. He intended to assess the success of his brewing. Instead, he encountered a hurried Sirius clutching a time-turner, which sparked a daring hypothesis. In that critical moment, he had witnessed Sirius soaring through the sky. Logically speaking, it is improbable for Sirius Black to have appeared from such a height out of nowhere. Thus, it is likely that he utilized a broomstick to reach that altitude. However, where in the Forbidden Forest would a broomstick come from? Hence, the only plausible truth is that Sirius used a time-turner to travel back to the past to rescue Harry and everyone else. We cannot allow him to see that Snape already harbors a definitive answer within, as he restrained Harry, covering her mouth while attempting to explain. Surprisingly, Harry felt a sense of reassurance. The herbal scent emanating from Snape now felt akin to the embrace of a cradle in her future. She even found herself nostalgically tightening her hold on Snape, silently calling him godfather in her heart. Yet, Snape was understandably alarmed and admonished her not to move, quickly disentangling himself from her embrace and pulling her aside. Amidst the moonlight, Harry observed a faint blush gracing young Snape's cheeks, his typically pallid complexion, devoid of exercise and sunlight, or a newfound vitality that, in Harry's eyes, rendered him somewhat endearing. She had not anticipated such youthful innocence in her godfather, and it brought her joy to witness it. Are you familiar with the time-turner? Snape awkwardly contemplated leaving but remained, gritting his teeth to prevent the foolish girl from further entangling herself with Black, thus causing a temporal disruption. You mean the time-turner? Harry finally snapped back to reality upon hearing Snape's explanation, coming to understand why, when she had collapsed in the bushes, she had seen Sirius Black radiating an angelic glow. It was another version of Sirius from a different timeline utilizing lumos to divert the attention of the caterpillar, but due to the angle, she had only perceived a beam of light. Then he must be returning to the Forbidden Forest? Harry recalled witnessing Fred and George using a time-turner to travel back in time during class just to attend her birthday. However, their misuse of the device had caused considerable trouble, resulting in its confiscation. She remembered distinctly that they had stated one must return within the designated time frame, under no circumstances allowing anyone to discover their absence. So, had Harry almost followed Sirius back into the past? What would happen now? Was he not in grave danger alone? Harry was unexpectedly surprised by her concern for him. As you can see, we are still alive, so he must have succeeded. Snape had not engaged in conversation with anyone for quite some time, and thus felt particularly uncomfortable by the time he uttered this statement. He had already distanced himself from Harry by 3 meters. If you wish to assist him, return to bed now. Do not disturb him. Harry was experiencing a revelation regarding the godfather Harry Potter had spoken of. Indeed, he could incite a fury that left one speechless, possessing a talent for exasperation. That tone, which was 7 parts sarcasm and 3 parts indifference, made Harry consider letting it go. Remembering how he would kneel to help her apply ointment in the future, she endeavored to quell her anger. Will you go help him? Harry asked, only to realize it was a rather absurd question, and true to form. Snape wore a look of disdain. Me? Help Black? He too found it to be a tremendous joke. Thus, Harry found herself at a loss for words. For the evidence of her rescue was the best proof that Sirius was unharmed. Reluctantly, she returned to the hospital wing, quietly awaiting Sirius's return. Although he would ultimately become a traitor in the future, at present, he was her savior. Harry found herself embroiled in a minor conflict, and eventually succumbed to sleep once more. In her dreams, she encountered that boy again, within the same Hogwarts, the same classroom, and the same young Tom Riddle, who sat there questioning her. You are late. Harry had grown accustomed to it, no longer startled awake by his bloodthirsty demeanor. Rather, she was curious to continue. She discovered that if she reached out to touch Riddle's face and uttered, I have come, Tom, the dream version of Riddle would immediately shed all his ferocity and malice, transforming the scene back into one of warmth, where they studied together in the library. However, unlike her memories, she found herself seated upon Riddle's lap. He would then tenderly narrate stories to her in parcel tongue, a rather peculiar development. Gradually, Harry no longer feared dreaming of Riddle. Yet, the absence of others in her dreams presented her with a conundrum. Why did she only dream of Riddle? As she awoke, still pondering the answer, she was taken aback by a pair of panicked eyes that felt familiar, reminiscent of Harry Potter's pure innocence. "Sorry, I startled you, Harry. I thought you were dead," James remarked, realizing too late that his subsequent words were ill-timed. He had approached, noticing Harry sleeping so peacefully that he had momentarily feared for her. Caught in the act of peeking, James ruffled his perpetually messy hair and presented Harry with a large gift he had prepared, filled with various trinkets such as Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, a singing hairpin, and a weather-predicting comb, among other peculiar items. He then produced a book titled The Secrets of the Time-Hunting Hunters. "Isn't this from the library?" Harry asked. "Hee, I forgot to return it." "No wonder I couldn't find it." James swiftly snatched the book, causing a bookmark to flutter out, thin, almost like paper. Yet it emitted a sound. "I will not let you go." Harry's eyes widened in horror. Had it merely been a simple bookmark, she might not have paid it much mind. Yet, this phrase was in parcel tongue, a language only she understood, indicating that its owner could only be one person. "How did you acquire this bookmark?" Harry dared not dwell on the implications. "Isn't it fascinating? A bookmark that can mimic snake sounds? I wonder if it has existed for a long time. You can find many in the library. However, they are increasingly rare now, as people have been secretly hiding them." James reminisced, recalling a friend who specialized in collecting such bookmarks. These bookmarks seem to have circulated in the library for many years. Their origins have become a legend at Hogwarts. "Did you not know? I too possess one." Zabini's forceful interjection redirected Harry's attention to him. "You have one? How come I was unaware?" Harry did not remember encountering such bookmarks in the library. As she spoke, she picked up the fallen bookmark, which bore the inscription, Chapter 59, Concern. Harry had likely deduced the origin of these bookmarks. They were the handiwork of Tom Riddle, who was seeking her but remained oblivious to her exact timeline, hence scattering so many bookmarks to leave a signal. "Come find me." Harry traced the raised letters on the bookmark. Despite the boldness of the words, the conveyed message was singular. Riddle had been searching for her all along. She had not realized that the reason behind these enchanted bookmarks was likely because, prior to her journey back to the past, she had no intersection with the historical Riddle. However, her presence had disrupted history, rewriting it into a narrative laden with missing person notices within the library's tomes. Since her return, she had been preoccupied with training and other matters, seldom visiting the library to read, thus failing to notice the alterations in history. Yet, Zabini's awareness implied that all students at Hogwarts, apart from her, were informed, as was Harry, should he have a passion for reading. Harry clutched the bookmark, lost in thought, seemingly revisiting the past. Was Riddle truly still searching for her? "Do you enjoy it? Since you like it, I'll give it to you," James said. Though he felt a twinge of regret, it was indeed rare to acquire a bookmark that emitted that distinctive hissing sound, as they were becoming increasingly scarce. Only a few senior students left such tokens behind upon graduation, inscribing heartfelt messages of encouragement for their juniors, thus ensuring the continuity of tradition. Most had been hoarded away. Yet rumors persisted that every year, a mysterious benefactor discreetly released a new batch of bookmarks, though the absence of dates left no one able to confirm this with certainty. "Thank you, James," Harry said, although he found it rather awkward to call his father by his name. However, James beamed, pleased that Harry acknowledged him as her good friend. Coughing vehemently from the bed beside Harry, Sirius appeared to be in significantly better condition than the previous night, though how he had returned remained a mystery. Nevertheless, his intent was unmistakable. He was the true savior of her. "And thank you, Mr. Black." Harry expressed her gratitude sincerely, albeit with a hint of formality. This seemed to genuinely choke Sirius, who spluttered, "What did you call me, mister? I'm just as acquainted with you as James is. Why the distance?" "Yes. I truly appreciate your assistance, Mr. Black. You've certainly earned my admiration," Zabini interjected, positioning himself to obstruct the exchange of glances between Sirius and Harry. He had long noticed the way the traitor looked at Harry, and he was not pleased. The age gap between them was too vast, and he believed Sirius was utterly unworthy of Harry. Sirius, oblivious to Harry's expression, dismissed Zabini's disapproval with indifference and turned to James to discuss other matters. "By the way, how is Lily Evans? I wager Harry is anxious to know." Indeed, Harry's interest peaked immediately as she clung to Zabini's arm, leaning forward with concern. "Yes, how is Lily?" Yes, my mother. After all, what if something were to happen to her?" All eyes suddenly turned to James, causing him to swell with pride. He adjusted his hair and straightened his collar before responding. "Lily is quite well, and she asked me to tell Harry to rest properly. She will visit you soon." Lily had received an urgent message that compelled her to return to the Muggle world, which was why she had not appeared in the hospital wing to see Harry and Sirius. Now, aside from Snape, all had arrived safely. Lupin and Peter even brought Harry small gifts. Though not valuable, they were heartfelt. Lupin gifted her a protective wolf tooth, while Peter presented a bouquet tied with a lovely bow. Sirius scratched his head in frustration. What? Why didn't T.I. receive any comforting gifts? Who truly is their brother? Yet, upon seeing Harry's vibrant face, he felt a surge of relief for having saved her. Hagrid arrived a bit late, cradling a pod of a dangerous plant, his demeanor resembling that of someone who had just experienced a profound loss. Nevertheless, he was determined to apologize. Everyone was familiar with Hagrid's penchant for adopting adorable and perilous creatures, which was indeed characteristic of him. However, the lack of any reprimand for Hagrid left Snape and Zabini incredulous, as they incessantly sought Dumbledore to temporarily suspend Hagrid from his duties. Harry and Hagrid shared a long-standing friendship, and she had pleaded with Zabini and Snape on his behalf, yet being Slytherins, they were unyielding. Are you really going to plead for a murderer? He nearly cost me my life. Perhaps you should empathize with yourself. You were almost deprived of sunlight. Though their words differed, they conveyed the same sentiment. Left with no other option, Harry resolved to write a letter to plead for Hagrid, considering he had watched her grow up. Thus, a part-time keykeeper for Hogwarts temporarily took residence in Hagrid's small hut. Reputed for his unique identity as a well-known trader who could procure almost anything, from the Pope's undergarments to Muggle weaponry, and even Dumbledore's beard and Grindelwald's signature. Yet, the question lingered. Why would he willingly take on a modest job at Hogwarts? Some speculated that Hogwarts possessed something he desired, while others believed he was there to distribute the bookmarks, with even more claiming he was merely there to sell goods. James and Sirius, eager to uncover the mystery, invited Harry to join them for a closer look. Peering through the window, Harry spotted a familiar figure with red hair. Chapter 60, Reunion. Driven by curiosity, James, Harry, and Sirius squeezed together at Hagrid's window to get a better view. James and Sirius kindly relinquished the prime spot to Harry, concerned she might miss the sight, and positioned themselves so she could stand on their backs. Can you see? What does it look like? James inquired, steadying Harry's waist, worried she might inadvertently reveal herself. Is this your idea of reconnaissance? Zabini, who typically preferred to avoid crowds, had opposed Harry's desire to join them, but he could not prevent her from sneaking off on her own. He feigned annoyance, yet his body had betrayed him, leading him to closely monitor the woman he was bound to, fearful that any misfortune might prevent his return to their previous world. While the quartet engaged in cautious information gathering, Zabini opted for a more direct approach, confidently striding to the door and rapping 3 times. What's the matter? Just ask. Harry, startled, swiftly moved from the window to the door, attempting to pull Zabini away. She had recognized the handsome figure with red hair and charming freckles. Dressed impeccably in Muggle attire, it was her brother, Lysander Weasley, whom she had encountered during her last time travel. To avoid time disturbances and ensure the world remained intact, Harry should not have been able to see him. Yet, it was too late. She couldn't pull Zabini back in time, and the door swung open. Let me see what kind of little pouch has come this time. A cheerful voice accompanied the door's creak. Ah, it's a child. In terror, Harry buried her face into Zabini's back, leaving him taken aback by her fright. Yet, he felt a sense of joy from her dependence on him, adopting a gentlemanly demeanor. Are you two planning to elope? My merchandise here wouldn't be of any use, and even if it were, I wouldn't sell it to you. Lysander Weasley jested as he opened the door and invited them in, but then his gaze caught a glimpse of a familiar red head, and he paused. Harry? Is that you? As an exemplary Hogwarts graduate, Dumbledore had continually invited Lysander to remain at the school as a teacher. However, since the disappearance of that girl, Lysander had steadfastly believed that she had failed to look after Harry, which led to her mysterious vanishing. Thus, he embarked on a life of global exploration, sourcing rare and exotic items from afar to sell, all in hopes of one day witnessing Harry living safely in some corner of the world. Though they shared no profound blood ties, Lysander truly regarded Harry as a younger sister he wished to care for deeply. He aimed to find her. Hence, every so often, he would return to Hogwarts to see if she had returned. This time, he had received a task to discreetly place a batch of bookmarks in the library. With Hagrid temporarily suspended, Dumbledore had asked him to fill in, leading Lysander to come. His arrival soon transformed him into a legend among the students of Hogwarts. Lacey found it rather amusing. Being a member of the Weasley family, he had a penchant for such absurd rumors. More importantly, the presence of lavish clients and naive newcomers was not lacking. However, what stood before him now was a girl who bore a striking resemblance to Harry. Although uncertain, he could not resist the hope that surged within him and called out her name. The previous light-heartedness evaporated. replaced by a heavy gaze fixed on the figure hiding behind the boy. Is it truly her? Why is she hiding from him? Harry could not suppress a tremor. How could this be? He was still able to recognize her. A wave of guilt washed over Harry, yet he feigned composure. Hello? Is there something you need? Do you know each other? Zabini had been holding his tongue, sensing Harry's discomfort towards the man before him. His caution yielded to curiosity only when Harry initiated the greeting. You've changed, Lacey, Weasley remarked, his eyes glistening with emotion. No wonder he couldn't find you. You weren't even born yet. Lacey's gaze was intensely fixed on Harry's face. I can explain, Harry stammered, at a loss for words as he met Lacey's eyes. Now he appeared a fully matured, yet charming man, still retaining a hint of youthful exuberance. Come in, Lacey gestured, ushering Harry through the doorway while blocking Zabini's approach. Enough of this. It's not your concern anymore. Leave. With a flick of his hand, Lacey shooed away the others like a farmer dispersing chickens, leaving only Harry, whom he carefully drew into an embrace. I've finally found you. Lacey struggled to articulate his feelings, overwhelmed by a complex mix of emotions, gratitude, joy, and warmth. He had grown older, yet Harry remained unchanged. What would he do now that he had found Harry? Gripping Harry's shoulders, he momentarily lost himself in thought, and Harry could see his overwhelming happiness. Feeling shy under Lacey's intense gaze, Harry averted his eyes, taking the opportunity to survey Hagrid's hut. Each person's dwelling bore its own unique charm. Harry had often visited Hagrid's cozy abode, fascinated by the oversized furniture and the whimsical creatures that would occasionally scurry about. Elements reminiscent of a fairy tale featuring a reclusive eccentric. Now, however, the entire space radiated warmth and a hint of endearment. The enormous sofa was adorned with an array of cushions and pillows, tailored to a more suitable size for an average wizard. The spider webs had been enlarged and reinforced, cleverly repurposed to display photos and posters. Harry even spotted his own missing person notice. It was an abstract ink drawing depicting her as a diminutive sprite. A far cry from her true likeness, yet her eyes and mouth bore a certain familiar essence. However, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. In another corner of the room lay more information about her, cleverly concealed by Lacey's confusion charm, resembling an ordinary curtain. Do you remember this? Lacey's voice broke through Harry's contemplation, his demeanor shifting to one of caution under Harry's scrutinizing gaze. He wished to keep his efforts to find her a secret, a matter of personal desire rather than a burden for Harry to bear. Following Lacey's line of sight, Harry spotted an old photograph on the wall, Lacey Weasley as a member of the Hogwarts Quidditch team. Of course I remember. You were a key player. I recall the year you won. Congratulations, albeit belated. Thank you, it's never too late. As Lacey seized the moment when Harry's attention waned, he frantically fortified the confusion charm behind her, hiding anything that should not be seen by a young lady. Are you well? Chapter 61, Retribution. Harry sat comfortably on the modified sofa in Hagrid's hut, quietly listening to Lacey's tale. From the moment she had departed, he had begun his search for her. He scoured her most familiar haunts, from the library to her classrooms and the Forbidden Forest, leaving no stone unturned. Where on earth did you go? Lacey was eager to know, his concern for Harry's potential disappearance evident. As events would later prove, his fears were well-founded. Harry stumbled over her explanation. I'm sorry, but I can't divulge. Dumbledore told me it's a secret. Dumbledore? I suspected he knew something. No wonder he harbored such disdain for him. Lacey seemed to piece together a significant revelation, murmuring to himself as if uncovering a grand secret. Who detests Dumbledore? And nothing. A fleeting thought crossed Harry's mind. Could it be Riddle? She remembered Riddle's long-standing enmity towards Dumbledore. However, Dumbledore had explicitly advised against prying into his affairs for safety's sake. Thus, Harry redirected the conversation. Lacey, did you come to Hogwarts solely to find me? Well, it's because Dumbledore asked for my assistance. Lacey chuckled, continuing to reminisce with Harry. Though reluctant to inquire further, Harry gleaned from Lacey that Riddle was also on the hunt for her, even now. His current mission was to place those peculiar bookmarks in the library. At this moment, Harry understood the origin of the mysteriously appearing bookmarks and learned how Lacey had traversed the world. Their conversation grew increasingly animated, as if the boy who had once blushed at her was still present. Yet, outside, the quartet of friends had returned, becoming frantic at the door. Due to the soundproofing charm, they could hear none of the discussions within, and with Zabini also at the entrance, past confrontations had left both parties on edge, even hostile. James was the first to speak up. Don't you know Harry knows him? Aren't you her brother? How could you not be aware? I'm her brother. But that doesn't mean I'm her shadow, constantly monitoring her friendships. If I could, I'd keep her far from you madmen. Zabini scoffed. I'd rather be friends with Professor Snape. Zabini's words were a mixture of truth and incredulity. He was indeed surprised that Lacey Weasley knew Harry. He had heard tales of the all-knowing merchant and had purchased items from him at exorbitant prices, particularly his mother, who often enlisted him for high-end beauty potions. Thus, while he had some familiarity with Lacey, the notion that he knew Harry from decades into the future was rather unsettling. Had time itself unraveled due to their travels? "You're the mad one. You'd best watch your tongue, or I'll tear it out," James shouted, while Sirius attempted to restrain him. "James, look over there." They had spotted the ladder behind Hagrid's hut, perhaps a means to climb onto the roof and enter through the chimney. "What's the matter?" James, still in a huff, followed Sirius's pointed direction, suddenly deflated, and chose to disregard Zabini. "Well done, Sirius. Let me go first." Zabini, having caught on to their plan, raced up the ladder alongside James. As Harry and Lacey sat together, warmly reminiscing over old photographs, a few boys tumbled down from the fireplace, each singed on the backside. "Ouch, my backside. Ah, it's so hot." "That's my backside, Peter. You pressed the wrong button." "Oops, sorry, Sirius." Peter was the last to descend. Yet he ended up with his backside singed by the flames. The four of them leaped out of the fireplace, interrupting the tender moment between Harry and Lacey. Harry gazed at the quartet, who were either clutching their behinds or sitting on the ground extinguishing themselves, and lost interest in the photo album. He quickly gripped his wand and cast a cleansing spell on them. Especially for James, being his biological father, a bit of favoritism seemed justifiable. Lacey Weasley was not one to turn a blind eye to those in distress, and she too sprang into action to alleviate their urgent predicament. "You were told you could return," Lacey Weasley remarked, a hint of despondency in her voice, as the long-awaited reunion with Harry had been marred by these mischievous rascals. Thus, Lacey resolved that they should not be allowed to idly disrupt her time with Harry. Since they had ruined the warmth of her hearth, they would have to repay it with their presence. "What?" Harry exclaimed in horror. "Absolutely not. At least not James. Her father cannot be swayed." Harry suspected that Lacey Weasley would not entertain such an idea either. Fortunately, it appeared that Lacey had already devised a countermeasure, as she cast a spell that petrified them and assisted them in taking a seat on the long bench in the cabin. "Since you have all acquiesced, allow me to graciously share this delightful news. This weekend, there will be a grand auction in Diagon Alley, and I happen to be short-staffed. Would you care to assist?" "An auction?" Harry's curiosity was piqued, though he recalled that students below third year were not permitted to leave Hogwarts. It all seemed rather fantastical to him. However, Lacey Weasley chuckled. "I will enlist the help of Professor Dumbledore." In her mind, images of a different nature began to unfold. There was no escaping for those who had watched Harry grow, those fortunate souls. Lacey intended to leverage them for her own benefits, harboring a small ulterior motive. She wanted Harry to consume an age-enhancing potion so that she could glimpse his future appearance. This way, even if she were to lose him in the future, she would still possess the ability to recognize him by his visage. Having witnessed his growth firsthand, she would find satisfaction in that. Chapter 62, Transformation. An auction? The moment James heard Lacey Weasley utter part of that sentence, his interest was sparked, and he inexplicably grew excited, his eyes sparkling as they met Sirius's. He even interrupted Lacey's speech. "Can we go, Professor Weasley?" He was even willing to address the very individual who had abducted Harry as professor. "Of course. You are most welcome, provided you heed my instructions," Lacey Weasley responded, her eagerness evident, as if she had been waiting for that very affirmation. It seemed that no matter how grown the Weasley men became, they retained a penchant for jesting. But surely Dumbledore wouldn't permit it? Sirius pondered cautiously, his greatest concern being the necessity of guardian consent for such an outing. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that his mother would certainly not allow him to partake in such an event. Thus, if everyone else attended and he remained at Hogwarts, he would resist the occurrence and seek an excuse from Dumbledore. "That makes perfect sense, Sirius," Remus chimed in, sharing Sirius's apprehension about their appropriateness at the auction. He was merely a concealed werewolf. If someone were to recognize him there, how could he continue his studies at Hogwarts? Peter, on the other hand, was indifferent. As long as he didn't have to attend classes, he was content to go anywhere. "Don't worry, I'll handle Professor Dumbledore," Lacey reassured, casting a glance at Harry, particularly her, vowing to take good care of them. Originally, Lacey Weasley had no intention of inviting Zabini. But upon hearing of Harry's eventual agreement to join the dangerous quartet for the so-called auction, he felt compelled to join, whatever he desired. His mother would surely provide upon their return. He could gift it to her. However, with Harry resolutely determined to attend this auction, he had no choice but to follow. He simply could not bear the thought of Harry traversing back alone while he remained behind. Thus, although Zabini harbored doubts about Lacey's self-proclaimed brotherly status, he found himself begrudgingly comparing himself to him. He was now Harry's brother. No one could possibly understand her better than he did. Therefore, much to his own chagrin, Zabini also volunteered to join the auction. The Gryffindors were all too happy to accept, while the Slytherins rolled their eyes and critiqued Lacey Weasley's unreliability. Particularly the night before the auction, Lacey had transported them from Hagrid's hut's fireplace directly to Diagon Alley. James and Sirius found themselves momentarily bewildered, clutching the uniforms Lacey had distributed. "What is this? A doll's house?" James asked, confused as he accepted the miniature red uniform, alongside a set of potions. "Why are we receiving such peculiar items?" "This is Polyjuice Potion," Zabini remarked, his brow furrowing as he felt an ominous premonition. "Indeed. This is your ultimate secret to avoid detection." Lacey proudly patted James on the shoulder. "Become my right-hand man." "What? We will transform into house elves. And Harry will be your assistant?" Zabini could not bear the thought of becoming such a lowly creature. No, it's fairies, not house elves," Lacey corrected, stroking his smooth chin. "You all boarded my ship willingly. There's no escaping now." He had already made arrangements with Dumbledore, and it would be too unfortunate to end things here. Lacey had even treated them to a sumptuous meal at a tavern in Diagon Alley. He would not allow them to slip away now. Remus felt a sense of relief. As long as he did not have to assume his own form, and could still be with his friends, it seemed like a fun activity. Sirius also recognized the merit of this plan. If he were himself, some might see him and pass word to his mother, which would lead to another scolding or grounding. James was eager to experience the allure of the Polyjuice Potion, and for him, becoming a fairy seemed immensely cool. It was truly commendable. "I think this could be quite entertaining." Sirius firmly aligned himself with James, and Remus nodded in agreement, with Peter echoing their sentiments. But Zabini could not accept it, and he abruptly slammed his palm on the dinner table, declaring, "I disagree." He tossed the red uniform onto the table, grasped Harry's hand, and attempted to leave. However, Lacey interjected, "What a pity. You will now have to wait for Dumbledore to come and fetch you." At this remark, Zabini's fury temporarily subsided. Who would want to spend time with that man? He despised having private conversations with Dumbledore, always feeling as if his secrets would be unearthed. He feared that his and Harry's hidden truths would be revealed. Thus, Zabini plopped back down, maintaining a strict demeanor. "I will not wear it. Of course. You could choose to become my assistant like Harry," Lacey teased, raising his eyebrows, which filled Harry with an unsettling premonition. As expected, the following day, when Harry ingested the potion Lacey Weasley had prepared for her, she sensed something amiss. Her body visibly elongated and slimmed, becoming curvaceous. An age-enhancing potion? Harry regretted her assumption that she would be transformed like Sirius, James, and the others into Polyjuice Potion. She had thought Lacey was merely protecting her from becoming a house elf. However, the fabric of her garments strained against her form, and the buttons at her chest burst off, flying across the room and striking the mirror. As she reached to cover herself, she found her hand resting upon a softness that was decidedly not her own, at least not in her current state. The pressure on her shoulders and back made her somewhat breathless. Eventually, she decided to abandon all restraint and removed her clothing. Harry stared blankly at her reflection in the mirror, marveling once again at the wonders of the magical world. In a mere few seconds, she had transformed into a young maiden, appearing to be in her early 20s, with a stunning and graceful figure. Her thick, flowing red hair cascaded around her, and Harry innocently blinked her eyes, acknowledging that she was indeed a striking beauty. Swiftly, Harry donned the elegant gown that Lacey had prepared for her. The grandeur of the dress seemed more befitting of an auctioneer's wife than that of a mere assistant. Lacey Weasley had a keen eye. Aside from the slight constriction around her chest, the dress hugged her figure as if tailored specifically for her, particularly accentuating her slender waist. The high slit and subtle exposure of her shoulder made Harry momentarily excited about her future appearance, lost in her own beauty and neglecting any potential threats. Chapter 63, Chaos. When Harry appeared in the hall, holding up her gown, all the bustling staff members preparing for the auction halted in their tracks, dropping everything to admire the sudden apparition of the beautiful maiden. The little dwarfs, or elves, who had just been jostling for position or order of entry forgot their previous antics. James's hat was caught in Sirius's mouth. Remus had been bitten on the hand by Peter, Peter's trousers had been yanked halfway down by James, and much of Sirius's hair had been left in disarray. Who was that? A voice within James whispered, suggesting it was Harry, though he found it hard to believe. Could it really be her? Sirius's gaze was firmly affixed to Harry. She was beautiful in a way that evoked no other sentiment, simply pure admiration that left him unable to look away. To his surprise, he realized he could appreciate the beauty of a woman. He had encountered many beautiful women before, such as his sisters, but they were all vixens he wished to avoid. Yet, inexplicably, he found Harry enchanting, a delightful shift in his perspective. Peter was entranced, forgetting to feign his usual timidity and foolishness, gazing dreamily in Harry's direction. He swallowed hard, genuinely believing that James Potter was blind to Lily's charms. Harry was the true embodiment of beauty. Simultaneously, he felt relieved that he had recognized her as a gem, even if others did not share his opinion. Remus's eyes glimmered with admiration and praise, albeit wandering to areas that perhaps should not be observed, such as the alluringly voluptuous curves that left him bashfully touching his bald head, feeling slightly embarrassed. From Harry's perspective, she beheld the newly adorned leaky cauldron, transformed by expansion magic to accommodate vehicles, draped in red fabric, with colorful streamers floating above, showcasing products to be auctioned that day, along with various mysterious treasures that piqued interest. Staff members bustled about, continuously verifying items against their lists. Lacey Weasley, dressed impeccably in a formal Muggle suit, a well-tailored tailcoat, exuded an air of elegance akin to a symphony conductor. When Lacey noticed Harry walking by, she anticipated a pleasant greeting. But to her surprise, he averted his gaze, pretending he did not see her, and continued conversing with the proprietor of the leaky cauldron. And her friends? Unsurprisingly, the four diminutive elves on the display stage were none other than James, Sirius, and their companions. They sported large, protruding eyes, bald heads with scant hair, elongated, wrinkled hands, and sharp nails, all clad in matching red-striped uniforms that made them resemble Muggle hotel managers, complete with tall hats that appeared somewhat ludicrous. As they tussled, many hats were lost, leading to a scene of comical chaos. Harry stifled a laugh, nearly breaking composure. Upon realizing they were being laughed at, the four little elves scrambled up from the floor. James muttered about why Harry was Snow White while they were merely her 7 dwarfs. What are you talking about, James? Sirius had never heard of this Muggle tale, unlike James, who had grown up with parents fond of Muggles and their stories. You wouldn't understand, James sighed, pulling his shoe from beneath Remus, clinging to his last shred of dignity. Despite being a dwarf, he still wanted to wear shoes, albeit ill-fitting ones that he wore as slippers. Shouldn't we go greet her? Peter's attention remained fixed on Harry, indicating his desire to approach her. Unbeknownst to them, Peter stood tall, shedding his usual timidity, even considering taking Harry's hand. Harry also wished to be with her friends when suddenly, commotion erupted at the other exit. Hurry, don't let her escape. It appeared someone had spotted a thief, attempting to sneak away amidst the chaos but was caught due to their large size. Ultimately, the numerous staff members managed to subdue the individual on the ground. Let me go? Do you know who I am? Upon closer inspection, the crowd recognized the figure as Madame Pomfrey from the Hogwarts infirmary. What was she doing here instead of at Hogwarts? However, Harry quickly identified the voice. It was Zabini. She immediately lifted her skirt and moved towards the crowd, discovering that, indeed, the culprit bore Madame Pomfrey's face and figure. What is happening? Harry felt her head spin. Why was this occurring? I would like to know what that red-haired individual means by this, Zabini lamented, declaring today to be his most humiliating moment. He had assumed the polyjuice potion Lacey prepared for him would transform him into an ordinary man, yet he ended up resembling Harry, not only in role, but also in gender. Who would want to be Madame Pomfrey? As Zabini gazed at his reflection, he yearned to flee. This embarrassing sight could never be exposed to Harry, nor to James Potter or Sirius Black. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. What's wrong? Isn't this what you wished for? Lacey Weasley approached, clutching his stomach as he neared the point of laughter. He certainly took delight in the mischief of the one who claimed to be Harry's brother, determined to make him suffer for his arrogance. Couldn't you find another woman? Zabini, brimming with confidence, believed he could impersonate a captivating woman, as his mother was one. But Madame Pomfrey? That was beyond his capabilities. Who else's hair could I acquire? Perhaps you'd like to become Professor McGonagall? Lacey cackled with glee, relishing in Zabini's discomfort. Harry couldn't help but laugh aloud. It was a radiant sight that captivated everyone, even the mortified Zabini, who couldn't resist stealing another glance at Harry's attire. This doesn't suit you. It was a strange sensation for Zabini, accustomed to seeing his mother dressed similarly, if not more revealingly. Yet, seeing Harry in such attire made him feel uneasy, as if he wanted to wrap her in his coat, shielding her completely. To be continued. Chapter 64. Before the auction begins, Zabini reluctantly removed his cloak, initially discontented with the idea of donning a long dress that exposed his arms. However, other garments were far too small for Mrs. Pomfrey's figure, leaving him no choice but to forego modesty and wrap himself in an old cloak, which now served as a protective shroud for Harry. He felt a sense of relief at his presence, rather than slipping away unnoticed, for otherwise, Harry would have endured the scrutiny of unwelcoming gazes for an indeterminate duration. Was this truly acceptable? Harry found herself disliking the fact that her beautiful dress was concealed, especially since her father had made no comments, let alone Zabini. Moreover, her mother donned even more extravagant attire. How old is my mother, and how old are you? Harry distinctly recalled her numerous encounters with Mrs. Zabini at the Malfoy Manor Ball, where she was often enveloped in the woman's exuberant embrace, nearly suffocating amidst her ample bosom. Mrs. Zabini appeared quite fond of her, despite having only one son, and frequently wore deep V-necked gowns that showcased her slender legs, approaching Harry with affection, exclaiming, "Look who's back! Our beloved little girl, the apple of Blaze's eye." Zabini, trailing behind, would vehemently deny any such affection, while Mrs. Zabini laughed heartily, reveling in her attempts. This left Harry somewhat speechless. Could it be that Zabini harbored feelings for her? Surely not, unless Draco Malfoy had a daughter, which might explain such a scenario. It was intolerable to linger too long with Slytherins. In this peculiar world, Harry felt her relationship with Zabini had grown significantly closer. Yet she could not allow him to obscure her lovely dress with an old cloak. She held that dress in high regard. Very good. Zabini knew too well the thoughts of men. He scoffed softly and tightened Harry's collar once more. The length was just right. Following Zabini's gaze, Harry noticed a line of house elves on the ground, and considering the height of her dress, she realized it might indeed risk revealing too much, given their diminutive stature. However, it was too late for her to change now, wasn't it? Just as Zabini and Harry stood at an impasse on the staircase, Lacey Weasley appeared, casting a spell that transformed Harry's high-slit skirt into a full-length gown. Ahem, it was unexpected that Lacey Weasley could no longer resist intervening, separating Harry from Zabini. He fancied himself Harry's brother, yet upon witnessing her youthful beauty, his heart raced, revealing his own self-deception. He disapproved of Zabini's proximity to Harry and, from his brotherly perspective, chastised her, though he himself had not anticipated Harry's striking figure. However, Harry could only admonish him, insisting that she should not be lectured by others. Thus, he hastily moved to remedy the situation, simultaneously transforming the cloak into a pristine garment that aligned with Harry's preferences. Harry now appeared less alluring and more poised than before. Yet she remained undeniably beautiful. A click resounded as a reporter captured this moment with precision. Harry gasped, clutching the cloak that had just materialized, while Zabini extended his arms protectively around her, concerned she might become overwhelmed, and Lacey, acting the gentleman, took Harry's hand. The trio, three handsome figures with Mrs. Pomfrey, caught the reporter's attention, who believed he had secured excellent material. All three shouted in unison, "Who permitted you to take that photograph?" Harry worried that her image might be immortalized, disrupting the timeline. "What business do you have photographing her?" Lacey had summoned the reporter to capture additional images of Harry for keepsakes, not to allow an unwelcome figure to invade her photographs. "Do not take random shots." Zabini, unaware of the reporter's intentions with Harry's image, remained vigilant. The trio's fierce glares rendered the reporter's face stiff with discomfort. Thus he retreated begrudgingly, clutching his camera. The solitary photo was swiftly snatched by Harry. Before the three could clarify their sentiments, the four house elves surged forward, led by James, who kicked Lacey's leg with his tiny foot in a fit of rage. "Why are we so far behind? You great liar." Sirius and Remus struggled to restrain James, but Lacey's single remark subdued him. "Perhaps you wish to be like him?" Lacey gestured toward Zabini, facing Mrs. Pomfrey, and the four fell silent. "I believe my hat has fallen where we were earlier. I shall search for it. Perhaps, Peter, you could carry that auction item?" "Thank you. Then I shall assist you in readying your belt," said Lacey. "I was standing in that exact spot, wasn't I?" The four adolescents instantly adopted a more subdued demeanor. Zabini, deciding to take matters into his own hands, resolutely stepped beside Harry to shield her from unwanted attention, his fists clenched, glaring at Lacey as they discussed auction arrangements. If James and his friends were merely errand boys, ferrying auction items and messages, then Harry and Zabini were the vibrant displays of the auction itself. For instance, a sophisticated hat crafted from unicorn mane would fetch a handsome price when adorned upon Harry's head. But what if it were placed atop Zabini, draped in Mrs. Pomfrey's skin? That was Lacey's strategy. He had also prepared a hat designed with Pegasus feathers, yet it was priced at half of what Harry's was. Should attendees perceive the former as overpriced, they would undoubtedly rush to procure the one atop Harry's head, thus inflating its price, exploiting people's inclination to seek bargains. Lacey understood that once they realized they had overpaid for the hat, they would not feel regret, as its beauty on Harry's head would justify the expense. Harry finally grasped her role. She was merely a model, a straightforward task, and she brimmed with confidence. Meanwhile, the quartet below hastened to deliver the auction items to the stage, nearly exhausting themselves. Could you not adapt a summoning charm? Or any spell to deliver them to their hands? James, panting from exertion, was relentless in his endeavors. Absolutely not. These items are invaluable. Guests must perceive them as sufficiently high-end to willingly part with their money. Lacey Weasley understood this well. After all, he had engaged in numerous dealings with the nefarious Malfoys in search of Harry, and those experiences were not easily forgotten. He would not be so easily ensnared again. Impressive. James wiped the sweat from his brow, diving back into work. Harry was seated comfortably on the sofa beneath the explanation platform, awaiting Lacey Weasley's summons. She felt a twinge of anticipation for the treasures that awaited her. Chapter 65, Uninvited Guests. The auction commenced with the resounding chime of the singing bird clock. The venue already teeming with attendees, arranged in concentric circles radiating from the central stage. The closer one was to the center, the higher the ticket price. Indeed, to partake in this auction, one must purchase an admission ticket. Harry applauded Lacey for this brilliant idea. The outermost circle was predominantly filled with wizards there for mere amusement, all donned in peculiar attire, suggesting that guests from various corners of Europe had arrived, not just locals from England. Harry had no recollection of their garb, nor did their chatter seem to be in English. Harry found herself in a shadowy corner, where only those behind her would notice her presence. Thus, even if people whistled at her in attempts to draw her attention, she felt little discomfort. In preparation for the auction, Lacey had even hired an entire band to enhance the atmosphere with live music. As the event commenced, he made his entrance, stepping to the lively and exhilarating beats of the drums, and the mere sight of him elicited cheers from the esteemed ladies present. It seemed that the young man had garnered quite a following. Harry, still engrossed in the spectacle, found herself holding an additional tray. Cautiously, as it felt somewhat heavy, Lupin raised it above his head and passed the auction item he was responsible for to Harry. "Thank you," she murmured. Her curiosity piqued as she lifted a corner of the red silk covering. Good heavens, what had she uncovered? A golden mask. No wonder it was so hefty. Who could possibly possess such wealth to purchase a golden mask? As Harry, under the urging of the event staff, slowly ascended the stage with the tray, the fierce and grand drumbeats set her nerves on edge, nearly causing her to stumble. Thankfully, someone had magically steadied the tray for her, otherwise she might have lost her balance and fallen. Noticing her distress, Lacey hurriedly approached Harry, steadying her waist, while simultaneously continuing to present the mask, which boasted formidable magical properties. Claiming it was from the ancient tombs of Egyptian pharaohs, with a flourish, he unveiled the red silk draping the tray, drawing everyone's attention to the golden mask, including Harry's. Then, with utmost reverence, Lacey raised the mask and carefully placed it upon Harry's head, making her feel as though her neck might snap. What kind of enchantment was at play? The world remained oblivious, yet the sight of the girl adorned with the golden mask left everyone in awe. Harry could already hear whispers inquiring about her name and origins. Fortunately, the mask was quickly sold for an inflated price, though the wealthy were insatiably curious. The next item for auction was a gourd from China, rumored to be a spatial bag used by practitioners of immortality, which piqued Harry's interest. Could she not create a spatial bag of her own to carry important items, like an invisibility cloak, thus freeing herself from the fear of being discovered? The auction proceeded splendidly, with Harry and Zabini alternating in their presentations. She had never seen James and Sirius together. They were far too busy passing items, packaging, and relaying messages. A smile almost escaped her, but fate had a cruel joke in store. Just as she prepared to take a small wooden box from her tray onto the stage, chaos erupted at the entrance. The owner of the leaky cauldron, who had been at the helm of the event, was now respectfully welcoming someone at the entrance, his face alight with anticipation and a smile directed toward a particular direction. The long-closed doors began to open slowly, and the audience buzzed with curiosity about the late but grand arrival. Speculations flew. Who could it be? Could it be that esteemed figure? I heard he was in America just yesterday. Impossible. The prophet claimed he would attend a ministry hearing soon. As whispers circulated, several ladies began to transform, their hearts fluttering at the mention of his name, hastily retouching their makeup. What? Harry sensed a foreboding presence. The familiar discomfort was creeping back to her forehead. At that moment, two figures clad in black appeared, opening the doors, their eerie masks resembling those of bodyguards. Standing sentinel on either side, their heads bowed in anticipation. Let us now warmly welcome a mysterious guest. Lacey seemed to have received the news, and his expression darkened, indicating the arrival of a significant individual. The owner of the leaky cauldron gracefully entered, bowing deeply as he led a composed and formidable man, whose presence commanded silence and reverence, making everyone hold their breath for fear of causing him to frown. With black hair and piercing eyes, he exuded an intimidating aura that seemed to see straight through Harry. A wave of panic washed over her. He was indeed a terrifying man. To make matters worse, he was the very person she had longed to escape, yet now found herself forced to confront. Harry felt a wave of panic, but Lacey was already urging her for the second time. In haste, she tied the red silk around her face, trembling as she carefully carried the tray out. Outside, the esteemed Riddle had been positioned at the center of the VIP section. Compared to Harry's memories, he had shed the innocence of youth to become a man of authority, his demeanor inscrutable, every action scrutinized by those around him. His thick black hair was impeccably styled, though Harry preferred his former, more youthful look. Yet, the thought of him now being a significant figure made her increasingly anxious. Would he resent her for having deceived him in the past? Riddle appeared to be slightly turned away, listening to the owner of the leaky cauldron's report. Yet Harry felt as if his gaze occasionally rested upon her. Gripping the tray tightly, she sought to calm her racing heart. Wearing the mask, and having grown so much, Riddle likely wouldn't recognize her. After all, it had been nearly a decade and a half since their parting, and they had only spent half a year together. Lacey noticed Harry's unease but did not dwell on it, as he couldn't afford to be distracted, especially in front of such an important figure. He took the tray from her, intending to send her away. However, the vast hall resonated with Riddle's commanding voice. "Stop. Bring it here for a closer look." Chapter 66. Inside the box, it would be a lie to say Harry wasn't nervous. Upon seeing Riddle, she felt akin to a mouse before a cat, constantly reassuring herself that Tom would not recognize her, that he couldn't possibly remember her appearance or know what she looked like now. Yet, beneath her long gown, her legs trembled under his indifferent gaze. She was grateful Lacey had lengthened her dress. Otherwise, her current predicament would have been painfully evident to all. Before stepping down, Lacey steadied her and whispered urgently in her ear, cautioning her not to provoke him and to return swiftly. He also slipped a small item into her belt. Confused, Harry trusted Lacey's judgment, believing he had his reasons for such an act. With a stiff nod, she continued toward Riddle, who remained engrossed in the owner's report, though the latter now stammered, as the attention of the entire room had shifted toward them. Riddle, however, seemed unfazed, lazily propping his head on his hand, rhythmically tapping his finger against the table, each tap resonating in Harry's mind like a drumbeat. As she approached, the crowd parted for her, and she found herself yearning for James, Sirius, or any familiar face to create a diversion so she could escape. However, it seemed impossible. They were all backstage, preoccupied with a bronze statue of Merlin. Under the weight of countless eyes, Harry finally moved slowly to stand before Riddle. The owner of the leaky cauldron sought to respectfully take the wooden box from her, but a Death Eater intervened, pulling him away. As she drew closer to Riddle's ear, silence enveloped the scene. It was so quiet one could scarcely hear a whisper, everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the master's next move. Reluctantly, Harry stepped forward a few more paces, her eyelids lowered, wishing she could sink into her mask. Suddenly, a dark figure shot forth from Riddle's sleeve, hurtling towards her face. This was bad, an ambush. Harry clutched the tray tightly, concealing her face as she swiftly crouched down, preserving her mask. Riddle clicked his tongue, seemingly lamenting the lost opportunity to reveal her visage. Upon returning, Nagini, with a hint of regret, extended her hand to gather the colossal serpent from the ground. It was then that Harry realized this was Riddle's deliberate ploy, intended solely to intimidate her. However, it appeared that he had encountered some unforeseen circumstance, retreating without leaving a trace. What an acrid scent! How detestable! Nagini felt a fleeting lapse in her olfactory senses. That wicked woman had brought realgar, a substance particularly lethal to serpentine creatures. Initially, she had intended to use Nagini to frighten Harry, both to gauge her reaction and to catch a glimpse of her unmasked face. Alas, it seemed Harry had come prepared, raising further suspicion. Holding the tray, Harry noted that Riddle showed no intention of accepting it, while the proprietor of Leaky Cauldron continued his exposition unabated. Riddle scrutinized Harry, as if to impart a lesson. A chill ran down her spine, her arms growing increasingly heavy under his gaze. What could Riddle possibly mean? Fortunately, Nagini had not posed any threat, and her mask remained firmly in place. Lacey Weasley soon rushed over, personally explaining the origins of the wooden box to Riddle. Yet, Riddle's expression shifted to one of impatience. The astute proprietor of Leaky Cauldron quickly pushed Lacey aside, seizing the opportunity to introduce her, as it was evident that Riddle was intrigued by the enchanting young woman before him. This was a rare occurrence. It was well known that many attempted to curry favor with him through women, only to be rebuffed. Now, witnessing his interest, he could not let this chance slip by. If he could leverage this woman to ascend to the esteemed circles of Riddle, his bookstore could rise to prominence within the European magical community. Distracted by the proprietor's interruption, Harry cast an exasperated glare at him, a look that seemed to resonate deeply with Riddle, stirring a sense of familiarity within him. With a commanding tone laced with anticipation, Riddle and Harry finally locked eyes. Harry instinctively pressed her palm to her forehead, puzzled by the sudden resurgence of pain in her scar. As she crouched down, the angle inadvertently revealed the scenery at her chest, capturing Riddle's attention. However, in the next moment, Lacey shielded her completely, apologizing. "I'm afraid my employee is unwell and may not be able to continue with the auction." Lacey, protective of Harry, attempted to lead her away, but Riddle obstructed their path. A mere lift of his hand summoned Death Eaters to part the way for them. Riddle personally rose to steady Harry's shoulder. Is there a private box? He inquired. There must be. Please, follow me. The proprietor of Leaky Cauldron spoke with fervor, having fully prepared for such an occasion. Naturally, there were secluded areas designated for important clients who preferred anonymity. This arrangement allowed items to be transmitted to these VIP seats for close observation, which was also one reason why James, Sirius, and the others were so preoccupied. Harry's hand rested against Riddle's arm, feeling as though she were a duck being shoved into a pond. I must go to the restroom. I can't hold it any longer, my lord, she insisted. Her voice strained. Riddle frowned, sensing something was amiss, but did not relent. I can't hold it any longer. Harry felt her composure slipping as, at that moment, a group of house elves tumbled in, colliding into one another like a stack of pancakes, finally achieving the height of a typical wizard. They stood before Harry like protective mother hens, declaring, "We are here to serve. Do not trouble her." Harry's heart raced. Should James inadvertently reveal her name, her cover would be blown. I'm fine. I can go, she exclaimed, hastily covering the mouth of one of the house elves, realizing she could trust none of them. To avoid exposure, she toppled the house elf tower and made the decision to follow Riddle to the private box. This time, Lacey slipped her another small item, concealing it within her waistband. Harry's curiosity piqued. What had she received this time? Chapter 67, An Unexpected Encounter. With immense mental strain, Harry walked behind the proprietor of Leaky Cauldron, ahead of Riddle, gripping the wretched wooden box that had inexplicably caused her arms to ache. Countless explanations raced through her mind. Should she claim amnesia or confess the truth about her sudden appearances and disappearances? Or perhaps, should she seize the moment to escape while he was distracted? Before she could deliberate further, Riddle initiated conversation. What troubles your face? His tone resembled the chill of a mountain stream, sharp yet melodious. I have a slight contagion. It is best not to reveal myself. Harry internally cursed, praying he would retreat, keeping a safe distance from her neck, lest his breath brush against her. I can assist you, he offered, his enchanting words inexplicably stirring a sense of excitement and reassurance. No need, my lord. Harry leapt back several feet, distancing herself from Riddle, yet the oppressive atmosphere only intensified. No need. Riddle seemed displeased with her answer, releasing a distinct cold huff. Before Harry could respond, the proprietor of Leaky Cauldron, in a state of frantic urgency, gripped her shoulders. Do not refuse. This is the Lord's concern for you. Do not be ungrateful. My apologies, my lord. I understand my error. Before the proprietor could finish, the hand he had placed on Harry's shoulder felt an intense burning sensation, prompting him to withdraw. The excruciating pain compelled him to abandon their company, gesturing toward the location of the private box before hastily retreating. At last, Riddle and Harry found themselves alone. Harry endeavored to maintain a safe distance from him, yet it proved futile as Riddle continued to oscillate between Parseltongue and English, probing her reactions. Harry's mind was on the verge of collapse. She feared inadvertently revealing her ability to speak Parseltongue, which would undoubtedly attract Riddle's scrutiny. Her nerves were taut, and beads of sweat trickled down her forehead. Before they could reach the designated box, the door beside them burst open, revealing a golden-haired figure. Master, what a surprise to see you here. Abraxas Malfoy, now a well-known merchant, had long been engaged in frequent trade with Lacey Weasley. However, in a sense, Lacey had claimed a considerable share of Malfoy's business. With such a significant auction underway, he had naturally come to examine Lacey's goods, deliberately seeking out illicit items for potential media coverage. Yet, Abraxas had not anticipated Riddle's presence at the auction, especially not accompanied by a young woman. His eyes lit up, fixating solely on Harry's striking hair. Reminiscent of his memories. Now a seasoned businessman, Abraxas concealed numerous ulterior motives behind his handsome facade. Harry could not decipher the emotions reflected in his gaze, instinctively retreating, only to collide with Riddle's chest behind her. What is it? Riddle grunted, causing Harry to jump. Ah, my lord. Have you found another woman resembling her? Abraxas teased, intentionally provoking Riddle, uncertain whether Harry was indeed the one he sought. His curiosity piqued. What was it about this girl that captivated his only trusted companion so profoundly? Though shrouded in confusion, it is undeniably amusing to witness his ever-changing demeanor. He is indeed quite wicked. Silence, Malfoy. Riddle commanded imperiously, effectively silencing Abraxas's jibes. It was not his place to meddle. As anticipated, upon sensing Riddle's wrath, Abraxas returned to normalcy, solemnly pledging with a hand over his heart to obey Riddle's every command. Yet, his gaze remained fixated on Harry's face, an unmistakable glimmer of hope in his eyes, which Harry noticed with clarity. My apologies, I must visit the restroom, Harry declared, forcefully pushing past the adult Abraxas and striding towards the familiar confines of the restroom, a place she had come to know well as part of her duties. Lacey Weasley had entrusted all the lighter tasks to her, Once inside, Harry swiftly retrieved a concealed item from her waist and scattered it at the threshold of the door. Hearing a sound from beneath the door, she surmised that Riddle would dispatch Nagini to gather intelligence, eager to witness the efficacy of her powdered arsenic. Meanwhile, the small house elves, who had been knocked to the ground, quickly huddled together to strategize the rescue of Harry. Before long, the private box occupied by Abraxas was inundated with a flurry of house elves, delivering refreshments and tidying the space. Riddle's patience began to wane as he directed his wand menacingly towards James and Sirius. At that critical moment, an explosion erupted from their box's restroom, prompting Riddle and Zabini to rush toward the commotion. Their actions were surprisingly frantic, although they could not ascertain if it was indeed Harry in peril. Concern for her safety gripped them. James and Sirius, yearning to take flight, forgot that they stood beside their closest allies, unconsciously jostling one another. They both sought to be the first to reach Harry. Yet, it was too late. Upon their arrival at the restroom, they were met solely with the remnants of smoke from the blast. The remnants of torn clothing lingered in the air, but the enchanting red-haired woman had vanished without a trace. Where could she have gone? Riddle quickly regained his composure. The absence of blood indicated that her life was not the objective, but rather that someone had aided her escape. He swiftly pivoted back to the auction hall, suspecting the red-haired Lacey Weasley. However, observing Lacey confidently conversing at the auction, he discerned no evidence of wrongdoing. Who, then, could it be? Riddle stood coldly in the shadows, casting an indiscriminate gaze over the crowd, vowing that should he catch the perpetrator, they would wish for death rather than face his wrath. No one but her would suffice. Meanwhile, the chaos was orchestrated by the long-missing Zabini, who had procured some explosive potions from the security personnel for emergencies. Upon witnessing Harry's abduction, he quietly slipped to the window of the box, waiting for his moment. Utilizing the potion amid the ensuing chaos, he seized her away. Harry nimbly climbed through the window and landed in Zabini's broad embrace, grateful for his timely assistance. "You owe me a favor now, sister," Zabini said. Holding Harry with a sense of fulfillment, they were finally en route back to Hogwarts. Chapter 68, Warmth. "You owe me a favor now, sister," Zabini remarked, cradling Harry in his arms, a profound sense of satisfaction washing over him. As the effects of the age potion waned, Harry gradually transformed from a voluptuous woman back into her petite form, clutching Zabini's neck anxiously to avoid falling. Zabini, steady on a short ladder in a bookstore, carefully descended with Harry, exiting through the back door. James and Sirius, too, reverted to their original states, their house elf uniforms unable to conceal their growing physiques. The sight of four naked young men, still strikingly handsome, was enough to cause a stir in the hall, disrupting Riddle's investigation. Everyone sensed the Dark Lord's fury, parting ways in fear. His voice, though chillingly calm, sent shivers down their spines, leaving only Abraxas Malfoy and his confidant daring enough to engage him in conversation, attempting to divert the Dark Lord's attention. Fearing Riddle's dissatisfaction might ruin the auction, Abraxas was acutely aware that he had products awaiting sale to profit from. "My esteemed master, might you suspect that woman is she?" His query caused Riddle to tremble with realization. He shared Abraxas's suspicions. Riddle's agitation escalated, and he swiftly cast a curse upon Abraxas, sending him crashing to the ground in a crumpled heap. No one could fathom Riddle's intentions, not even his most trusted associate. Closing his eyes, he committed the image of that woman to memory, recalling her form, stature, and the fragrance that lingered in her hair, each detail a point of comparison for Riddle. After a prolonged moment, he reopened his eyes, clarity returning as he summoned the proprietor of Leaky Cauldron. He believed the man would possess valuable insights. On the other side, Lacey Weasley suppressed his unease, continuing to demonstrate his auction items. He could not afford to falter or reveal any weakness, for discovery could lead to accusations of selling illicit goods and a swift trip to Azkaban. Thus, Lacey maintained a facade of composure, though his gaze flickered with uncertainty. Could it be that the Dark Lord had indeed taken an interest in Harry? If so, she would undoubtedly be in grave danger. Lacey appeared at ease. Yet half of his presentation script slipped his mind, relying solely on his remarkable negotiation skills. It was only after Riddle confirmed the woman was not present that he withdrew, summoning the proprietor. He intended to delve into the woman's origins and uncover her secrets. Thus, Riddle began his search, tracing the features of the girl from the auction. Harry felt fortunate that Riddle remained unaware of her departure's true nature. She had no desire to leave Hogwarts again. This time, she truly owed her escape to Zabini. Otherwise, she might have incurred Riddle's lasting enmity. His disdain for deceit was well known, and Harry could only imagine how he would treat her. Upon returning to Hogwarts, James, Sirius, and the others were escorted back by Dumbledore. Their disheveled appearance was swiftly overshadowed by the Potters, yet a handful of photographs circulated through Hogwarts, prompting James and Sirius to frantically search for and destroy them. After all, none wished to be caught in compromising poses, desperately attempting to shield their exposed rears. Upon her return, Harry learned that Lacey Weasley had been taken away for questioning. It seemed someone had reported him for the illegal sale of contraband, allegedly disrupting the wizarding market. He was subsequently sent to the Ministry of Magic. Before his departure, Lacey had left Harry a letter, urging her not to worry, assuring her of his swift return, and instructing her not to leave Hogwarts. He advised her to check the red box in his room if she encountered any trouble. Heeding his counsel, with the intention of assisting Lacey's return, Harry ventured to his dormitory and located the red box he had mentioned. The box bore a password, and after a moment's thought, she entered her name, and, as expected, it opened. Inside, she discovered a veritable treasure trove of gleaming galleons. What did Lacey mean? Had he bestowed all his possessions upon her, with the weight of the galleons in her hands? Harry felt that Lacey's gesture was not a mere gift, but rather a source of anxiety. What if she lost them? Thus, she sought the most trustworthy and reliable person she could think of. Dumbledore awaited her in the headmaster's office, having anticipated her need for assistance. Upon their initial encounter, he enveloped her in a warm embrace. "Oh, Lacey, my dear child, how have you been?" Dumbledore's hugs always carried a hint of sweetness, likely from his fondness for desserts, and the pleasant aroma that lingered about him was comforting. Harry found solace nestled against Dumbledore's legs, contemplating how familiar they would undoubtedly become in the future. Dumbledore sighed with genuine sentiment, reflecting on the little girl's reliance on him, which reminded him of his sister. Through Dumbledore's guidance, Harry felt a wave of relief. The troubles involving Lacey Weasley and the Malfoy family suggested that Riddle might show him some leniency, preventing matters from escalating too severely. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting the adult's stance. Lacey would likely soon be acquitted, and Dumbledore would advocate on his behalf. Finally, Harry could rest easy. Yet he longed to share his thoughts with someone. Traditionally, that person would have been his godfather. However, his godfather seemed preoccupied with his own mother, leaving Harry in a state of discomfort. He wished for Fred, George, or Bill's presence, as it might have alleviated his unease. Reluctantly, he found himself hesitating outside Zabini's dormitory, torn between the desire to enter and the knowledge that their relationship was merely a shade better than acquaintances. To his surprise, the door swung open automatically. Clad in a navy silk pajama set, the languid figure of Zabini had already heard Harry's approach, his owl reacting to the sound and bouncing excitedly to open the door. "Good evening, sister," Zabini greeted warmly, affectionately ruffling Harry's hair as he stepped aside, inviting her in. It appeared he was preparing for bed, with a magical tome and a cup of warm milk resting on his bedside table. "So, what brings you to your brother this evening?" he inquired, playfully offering his milk to Harry. "Do you need a brotherly hug?" Chapter 69, Discovery. Harry settled onto Zabini's smooth silk sheets, feeling as if he might slide off at any moment. Holding the warm milk, he observed Zabini, who was grooming himself in front of a mirror. He looked strikingly like a mature man, despite still bearing traces of youthful vigor. His every movement exuded masculinity. Harry pondered whether he was intentionally showcasing such a display. Surely, shaving didn't necessitate opening his pajama top down to his chest, nor did it require the shaving cream to cascade down his well-defined torso. He boldly discarded all constraints, revealing his robust physique. "Wait a moment, I'll be done shortly," he said, his demeanor reminiscent of a husband diligently preparing for his wife. Though neither acknowledged it, an awkward silence settled between them, seemingly stemming from the moment he began shaving. How odd it was for Harry to regard Zabini as a man, when he was merely a mischievous flirt. In an effort to restore normalcy to the atmosphere, Harry mustered the courage to recount her experiences with Riddle, embellishing the narrative to her advantage. She mentioned that this wasn't her first journey through time. During her last, she had encountered Riddle. To ensure the timeline remained unaltered, she needed his help to keep her secret from being discovered. Yet, Zabini paused mid-shave, clearly grasping the significance of Riddle's identity as a member of the Malfoy faction. He understood all too well Riddle's relentless quest for a red-haired woman, having mistaken Lily Potter for his desired target, which ultimately led to her tragic demise and the fall of the Dark Lord. These revelations had emerged during drunken conversations with his mother, which he had typically dismissed as mere folklore. In his eyes, the Dark Lord was the epitome of Slytherin greatness. How could he be so utterly captivated by a woman? Losing his sense of reason? He was utterly unprepared to discover that the woman Riddle sought was, in fact, Harry Potter. No wonder Riddle could not locate her. She was never meant to belong to his era, having traversed from the future. Riddle's relentless pursuit of her would continue until his dying breath. As Zabini pieced together this astounding realization, he felt as though he had stumbled upon a momentous truth, potentially witnessing history in the making. If he were to deliver Harry to the Dark Lord, he could attain everything he desired: wealth, fame, power, and women. With his guidance, the Death Eaters would surely prevail, requiring only the timely elimination of Lily Evans to ensure the Savior's birth was averted. However, Zabini could never bring himself to do such a thing. He had long regarded Harry as family, akin to his sister, and felt compelled to shield her beneath his protective wing. Taking a deep breath, he resolved that this information must remain undisclosed to anyone else. Yet, Dumbledore was already aware, wasn't he? That didn't count. Zabini firmly believed Dumbledore would side with Harry, ensuring her safety. Simultaneously, Zabini recalled Harry's earlier words. You mentioned encountering a mist in the Forbidden Forest during your journey? Harry nodded eagerly, noticing the gravity etched on Zabini's face. You're right. Each time, I became lost in a sea of white mist in the Forbidden Forest. Yes, that must be the way back. Their eyes met, and they rushed towards the depths of the Forbidden Forest. Eventually, Zabini, frustrated by Harry's pace, hoisted her onto his shoulder, continuing to run. As Harry bounced on his back, memories flooded her mind. James, Sirius, Lily, her godfather, and more. She regretted not warning Sirius Black before leaving, or advising James and Lily to be cautious of him and never to trust anyone. Yet, she also remembered that Sirius was fundamentally a good person. Perhaps he might even save them if given the chance to reform. She lamented not having the opportunity to say goodbye to her parents or to Lacey, for whom she felt immense gratitude. But what did it signify that she had never encountered Lacey in her future? Had he sacrificed himself? Or had he simply forgotten her and moved on with his life? Harry's thoughts became a whirlwind, and she whispered from Zabini's shoulder, have we failed? Should we try again tomorrow night? In truth, she longed to return and bid her parents farewell. Before she could finish her sentence, Zabini exclaimed with near elation. We're back. Harry, look, that's my lost owl. Indeed, it was for the sake of his wandering owl that Zabini had ventured into the Forbidden Forest that night, where he had fortuitously encountered Harry and traversed back in time with her. Back. Harry felt a twinge of melancholy as she gazed at the moon, hidden among the trees, illuminating her path. Had she truly returned to the future? Once finally set down, Zabini remained wary, cradling the owl in one hand while gently holding Harry's hand with the other, cautioning, don't fall, Draco would be heartbroken. The undercurrent of bitterness in Zabini's words struck Harry as peculiar. I have nothing to do with Malfoy. I'll say it again. Harry, weary of explanations, offered a dismissive retort, keeping pace with Zabini, hoping for their safe return. As they arrived back at Hogwarts, the corridors were deserted due to curfew, save for the ghosts, who greeted Harry warmly. Is Dumbledore the headmaster now? Certainly. That little fellow was quite the admirable headmaster. I fondly recall his youthful escapades, reminiscent of Harry Potter and his companions. A ghost floated by, imparting a hint. Harry Potter, we have truly returned. Harry joyfully leaped up and embraced Zabini. Of course, it was merely a gesture of friendship. Yet, Zabini seemed somewhat flustered. Her honey-colored ears flushed crimson. Why was she so enthusiastic? Could it be that she had been captivated by him? Gently pushing Harry away, she cleared her throat. Remember, I am your brother. Do not overthink it. Harry, however, was oblivious, rushing straight to the library in search of those bookmarks. Surely they couldn't have vanished? It proved challenging to locate them, yet Harry eventually succeeded. The hissing bookmark, written in parcel tongue, warned her not to flee, inscribed with the tender words, I await you. Harry found herself utterly bewildered by Riddle's persistence. Why was he so intent on finding her? Chapter 70, Professor Weasley. Upon returning to her dormitory, Harry, overwhelmed by the flood of information, completely forgot that she had spent the previous evening with Draco Malfoy. It was her quest to find Malfoy that had led her astray into the thick fog of the Forbidden Forest, resulting in her time travel. At that moment, all Harry desired was to promptly return to her bed and let bygones be bygones while checking if she had altered the current timeline. Zabini gazed at Harry's departing figure with a hint of disappointment, feeling an unexpected sense of loss. No farewell, no goodnight. It dawned on her that she was no longer inseparable from Harry. In this temporal juncture, she had not even had the chance to stand beside her. In a fit of anger, Zabini left her owl behind, pondering if perhaps this was all a mere dream. That night, Harry's dreams took on a new dimension. In her visions, Riddle appeared as she had seen him the previous day, yet no longer in the guise of a child. She had transformed into her adult self. They were no longer within the confines of Hogwarts Library, but at a ball in the Malfoy residence. Dressed in understated yet opulent robes, he held her tenderly, and they danced as if the night would never end, leaving Harry increasingly fatigued, as though she had truly waltzed the entire night away. Awakening abruptly, her body ached as if she had been through an arduous dance. Oh no, how could she have forgotten about Draco Malfoy? Hadn't he asked her to practice dancing? Where had he gone last night? Harry sprang into action, hastily preparing to check the Slytherin common room, as her godfather was Snape, rendering these chambers akin to guest rooms in her own home. However, There was no need for such trouble. As she pushed open the door, she found Draco. Resembling a frostbitten guardian, arms crossed and eyes bloodshot, his nose still tinged red. Had he been crying? It was peculiar, despite being a grown man. Every time Harry saw him weeping, his pitiable and delicate demeanor softened her resolve. With utmost gentleness, she offered him a handkerchief. Have you been crying? Draco, caught off guard, furiously swatted the handkerchief away, erupting in a tempest of rage. Harry, do you have any idea how long I waited for you last night? His voice cracked, revealing the depth of his worry, even prompting him to seek out Professor Dumbledore and the headmaster. Yet, in a moment of shared understanding, they exchanged glances, assuring him there was no need for alarm. He was escorted back to his dormitory, but Slytherin lost 5 points. Now, Draco yearned to uncover the events of the previous night. He had spent the entire night tossing and turning, contemplating the potential dangers Harry might have encountered, ultimately succumbing to tears. It was embarrassing. He was the first to arrive at the Gryffindor dormitory door that morning. Fortunately, she appeared, unharmed. And especially when Harry expressed concern for him, he nearly faltered again. He adamantly refused to allow himself to weep, resorting to digging his nails into his palms to maintain his facade. I'm sorry, Malfoy. I did go looking for you but couldn't find you, Harry explained, perplexed by his fury. And what about Zabini? Why was he inquiring about you so early, having already been agitated by Harry's disappearance? Draco's frustration intensified when that fellow approached him early in the morning, advising him not to seek out Harry Potter as she needed rest. How do you know about Harry's situation, and why are you so concerned for her? Draco fumed, finding it difficult to suppress his anger. He felt it would be impossible to enjoy his day without expressing his ire, and thus he leaped up and punched Zabini, storming towards the Gryffindor dormitory. Harry found herself repeatedly apologizing to Draco, explaining that she genuinely searched for a long time and had merely gotten lost. If you don't believe me, you can ask Professor Dumbledore. Humph, who would seek out that old coot? Draco scoffed, but Harry sensed he was beginning to calm down. Shall we go for a meal? Harry ventured, attempting to extend an olive branch, but Draco's expression revealed a mix of subtle emotions. Did he wish to conclude matters so simply? Yet, he was concerned about appearing overly dramatic. After a momentary struggle, he clenched his jaw. Fine, let's go. Harry felt a bit exasperated, but was relieved he had somewhat relented, though he insisted on continuing their dance practice that evening. They walked in tandem, with Draco initially sulking ahead, but upon noticing Harry engaging animatedly with the portraits they passed, he felt like an unwelcome presence. Thus, he redirected his course, pulling Harry alongside him. I'm famished. Hurry up. With Harry finally focusing her attention on him, he felt a sense of balance return and began to casually recount tales of his family. You know about the Malfoy lineage, right? We are generations of purebloods and attended Hogwarts. Harry, of course, was aware, as in her previous life, Draco had a penchant for recounting the illustrious history of his family multiple times a day. However, she nodded along, feigning interest to avoid further torment, which seemed to irk Draco, yet he appeared willing to accept it. At long last, they arrived in the Great Hall, where an oddly familiar, yet unfamiliar figure caught Harry's eye. The person, unlike the tall stature she remembered, was engaged in conversation with Fred and George, their arms draped over one another's shoulders. Leslie Weasley? Harry could hardly believe her eyes. He appeared far more mature than she had seen him the previous day, radiating an indescribable kindness, though the corners of his eyes bore the faintest signs of age. Yet, his eyes remained as bright as ever, glinting with mischief and intelligence, unchanged from the past. How delightful. You always refer to him as Professor Weasley, Draco remarked, further befuddling Harry. What do you mean? When did he become a professor? A sense of foreboding washed over her. She might have inadvertently altered history. He's an esteemed professor now, teaching Muggle studies. Have you lost your wits, Harry? Draco's tone turned anxious, worried that perhaps he had somehow confused her. But their conversation was interrupted by the Weasley trio. Look, our princess and her shadow have arrived. Fred and George exclaimed, suddenly appearing, dragging Harry backward, while Leslie chimed in. How about a word with your professor? Mr. Malfoy. The Slytherin student has shown disrespect to a teacher, resulting in a deduction of 3 points. The playful demeanor of Lacey evoked laughter. Yet everyone was acutely aware that Professor Weasley was quite stringent, particularly regarding matters concerning Harry. He appeared to have a peculiar favoritism towards this transfer student. Chapter 71, Transformation. Lacey? Harry suddenly felt an uncanny sensation as he gazed intently in Lacey Weasley's direction. Shouldn't she be traversing the world, trading in rare and exotic treasures? Why had she chosen to remain at Hogwarts as a professor? With a mischievous wink, Lacey, now addressed as Professor Weasley, leaned closer to Harry and whispered, of course. When no one else is around, you should call me sister. This was Lacey Weasley's obsession. Her quest to seek out the fabled 39 treasures was driven by her desire to find her lost sister. Eventually, she came to realize that Harry would only appear in the future. Thus, she decided to remain at Hogwarts, waiting patiently for her to show up one day. And indeed, she did manifest, albeit with certain discrepancies. James Potter and Lily Evans, in homage to their vanished friend, named their son Harry Potter. Later on, as fate would have it, they both met their demise. On Harry Potter's 11th birthday, he encountered a girl who claimed to be a female version of Harry. It was at that moment Lacey Weasley understood that the person she had been waiting for was, in fact, Harry. She was content. Simply to see Harry again was enough. Lacey Weasley became Harry's most ardent protector, leaving no room for Harry to refuse her companionship. The photographs on Lacey's office desk were replaced with images of Harry, including one of them attending class together. Harry had no recollection of commissioning such portraits, which suggested that she had inadvertently altered history. But what of her own parents? Had they been betrayed by Sirius? Harry's spirits lifted again as he swiftly dragged Fred and George to the library for research, leaving Draco Malfoy behind and skimming past Zabini, who had intended to inquire about her, not noticing Harry and Ron calling her from the entrance. Harry, good morning. She failed to notice Harry, her gaze solely fixed upon Fred and George. Ron, oblivious to the bitterness in his own words, mused that Fred and George treated Harry better than they did their own brother. Although Harry was indeed remarkable, Ron wondered why she never dined with them. Stop it. You too. Did you see? Harry seems to have offended Draco Malfoy. Hermione's remark prompted Harry and the others to turn and look. Ron still had his doubts about that Zabini fellow, who appeared equally disgruntled. Had Harry offended him too? That's right. Ron, we need to assist Harry. At that moment, Harry could only focus on matters concerning her, filtering out everything else. Harry found a secret passage on the map provided by Fred and George and slipped through. Unfortunately, they were soon caught by Senior Wood and taken for training. All right, you two, time is of the essence. We must continue training. But why doesn't Harry have to go? Fred and George protested, seeking excuses to delay, only to be seized by Wood, one in each hand. Harry isn't even a formal member of the team, and besides, the training methods were designed by Harry herself. Wood's logic was irrefutable, leaving Fred and George to watch helplessly as Harry entered the library. Pale-faced and resigned, they braced themselves for the more challenging training that lay ahead. As for Harry, she had already dashed into the library, fervently searching, particularly in the history section. Her eyes widened as she spotted a photograph with the word traitor boldly inscribed in black ink. It seemed Sirius had not cleared his name. He remained a traitor. However, in a twist, she stumbled upon a report tucked away in an inconspicuous corner, revealing the true hero of the battle, Peter Pettigrew, who, in his dying moments, insisted on marrying a mysterious woman. It was said that this enigmatic woman bore the surname Weasley, yet her identity remained shrouded in mystery. The commemorative plaque inscribed with Peter Pettigrew and Harry Pettigrew left Harry utterly bewildered. How could her name be linked to him? When had she ever expressed admiration for Peter? This was nothing short of tarnishing her reputation. Fuming at the convoluted accounts, Harry resolutely closed her eyes in an attempt to block it all out, realizing that Sirius Black had not changed after all. Indeed, she should never have held out hope. On her way back, Harry encountered the mirror of Eriste once more. Although she knew the mirror's reflections were mere illusions, she couldn't resist sneaking a peek. This time, the visages of her parents appeared strikingly lifelike, reminiscent of the students she had seen across generations, aging proportionately, evoking both envy and sorrow. They had sacrificed their lives at such a young age. James still bore the youthful exuberance, while Lily was depicted as an exemplary student, freshly graduated. Yet, Lacey's image continued to appear in the mirror, reinforcing Harry's subconscious desire for Lacey to remain the vibrant figure of her youth, standing by her side, offering her delightful treats. The mirror also displayed Harry, Hermione, Ron, and others laughing heartily behind her, a scene that filled Harry with genuine affection. Finally, as the class bell chimed, she composed herself and hurried into the classroom. The good news was that it was Potions class. Report, Harry announced, but Professor Snape feigned ignorance, continuing the lesson as though he hadn't heard her. Harry offered a sheepish smile, realizing her godfather was once again inclined to support her. She slinked to her seat and opened her textbook, listening attentively. Meanwhile, Draco, staring intently at the back of her head, clearly perceived Snape's favoritism towards her. He had attempted to raise his hand multiple times to report her for receiving points for Gryffindor, yet upon seeing Harry's smiling face, he felt it was worth it. What a biased fellow, right? Why does the headmaster favor Harry Potter so much? Curious gazes from Slytherin's table were directed at her. Chapter 72, Human Error. Harry rested her chin on her hand, gazing dreamily at her godfather, reflecting on how just days ago he had been a sullen little boy. And now he stood before her as the formidable potions master. This was the 10th time their eyes had met, only for him to avert his gaze once more. It felt peculiar. Why was he no longer engaging with her? Was it perhaps due to the altered history and the embarrassment he felt witnessing his own failure to win over Lily Evans? Harry pondered deeply, yet could not recall having directly broached the subject. It was merely her conjecture. Lost in thought, she was abruptly called upon by her godfather for a question she had not even registered. However, Snape, who had lavished her with praise, recognized her distraction and patiently reiterated the query. Grateful, Harry glanced at Snape and then at Harry and Ron, who were fervently flipping through their books. Just as she opened her mouth to respond, a blood-curdling scream echoed throughout the classroom. Professor, Goyle just tossed a porcupine quill into the cauldron. In a bid to save Harry, Draco had recklessly thrown the quill into the cauldron, triggering a violent explosion. The concoction erupted, splattering Goyle's ears and prompting his scream, which sent everyone into a frenzy. You fool! Snape immediately cast a spell, propelling Harry away, while he rushed to confront Goyle, commanding everyone to retreat to the corridor. By the time he uttered these words, Harry had already been sent to the door. Draco, having mentally prepared himself, had raised his cloak in defense. And aside from a few burn marks from the potion on his cloak, he remained unscathed. He swiftly joined Harry at the entrance, grasping her hand as they made their escape. No thanks needed. Huh, for what? Harry instinctively followed him outside, soon realizing the implication of his words, and promptly shook off his hand. I do not require your assistance if your goodwill is predicated on harming others. Harry was genuinely exasperated with Draco, and feeling a sense of responsibility for the unfortunate Goyle, she decided to follow suit, chasing after him. On her way, she encountered the hastily arriving Ron. Are you hurt? Harry, Ron exclaimed, lifting her up and sprinting toward the infirmary, his actions driven by instinct, believing she needed medical attention. How did you know I was heading to the infirmary? Harry assumed Ron was simply being kind by taking her to see Goyle, unaware that he was actually concerned for her well-being. A misunderstanding ensued. Snape, who had initially been focused on Goyle's injuries, turned upon hearing Ron call for him to check on Harry, mistakenly believing she had been caught in the fray. He instantly abandoned Goyle and rushed toward Madame Pomfrey's side, leaving Goyle, clutching his ears and bewildered, to wail, "Ow, my ears." Harry found herself laid upon a hospital bed, surrounded by concerned onlookers, fervently waving her arms to demonstrate her health. I'm fine, truly. I'm not injured. After a thorough examination, it was revealed that she had merely scraped the back of her hand on a wooden splinter while fleeing. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, Madame Pomfrey prescribed her a calming potion, leaving it in Professor Snape's care. Feeling even guiltier about Goyle, Harry resolved to prepare something delicious for him in the kitchen as a gesture of comfort. Although she had been at Hogwarts since the age of 5, she had previously been quite adept at cooking simple meals. In her past life, Aunt Petunia had never been stringent about her food and clothing. Yet she had indeed performed numerous household tasks such as laundry and cooking. Of course, her situation had been far more favorable than Harry's. At least she could watch cartoons with Dudley, share meals, and have her own room and bed. Furthermore, during the holidays when she accompanied her godfather back to Spinner's End, she occasionally cooked, reminding him to eat when he lost track of time in his research. Thus, her culinary skills were rather refined. With this in mind, Harry ventured into her secret kitchen, intent on baking a chocolate cake for Goyle. However, to her dismay, the kitchen was already occupied. A girl with a black bob hairstyle was battling a bowl of cream and flour, her attire smeared with the ingredients, and after numerous failed attempts, she was exasperatedly pounding the bowl with a whisk. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Harry recognized this girl all too well, Pansy Parkinson. She had known her since childhood, having chased after Riddle during the Malfoy family gatherings, calling out for Little Dragon, dear. Each time, Draco would sneak behind Harry, using her as a shield, exclaiming, if you want a kiss, you must ask her first. It was a frustrating situation, as Harry had often been caught in the crossfire of Pansy's affections for Draco. Thus, she and Draco were sworn enemies. Moreover, Pansy harbored a deep-seated disdain for Harry, often setting traps for her, though her friends would invariably thwart Pansy's schemes. Yet now, it perplexed Harry why Pansy, who had no recent dealings with Draco Malfoy, glared at her with such venom. Pansy noticed Harry, rolling her eyes, her face resembling that of a bulldog, and with a loud thud, she dropped the bowl. What are you staring at? Never seen someone bake a cake before. The disdain and disgust were palpable, making her want to retch. Harry averted her gaze, retracting her impulse to offer advice, realizing she had no desire to create unnecessary tension. Instead, she retorted, I've never seen such an ugly cake, and turned to continue her own baking. It was no wonder she lacked a house elf to assist her. It was equally unsurprising that Draco did not favor her. Who would wish to serve someone with such a foul temperament? Quit boasting. If you can bake, then you do it. Pansy, in a fit of jealousy, decided to sabotage herself, knowing she couldn't produce anything worthwhile, planning to blackmail a house elf into making a cake for Draco. If she failed, she would revel in mocking her incompetence, eager for Draco to discover her uselessness. I'll be keen to see just how exquisite your creation turns out. Pansy crossed her arms, assuming a spectator's pose, continuously applying psychological pressure on Harry. Harry remained silent. She had initially contemplated a different baking method, opting for cookies instead of a cake to spare Pansy some dignity. But now, it appeared Pansy had no intention of backing down, and thus, Harry was determined to showcase her prowess. Chapter 73, The Cake. Pansy Parkinson had harbored feelings for Draco Malfoy for as long as she could remember, so much so that she had lost track of when it had begun. With the wizarding world's dwindling offspring and the increasingly rare pureblood families, Pansy was utterly convinced that she would one day marry Draco Malfoy and become Mrs. Malfoy. She had always held herself to this standard, although Draco sometimes acted aloof. She understood it was due to his shyness, and she was willing to wait for him to mature. However, everything changed with the arrival of that girl, who, despite her pretty face, was utterly devoid of merit. It was uncertain whether she was even pureblood, or perhaps just some lowly orphan. Who could deny that the Potter family had always been known for their dark hair? Pansy surmised she was merely a lowly adopted child. Yet, that girl had transformed Draco, making him less of the mischievous boy she had known and more like a lovesick youth. He began to care about his appearance, unable to resist paying attention to her every move, inquiring daily about her from Goyle and others. This entire situation filled Pansy with a sense of crisis, prompting her to relentlessly target Harry Potter. Although her attempts were often thwarted by Harry's protective friends, she clung to the hope that Draco's feelings for her were not as profound. However, when she learned that Draco had invited Harry Potter to be his dance partner at the ball, Pansy could no longer remain passive. What did that imply? She had always been his partner before. This was a clear indication that he had developed feelings for that girl. In a desperate bid to reclaim Draco's affections, Pansy resolved to bake him a cake from scratch that very evening. Yet, the endeavor was proving to be less than straightforward. She distinctly remembered her mother producing cakes with ease. Now, hearing the audacious Harry Potter claim she would show her how to bake, Pansy was on the verge of laughter, determined to witness Harry's humiliation. Yet, Pansy did not find the scene she had envisioned. Instead, she observed Harry skillfully cracking eggs and whipping cream, while the house elves, previously hiding, were now bustling about to assist her. Some were stoking the fire, others chopping fruit, even cheering her on and wiping her brow. Yet, when she had been toiling away, they hadn't shown themselves at all. Pansy's face grew increasingly flushed, a vivid hue that deepened as Harry's whipped cream reached its desired consistency. The delightful aroma of the cake wafted through the air as the house elf emerged from the oven, carrying the cake. Pansy's mind was in a tumultuous state, filled with embarrassment and jealousy. In a fit of rage, she moved to overturn the bowl, but was swiftly intercepted by the quick-witted house elf. "Release me. You fairies cannot harm wizards. We have no intention of attacking wizards. This student requires some rest. Allow me to escort you." Pansy Parkinson, the house elf insisted, and in a surprising turn of events, Pansy was carried away. With a touch of elf magic, a tranquil atmosphere was created for Harry. At that moment, Harry was entering the final stage of decorating the cake. Previously, she had merely haphazardly adorned it, knowing that her godfather or Fred and George would not mind its appearance, as they would devour it without a second thought. However, since this cake was intended for an outsider, she meticulously crafted a design resembling a small snake and inscribed a message wishing for a swift recovery before returning to the hospital wing with the cake. Meanwhile, Draco Malfoy awaited Harry's arrival in the hospital wing, anticipating her visit, given her nurturing disposition. However, when she finally arrived, carrying a beautifully crafted cake, his smug anticipation vanished. He bit his lip, fixated on her face. "Goyle, please recover swiftly." "I'm truly sorry," Harry struggled to articulate, acknowledging that Goyle, in his blissful ignorance, would be oblivious to the machinations of his older brother, which would surely sadden him if he were aware. "Is this for me?" Goyle exclaimed, his head wrapped like a mummy, exuding childlike innocence and delight. Just as he reached out to accept the cake, Draco intervened with a firm hand against Goyle's chest. "No, he cannot have the cake." Draco seized it for himself, casting a challenging glance at Harry, fabricating an excuse that Madame Pomfrey had advised against sweet foods due to his medication. Although Harry was skeptical, it seemed plausible, so she conceded. "All right. I'll prepare something else for you next time." "Did you make this with your own hands?" Draco exclaimed, his voice ascending in pitch as he hoisted the cake high, fearful that Harry might reclaim it. On one hand, he was reluctant to let Harry take it back. On the other, he was consumed by jealousy that Goyle had received a cake made by none other than Harry Potter herself. Draco shot a discreet glare at Goyle, who, like a startled bird, shook his head while clutching the blanket. I can't eat it. I can't eat it. Draco then turned back to Harry, satisfied. Don't worry, I won't squander your kindness. Yet, it would be preferable if you could simply hand it to me next time. Draco consoled himself with the thought that at least he would be the sole recipient. Seeing Draco's obstinacy, Harry chose not to argue, recalling the earlier incident. After a moment's hesitation, she suggested, perhaps you should consider Pansy Parkinson as your dance partner. She would certainly be more adept than I. Are you feeling jealous? This realization illuminated Draco's face, causing him to nearly drop the cake. He had never imagined Harry would feel envious of Pansy. Vowing earnestly, he reassured her, fear not. You are not inferior to her. You are my only dance partner. Coincidentally, Pansy, who had come to deliver a cake, overheard this and, with a dramatic cry, abandoned the cake and fled. Harry felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she glanced between Draco and the fallen cake, uncertainly asking, aren't you going to chase after her? Why would I pursue her? I haven't offended her, and her affairs are of no concern to me. Draco retorted, his good mood taking a downer. It seemed he had misunderstood the situation. He pondered how Harry could suddenly feel jealousy. After a lengthy explanation, he noticed Harry's increasing disdainful expression. Understanding that further elaboration would be futile, he decided to abandon the effort, declaring, think what you will. I will not dance with her. Don't forget your promise to me. Harry, resigned to her fate, accepted that she was indebted to a giant and could not afford to owe Draco Malfoy, as it would be far too troublesome. Upon exiting the hospital wing, she encountered Fred and George, who were eager to whisk her away to the Quidditch pitch, recalling that their match was about to commence. In Chapter 74, titled Scandal, Harry had fully integrated into the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Oliver Wood was even more elated to see Harry than he would have been at achieving the top score on an exam. To him, Harry had become his confidant. Her training suggestions resonated deeply with him. Their synergy during practice sessions was astonishing, as if they had been fighting side by side for years. A mere raise of Wood's eyebrow would signal Harry where to throw the ball, and a sweeping glance from him would indicate a positional change. When he landed, Harry would instinctively know to introduce the new player for training. Harry felt as if she were an extension of his thoughts, and her fondness for their training sessions grew. Whenever she observed Wood's affectionate, albeit misguided, smile, filled with praise and satisfaction, she understood that he genuinely regarded her as someone capable of aiding the team in their pursuit of victory. Her standing within the team was second only to Wood's. She often found herself beside him, occasionally receiving a friendly embrace as they celebrated Harry catching the golden snitch. Harry had grown accustomed to this camaraderie, having interacted with Wood in such a manner since childhood. However, Harry's brother, Ron, felt uneasy about this closeness. Thus, when Harry witnessed Wood with his arm around her, she was startled when Ron suddenly dismounted his broom, exclaiming, "That's Oliver Wood. My sister is a girl." Ron's face flushed with embarrassment. Uncertain of how to articulate his discomfort, he sensed that Wood might perceive Harry as a younger sister. But he believed there should be a degree of social decorum between males and females. Therefore, he took the initiative to voice his concerns. Of course. Harry is a girl. I understand your point. I consider Harry my little sister," Wood replied innocently, having never contemplated Harry in a romantic light. He often treated her like a big brother, playfully ruffling her hair or pinching her cheeks. However, upon hearing Ron's remarks, he felt as if he had been scalded. Hastily distancing himself from Harry, in his panic, he forgot about his broomstick, which caused it to topple onto Harry's head. Ow! Harry clutched her head, bewildered by their exaggerated reactions, and took a step back. Meanwhile, Wood was left feeling guilty and reflective. Ron and Hermione rushed to comfort Harry, worried she might misinterpret the situation, but Harry was perplexed by their concern. Don't be upset, Harry. Wood didn't say he dislikes you. He merely loves Quidditch more. We all know he'll eventually marry his broomstick. Why are you hitting me? Ron protested, as everyone seemed to share this sentiment. Perhaps you should keep quiet. Hermione chided Ron, pulling Harry aside while quickly composing her thoughts. What do you mean? Harry asked, confused, as it sounded as if she were being accused of secretly liking Wood and being rejected. I haven't confessed anything. Wood and I are merely friends. Is that so? Yet, everyone is gossiping that you have a crush on Wood, even going so far as to assist him with such a complicated and bizarre training regimen. You seem to willingly cooperate with him during practice, Hermione pointed out, realizing she couldn't recall who had started the rumor. Overwhelmed by their subjective interpretations, it was undeniable that no girl would meticulously draft such an intricate Quidditch training plan without a personal interest. Thus, it was likely for someone else's sake. Moreover, the only explanation Hermione could fathom for enduring such intense and perilous training was love. Harry felt somewhat exasperated. Everyone believed it was her idea. At the time, she had refrained from speaking up to avoid revealing her identity, tacitly accepting the credit. Surely, She couldn't admit that the plan had originated from her senior, Wood. In a different timeline, revealing that she was a savior from another world would be utterly untenable. Thus, she could only awkwardly explain that her insights stemmed from her previous readings, downplaying her prowess. Hermione and Ron's skeptical expressions left Harry in a state of resignation. After all, Wood would graduate next year, and this scandal would soon dissipate. However, Harry never anticipated that Pansy Parkinson would exploit this situation to ensnare her, even seeking to tarnish her reputation. The Quidditch match was upon them, and as an auxiliary member of Gryffindor's team, serving as both strategist and vice-captain, Harry donned the team's uniform, a mini version crafted by Fred and George. Coincidentally, she had worn it in her youth when Bill and Charlie had carried her around as the team's mascot. The following year, her godfather had taken her in a green uniform to the referee's stand. Dumbledore had lamented that it was a pity Harry suited red so much better. It was far more festive. Severus Snape, however, had unceremoniously dismissed such sentiments, and, perhaps due to Harry's mascot charm, Slytherin indeed claimed the championship in the House Cup. Once again, Harry found herself in her element, effortlessly posing for photographs with anyone who desired to capture a moment with her. Hogwarts excelled in this regard, always providing dedicated photographers to immortalize joyful instances. As the mascot, she even participated in an interview with the Daily Prophet, a segment she found somewhat rigid and awkward. Just then, a commotion erupted from the waiting area. What? Wood hadn't he returned? Where could he be? Indeed, Oliver Wood had vanished. And the match was about to commence, leaving the team in a state of agitation, as if they had lost their anchor. Determined not to remain passive, Harry, who had known Wood since his first year, felt she understood him quite well. She instructed the others briefly before mounting her broom and soaring off to search for him. Checking all of his favorite haunts, she scoured the Whomping Willow, the training grounds by the Black Lake, the Gryffindor common room, and even his dormitory. All she found was a partially eaten cake. Strange, as Wood seldom indulged in sweets to maintain his physique, unless they were made by her own hand. Her heart raced with alarm. Someone might have impersonated her to slip him a potion, or perhaps disguised the cake as her creation to thwart his participation in the match. Panic surged through her. This was Wood's greatest dream, to win the Quidditch Cup in his final year. If something were to go awry at this critical juncture, he would be utterly devastated. She needed to locate him promptly. Assuming he had taken a laxative and was indisposed, she began searching the lavatories, enlisting the help of every ghost she knew, particularly those from Gryffindor. To her surprise, she found him in an abandoned girls' lavatory, guided by moaning Myrtle. Harry learned that Myrtle had seen a handsome boy calling her name while drifting through the pipes. A handsome boy, particularly fond of Quidditch? It was he. Even Myrtle had heard of Wood, and her interest in him waned as she directed Harry to his whereabouts before floating away. Apparently, even Myrtle was impervious to Wood's charms. Though considering his reputation for being oblivious to romantic advances, it was hardly surprising. In her previous world, Harry had witnessed countless girls casting longing glances at him, only for him to either miss their attentions entirely or dismiss them as if they were afflicted with an ailment. Even when girls had deliberately fallen into his arms, he remained focused, earnestly advising them to strengthen their core muscles to avoid tumbling. He had even returned love letters thinking they were challenges, asking Harry to deliver the message that he was too busy to compete for their affections. Now, however, the Wood standing before her was suffused with an unnatural blush, as though kissed by the twilight, his demeanor radiating an unusual shyness, particularly when their eyes met. Was that melodious voice truly emanating from the rough and tumble Wood she knew? Harry could scarcely believe her ears. His voice had always carried youthful charm with a hint of allure. How could he now sound like a gruff man trying to woo a girl? Before Harry could utter a word, indeed, he seemed momentarily stunned. Wood enveloped her in a fervent embrace. "You've finally arrived, Harry. I knew you liked me," Wood exclaimed, as if he had been waiting for her all along, spinning her around in delight. "Stop. What is wrong with you, Wood? Have you forgotten about your match?" Harry's mind whirled at his sudden exuberance. This was definitely directed at her. She wriggled free from his firm grip. He seemed to have developed even more muscle recently. Cautiously stepping back, she reminded him of the impending game. "Have you truly forgotten everything? You care deeply about the Quidditch match." Wood gazed at her with a sticky, almost mesmerized look. Finally, he registered her words, responding with, "Will you accompany me out there?" My lovely Harry. Theoretically, she was not supposed to. She was merely a reserve player, and if she were to participate, she would already be on the field rather than searching for him. "If I don't go, you'll surely regret it," Harry implored earnestly. Yet Wood seemed intent only on gazing at her, relishing the physical closeness and perpetually echoing her sentiments. "All right, I'll listen to you. Going on a date with you is more important," he said, deliberately flexing his muscles, even under the influence of whatever charm had ensnared him, remaining the quintessential straight man. "Very well, If you heed my advice, you must return to the Quidditch pitch this instant. Harry could no longer contain her exasperation. Had Wood become bewitched? This state bore a striking resemblance to the effects of a love potion. All right, I'll go, Wood replied, his face flushed, mirroring the hue of a tomato. And his demeanor appeared equally flustered. What do you intend to do now? Harry was suddenly embraced by Wood, her heart racing with tension as she stood rigid in place. Wasn't Harry supposed to return to the Quidditch pitch? Weren't we going together? Wood's invigorating words echoed above the back of Harry's head, trapped within his arms. Before Harry could react, he had swept her onto a broomstick, soaring at a brisk pace toward the Quidditch pitch. It had been ages since Harry had experienced such a thrilling flight. The last time was during her childhood, when she was tricked onto a broom by Draco Malfoy, clinging desperately to him to avoid being thrown off. Now, ensnared in the whirlwind of romance with Wood, it was unclear whether his exhilarating speed was due to the delight of sharing a broom with his beloved or a desire to showcase his skills, or simply a wish to have her nestled close against him. Wood unleashed his utmost speed and finesse. Harry could only resign herself to clinging to Wood's arms, screaming as she struggled to calm him down. It wasn't the height or speed that frightened her. It was the dread of him recklessly appearing at the match with her, which would lead to scandalous rumors that they could never wash away, leaving her unable to explain herself, especially to those who vied for her brother's affection. When Fred and George gifted her that mascot costume, they had sworn an oath that she would never run off with other boys, forbidding them from touching her or engaging in frivolous banter. It was a sibling pact. Harry had never realized they had such an agreement with Ginny, but since they had said it, she felt compelled to adhere to it. However, if they were to appear together, she feared she would be mercilessly scolded by Wood's admirers. Put me down. You can't take me to the match. It's against the rules. I'm not on the team. I say you are, so you are. Wood was reveling in the moment, discovering that riding a broom with the woman he adored was an unparalleled joy, exponentially more fun than flying solo. He mused whether the Quidditch rules could be altered to allow two people to compete on the same broom. Upon entering the Ministry of Magic, he would certainly advocate for such changes. Harry was nearly ready to leap off the broom in desperation, but would only tighten his embrace, ascending higher. It dawned on her that not only was he jeopardizing their chances of winning, but he was also risking her reputation. Who could be behind this? Harry had a suspicion. The only person who knew how to prepare a love potion and held a grudge against her was Pansy Parkinson. Chapter 76, The Request. Harry was now convinced that Wood had been sabotaged, and through years of close association with her godfather, she deduced that he must have fallen victim to a love potion. A concoction her godfather despised discussing. It seemed he feared she would figure out who it was meant for. Yet, to ensure she wouldn't mistakenly ingest it, she had educated herself on the matter. But why did Pansy choose to direct Wood's affections toward herself, merely to ruin her reputation? She couldn't recall harboring such deep-seated enmity toward Pansy, except perhaps due to that man, Draco Malfoy. Harry now wished to return this dance partner duty to Pansy. She would much rather spend time with her friends. Yet, at present, she had to set aside her resentment and devise a way to persuade Wood to release her. Ultimately, she resolved to resort to a bit of charm. With Wood's muscular chest pressed against her, Harry's heart raced furiously. Call me Oliver, Harry. There's no need for us to be so formal. Wood tightened his embrace again, planting a kiss atop her head. Oh, Oliver Wood. I know you wish to be with me, but I have a request. She nestled further into his arms, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable with such intimacy. It was important to note that her most intimate moments with her godfather consisted merely of shared slumber, while such gestures as a kiss on the forehead belonged to her childhood. Now, having matured, she had taken many lessons on the differences between genders. Even now, at her age, receiving a love letter would lead to her godfather summoning her for post-class tutoring, where she would have to copy the responsibilities of gender differences he had established. Now, being treated this way by Wood, her mind was filled with the stern, fearsome visage of her godfather, lingering in her thoughts. He would surely be furious if someone kissed her forehead. Of course, Harry, I would gladly give my life for you. Wood fervently declared his heartfelt sentiments, unable to resist kissing her ear, which nearly sent Harry into a genuine scream. Be normal, Wood. There's no need for theatrics. Just get me to the Quidditch pitch, set me down, and then go help my brother Harry Potter win the championship. Harry managed to utter in a breathless rush, and Wood readily agreed. For our brother, Wood had become entirely engrossed in his infatuation, forgetting his own aspirations. Well, having him as your brother is a bit inappropriate. Harry struggled to articulate her discomfort, but the good news was he finally heeded her advice and set her down at the Quidditch pitch entrance. I'm off, Harry. You'll cheer for me, right? Wood mounted his broom, his eyes glistening with emotion, embodying a sense of impending separation. Harry was at a loss for words. He was competing, not facing death, so why the tears? Yet, she hardly noticed as he pulled her into a tight embrace. 20 minutes into the match, Wood finally appeared on the Quidditch pitch, replacing a substitute and taking the field as Gryffindor's spirited leader. Upon seeing Wood, Harry Potter finally broke into a smile. The first of the match. How wonderful that Wood was unharmed. He provided a sense of security, a steadfast anchor. Harry's speed in pursuit of the golden snitch escalated to a new level. Harry quietly rejoined the crowd, gathering with Hermione and Ron, who approached her with concern. Where have you been? Is Wood all right? Ron and Hermione were anxious, fearing Harry had been mistreated. They had noticed Harry's absence, along with Draco Malfoy's, who typically would never miss such a match. Their disappearance was likely connected to Harry. Hermione and Ron were deeply worried, but if they left to find Harry, it would only increase Harry's anxiety during the game. So they continued scanning the crowd for her presence. Malfoy? No, he is not involved. It's someone else. Just as Harry was about to reveal the truth about the love potion, she hesitated to describe her recent intimacy with Wood. It's nothing. He just had a bit of a stomach upset. Harry's clumsy excuse left her uncertain if it was believed, but she attempted to divert their attention. By the way, how's Harry doing? In that moment, she heard gasps from the match. Following the astonished gazes of Harry and Ron, she glanced back at the field, where Wood had, unbeknownst to her, produced a smoke trick from the back of his broom. As he soared, the smoke trailing behind him formed the words to my beloved Harry Potter. Before he could finish, the smoke dispersed, but the gossiping crowd erupted in excitement. Wood was about to confess his feelings. He was proposing. This is indeed the renowned Wood, who has unexpectedly experienced the stirrings of affection, choosing such a significant moment to confess his feelings. How romantic. He is truly a hopeless romantic. Harry feels immensely relieved that Wood's smoke and mirrors trick was of brief duration. Otherwise, she would have been at a loss on how to confront such an embarrassing spectacle. If he had managed to write down his name, the ensuing awkwardness between them upon his recovery would have been unbearable. At this moment, Professor Quirrell awkwardly set down his wand, for it was indeed the figure behind him who had intervened, inciting Riddle's jealousy. It appears that Riddle does not intend to let Wood off easily. Consequently, Wood's broomstick began to fly uncontrollably around the venue as though cursed, and he could only hold on tightly, lowering his center of gravity to avoid being thrown off. Yet, he continued to reassure, "I'm fine, Harry. I'm fine." Fortunately, everyone understood Wood's fervent enthusiasm for Harry Potter. Otherwise, Pansy Parkinson would have surely reveled in the spectacle. At that moment, Harry wished to whisk Wood away from the crowd before he regained consciousness, alleviating her worries. Yet, as she observed his dazzling aerial display, she felt herself on the verge of exploding. Chapter 77, The True Culprit. Wood, are you alright? What happened? Seeing Wood's broom spiraling out of control. Reminiscent of a previous incident, Harry swiftly soared to his side, needing to protect him. Me? I'm perfectly fine. Wood dismissed the minor mishap and focused instead on locating Harry. However, upon noticing Harry's approach, he felt compelled to declare, "We must win, Harry." For Harry. He patted Harry Potter on the shoulder, reinvigorating his determination for the match. Harry was momentarily taken aback. When did Wood's ambition shift from winning the Quidditch Cup to ensuring Harry's victory? Yet, he quickly regained his competitive spirit, inspired by Wood's relentless drive. At one moment, Wood even broke free from the inexplicable enchantment, as his current speed made him nearly impossible to capture. Harry's concern morphed into admiration. She had not anticipated Wood to be so dashing. Previously, she regarded Wood with a mix of admiration and trepidation, akin to a student encountering an instructor. But now, she felt immense pride in having such a friend. Ultimately, through Wood's extraordinary performance, Gryffindor triumphed over Slytherin, plunging the entire Gryffindor contingent into a frenzy of celebration. Wood led his team in a victory lap, basking in the accolades from everyone except Slytherin. Meanwhile, at the professor's table, Snape and Professor Quirrell wore peculiar expressions. Snape was filled with anger and resentment. He should have exited immediately, but the presence of the dark forces compelled him to remain and keep an eye on Harry. Professor Quirrell, on the other hand, was caught in a struggle between laughter and discontent, attempting to project happiness for the sake of the crowd, resulting in his current countenance. As Harry gazed at the spirited Wood, illuminated by his bright smile and optimistic spirit, she felt a flutter of anticipation for his future. Suddenly, their eyes met across the bustling crowd, and to her dismay, Wood flashed that smoldering gaze once more. Harry's heart raced. Sensing trouble, she disregarded Hermione and Ron, who were discussing the celebratory feast, and took off running. Yet, it was too late. Wood spotted her amidst the sea of faces and effortlessly drew her onto his broom. "Harry, I did it. I want you to share my glory." What? Harry's struggles were futile, and she could only watch as the audience below erupted in surprised gasps. Oliver Wood's crash is Harry Potter. It's Harry Potter. Impossible. How could he fancy such a little brat? Maybe they're siblings. Given how close he is with Harry Potter. No, it must be something more. Just look at the way he gazes at Harry Potter. So intimate. The crowd buzzed with speculation. and Snape, having caught wind of the commotion, was glad he hadn't left. Snape ascended to the referee's platform, snatching the microphone and pointing at Wood. You. Release her this instant. How dare you lay hands on Lily Evans's only daughter? Dream on. Not unless you wish for your demise. Professor Quirrell felt the heat radiating from the back of his head. His master was furious. That boy had audacity, daring to approach someone of significance to his master. He was in for a world of trouble. Reluctantly, Oliver Wood descended slowly, returning Harry to the ground. I'm so sorry, I got a bit carried away. Yet, Wood had no regrets. He had done what he felt was right, and above all, he was filled with a profound sense of happiness. Meanwhile, Harry's mind was consumed with the singular idea of inflicting the same torment upon Pansy Parkinson for her treachery. Thus, when Snape, looking somewhat disheveled, took her to reprimand her, Harry placed her complete trust in her godfather and divulged everything. I was framed, Professor Snape. Would seem to be under the influence of a love potion. But it wasn't me who administered it. Someone disguised as me slipped it into a cake. You have a suspect? Snape remained calm, having noticed Wood's peculiar behavior. It was shocking to think someone would go to such lengths to ensnare Harry Potter at her age. Was it to make her experience the pangs of love? Snape's thoughts churned with discontent toward this target. Well, I suspect it was Pansy Parkinson. Of course, I lack direct evidence against her. But if you could inquire with the house elves, Professor, I believe that cake originated from the kitchen. Understood. Now hurry back to your dormitory and refrain from wandering about. Snape instructed, his demeanor suggesting he would take matters into his own hands. He swiftly sought out Pansy, armed with 100 different means to unearth the truth. What did he discover? An even more sordid scene unfolded before Snape as he furrowed his brow. His once commendable student, Draco Malfoy, was entwined with Pansy Parkinson in an intimate embrace. They appeared as a pair of lovebirds, which Snape found hard to reconcile with what he knew of Draco. Enough. Snape's voice sliced through the air like lightning, breaking the couple apart. Pansy, particularly flustered, realized she had indeed used the remaining love potion on Draco. Having witnessed its evident effects on Wood, she committed the gravest mistake of her life. With a flick of his wand, Snape restored Draco Malfoy to his normal state. Professor Snape, what are you doing here? Draco asked, bewildered. I was on my way to watch the Quidditch match. I'm going to be late. His memory of the recent events had completely evaporated, leaving him disgruntled, especially with Pansy at his side. Why are you crying? It's irritating. Draco dismissed Pansy, preoccupied with keeping an eye on Harry to ensure she wasn't whisked away by any team members. Go back for now, Snape instructed, sending Draco away before personally interrogating Pansy. Her fragile composure betrayed her. It didn't take long for Snape to extract the truth from her. Slytherin loses 50 points for the misuse of potions, Miss Parkinson. Snape longed to delve into her thoughts, questioning what possessed her to act so foolishly. I'm so sorry, Professor. Pansy wailed, utterly mortified. This is too embarrassing to admit. Severus Snape now found himself in a relentless haste to administer an antidote to Oliver Wood, who was under the effects of a rather potent potion. Chapter 78. Once again, a victim. Upon learning that the match had concluded and that an extraordinary scandal had unfolded on the field, Draco Malfoy was utterly dismayed. Are you saying that after the match, that blockhead confessed to Harry Potter? The redhead, St. Potter's sister? Draco Malfoy clutched Goyle's collar tightly, nearly choking him. Indeed, Goyle was rolling his eyes in response. Why? Draco roared in frustration, finally releasing Goyle, but not himself, as he buried his hands in his hair, tousling the carefully styled locks he so prized. Desperate to recollect the events that transpired, it dawned on him. Pansy Parkinson. She must have spiked his drink. And that peculiar Professor Snape came to interrogate Pansy. This had to be Pansy's cunning scheme. Enlightened, Draco resolved to seek out Professor Snape to lodge a complaint, all the while penning a letter to his father to rat out the incident. However, the response he received was far from satisfactory. Professor Snape assured him there was no need for concern, as he had already enacted punishment, while his father advised him to be more gentlemanly and magnanimous, making no mention of his own indignities. Most distressing to him was the fact that he had been so slighted, and that Harry Potter, who had clearly witnessed the incident, had shown no reaction whatsoever. Was she made of wood? Would it kill her to offer him some comfort? Draco felt a swell of grievance. And he could not overlook Oliver Wood either. How dare he brazenly approach Harry Potter with such intentions, especially at his age? Thus, Draco embarked on a dual course of retaliation, first targeting his senior, Wood, before seeking a private conversation with Harry. Since realizing he had succumbed to the effects of the love potion and publicly confessed to Harry, Oliver Wood had been evading her. Yet, he couldn't shake the sensation that the potion's effects were far from over. Merely thinking of Harry or hearing her name set his heart racing inexplicably, compelling him to want to see her immediately. But he refrained, fearing that another encounter with Harry might provoke an impulsive and frightful reaction. Consequently, he intensified his training regimen, attempting to drown out his discomfort with ceaseless activity, only to inadvertently provide Draco with an opportunity. Once again, Wood fell prey to the potion-esque charm, this time fixating on Pansy Parkinson. When Wood unexpectedly appeared at the examination venue, excitement rippled through the crowd, as his presence signified the potential cessation of the exam. Only Harry, along with Ron and Hermione, felt panic. Harry sought to hide, while Ron and Hermione endeavored to assist her in doing so. Draco Malfoy, with an air of nonchalance, snatched Goyle's test paper, eager to witness the unfolding drama. How dare they subject him to a love potion that harmed Harry? He would ensure they all experienced the same torment. However, upon perusing Goyle's nonsensical answers, he merely scoffed and tossed the paper aside, opting instead to quietly peruse his own textbooks. Pansy Parkinson, I have something to say to you. Oliver Wood felt an unsettling dissonance. He sensed himself enchanted by Pansy. Yet a voice within him insisted that she was not the one, that someone else was truly meant for him. The crowd was taken aback, erupting in playful jeers at Wood, teasing him about being in love again. Particularly Pansy, who had already retreated to the podium with her exam paper, declaring, I don't know you, don't come near me. Draco, save me. Pansy Parkinson only had eyes for Draco. She would not be swayed by any other suitor, however appealing, for no one could compare to Master Draco. Harry realized someone was avenging her, making Pansy experience the same distress caused by the love potion. Could it be Fred and George? But how could they bring themselves to allow Wood to fall victim once more? Nevertheless, this would undoubtedly diminish the impact of the confession incident on her. If she had been inundated with countless letters from Wood's admirers over the past few days, now their fervor would surely be diluted. Furthermore, it might lead some to perceive Wood as a fickle-hearted man, inciting disdain towards him. Fred and George still held Wood in high regard, so it was unlikely they would engage in such a self-defeating endeavor. Therefore, it had to be someone else. Harry swept her gaze towards Ron, Hermione, and Harry, who wore expressions of both curiosity and concern. They were definitely not the culprits. Then her eyes landed on Draco Malfoy, who appeared unperturbed, a smug glint in his eyes, suspicious, far too suspicious. So was it Malfoy behind this? If Harry recalled correctly, he too had fallen under Pansy Parkinson's spell, which made everything make sense. He was enacting revenge on Pansy while simultaneously seeking to alleviate his own grievances. Although it had caused her considerable trouble, there were silver linings. She no longer had to endure the grueling training sessions, and being confessed to by a handsome figure like Wood was far from shameful. Harry felt a twinge of sympathy for Wood, who was now about to profess his feelings to Pansy Parkinson. Fortunately, this examination was in potions. Professor Snape soon arrived, effectively halting Wood's advances towards his student. Although Wood's current target was Pansy, he nevertheless prudently cast a spell that pushed Harry to a distant corner. Harry found the spell remarkably useful. Why hadn't she learned it from her godfather before? Oh right, upon reflection, her godfather had always preferred to carry her rather than use magic to push her away. Snape's first action was to separate Harry, followed by Oliver Wood, as he seized Pansy Parkinson by the collar and escorted her to the office, declaring the exam suspended, with a makeup test to follow. He would have to concoct another potion for Oliver Wood and thoroughly interrogate Pansy about how this had happened again. However, this time, it appeared she was not the instigator. Snape was plunged into yet another whirlwind of busyness. Upon regaining his senses, Oliver Wood reflected on the fact that he had gazed longingly at Pansy Parkinson, which induced a wave of nausea within him. Yet, why did he not feel such revulsion towards Harry? Instead, alongside his guilt, there was an inexplicable sweetness. Once the commotion subsided, Harry breathed a sigh of relief, eager to confront Draco Malfoy, but was intercepted by Harry, Hermione, and Ron. Weasley made a new discovery. Come quickly. Hermione, along with Harry and Ron, pulled her towards the room of requirement. There, Harry learned of the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone? Immortality? The first image that sprang to Harry's mind was of Lestrange. If he could utilize the stone, wouldn't he be able to remain by her side longer? Indeed. The villain sought to obtain the Philosopher's Stone guarded by the three-headed dog. Harry excitedly conveyed their findings to the others. We need to inform Professor Dumbledore at once. Hermione's mind was solely occupied with this thought. How unfortunate, he was not present. Harry was aware, as Dumbledore had come to bid her farewell before departing from Hogwarts. Chapter 79, Rescue. Perhaps we should seek out Professor Snape, Harry suggested. If it were you, he would surely listen. The group felt a wave of despondency at Dumbledore's absence, but soon turned their thoughts to Professor Snape. Upon Harry's arrival, Snape was no longer as harsh as before. In fact, they could occasionally sense a touch of affection in his demeanor towards Harry. Although it is somewhat begrudging, the reality remains that under Harry's narration, Professor Snape's image has improved significantly in the trio's eyes, and there has been no misunderstanding regarding him. After all, He was willing to award points to Gryffindor for Harry's sake. Could he truly harbor malicious intentions towards Harry and be deemed a villain? Harry nodded, believing this to be a viable approach. If he were to investigate personally, even with a hint of skepticism, his godfather would likely be inclined to look into the matter. However, they overlooked the incident involving the love potion. Snape was exceedingly busy and entirely absent from sight. Thus, they had no choice but to consult Professor McGonagall. Although she held great trust in Harry and his friends, it was evident that she would not permit them to roam the corridors at night unaccompanied. Even harboring suspicions regarding Professor Quirrell, these matters were for the professors to deliberate. Hence, the discussion should cease. This is a secret. Now, you should all hasten back to your dormitories, lest I be compelled to deduct points. Professor McGonagall asserted her authority, ushering them away. Harry, Hermione, and Ron felt quite indignant. They harbored serious doubts about Professor Quirrell, suspecting he might be gravely injured or harboring some fearsome pet, necessitating the Philosopher's Stone either for healing or profit. After all, why else would he reek so pungently, needing to mask the odor with garlic? Once they departed from McGonagall's office, they conferred at length, growing increasingly concerned that during the absence of both Snape and Dumbledore, Quirrell might seize the opportunity to steal the stone. Moreover, they were eager to monitor Quirrell's movements, only to discover he was neither in his office nor in the dormitory. Where could he possibly be? This uncertainty gnawed at them, prompting a bold decision to preemptively relocate the Philosopher's Stone. They could have sought assistance from Ron's brother, but Harry hesitated to disturb him, feeling somewhat reluctant to impose yet again, especially given the brevity of their acquaintance. However, Harry recalled Fred and George, and in a stroke of luck, sent them a letter. To her surprise, they arrived with a map in hand. "We knew you four little rascals would be up to something special," they exclaimed. "Indeed. But don't forget about your brothers." Fred and George, armed with the Marauder's map, swiftly located the quartet. They had already sensed something amiss. Observing the footprints traversing between the headmaster's office and McGonagall's, clearly, trouble was afoot. "Fred, George, you really came," Harry exclaimed, enveloping them in a warm embrace. Reassured by their unwavering support. "Of course, we couldn't miss this," they replied, not only arriving but bringing along various useful items, including invisibility potion. With the invisibility potion in hand, their task became much more manageable, wouldn't you agree? Fred and George exchanged triumphant high fives, raising their cups in a toast before downing their drinks in unison. To avoid getting separated, they positioned themselves closely around Harry. Fred grasped her hand, while George held onto her sleeve. Meanwhile, Hermione, Harry, and Ron slipped beneath the invisibility cloak. The five of them felt a renewed sense of security with the addition of the elder twins, who excelled academically. Harry felt comfortable walking under Fred and George's protective watch. However, fate had other plans, as they encountered Mrs. Norris at a critical moment. She seemed to have detected their presence, starting to meow incessantly. This was perilous, for she would surely summon Filch. Just when panic began to set in, Harry crouched down and whispered a few words, resulting in a remarkable scene. The cat rubbed against her feet before darting away. "That was incredible, Harry. What did you say to her?" Harry's brother, now in awe, marveled at her ability to communicate with cats. "Oh, nothing much. I merely promised her some fish treats next time." Harry had indeed won Mrs. Norris's favor, being the only child raised at Hogwarts, affording her a multitude of privileges and magical acquaintances, such as Sir Nicholas, the portrait on the wall, Peeves, and the house elves. She was well aware of their likes and treasures, hence knew precisely what Mrs. Norris would appreciate. "All right, let us not waste any more time," Harry declared with pride, leading the group to the end of the corridor. Fred and George had encountered the three-headed dog before, albeit rarely when it was asleep, as they typically visited during class hours. This time, they were fortunate to see it peacefully slumbering. "It's unexpectedly adorable, I assent it." Fred and George, ever the optimists, desired to draw nearer for a closer look, having never observed it from such proximity. However, Harry and Ron exchanged glances of concern. They had arrived too late. The three-headed dog was already lulled to sleep by Quirrell's music. "We need to hurry," Harry exclaimed, putting aside her admiration for the creature's charming repose. "We must leap down and catch Professor Quirrell. Jump down, jump down." Fred and George were ecstatic, convinced that alongside Harry, they would uncover something thrilling. Ron echoed the sentiment, yet he gazed down into the inky abyss below, filled with trepidation. "I'll go first. Let me count to 3, Harry decided, believing she ought to set an example. However, someone was even more adventurous. Fred suddenly lifted her up, proclaiming, "Hold on tight, Harry," and leapt into the void, with George following suit, both plunging towards the 6 o'clock direction. "We'll be waiting below." As Harry clung to Fred's neck, she felt her body plummeting, the horrifying sensation constricting her breath. "Wait, don't jump." Unfortunately, it was too late. Her companions had already displayed Gryffindor bravery, one after another leaping down. Too late. Harry, don't move. Otherwise, you'll sink deeper. With ample experience, Fred and George were no strangers to such predicaments. This is the Devil's Snare. Chapter 8. The Key to the Door. Indeed, it is the Devil's Snare, Fred and George recognized. Having encountered various plants near their home in the burrow and often wandering into the Forbidden Forest, thus readily identifying the Devil's Snare. What is it afraid of? Hermione fretted. Nearly ready to bite the plant in frustration, the familiar knowledge danced tantalizingly on the tip of her tongue, but eluded her grasp, a torment for a scholar like Hermione. Especially with Ron continuously wailing, "I'm going to die. Help. Save me. Ron, you must remain calm." Harry, having heeded Fred and George's warnings, hoped Ron would comprehend. "Of course, I can't rely on my brother to cushion my fall," Ron exclaimed, desperately signaling to the Weasley twins. After all, Fred and George were supporting Harry. Thus, she would not be the first to plunge into the depths of the plant. "Shut it, Ron. Keep talking like that, and you won't be a part of us." Fred chuckled, amused by Ron's comical expression. "I remember my godfather taught me that the Devil's Snare is afraid of light." Suddenly, clarity dawned upon Harry. Grateful for her godfather's stern teachings that had made her so familiar with these potions and plants. Yes, exactly. Hermione gazed at Harry with gratitude, relieved that she had rescued herself, as well as the others. "Well done, Harry," Fred exclaimed, embracing Harry, pressing his cheek against hers to convey his joy and admiration. "You're too close, Fred." Harry couldn't help but voice his disapproval, prompting Fred to raise his volume. "I'm George, Harry," the younger brother chimed in, teasingly adding. "Looks like someone's a bit jealous." In a bold move, he planted a kiss on Harry's cheek, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Harry had grown accustomed to the closeness with Fred and George, yet it was evident that Harry, Hermione, and Ron were taken aback, their eyes wide with surprise. Even Fred was astonished at how naturally he had kissed Harry. Sorry, did I startle you?" Fred began to apologize, but was abruptly interrupted by a flash of light. Glowing sparkles. George had drawn his wand just in time to save Fred, and the group tumbled down. "Be careful." Fred instinctively wrapped his arms around Harry, shielding her head with his own, becoming her true cushion. Everyone fell from the Devil's Snare, except for Harry, who was the only one unscathed, while the others clutched their sore tailbones. There should have been a cushion prepared for this, Ron complained, though his concern for Harry was evident, despite his envious words. "Perhaps you should contemplate how to fill your brain with knowledge." Hermione couldn't resist interjecting, questioning why Ron didn't learn from Harry. Ron, unwilling to be outdone, retorted. "But you didn't say anything either." Hermione, feeling her face flush from embarrassment, finally stammered, "I know, I just haven't thought of it yet." "All right, let us proceed. We are out of time." Harry had grown quite accustomed to their bickering, feeling a sense of unease if a day passed without it. Yet now, Fred found himself feeling slightly awkward. He had never experienced such a sensation before, and even stealing glances at Harry felt inappropriate, as he regarded her as Ginny's little sister. Consequently, Fred discreetly swapped positions with George, who took the initiative to hold Harry's hand, brandishing his wand as he led the way. However, George also sensed Fred's subtle shift, for they understood each other intimately. He cast a sidelong glance at Harry and Fred, noticing that Harry exhibited no reaction, while Fred busied himself with Ron's playful banter, seemingly letting the matter slide, although George felt a pang of unfairness, as he had yet to kiss little Harry. Harry remained visibly thrilled. Such an adventure was rarely encountered, especially alongside her closest friends. If James Potter were still alive, he would surely be exclaiming in delight, "Just like my son." The group continued along the narrow path until they arrived at an imposing, firmly shut door. Harry couldn't decipher the inscriptions upon it, and Harry approached to test it, but found it locked. They required a key. A key. Ron pointed dumbfoundedly at the multitude of keys soaring around them. Not just one or two, but thousands, resembling winged birds, fluttering in the air, poised to attack the intruders. "Quick, hide Harry." Harry instinctively thought to protect his sister, but, being closer to Hermione, he could only pull her away while warning Harry. However, there was no need for concern, as Fred and George had already taken it upon themselves to shield Harry, and they discovered a broomstick nearby. "We need someone to ride the broomstick to find the key." "Let me do it." Harry felt she was the most agile, yet Fred and George simultaneously blocked her, insisting, "Let the brothers handle it." With that, Fred and George escorted Harry to Hermione, Ron, and Harry, producing a vial of potion from seemingly nowhere, which they dripped onto the broomstick. Harry watched as it split into two. George tossed one to Harry. "We'll manage together. Harry and Hermione are in your hands, Ron." "All right." Harry quickly accepted the broom and, without a second thought, mounted it, soaring towards the ceiling alongside George in search of the door key. One would draw the fire, while the other sought the key, diverting the majority of the onslaught toward those on the ground. Meanwhile, Fred hurried to the door, stuffing something into the crack. Get back. Harry suspected it was some kind of explosive potion capable of causing an explosion. Hermione and Harry were not idle either. They continuously employed their wands, randomly attacking the keys on the ceiling, which fell to the ground for Harry and Hermione to collect, attempting to unlock the door in tandem with Fred. After 2 explosive sounds and countless keys opened, Harry finally spotted the unique key. There, he exclaimed, excitement lighting up his face. Harry felt a wave of relief wash over her. Thankfully, Harry's skills had matured through practice. In a swift dive, Harry extended his hand, capturing the key that had lost a wing but still managed to fly, tossing it to George. George halted, turned, and shook off a swarm of keys, delivering it to Fred. Fred immediately unlocked the door, pushing Harry and Hermione inside, beckoning Harry and George to follow. Unfortunately, as the door was closing, George found himself surrounded by the furious keys and unable to escape. Don't worry about me. You all continue. Fred kicked the door shut, sealing them inside. Fred, George. Only Harry seemed to have called out the right names. That was George, right? Ron was certain of his recognition, but upon seeing George call for Fred, he fell silent, astonished that Harry had managed to guess correctly. Fred, are you all right? Answer me, quickly. Harry cried, on the brink of tears, regretting that she hadn't intervened to help him. What was she doing? Oh, she had been focused on the sky and the broom riders, unaware that Fred, holding the door, hadn't made it inside. I'm fine. Don't worry. Don't forget, I have the explosive potion. Fred's intermittent voice from behind the door brought everyone a sigh of relief. Let us conclude this matter swiftly. Harry felt a surge of impatience. If she were to confront Professor Quirrell, she wouldn't care about his previous position as a professor. It was unforgivable for him to endanger her friends. Harry's steps were resolute and urgent. She could no longer accept remaining in the shadows of her brothers. She was anything but weak. In any world, she felt capable. With renewed determination, they approached the next challenge, revealing a colossal wizard's chessboard before them. Each piece was magnified to the size of a statue, imposing an invisible pressure upon them. Oh no, chess is my least favorite, Harry lamented, recalling how her godfather had deemed such games too violent for a young girl, transforming the wizard chess that Dumbledore had gifted her into miniature dolls for playtime. Thus, she had only played it once in her first year, dragged along by Ron while avoiding her godfather. It's all right, I can handle it. Ron noticed the sudden change in Harry's expression. He was familiar with both Harry's abilities and those of the girl, yet she had just boldly declared her ambitions. He could not bear the thought of Harry feeling embarrassed. Thus, despite his trepidation, Ron stepped forward, willingly accepting the challenge. George, mount your broom and keep an eye on the pieces from above. Hermione, you take your place as the general beside Ron, who looked pale yet resolute. Go, Ron. For the first time, Harry felt Ron's presence as truly grand and formidable. It seemed he could no longer mock Ron as a coward. Truly, he is my brother. George, equally proud yet surprised, readily took to the air on his broom, surveying the entire chessboard. Everyone readied themselves, and under Ron's cautious yet steadfast command, he sacrificed himself, losing a knight, but also securing victory. Ron. In an instant, everyone surrounded him, noting the shock he seemed to have experienced, as if he had exerted every ounce of his strength, and they collectively exhaled in relief. I'll take Ron out first. You all wait here. George, though doubtful of their assurances, could not fully ascertain Ron's condition, as he lay unconscious. His bones were uninjured, but he had suffered internal harm. To assuage everyone's fears, George kept his worries to himself. After reiterating his instructions several times, he hastily mounted his broom, taking Ron in search of help. Although they had promised to wait, they could not remain obediently in place. Thus, they resolved to leave Hermione behind to await George's return, while Harry and Ron continued ahead on the last broom. Hold on to me, Ron. Harry, deeply concerned that Ron might fall, opted to have him sit sideways in his embrace, locking him securely between his arms. Remarkably, though Harry should have been terrified, he felt a surge of strength with Ron by his side. Riding their broom, they soared across the fiery threshold, bypassing a trial entirely. However, their broom could go no further, and they plummeted from the sky. Unlike Harry's harsh landing, Ron felt an invisible force supporting his waist, gently lowering him to the ground. Harry, are you all right? Ron immediately helped Harry to his feet. What is this? The mirror of Erist? Both were momentarily stunned, bewildered that the final challenge was indeed the mirror. What did you see? Ron became entranced once more, beholding James and Lily Potter, who appeared as a loving couple in adulthood, alongside their godfather holding a bouquet, and Professor Dumbledore, who smiled and offered her sweets, among others. Did you see it too? Ron's philosopher's stone was nestled in her pocket. Where's the stone? Professor Quirrell suddenly materialized behind Harry, urgently demanding to know its whereabouts, his bony, skeletal hands gripping Harry's shoulders. Simultaneously, he became aware of Ron's presence, his expression shifting to one of shock. "Ron, how did you end up here?" He seemed utterly astonished, and even a touch fearful at Ron's unexpected appearance. "You dare to risk her safety? This is unforgivable." A sudden, eerie voice emanated from the back of Quirrell's head. "What?" The sound sent a chill down Ron's spine. It was familiar, yet predominantly terrifying. How could someone have a mouth on the back of their head? "Don't let her see me." The voice shrieked in terror at the thought of being discovered, which only heightened Quirrell's panic. He scrambled to re-wrap his head, casting aside his earlier ruthlessness. "I am terribly sorry, Master. I will be ready shortly." Amidst Quirrell's fluster, Harry seized the opportunity to attack, attempting to remove his turban, and the two became entangled in a struggle. Ron also seized the moment, casting a Petrificus Totalis at Quirrell's back, igniting a powerful flame with a spell he knew well. Harry, in concert with Ron, exerted all his strength to restrain Quirrell, and remarkably, they succeeded. In that instant, Harry felt as if he heard a voice from the back of Quirrell's head utter, "Do not harm her." This seemed to sap Quirrell of his will to resist, leading to his successful petrification. Simultaneously, both Harry and Ron caught sight of a dark shadow emerging from Quirrell's back, swirling in the air before bursting through the window. As Harry gasped for breath, he gradually lost consciousness. His forehead burned with pain. The suffocating sensation returned. Ron experienced the same, yet before losing consciousness, he felt as if the shadow was gazing directly at him. Chapter 82, St. Mungo's. Thus, Ron succumbed to unconsciousness, and in a haze, he seemed to hear someone calling his name, perhaps his godfather, but it felt as though there were multiple voices, which only deepened his disorientation. "Is Harry all right? Why did Quirrell change his mind upon seeing me? Did they recognize me during my journey?" With worries for Fred, George, and Harry swirling in her mind, Ron drifted into a deep sleep, dreaming of many faces, a rarity that extended beyond Voldemort. This dream felt uniquely hers, surrounded by her parents, recounting the earlier perils. Thanks to Lily Potter's ancient protective magic, Harry had gained an advantage in his struggle against Voldemort. Yet, why did the voice from the back of Quirrell's head sound so familiar? Ron should not have known Voldemort's voice, having only seen him once as an adult. Perhaps she was mistaken. How could Voldemort allow himself to be so vulnerable? Unbeknownst to Ron, her dreams were intertwined with Voldemort's, for at that moment, he was weakened, allowing her the chance to dream of others. Now, Voldemort not only failed to obtain the Philosopher's Stone, but had also suffered greater harm by concerning himself with Ron. "No, don't hurt him." Ron awoke suddenly, startled from a dream in which Sirius Black, the traitor, attempted to ambush her godfather, which terrified her into waking. "You are safe now, my child." Professor McGonagall immediately enveloped Ron in a comforting embrace as she sat up. Severus Snape, a fraction slower, retreated upon seeing her gradually awaken, retrieving a potion bottle and waiting. Yet the deep concern in his eyes was undeniable. "Professor McGonagall?" Ron felt disoriented. Was she not beside the mirror of Erist? "Where am I? Godfather." At last, Ron caught sight of her godfather, her eyes brightening as she reached out for him, yearning for a hug. Snape cleared his throat. "St. Mungo's. With your knowledge, I presume you are aware." He firmly grasped Ron's chin and administered an entire vial of potion. Cough, cough. "And Harry? He should be with me." "Harry Potter?" Snape grimaced at the mere mention of the name, reluctant to answer, for it stirred his own hidden thoughts. "He is being treated in the hospital wing. Do not worry. Professor Dumbledore is caring for him over there." McGonagall interjected at the opportune moment, addressing Ron's inquiries. "Then how did I come to St. Mungo's?" Snape strategically averted Ron's gaze, reaching for another vial of potion to silence her. McGonagall shot a disapproving glance at Snape. It seems that Snape does not trust Madame Pomfrey's abilities and wishes for a better treatment for Ron. Hence he insisted on bringing her here, she diplomatically explained. Because Madame Pomfrey is a bit busy treating Harry. In preserving Professor Snape's dignity, he cast a grateful glance at Professor McGonagall, recognizing the predicament he had inadvertently placed her in. Thus, she swiftly exited, her cheeks flushed as if burdened by a guilty secret. "Drink quickly. You will feel better afterward." "Thank you, Professor Snape," Harry replied, ever obedient. Yet, Snape now felt a twinge of irritation. Had she not previously called him Godfather with such ease? Why had she abandoned that title? The formality of addressing him as Professor felt alien, a stark contrast to her earlier insistence on the more familial term he had once vehemently discouraged. "You need not thank me," Snape replied, aware that he could not stoop to coaxing her back to the title of Godfather. "Very well, Professor Snape. May I inquire about Fred and George? Are they well? And Hermione and Ron?" Harry's concern for her friends grew, and with each mention, Snape's expression darkened further. "They are all well. Though if you recall the impending final exams, that would be even better." Snape's words jolted Harry from his reverie. Indeed, despite her newfound status as the hero safeguarding the Philosopher's Stone, The looming final exams awaited them. "I will attend punctually," Harry promised softly, prompting Snape to reflect on whether he had been too harsh. Clearing his throat, he coughed lightly. "You may apply for a retake." This was a privilege he extended to Harry, for even if that old coot Dumbledore objected, he had his methods. He felt a pang of sympathy for the savior, Harry Potter, and believed that she should not be treated less favorably than others. As a result, Harry did not partake in the same examination experience as Hermione and the others, remaining isolated in the hospital wing under Snape's watchful eye. Despite her repeated assertions that she was well enough to return to school, Snape insisted, citing the unresolved cause of her headaches, and compelled her to remain at St. Mungo's for further examination. Finally, on the last day of the Hogwarts term, under mounting pressure from various quarters, Snape escorted Harry back to Hogwarts. Daily, he received inquiries from Fred, George, Hermione, Ron, and even Draco Malfoy and Zabini. They suspected he had kidnapped Harry, prompting even Lucius Malfoy, in his capacity as a Hogwarts governor, to confront Snape about why the girl of interest to Draco was still in his care. "I apologize, but my goddaughter is receiving treatment. Is it necessary to inform everyone?" Snape's statement left Lucius astounded. "Goddaughter? Since when do you have a goddaughter?" Lucius's shock nearly shattered his air of superiority. Snape, uninterested in providing further explanations, hastily dismissed him. In truth, Snape had intended to take Harry back to Spinner's Inn directly after the term, unable to fathom the notion of Lily's daughter living under another's roof. The thought of Lily's daughter cohabiting with others was simply unacceptable to him, though there were other indefinable factors at play. However, Harry's yearning for her friends softened Snape's resolve. He was utterly defenseless against her tears. Thus, despite his reluctance to let her return to Hogwarts for the final awards ceremony, he ultimately brought her along. Chapter 83, The House Cup. As Harry appeared at the entrance of the Great Hall, the previously lively crowd of students fell silent, gazing at her as if she were a rare specimen. Naturally, those who adored her could no longer contain their excitement and rushed toward her. Fred and George, positioned farthest from Harry, inadvertently trampled on Ron and Harry's shoes while blocking Hermione behind them. Sorry, didn't he notice?" they chirped, waving apologetically at their beleaguered brothers before hoisting Harry onto their shoulders, reveling in their victory. "Our female hero has returned. How splendid that Harry can witness tonight's victory." Fred and George carried her with the majesty of a conquering general. "Fred, George, you two are cheating." Ron and Harry quickly gathered their shoes and approached, indignant. "Harry, Ron, and Hermione, you're all right. How wonderful." Harry struggled to be set down to embrace them warmly, but Fred and George merely exchanged tactics and lifted her again. "What about your brothers?" Fred and George lamented playfully, though their tone betrayed no actual sorrow. Before briefly hugging Harry for 10 seconds before gently placing her back on the ground. "You two look as robust as bulls," Harry remarked, unable to suppress her astonishment. In the short time since she had seen them, Fred and George had grown taller, necessitating that she now look up to meet their eyes. The duo, pleased with her compliment, stroked their chins and flexed their biceps, clearly relishing her words. "And you? Are you all right, Harry? Professor Snape hasn't bullied you, has he?" Harry barely restrained herself from calling him by his nickname, now that even Hermione was a staunch supporter of Professor Snape. If he and Ron continued to show disrespect, they risked a reprimand from her. Moreover, considering Snape was Harry's godfather, Harry was more cautious in her wording. "Professor Snape? How could he bully me? He is my godfather. He only protects me. Otherwise, why would I be at St. Mungo's while you were in the infirmary?" Naturally, the remainder of Harry's thought remained unspoken. Although Snape had not divulged the reasons, she had largely surmised his favoritism toward her. Surrounded by her friends, Harry took a seat on the Gryffindor bench, where numerous upperclassmen greeted her, except for Oliver Wood, who, when she turned to him, averted his gaze. Did he not wish to see her? Yet, there was a more peculiar sight. Why were Draco Malfoy and Zabini seated at the Ravenclaw table, though they awkwardly exchanged glances with her? It was evident they had initially intended something else, now finding themselves in an exceedingly awkward situation. Harry was unaware that Draco and Zabini, having been a tad slow, had not reached her side before taking their seats. To avoid the embarrassment of being the only two standing, they hastily settled for any available spot. Attempting to engage in idle chatter, though they clearly struggled to find topics, their conversation feeling forced. Both internally lamented their earlier impulsiveness. Why had they stood up so excitedly? She was unlikely to inquire about their well-being. Eventually, Dumbledore, that old rascal, made his entrance, prompting everyone to settle into their seats amid the chaos. Seizing the opportunity, Draco and Zabini scurried back to their rightful places. Harry straightened herself, removing her legs from Fred's lap, as he insisted on massaging her calves, having heard she had been bedridden for a week. However, just as she set her left leg down, George pulled her toward him, raising her right leg. "My turn." he declared, as if it were only fair for each to have a leg. But we're in a meeting. Dumbledore is speaking. Harry protested. No worries. He won't notice, George assured her in a whisper, unconcerned. Really? Harry grimaced, glancing at the watchful eyes of Harry, Ron, and their friends, as well as at her godfather, whose countenance was dark as thunder. She noticed him forcefully knocking over two closely positioned goblets, and instantly understood his message. Separate them quickly. Harry was utterly perplexed by the audacity of Fred and George. Cautiously, she withdrew her legs, resolving to sit with Harry and Hermione next time. Following this unexpected interlude, Harry felt an intense surge of anxiety, completely oblivious to the points Professor Dumbledore had awarded her. It was only when Fred and George lifted her into the air that she realized Dumbledore was elevating her as a paragon of bravery. A clever strategist who thwarted villains and safeguarded the school's vital assets and her friends. Suddenly, all eyes were upon Harry. And while it would be a lie to claim she wasn't shy, her predominant feeling was astonishment. It seemed she had done little, and the greater accolades should rightfully belong to Fred, George, and Ron. Nevertheless, Dumbledore awarded her an additional 50 points, establishing her as a role model. Of course, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were subsequently rewarded 30 points each, and Fred and George received their due recognition as well. Yet, the prevailing sentiment was that she was the principal hero. This recognition made Harry uncomfortable. She believed it was a collective honor, not one to be monopolized. However, Dumbledore also emphasized their teamwork, leaving her with little justification to contest the accolades. Snape, furrowing his brow, understood Dumbledore's intention to fashion Harry into a hero. In the event of Harry Potter's failure as the savior, another could assume his mantle. This was certainly not what he wished to witness. And thus he deliberately cast a jinx at Hagrid's Snape. Hagrid, who was on the verge of tears, rose with a great shout, his movements so vigorous that they overturned tables and chairs, as well as Professor Flitwick nearby. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, Hagrid exclaimed, clutching a handkerchief as he hurriedly picked up Professor Flitwick from the floor. This effectively interrupted Dumbledore's emotional appeal, and at long last, Harry and the others could sit down. Dumbledore, adjusting his glasses with a weary sigh, offered a reassuring glance at Hagrid and proclaimed, "Let us congratulate the house that has won the House Cup this year, Gryffindor." Huzzah! The Gryffindor students erupted in jubilation. They had awaited this day for far too long. Just in time, Fred and George hoisted Harry onto their shoulders, sparing her from the fate of being jostled about among the raucous upperclassmen. She reveled in the victorious euphoria, eagerly anticipating the upcoming holiday. Where would she spend it? Harry could hardly contain her excitement. Chapter 84, Finding a Way. No, Harry exclaimed. Why not? She had not anticipated that Professor Snape would prevent her from spending the summer at the Burrow, although he would have done so in her previous world. In this one, her guardianship did not reside with her godfather. Thus, she needed only the consent of the Weasley couple and Headmaster Dumbledore. Why was Professor Snape so opposed? Had he perhaps remembered? Of course, spending summer with her godfather was delightful, but compared to being cooped up indoors studying with erratic meal times, staying at the Burrow with Fred and George was far more appealing, especially since Mrs. Weasley always provided delicious treats. Even if she were to spend the summer at Malfoy Manor, there was a chance of accompanying the Malfoys on holiday abroad. She was not overly greedy. Even a third of the time with her friends would be acceptable. Professor Flitwick had also mentioned taking her to Diagon Alley for some delectable snacks. Yet, Snape remained resolute in his refusal. I remember your surname is Potter, not Weasley, he snapped, envisioning the myriad dangers Harry might encounter while cavorting with those troublesome boys. Snape wished he could tether her to his wand. The only relative you have a modicum of blood relation with won't be there. Instead, you'll be stuck with his foolish muggle relatives. Perhaps I should send you there instead? Snape only suggested this as a threat, knowing full well Harry despised the Dursleys. However, he was unaware that in Harry's heart, her relationship with the Dursleys was not as fraught. In fact, she found herself missing them a bit. Can I? Harry's delighted expression only served to irritate Snape further. Absolutely not, he reiterated. Left with no recourse, Harry turned to Headmaster Dumbledore for assistance. However, following the recent awarding of points, Dumbledore, having been warned by Snape, was naturally disinclined to thwart Snape's intentions. I'm terribly sorry, Harry. I believe your godfather is acting in your best interest, absolving himself of responsibility. He was, after all, the one who most believed in her lineage, aside from Harry Potter. Consequently, Harry had no choice but to obediently follow Professor Snape back to Spinner's End. Yet, this version of Spinner's End was utterly beyond Harry's capacity to endure. It bore no resemblance to her former home. Though the exterior appeared to be a squalid, dilapidated tenement, it was merely a facade to deceive muggles. Once inside the enchantment, it transformed into a cozy abode complete with a garden. There stood the sunflowers Harry had planted with her godfather, and the swing he had gifted her for her birthday. The stone pathway led into a sunlit room adorned with a comfortable sofa and a warm fireplace. Aside from her godfather's room, which still bore the remnants of age and cobwebs, the rest of the house was inviting. Her godfather had insisted that in such an environment, he felt more secure, and his success rate in potion making would be higher. However, now, that ramshackle structure, which threatened to shed splinters, made Harry hesitant to even push the door open, fearing she might break the wooden boards or dislodge the frame. The inside had evidently been uninhabited for quite some time. The dilapidated furniture and dust-laden ceiling left Harry uncertain how to express her feelings without causing her godfather sorrow. "Ah, a rat," Harry squeaked, nearly tumbling onto the gray sofa upon sighting a large rodent. Fortunately, she managed to keep her composure. Otherwise, she might have been unable to rush off for a shower. Snape was somewhat moved. He had never previously considered the need to renovate his home, yet now, as Lily Evans's daughter stood before him, he felt a kinship with her discomfort in her own dismal surroundings, especially in light of his boast that he would take care of her. "Look, we need to clean this place up. Do you have an untraceable wand?" Harry inquired, her suggestion the best she could muster at that moment. "You presume to violate school rules in front of a Hogwarts professor?" Snape detected her desire to assist and her earnest attempt to avoid causing harm, which touched him. How could he permit her to take action? Snape resolved to renovate his antiquated home, providing Harry with a safe and healthy living environment. He steadied himself, waved his wand, and shed his cloak, revealing lighter attire beneath. "Just watch," he said. As he spoke, Harry felt herself enveloped by an invisible force that gently guided her into a chair, which began to levitate. What? Harry was still grappling with Snape's intentions when she witnessed the entire room come to life. Dozens of brooms and feather dusters danced to a melody, whisking away all the dust. The once decrepit furniture regained its vitality, revealing that her godfather's transfiguration spells were indeed impressive, capable of transforming rickety wooden stools into luxurious high-backed chairs, all while levitating her. Harry watched in awe as the old, dilapidated house transformed into a warm haven akin to her previous life. While it still lacked much, it was already sufficiently astonishing. "Incredible, Professor Snape," Harry exclaimed as she was gently lowered to the ground. She ran her fingers across the immaculate tabletop, the soft sofa, and the brand-new kitchenware, nearly convinced she had been dreaming. "But what about my room?" Harry raced down memory lane, only to be intercepted by Snape, who declared, "This is mine." In truth, they had once shared a bed, but Harry, in a moment of embellishment, recalled that this was a distant memory from before she turned 7, after which she was compelled to fend for herself in her own room. Of course, Snape would find this implausible. "It's impossible, Miss Potter," he scoffed, adding that he wouldn't share a bed, even with a troll. "Your room is on the 2nd floor. Without further explanation, he led Harry upstairs for a tour. Harry was already quite content. It was a vast improvement from her previous lodgings beneath the staircase. Now, she had her own room, complete with a spacious, plush bed and a clean, bright window that exuded a distinctly feminine charm. "Can I invite Harry over?" Harry inquired, gazing at the large room. Snape responded with an impassive expression, "Unless you wish for both of you to be expelled by me." He meticulously arranged her bedding, delivering the cruelest remarks while performing the gentlest actions. Unbeknownst to Harry, a chasm lay between her godfather and Harry. "Living alone suits me just fine." She understood the necessity of humility under his roof, yet she harbored an unwavering belief that one day they would all coexist under one roof. Thus, Harry found herself living with her godfather in the pristine alleyway at the end of Spinner's End. Initially, Snape struggled to acclimate to the presence of a girl. The room was excessively tidy for his liking, and the bathroom perpetually wafted with fragrant bubbles, which he detested. Daily interactions with her, including conversations, heightened his discomfort. Yet, someone prepared his meals and reminded him to rest early. This was the only daughter of the woman he adored. Observing Harry often evoked a sense of caring for both Lily and his daughter, particularly when she playfully sought to sway him on certain matters, which he found surprisingly familiar. As though they had always shared such a bond. The first week was relatively simple for Harry, reminiscent of her previous life. Diligently completing the assignments her godfather assigned, and spending her free time experimenting with culinary delights to astonish him, unlocking new expressions of his affection. Witnessing Snape's previously gaunt cheeks soften and his gaze become increasingly indulgent, Harry felt as though she had returned to the days of yore. However, she had not received a single letter, which struck her as exceedingly odd. Even during her time at St. Mungo's, she had received numerous letters from friends. Now, having regained her health, not a single owl had arrived. She began to worry. Had something gone amiss? What of Fred and George? Was Harry being bullied? How could even Lacey have failed to write, especially after he had tearfully insisted she correspond with him before her departure? Surely he wouldn't neglect her. Despite Harry's subtle inquiries, Professor Snape steadfastly maintained that he had not received any letters for her. He even offered to write to her himself, which left Harry incredulous. Surely, he could seclude himself in his room, obsessively concocting potions, without the need for letters to communicate. Why not just speak face to face? Face to face? There was one matter that truly wasn't appropriate for direct discussion: the fact that her godfather harbored feelings for her mother. While Harry was on the verge of boredom, yearning to visit Grimmauld Place, she could no longer contain herself. As Snape prepared to guide her through her assignments after a long day, she cautiously clutched her workbook and posed the question that had weighed heavily upon her heart. Do you have feelings for my mother? What are you saying? Snape could scarcely believe his ears and attempted to distract her by serving her food. Lily and I are merely friends. Impossible. Do not forget that I witnessed it firsthand. Harry emphasized, recalling her time in the past, determined not to be misled. Yes, you witnessed it, Snape sneered, seemingly transported back to his tumultuous youth. The fact that she had seen his vulnerabilities was hardly a topic for casual discourse. Snape's composure rapidly unraveled. Are you threatening me? He was unwilling to reflect upon any aspect of his past. Harry's presence had inadvertently strengthened the bond between James Potter and Lily Evans, culminating in Lily naming her child after Harry to commemorate the abruptly vanished girl. The name Harry had unwittingly drawn the ire of Voldemort, who sought vengeance against them. Most believed that it was Lily and James's use of Harry's name that had compelled Voldemort to relent. Yet, the truth was that Riddle had mistaken Lily for Harry, believing she had returned, only to realize he was mistaken, feeling mocked in the process. He remained oblivious to the fact that the babbling child was indeed the parallel universe's Harry. Consequently, unwilling to confront Harry regarding this matter, Snape hastily sent her back to Grimmauld Place, instructing her not to cause trouble, and departed without acknowledging her desire for a proper farewell. Harry stood in the night, clutching her belongings, watching her godfather's retreating figure with a profound sense of loss. Although she had intentionally provoked this situation to seek answers, the outcome left her feeling bewildered. Had she erred? Should she have kept this secret buried? Fortunately, Fred and George's exuberant discovery of her presence brought a grand spectacle that temporarily alleviated her worries. Look, the stork has delivered Harry, they exclaimed. Our lovely little Harry has arrived. How unfortunate that Harry couldn't witness this. Fred and George lifted her in joyous celebration, spinning around like tops. Who is coming? Ron, still bleary-eyed and clad only in his underwear, stumbled out, and, upon spotting Harry upside down on Fred's shoulder, let out a girl-like shriek and dashed back to his room, refusing to emerge for a while. Yet, his curiosity about Harry's situation eventually compelled him to reappear, fully dressed. By then, Harry was nestled in Fred's arms, enjoying Mrs. Weasley's homemade cookies as she recounted her summer. What? You're telling me you've been writing to me every day? 1 letter a day, honest and true. Fred and George replied with utmost sincerity, solidifying Harry's suspicion that her godfather had intercepted their correspondence. It must be Professor Snape who has hidden them, she mused, withholding judgment, recognizing that his actions were likely calculated. We thought you and Harry had no intention of mingling with the magical community, Fred remarked, his smile betraying a hint of genuine concern. Not at all. Harry may truly be facing obstacles. I know Aunt Petunia's aversion to the magical world well, had it not been for my godfather's insistence or intimidation. I might have been barred from attending Hogwarts myself. Then let us rescue Harry, they declared, brimming with determination. Rescue Harry? How? Harry queried, bemused, as she observed their confident expressions, realizing they were not deceiving her. Are we going to pay a visit to his home? Harry pondered, feeling unprepared. Should she bring a gift? What would Aunt Petunia appreciate? She was all too aware. No. As night descended, the two exchanged knowing glances, compelling Harry to suppress her curiosity as she awaited the arrival of evening. Chapter 86. Friendship. Harry was warmly welcomed by the Weasley family, particularly by Mrs. Weasley, who, upon learning that Harry was the daughter of James and Lily from another world, was so moved that tears streamed down her cheeks. She enveloped Harry in a heartfelt embrace, burying her face in the tempestuous swell of her bosom, nearly suffocating her. Fortunately, Ginny came to her rescue, calling out to her mother just as Harry struggled to catch her breath. Yet, in the next moment, Ginny whisked her away to her own little room, while Ron, Fred, and George's voices of protest echoed behind them. Harry isn't just yours. The brothers also wished to be invited by their adorable sister. Fred and George, however, did not truly pursue them. Instead, they intentionally blocked Ron's path, understanding that Ginny had finally found a female companion to play with, and thus they were willing to concede. It was curious and amusing that their usually unambitious younger brother seemed so engrossed in Harry. Consequently, Fred and George formed a wall, grinning mischievously as they teased Ron. Who would have thought you cared so much about Harry? It seems your springtime has arrived. Their identical smirks turned Ron's face a deep shade of crimson. Whether from anger or embarrassment, he pushed them away forcefully, retorting, "It's not what you think." How crude. He then dashed back to his room, pondering that it would be best to tidy up a bit. Meanwhile, Ginny was genuinely thrilled to see Harry. Long before, she had heard from Ron and Fred and George about how charming, beautiful, and formidable Harry was. She had braved the Forbidden Forest alone, won the affection of the old bat, and was the only one capable of earning points from Professor Snape as a Gryffindor. Not to mention being the exclusive coach of the Quidditch team, among other accolades. Harry was blissfully unaware of the exaggerations that had transformed Ginny into her little fangirl. But now she was realizing just how infatuated Ginny was with Harry Potter. As Ginny led Harry to her room, it dawned on her that something was amiss. The walls were adorned with posters of Harry Potter, featuring illustrated versions, clippings from old newspapers, and various items related to him. For instance, Harry's lost quill or notebook. Harry scoffed quietly, knowing all too well who was profiting from Ginny's allowance by leveraging Harry's fame. In another part of the house, Ron sneezed violently while cleaning, exclaiming, "Achoo! Are Ginny and Harry talking bad about me?" He rubbed his nose and continued sweeping. If Mrs. Weasley were to witness this scene, she would be astonished that Ron was voluntarily cleaning. This only solidified her determination to bring Harry into their family. Though Ginny felt a bit embarrassed, she quickly brushed it off. Initially, her ears flushed as she contemplated hiding the posters, but ultimately, she confidently revealed even more posters to share with Harry. "You won't tell your brothers, will you?" Ginny asked with a shy smile, having already considered Harry a good friend. "Of course not," Harry replied, making a zipping motion across her lips, which elicited laughter from Ginny. She playfully squeezed Harry's cheeks and exclaimed, "They are right. You are truly adorable. Hey, I'm your senior." Harry's words, though stern, came out in a playful tone, lacking any sting. Ginny pulled Harry up to stand, measuring their heights. And Harry lamented her realization that she was not much taller than Ginny. It was surprising to discover that Ginny had turned into a shrewd little queen. Harry had previously underestimated her. Where had the soft, endearing Ginny gone? Was it because she had grown up without Harry's company that she had changed? Harry concluded that must be the case and resolved to spend more time with Ginny to help her revert to her former innocent self. Steering clear of the mischievous Fred and George, Ginny shared countless tales from their past world, including how they met, their shared experiences, and little secrets between them. Naturally, she also spoke of Harry Potter, detailing why she was Harry's sister, whether he was a good brother, and how impressively handsome and capable he was. Leaving Harry parched from all the talking. She had never realized Ginny's thirst for knowledge was so insatiable. Finally, with the aid of Fred and George, Harry was able to catch her breath. The twins had been assigned to the garden to chase away gnomes, but they found it too dull and were eager to join Harry and Ginny. Thus, they devised a plan to entice Harry. A daunting task may require a brave soul. Fred and George proclaimed at the door, "That is your job. Today it falls to you," Ginny said, seeing through their ruse and shielding Harry behind her. A lady's intimate conversation should not be interrupted. Fred and George, undeterred, sidestepped Ginny and approached Harry, insisting, "We know you want to share your life with your dear friend Harry." With Fred and George flanking her, Ginny could only watch in exasperation as they led Harry away. Harry felt relieved, apologizing to Ginny as she craved a breath of fresh air. To her surprise, Ginny followed closely behind, as did Ron. "Why are you here too?" Ginny exclaimed, astonished at Ron's presence, who usually found ways to avoid chores. "I came to check on Harry. Don't think I'll let our guest do the chores." Ron would never admit that he wanted to accompany Harry, fearing Fred and George would tease him for it. "Who said we would make Harry work?" Fred and George continued to escort Harry forward, glancing back at Ron. They certainly wouldn't allow Harry to bear any burdens. But having someone rallying alongside them was far preferable to laboring in silence. "Harry, you will cheer for us, right?" "Of course, you will, won't you?" Harry nodded, though she remained perplexed by their intentions. "Wonderful." Fred and George clapped their hands and positioned Harry on a clean rise, handing her a broomstick before diving into a burrow. "Is this it? What am I supposed to do?" Harry, clutching the broomstick tightly, felt utterly bewildered, unsure of her next steps. Boom. A loud crash echoed, followed by a commotion within the cave. Chapter 87, Gnomes. With a resounding bang, Harry beheld a horde of terrifying and grotesque gnomes pouring out of every hole in the garden, scuttling away with their families. Notably, the nearest hole, the one Fred and George had entered, was the source of the overwhelming number of gnomes, creating quite a chaotic scene as they rushed toward them. With the long stick in hand, Harry waved it haphazardly, successfully halting the gnomes from advancing towards her. Unfortunately, Ginny and Ron were not as fortunate. They could only flail their arms and scream to enhance their presence in an effort to drive the gnomes away. Don't come any closer." "Fred, George, what are you doing?" "I'll tell Mom." Ron and Ginny suddenly felt as though they had fallen prey to the twins' tricks once again. Although they had not been forced to drive away the goblins, they now found themselves ensnared in a whirlpool of these mischievous creatures. They had no choice but to act. For given the goblins' intellect, they might very well run amok into their home. It would be one thing if they merely barged in to devour their dinner. But if they disturbed the esteemed Percy and were caught by their mother, the consequences could be dire, potentially losing their supper for the night. Consequently, both Ron and Ginny exerted themselves with fervor, and upon witnessing their plight, Harry rushed to their side, uniting with them in a valiant effort to fend off the goblins with their makeshift sticks. Keep it up, kids. Victory is within our grasp. At long last, Fred and George made their entrance, each wielding a homemade firework as they chased after the fleeing goblins, their faces coated in dust, clearly taking pride in the success of their scheme. Indeed, the strength of numbers proved formidable. Fred could not help but exclaim, to which George readily agreed, "Indeed. We owe it all to our sisters and to Ron." A task that would typically take an hour was accomplished in a mere 20 minutes. Yet, those 20 minutes felt to Harry as though she had run a marathon, for her stick had not ceased its flailing. Fortunately, all was finally concluded. Harry sat on the ground, leaning against Ron and Ginny, catching her breath. Fred and George, having a sudden pang of conscience, thoughtfully prepared some cool water for their friends and distributed it among them. "Take a good rest. We have more tasks ahead." Fred and George's words prompted Harry to collapse onto the ground. "I need a break." The twins pulled Harry along, while Ginny and Ron, exhausted, chose to close their eyes and rest, hoping that out of sight meant out of mind, alleviating their guilt. Harry struggled, uncertain of their destination. "I want to go back to Hogwarts." She did not wish to remain here. It was nothing like she had envisioned. "We will return, but not just yet. Hogwarts is not accessible at this moment." Fred and George finally managed to shake off their little companions, preparing to unveil an important mode of transportation for the evening. It was their father's secretly hidden Muggle car, a flying automobile acquired due to Mr. Weasley's insatiable curiosity about Muggle artifacts. However, as this was an unequivocally illegal possession, they had to keep it hidden to avoid parental repercussions. This time, their plan included bringing Harry back. So revealing their intentions to her was acceptable, at least she could guide them. They decided to keep Ron in the dark for now, as his tendency to blurt out plans could jeopardize their surprise, and with an additional passenger, Harry's belongings would have nowhere to be stored. Thus, Harry was the sole witness to the blue vintage car concealed within the Forbidden Forest, which appeared to be in excellent condition, its shiny exterior reassuring her. They were merely taking the car for a spin. After all, what boy isn't fascinated by automobiles? Harry was not surprised. She had once fantasized about driving Uncle Vernon's car, only to be reprimanded when she touched the steering wheel, leading her to abandon that thought. "Isn't it cool? Isn't it cool?" Fred and George surrounded Harry, engaging in their usual banter. "Yes, but what if you get caught by Mr. Weasley? Won't he scold you?" Harry was still concerned for their well-being, hoping they wouldn't face dire consequences again. She recalled a childhood incident when they had played hide and seek, only to forget about her completely, mistakenly believing she was with the other. She had been taken care of by goblins, which caused her magic to explode, devastating Mrs. Weasley's vegetable garden. Harry vividly remembered the anger on her mother's face, the punishment that followed, and how they had been confined to their beds for 3 days as a consequence. "What are you up to this time?" Harry inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Tonight, you will find out. Meet us here at 10 o'clock. No excuses." Fred and George pulled Harry into a pinky swear. Reluctantly, Harry remained skeptical, even contemplating using sleeping in as an excuse to avoid their reckless challenge. However, as the hour approached 10, her curiosity got the better of her, and she rose to meet them at the designated spot. Under the cover of darkness, Fred and George were already seated in the driver's and passenger seats of the vintage car, awaiting her arrival. "All present. Let us embark." Fred and George exchanged knowing smiles as they opened the rear door for Harry. "Embark? Where to?" "To fetch Harry back." Fred slammed his foot on the accelerator, causing Harry to nearly be propelled from her seat. "What?" To her astonishment, the car did not merely drive along the ground, but soared into the sky, swaying and wobbling, yet moving with remarkable speed. "Indeed, just as you imagined. We are going to bring Harry home." Fred, one hand on the wheel, leaned back against his seat, chuckling with flair. "Are you ready, Harry? Buckle up. A new adventure is about to commence." Fred pressed the accelerator again, nearly causing Harry to choke. "Slow down." And thus, the three of them vanished into the night. Chapter 88, The Rescue. Harry sat in the back seat of the old car, never having imagined that one day she would be soaring through the skies. A twinge of nervousness coursed through her, her palms sweating, but the thrill overshadowed her anxiety. She recalled the last time she had been on something that soared so high, which had been when Hagrid took her to Aunt Petunia's. Of course, she had no memory of it until Hagrid mentioned it. She had longed to try again until her godfather had blown a tire on that motorcycle. "My goddaughter must remain grounded until she comes of age," Snape's authoritative presence had intimidated Hagrid into refraining from riding the flying motorcycle in her presence. Of course, once Harry joined the Quidditch team, that was another tale altogether. Now, sitting in a flying car, overlooking the entirety of London, she was fulfilling her dream of soaring through the skies. Aunt Petunia had once taken Dudley on a flight, which had ignited her envy. Dudley would often bring it up. While she could only stay with a neighbor for a few days, she had expressed to her godfather her desire to experience flight, to ascend to 10,000 feet. But he had outright refused, saying, "A plane? That iron bird of the Muggle world? Remember, no wizard would ever board such a contraption. When you grow up, I will teach you to apparate." Harry no longer envied those who flew. Surely, they could not compare to the thrill of her current experience. George, seated in the front passenger seat, worried that Harry might be frightened by her first high-altitude flight, jokingly reached back to her, saying, "If you're scared, you can hold my hand." "Thanks, but I already have." Turning around, Harry was taken aback to find Fred's hand had silently intertwined with hers at some point, prompting her immediate protest. "Fred, you need to focus on driving." This isn't a joke. How could he possibly steer with one hand while changing gears? "Oh, I had thought you would assist my Fred," in realizing he had been caught, and he reluctantly withdrew his hand. It was indeed somewhat inconvenient. Yet he was genuinely concerned that Harry might be frightened. As he retracted his hand, we exchanged reluctant glances toward Harry in the rearview mirror, and thankfully, she did not appear angry. Thus, George succeeded in grasping Harry's hand, only for Fred to soon claim he was tired of driving and insisted on switching tasks. "Shouldn't you be guiding me? You ought to continue driving a bit longer. I was the one who drove just now." Their dispute caught Harry's attention, prompting her to swiftly extend both hands and declare, "Enough. You two take one side each. One person steers the wheel while the other manages the gears. Let it be." Remarkably, under Harry's arrangement, everyone calmed down, and those two fellows demonstrated an unexpectedly harmonious cooperation, leading Harry to question whether she had once again fallen into a trap. Harry found herself at a loss for words. She had asserted that the two would never argue, for they understood each other so well, with their bond laden with schemes and intrigues. At last, as Harry reflected, they located the residence where Harry currently dwelled, a house that felt both familiar and alien. Harry had lived there for 5 years in her previous world, having spent nearly every day since she could remember tidying the yard, though in truth, she only needed to pick up litter and place it in the trash can. However, it was highly unlikely she would ever be found sweeping the yard at such a late hour. As their flying car approached the Dursleys' home, they spotted a small figure vigorously sweeping up garbage, even though it was well past 10 o'clock at night. In the dim light, Harry's frail silhouette appeared somewhat desolate. He longed to sing a song to alleviate his sorrow over the absence of letters from friends. Yet, he was abruptly silenced by Aunt Petunia's sharp voice from above. "Shut up. Don't disturb the neighbors. And Dudley, hurry up and finish sweeping so you can take out the trash." "All right, Aunt Petunia," Harry replied, neither loud nor soft, only to be met with another bellow. "Why aren't you responding? Rude little creature." Harry then repeated himself loudly, and Fred and George could no longer contain themselves, eager to teach that wretched woman a lesson. At that moment, Harry truly comprehended the tragic existence Harry led as a Muggle. Although he had previously mentioned the detestable Aunt Petunia and Uncle Vernon, as well as the loathsome Dudley, Harry had not fully grasped the extent of his suffering, as her own upbringing, though strict, had not been as harsh. Yet now it was evident that Harry indeed lived in dire straits. Fred gradually descended the flying car, while George leaned out the window, signaling Harry to remain silent. "Fred, George, and Harry," Harry exclaimed, clutching the broom, on the verge of tears. He had not anticipated their arrival, and the previous disappointment of not receiving letters from friends was instantly dispelled. Harry suppressed his urge to shout, fervently waving his hand. And upon Harry exiting the vehicle, he embraced her tightly, exclaiming, "I knew you wouldn't ignore me." Heaven knows how helpless he had felt during those days of silence. Now, their arrival brought relief. Fred and George activated the invisibility button on the car, ensuring no one would notice an additional vehicle in the yard. "Harry, go help Harry gather his belongings. Then wait for us in the car," Fred and George whispered, directing her. "What about you? We'll give those two foolish old pumpkins a taste of their own medicine. Let them know the dignity of wizards is inviolable." Their righteous demeanor left Harry exceedingly worried. "You cannot use magic outside school. Rest assured, it's merely a small prank. They won't be harmed." Fred and George produced their magical tricks for Harry to see. She glanced at the items, which included itching powder and fart candy, harmless enough. She followed Harry to his room. It resembled a storage space, cluttered with numerous items that seemed not to belong to Harry, save for Hedwig and his suitcase. "I'll be done soon," Harry said, eager to avoid keeping Harry waiting. Hastily cramming his things into the suitcase, Harry assisted him, and as she observed the ill-fitting clothes, Her heart ached for the version of herself in this world. Whether their movements were too loud or Fred and George's vengeful antics too boisterous, it seemed to awaken the Dursleys. "Oh no, my freshly dyed hair. Oh no, darling Vernon, you have a tail behind you," Mr. Dursley exclaimed in horror, pointing at his wife's tail, adorned with a mane like a horse. "A tail? What are you saying, husband? What about your hair?" Aunt Petunia, in her panic, discovered her own ponytail and fainted. Chapter 89, Fury. Petunia, Mr. Dursley, now magically bald, caught his wife, yet his hand grazed her tail, prompting another panicked scream that roused Petunia. As she came to her senses, she realized what had transpired and touched her curly, green hair, furiously storming upstairs. "Harry Potter, you madman, bastard. I warned you, and yet you dare act this way. If I don't send you to a lunatic asylum, I shall not be called Petunia." However, when Petunia burst into the room, what did she see? Standing by the window beside Harry Potter was someone from her memories? Lily? Petunia's anger dissipated instantly, replaced by a bewildered sense of nostalgia. "You returned? You didn't die?" Her tone carried a hint of fondness. It seemed she did not harbor the disdain she had imagined for her sister. Yes, who could truly resent their sibling? Though she had felt jealousy toward Lily, she was ultimately her own sister. Petunia's eyes glistened with unshed tears, entirely unaware of her own emotional display. "You come back here." As Harry passed the last piece of luggage through the window to George, Petunia seized her arm, perhaps feeling her warm skin. Petunia's tears flowed freely. "You finally returned." Harry recognized that she had mistaken her for her mother, and she placed her hand over Petunia's. "Aunt Petunia, I am Harry, Lily Evans' daughter." "Daughter? You mean my sister had a daughter?" Petunia was taken aback, releasing her grip. Her already prominent cheekbones and eyes appeared even more terrifying. "I suppose so. Well, we shall take Harry now. Good night, Aunt Petunia." Harry instinctively shielded herself from Petunia's gaze, which was laden with questions. She preferred to reveal as little as possible. "Hurry, Harry, we must go." Fred and George had maneuvered the car from the first floor to the second, making it easier for them to transport their belongings. Harry found themselves in a quandary. On one hand, he was utterly weary of the Muggle world and wished to be with his friends, yet he sensed that Harry had complex feelings toward Aunt Petunia. He worried Harry might want to converse with her, not wanting her to feel upset. "It's all right, let us leave." Harry understood the urgency. In this world, Aunt Petunia was a harsh woman who treated Harry poorly, and compared to her, he was far more familiar with her true nature. Harry exerted himself and completely broke free from Aunt Petunia's constraints, leaping into the car, where he deftly caught her and swiftly closed and locked the door behind them, executing the movements with such seamless precision that it seemed as if he had rehearsed this countless times. The journey back was even more joyous than their arrival. "How did you find me?" Harry could not refrain from embracing Harry once more. "It was all thanks to your help," they exclaimed, praising the clever Harry, though in truth, she had merely directed them at the neighborhood entrance. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, Harry realized that, in their eyes, she was the perfect sister. "Thank you, Harry." She received the most sincere gratitude from Harry, which only deepened her sense of guilt, as this rescue was Fred and George's idea. However, at that moment, she felt it unwise to voice her thoughts, and simply nodded in agreement. Their laughter echoed through the night as they finally returned to the burrow, only to be met with new challenges, for their escapade had been discovered. Fred and George's bold assistance in Harry's escape had drawn the attention of the Ministry of Magic, and the one sent to investigate was none other than Mr. Weasley. Awoken in the dead of night, he soon uncovered some clues leading him to realize that this magical mischief was indeed the invention of his two beloved sons. In an instant, Mr. Weasley grasped the situation and quickly concealed the truth before hastening back. Meanwhile, Ron, who had risen in the night to check on Harry, was alarmed to discover that Harry was not sleeping beside Ginny. "Harry, where have you gone?" he exclaimed, waking Ginny in his panic, but she, being pragmatic, dashed off to search for him. As Ron and Ginny descended the stairs, they encountered the group returning with Harry. "You want to fetch Harry?" Ron gasped in disbelief, though his body reacted faster than his mind, wrapping Harry in an enthusiastic embrace. Clearly, Fred and George had flanked Ron and Harry on either side. "I remember, I am your little brother." Ron had lost count of how many times he had said this. "Taking you with us? Do you even know where Harry's aunt lives?" Fred patted Ron's chest, leaving him speechless, for he truly had no idea, and going would be futile. Yet, Ron felt a profound sense of disappointment, evident in his eyes. "We've already established that you are, of course, our little brother, so when Mum asks about it later, it will be up to you." Fred and George pushed him forward, further bewildering Ron into becoming the unwitting architect of the situation. Consequently, Ron was met with a sharp slap on the back of his head from Mrs. Weasley, who had rushed over upon hearing the news. "Ron Weasley, how dare you take Harry into the sky with you?" "Mrs. Weasley could hardly fathom how she would explain to Professor Snape and Dumbledore if anything were to happen to Harry. Pale-faced, Ron shook his head repeatedly. It wasn't me. I didn't. Observing this, Harry felt pity for Ron and stepped forward to defend him, saying, actually, it was I who led them. Upon hearing Harry's concern for him, Ron's expression brightened considerably, suddenly filled with newfound strength. No, Mum, it was me. Smack. The sound of Mrs. Weasley's hand echoed louder, suggesting her disbelief. However, when she turned to face Harry and Harry, her tone softened like water. Oh, I wasn't referring to you, Harry, or you, Harry, she stammered apologetically, which only served to strengthen Harry's resolve to accept full responsibility, effortlessly quelling Mrs. Weasley's anger. At this moment, Fred and George stealthily approached Ron, who appeared quite pale. Now you understand why we brought Harry along. You can't fool Mom, they chuckled, reaffirming Harry's impressive capabilities. Chapter 90, Reprimand. Realizing Fred and George's mischievous grins, Ron finally comprehended that he and Harry had been outmaneuvered by them. He had taken the blame for Harry, while Harry voluntarily accepted responsibility, a clever tactic ensuring that their mother would never hold them accountable or harbor anger towards Harry. Harry now respected Fred and George's strategic prowess, pondering how they could so accurately predict the unfolding events and navigate through them so smoothly. Mrs. Weasley had little inclination to scold Ron or Fred and George at that moment. Seeing Harry in such a disheveled state, with his slight frame and those familiar, anxious wide eyes, her heart shattered. My poor Harry, let me get you something to eat. As for the rest of you, you are all grounded, especially you two. Fred and George, no food until tomorrow evening. Mrs. Weasley imposed a collective punishment on them. Fred and George lamented dramatically, but Harry discerned from their sly glances that they were not genuinely distressed. It appeared they had other plans. As anticipated, Mrs. Weasley dashed into the kitchen, instructing Ron to take Harry and Harry to rest. Although Ron was at a loss for words regarding the punishment, he quickly forgot about it, overwhelmed by the joy of reuniting with his brother Harry. Harry, welcome to the burrow. Ron greeted him with an enthusiastic embrace. When he turned to Harry, he feigned indignation, saying, next time, remember to call me. I can help too. His earnest eyes widened, a hint of shyness creeping in, making his words sound almost like a confession. Ron quickly diverted his gaze, causing Harry to feel a pang of sympathy, realizing that Ron was still troubled by having left him behind. He vowed to include Ron next time, and soon Ron's expression returned to one of happiness. I'll take you to my room, Harry. Harry, you can come too. This invitation was entirely innocent, akin to that of good friends. Harry recognized Ron's pure intentions, free of any romantic notions, and did not dwell on it. However, Harry promptly declined. I don't think it would be appropriate for me to stay with you. This remark reminded Ron of his earlier intentions, and his face flushed crimson as he stammered. I didn't mean that. He couldn't even lift his head. It's fine. I'll just go find Ginny, Harry said, excusing herself and leaving Ron staring after her. My sister has already left, Ron muttered, somewhat perplexed. Oh, she went to find my sister, Ron murmured, retracting his gaze. Harry initially thought Ron was implying he also had a sister, but in truth, Ron was contemplating his sister who had a fondness for the savior, Harry Potter, and wondered what the dawn would bring. When Mr. Weasley returned home, weary from his endeavors, Mrs. Weasley had prepared a sumptuous breakfast spread. She had even baked a plethora of delicious pastries, along with waffles drizzled with honey, complemented by freshly squeezed milk. The children descended from upstairs in droves, except for Fred and George, who understood that their presence would not only deny them food, but might also worsen their predicament. They placed their hopes on Harry or Harry, anticipating that after breakfast, they might sneak them a morsel. Harry and Ron, too excited to sleep, made their way downstairs just in time for the meal. Percy, eager to rise early for his studies, awoke long before the others. Hand in hand, Harry and Ginny descended the staircase. Yet as they approached the dining table, Ginny, who had been laughing heartily moments before, suddenly froze upon catching sight of Harry. It struck her like a spell. That was Harry Potter, my brother. Harry felt an overwhelming sense of regret for neglecting to remind Ginny that Harry would be at number 12, Grimmauld Place. Would Ginny be angry now? Oh no. With a shriek, Ginny released Harry's hand and dashed back to her room, in search of a lovely dress rather than the ridiculous pajamas she had been wearing. Mrs. Weasley always insisted on dressing her in those charming, lace-trimmed vintage nightgowns, but Ginny was not particularly fond of them, perceiving them as attire suited only for dolls. Yet, she couldn't bear to disappoint her mother. Harry's hand, still raised in greeting, remained suspended in the air as Ginny vanished from sight. Ron, attempting to console him, muttered that it was hardly surprising. She had not encountered many strangers. It was unclear whether he was reassuring Harry or himself. With a sense of trepidation, Harry took a seat and greeted Mrs. Weasley, who warmly enveloped him in a hearty embrace, presenting him with freshly made waffles. Good morning, little princess. I hope you slept well, she exclaimed. Indeed, Ginny was a quiet sleeper. But was she all right? Harry felt a flicker of concern, though thankfully, Ginny seemed unperturbed as she chose to sit beside Harry. Reappearing, she was a vision of grace in a new dress, shyly greeting Harry across the table. Good morning, Harry. I'm Ginny, Ron's sister. Her demure demeanor left Ron agape. Ginny, what has come over you this morning? Are you feeling unwell? Under the table, Ron's foot was firmly trodden upon by Ginny, nearly causing him to bite his tongue. Harry struggled to contain his laughter, unable to resist casting an inquisitive glance at the pair of them. Ginny grew increasingly bashful, and Harry began to envision what it might be like if Ginny were to become Harry's girlfriend. Even Mrs. Weasley contributed to the burgeoning affection. Harry, our Ginny has long admired you. She grew up listening to your tales. Mum, Ginny interjected, her cheeks flushed yet resolute, appearing as though she wished to shrink beneath the table. Ahem, you must be Harry. Welcome to Grimmauld Place. Mr. Weasley arrived home, shaking off the fatigue of travel, and greeted Harry with vigor. He also brought back a few trinkets, delightful little gadgets meant for girls, much to the chagrin of the boys. However, when Mr. Weasley began to inquire about their escapade involving the flying car, Ron faltered, genuinely unaware of how to respond. Consequently, Fred and George were summoned down. Under their father's stern reprimands, they confessed everything and were sentenced to miss dinner that evening, along with additional chores. Harry and Ron pleaded on their behalf, ultimately securing their meal, though the labor remained an unavoidable consequence.